Chapter 1, Accidental Rebirth. Ding, the host's rank opens. Rank landlord. In the midst of a mist, Yuan Muno was lying on the ground, feeling sore and aching all over, and a voice like this was ringing in his head. Master of the land? What the hell? Yuan Muno struggled to get up and realized that he was sleeping in the middle of a ruin which was right in the middle of the road, and there were a lot of scrapped cars on the road. The whole world looked unusually desolate. Where is this? Yuan Muno took a step forward, and the streetlights, which had failed due to age, began to flicker. Information quickly flooded back into his mind. Crap, did he cross over? Is this a whole new world? But looking at the surroundings, it didn't seem much different from the world he was in before. Just at this time, Yuan Muno heard a murmur ringing in the car, and when he came up to it, he heard a broadcasting sound coming from the car. 100 ghosts walk at night. Please the general public, go home immediately to avoid being claimed by the little ghosts. Yuan Muno's head suddenly buzzed. Before he could regain his senses, the car radio continued to broadcast. There have been no less than 10 incidents of ghosts claiming lives in the city this month. Among other things, possessed by a hanged man, the wonderful woman committed suicide. Truck driver dies after truck overturns and falls off cliff as kid stops road. There is even a vicious incident. A family of 7 were red-clothed evil spirits, claiming life and death. Please the general public, must be strictly guarded. Never take it lightly. Did not go home to the public. Please go home at once. There are less than 10 minutes. 100 ghosts will soon be night walk. Crap, crap, crap. Yuan Mai couldn't help but spit out 3 cripples at once, which if not for confirming that he had crossed over, Yuan Mai would have felt that he was listening to a ghost story. However, looking at the desolate appearance of the surroundings, coupled with a strange cold wind blowing, made Yuan Muno have to believe that this was all true. Yuan Muno returned to his senses and suddenly thought that he only had 10 minutes to do so, and then 10,000 Chao Nima were running loose in his heart. He himself was also really born at the wrong time, crossing over and being reborn into this unlucky person, and actually only had 10 minutes to run away. He didn't have the slightest delay at this point, spreading his legs and running like crazy. It was good that he didn't live far away. After arriving at the house, Yuan Muno quickly closed the doors and windows. After closing it, Yuan Muno turned the light on, and only after seeing the light did he feel slightly relieved. There are still a lot of newspapers and magazines in the house, and Yuan Muno casually flipped through one. As a result, the more you look at it, the more panicked you become. You are entering a horror era, the world of the revival of the Yin Qi. In the midst of this world, there are far more ghosts than humans, and they even continue to eat away at people's lives. And there's a lot of similar news in this house. Looking at the family newspaper, and the blank book on the table with the news about it plastered all over it, and in the blank book, there is a detailed record that a paranormal event occurred at such and such a place and at such and such a time. Looking at it, Yuan Muno suddenly felt a cloudy aura suddenly rise on his back. He quickly dropped the newspaper. He felt that this original owner was also not an unusual person. If he was an unusual person, where would he be in the mood to collect these? As he swept his eyes, he spotted a computer. Yuan Muno suddenly felt that this guy is really an oddball. There are computers do not use to read newspapers and magazines. The environment inside the house is very poor. At a glance, I know that it is the kind of cheap rent of a few $100s. The ashtray in front of the computer has been soaked with black water. Just smell, the smell is very disgusting. Just then, Yuan Muno suddenly saw a sign appear on the table. Yuan Muno didn't think much about it, so he picked up the sign, which reads, Psychic Special Team Member, number 9527, rank, low rank team member. It was because the previous body was so wasted that it was sent to such an 18th-tier city to hold down the fort. The guy who had possessed and reborn himself was actually a psychic special team. No wonder this guy is about to 12 o'clock still do not go home to hide. Feelings are out to catch ghosts. Just this guy, obviously bad luck. Go out and die. But I don't blame him. After all, he's a low-ranked member of the team. Yuan Muno sighed with emotion, but still felt that he was a bit unlucky to have traveled to such a world. How could he live? In his last life, Yuan Muno was a rich second generation, enjoying a good life, and his 18 girlfriends were still waiting for him to love them. It's a shame. Yuan Muno stifled a sigh. He had just turned on his computer, and the communication software quickly went tick-tock. When I clicked on the message, I saw a string of emoticons, and the person who sent the message was a person named Fatty. This is Yuan Muno's scrappy partner. Yuan Muno didn't even bother to pay attention to him, but still returned. What's wrong? When Yuan Muno message just went back, a video quickly popped up. Yuan Muno just came to this world. There are several things have not yet digested. Some do not want to pick up the video call, but on second thought, think to yourself, might as well pick up the video of this dead fat man. Tap down the video to connect to the build. A face too fat to fit on the screen immediately appeared. He was carrying instant noodles in one hand and a steamed bun in the other, drinking the soup and nibbling the bun at the same time. Old Yuan, you're still alive? Yuan Muno was immediately infuriated. I'm dead. Your sister. I'm alive and well. If it wasn't for the residual memories of the main body from before that told Yuan Mai that the fat man was his best brother, Yuan Mai would have thought that this dead fat man was cursing himself. Yuan Muno, don't forget you have offended a second-grade ghost before, and that ghost has said that it will definitely take your life. Secondary ghosts? What ghost? You idiot I think you'd better hurry to explain the aftermath. Otherwise, come to the arms of the Fat Master. The Fat Master to protect you properly. The fat man out loud flirting. Yuan Muyi looked at this dead fat face roguelike, suddenly feel the heart born a burst of chills too. This dead fat man will not be. Yuan Muno felt disgusted and didn't bother to bull ***** with this dead fat guy. He was ready to hang up the video and figure it out on his own. This dead fat guy didn't look so serious, so I guess he couldn't get any useful information. Yuan Muno and Fatty perfunctorily said, no more nonsense with you. I'm hanging up first. Yuan Muno just spoke, but at this time, the fat man suddenly spoke out. Wait for your sister. I'm hanging up. Old Yuan, hurry up and look back. The lewd smile on the fat man's face suddenly news and replaced it with a look of astonishment. Yuan Muno also felt an eerie aura coming swiftly at this time, but also at this time, suddenly in the middle of the brain rang another voice. Danger, danger, host whether to open the main task. Chapter 2, you're still alive. Yuan Muno was baffled and somewhat unresponsive. At the same time, there was a coldness at the neck, and a choking sensation quickly came over him. Yuan Muno knew clearly that it was obviously something ghostly, choking him. Why aren't you dead yet? I'll send you on your way now. A sorrowful voice rang out. It was unusually eerie, and just the sound of it gave people the creeps. Danger, danger, does the host open the main quest? This one voice became urgent. Yuan Muno finally said without delay, open. With these two words fell, a voice once again sounded in the middle of his mind. Host, the system was opened successfully, rewarding the primary weapon, the Ghost Execution Talisman. As the voice landed, a black talisman seal suddenly appeared in Yuan Muno's hand. With this talisman, without any hesitation, he posted the so-called Ghost Execution Talisman towards the unknown being behind him. The thing behind him immediately let out a scream. While that was happening, Yuan Muno also started to get away. He gasped for air and almost hiccuped. The original body's owner had died, and he had been reborn into this body of flesh, not realizing that this evil spirit was so persistent that it had come back to his door. How much of a grudge is this? The Ghost Extermination Talisman was posted to the body of the evil ghost, and thick black smoke immediately emerged from his body. A gust of steam kept spreading. Let me go! Let me go! The evil ghost obviously couldn't break free from this Ghost Extermination Talisman, and was now begging for mercy with Yuan Muno. Yuan Mai stared at the miserable evil ghost and said, release you? You all almost took my life. He wasn't so kind. This world was obviously much more dangerous than the one he had been in before. There are these ghosts everywhere. If you don't pay attention, you might even lose your life. Yuan Muno is not a merciful man. He knew one thing well, that to be merciful to his enemies was to be cruel to himself. Besides, you can spend my money. If you touch my woman, I'll even break all 3 of your legs. Remind the host that the main quest is open. Destroy the second-level evil spirits and the host will be rewarded. What reward? Remind the host that after elimination, it will naturally be known. Another reminder, the Ghost Extermination Talisman can only play a role in suppressing the second level of evil ghosts. The suppression of the remaining statute of limitations. There is only 1 minute left. The system's icy voice rang out. In an instant, 10,000 Chanayama were running loose in Yuan Muya's heart. Crap! The pits! I can't believe I didn't tell you about this kind of thing. Isn't this a game? 1 minute left is not enough to even run now. This evil spirit was not a good person, and once he got out of the way, he would surely find a way to get him killed. His mind was spinning rapidly at this moment, and suddenly he thought of one thing. The original owner seemed to be a member of the psychic special team, so he should have some props, or weapons, to put down the evil spirits. He quickly rummaged around, and in no time he actually found something like a firearm. Yuan Muno couldn't care less and took the firearm and pulled the trigger on the evil spirit. From memory, these are specialty bullets. It could do some damage to the evil spirits, and by the time the bullets were fired, he could also feel the yin chi on the evil spirits weakening a lot. The figure also began to thin out. At the same time, the Ghost Execution Talisman suddenly and slowly disappeared. Ghostbusters are gone. Finished. This system is also a bit of a dud. Giving a Ghost Extermination Talisman in the opening game. Isn't this asking him to get killed? Just when Yuan Muno was incredibly nervous, he realized that the evil ghost after disengaging had not been as fierce as before. but on the contrary had become somewhat weak. The evil spirit also seemed to realize that it had gotten away as an afterthought, and suddenly re-emerged with ferocity, pouncing towards Yuan Muno. Panic in the heart of Yuan Mu wild. But by the time the evil spirit had his hands around his neck, he realized that he didn't seem to have any strength and could no longer do much damage to him. Noticing this, Yuan Muno saw that there was a Bagua diagram next to it. Slapping the 8 trigrams towards the evil ghost, another burst of black smoke came out from the evil ghost and a miserable scream was emitted. Yuan Mai took advantage of this time to get away, and then hands and some of the yellow talisman in the house, all pulled down, a brain make in the body of the evil ghost. The evil spirit was tossed to its death by Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno himself realized that it seemed that all of these things could only do a little damage to the evil spirits. You give me a hard time. The evil spirits are just a little too simmering. I'd love to, but I don't know how to get you killed. Yuan Muno spoke from the heart. Evil ghost rolls its eyes and starts twitching. In the next second, the body directly turned into nothingness. Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying a level 2 evil spirit and receiving a reward. Yuan Muno, was the evil spirit pissed off just now? Is that okay? What reward? Yuan Muno asked. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward for opening the mall, accompanied by the opening of the emotion management function. What the hell? Yuan Muno doesn't even get these things. Host, are you entering the mall? Enter. After the words, a void screen immediately appeared in front of his eyes. There were a few items inside, the lowest of which was the Demon Punisher amulet, and the rest of the others were locked up by a lock. This means that it should not be available for purchase. The price tag for the ghost-killing talisman is 100. Yuan Muno also did not understand what the meaning of this 100? Money? But where does he get the money? A glance at your wallet reveals a unit of 100, which is the emotional value. What the hell is an emotional value? Just when Yuan Muno was in a daze, a sharp knock suddenly sounded outside the door. Open the door. Open the door. Who? Me? Ah, fatty. This one voice carried some gruffness. Old Yuan, you wouldn't have died in there, would you? If you're dead, I'll come in later. I'll make sure to get you killed. You know me. I'm a man of justice, and I'm definitely not merciful when it comes to evil spirits. Yuan Muno, according to the original owner's memory, this fat bastard is still impartial? Oh, often taking small advantage of psychic special detachments, love of money. But the only thing that made Yuan Muno feel okay was being righteous enough. For example, on the night of 100 ghosts, he was still able to rush over. So he must have been rushing over after realizing that there was danger behind him when he was videoing with him just now. At this point, Yuan Muno was still more moved. After leaving the door open, Fatty came in from outside, glanced at Yuan Muno, and said warily, "You're still alive, aren't you? Do I look like this to you? Alive or dead?" Yuan Muno said without a trace of humor. Chapter 3, The Evil Ghost Appears. The fat man began to move his hands and feel around Yuan Muno's body. Yuan Muno felt a little uncomfortable and ill at ease. Just take a few steps back. When this fat bastard was groping just now, he was going to key places. This makes Yuan Muoyi have reason to suspect that this dead fat person is really not normal orientation. Asterisk 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 off. Old Yuan, you can survive under the second level evil spirits. You're really something. Do you have any more coke in the refrigerator? He walked up to himself and fished out his coke about to drink it. Yuan Muno stepped forward to block it. No coke. He reached over and took the coke from the fat man and put it back in the fridge. Now that these supplies are rationed, this fat bastard used to take advantage of the original owner. Old Yuan, we're brothers. Why are you so petty? Wait for the dead fat guy to finish his sentence. Suddenly, just at this time, a voice suddenly rang out. Negative emotional value from Fatty Lee, plus 10. Fatty Lee's negative emotional value? Yuan Muno was baffled for a few seconds and didn't return to his senses for a while. This negativity value should be the currency in circulation for buying props, right? After Yuan Muno determined this, he looked at Fatty Lee, who had an angry face. He opened the refrigerator and took the coke out and said, "Fatty, come on, here's a drink. For you." A smile instantly bloomed on Lee Chubby's obese face. "Good brother, it's still you." Just as he reached out to open the coke, Yuan Muno opened it at that moment, took a direct sip, and said, "Wow, it's so refreshing." Chubby Lee's hand froze in the air as he watched Yuan Muno drink his coke. Negativity from Chubby Lee, plus 10, plus 20. Yuan Muyi heart a burst of joy, continued to drink a mouthful and said, "Fat brother, there is only one last bottle left. There is no share for you." From Chubby Lee negative emotion, plus 30. In these few short minutes, Yuan Muno had gotten 80 emotion values directly. Looks like it's still a good earner. Old Yuan, look at you being, too fatty. Here you go. Yuan Muno gave the rest of the coke to Lee Chubby, who didn't mind Yuan Muno and drank it heartily. This fat bastard still has some conscience. At least in this situation, one can still risk coming to see oneself. Old Yuan, did you put to death the level 2 evil demon just now? Right, Yuan Muno said in response. Fatty Lee stared in disbelief, then began to look around the house, and in no time at all, he searched for a black stone. The stone released a faint glow. Crap, it's really the ghost stone of a second-level evil spirit. If you turn this in later, you'll definitely get a commendation from the team. Chubby Lee was excited. Yuan Muno looked at the black stones and didn't understand anything about them. By the way, our team has another mission tonight, which is to patrol the county's east and west roads. So pack up your things and let's get going. You take this stone and show it to the captain later, so that he can apply for a reward for you. Fatty Lee had absolutely no desire to take credit for Yuan Muno's work. However, he still couldn't help but look at Yuan Muno and said, "You said that you really got lucky, actually executing a grade 2 evil ghost. If this news spreads within the team, everyone will definitely be more surprised than seeing a ghost." Yuan Muno didn't say anything more. Keeping a cautious approach, the two of them briefly cleaned up and started to head out. It was eerie outside, and a battered van was parked in front of the door. It's emblazoned with Detachment 7, Psychic Special Forces patrol vehicle. Over there on East-West Road, there was a murder. According to the captain's analysis, it should be a first-class evil spirit. If we encounter the evil spirit later, with a little cooperation, we should still be able to put it to death. Fatty Lee reminded Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno answered in agreement, getting into the dilapidated car. The night was dark with little light throughout the city. There's debris everywhere. Absurdity doesn't work. A gust of eerie wind blew in from outside, and Chubby Lee turned the radio on. There was a sound of music coming from inside. Chubby Lee got high to the music. Fatty, you're a terrible singer. When Chubby Lee was singing vigorously, such a voice suddenly rang in his ears in a cold moment. Negativity from Chubby Lee, plus 66. Crap, does this fat care so much about his singing voice? Old Yuan, you have changed. You really have changed. You used to say that I sing well, now how to say that I sing hard. Your singing is really bad. Fatty, you'd better sing less in the future. Negativity from Chubby Lee, plus 66. This time, Yuan Muno's negative emotion value came to 202. You can buy 2 ghost extermination charms. Old Yuan, you, Lee Chubby suddenly did not know what to say. A foot on the gas pedal to the end, running in front of the past. Within a short time, the two arrived at East and West Street. It's quiet here, not a soul in sight. The two came to an office building. This office building, the lower 10 floors are for office use. The upper 20 floors are all inhabited, and on the 18th floor, right at 7 o'clock in the evening, a family of 3 jumped off the building, and the bodies were just cleared away, and judging from the judgment, they were most likely killed by a first-class evil spirit, Lee Chubby said seriously. Yuan Muno also noticed blood on the ground at this time. A heart tensed for a few moments. Without delay, he quickly used his emotion value to buy 2 ghost execution talismans. With the ghost execution talisman in his hand, Yuan Muye's heart suddenly gained some confidence as well. The two entered the office building. Yuan Mai subconsciously was about to enter the elevator, but was stopped by Fatty Lee. Old Yuan, are you looking for death? Turning back the evil ghost affects the elevator. It's impossible for you to live then. 18 floors and you're making me climb stairs? That's for sure. Tiring, yes, but safe. Chubby Lee is still more professional when it comes to handling ghosts and monsters. Yuan Muno is still in the middle of getting used to it. When the two of them climbed halfway up, Fatty Lee was exhausted and panting heavily. Fatty, you really need to lose weight. From Chubby Lee negative emotion plus 10. Old Yuan, how come you've turned after not seeing you for a day? Ha ha, I'm telling the truth. Fatty, you're so fat. I guess you haven't gotten a girlfriend yet. Negativity from Chubby Lee plus 99. These words instantly poked at Chubby Lee's deepest inner pain. You dog thing, also do not know where to come from the good fortune. You say Liang Sen you as good as the girl, actually blind eyes like you, really is a ghost. Just as Chubby Lee was complaining, a voice suddenly rang out. Remind the host that evil spirits have appeared. Please get ready. Chapter 4, Scum number 1. Scum number 2. Why don't you say anything? Are you still not convinced? Chubby Lee obviously didn't notice that something was wrong. Still talking one way or the other. Now the sentiment value is back up to 111. Fatty, don't you see something wrong with the situation here? What's the problem? You don't want to scare me, Chubby Lee said. How I'm scaring you? Just as Yuan Muno's words fell, a short yelp sounded at once. This one screamed, giving off some hideous vibes. Lee Chubby also reacted quickly, and immediately drank. Sinner, look at your fat master's double gun. The next second, he turned on the stairs and pulled the trigger. 2 flashes of blue light erupted from the muzzle, but behind them was empty. Nothing. After the gunshots, silence returned. Yuan Nuno was stunned for a few seconds and was about to speak, but at that moment, the system's voice rang out sharply. Remind the host that danger is approaching. A sharp voice accompanied this one. In the next second, a black shadow suddenly fell from overhead and directly smashed on Chubby Lee's body. Lee Chubby was unsteady and fell directly to the ground. He tumbled down the stairway, letting out a scream. Help me, Lao Yuan. Be that as it may, there was no delay in his calling for help. It seems to be habit forming. Lao Yuan a wailing voice rang out. Fatty Lee had been pressed under the evil spirit, and seeing that the evil spirit was about to open its mouth to bite him, he reached out and pressed his hand against the evil spirit's chin. Yuan Nuno had wanted to go and save him immediately, but looking at Chubby Lee as he is now, he should still be able to hold out. Fatty, hang in there for a while, I'll have a smoke. From Chubby Lee negative sentiment value, plus 99. Yuan Nuno's heart was delighted. There is such a good thing. Old Yuan, what time are you still smoking? This evil spirit is no match for you. You're invincible with both guns, and if you turn around and something does happen to your bank balance, I'll be sure to take care of it. Negativity from Chubby Lee plus 199. From a level 1 evil ghost negative emotion straight, plus 13. Can the negativity of an evil spirit be increased straight as well? Is there such a thing as a good thing? Old Yuan, don't play around. Turn around, fat brother me. How about giving you a box of cookies? Yuan Nuno knew that in this broken world, supplies were important, and even if you had money, you might not be able to buy supplies. Of course, if there was a very large enough amount of money, that would be another story. Deal. Without delay, Yuan Nuno took out his special firearm and fired a shot at the evil spirit. The evil spirit's body was immediately impacted and fell towards the ground. Chubby Lee seized the opportunity and quickly climbed up. He was breathing heavily, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Old Yuan, you're really being unorthodox now. Just as he finished saying this, the evil spirits that had originally been knocked out suddenly recoiled once again. Chubby Lee couldn't even pick up the gun on the ground before he was pounced on again. Lee fat heart bitter Lao Yuan, save me, save me. A hint of pleading squeezed out of his pained expression, then growled at the evil spirit. What the are you always doing to the old man? Where is he? When the evil spirit heard this, it looked like it was enraged, and all at once it pressed down on him and began to tear at him as hard as it could. Yuan Nuno watched as Fatty Lee produced the extreme pain mask, and without delay, he touched out a ghost execution talisman and used it directly on the evil ghost. The ghost execution talisman flashed with a light. The evil ghost immediately let out a miserable scream, and his body fell to the ground, gradually turning into nothingness. Just now, the ghost execution talisman had demonstrated a strong effect against second-level evil spirits. It shouldn't be difficult to clean up a level 1 evil spirit at this point. Fatty Lee this time also finally seized the opportunity to get out of breath. Finally, without any hesitation, pull the trigger. Eat old man double shot. The bullets from both guns quickly burst out. All of them fell to the first level of evil spirits. The evil spirit was then killed by 2 bullets. Special guns are starting to smoke. Sins, this is what happens when you offend my fat master with 2 guns. He had a handsome look about him, and he couldn't stop the fat on his face from quivering. Old Yuan, quickly go and pick up the ghost stone. Turn around, this is the evidence for us to receive the reward. Chubby Lee looked like he was playing it cool. Yuan Nuno picked up the ghost stone as he had instructed and handed it to him. Don't forget the box of cookies you promised me when you turned around. As soon as Chubby Lee heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Old Yuan, with our relationship, are you still short of this box of cookies? How is it not bad? There's still a shortage of supplies on Xiaoyu's side. Yuan Nuno finished stunned for a few seconds. The word Xiaoyu seemed to come out of his mouth subconsciously. Unsurprisingly, this should be the memory left behind by the original owner that made Yuan Nuno say it. It seems that the original owner should like Liang Senyu very much. You really are a lickspittle, taking your brother's supplies to be a lickspittle, Lee Chubby said in a bad mood. Yuan Nuno didn't bother anything with him. This would say, according to my analysis, this one evil spirit should not be the evil spirit that killed the 3 members of the family on the 18th floor. Why do you say that? Chubby Lee asked. Because the evil spirit killed a family of 3. The yin energy in his body must have gained some growth. Lee Chubby heard Yuan Muoyi said so, thought deeply, said, Old Yuan, you follow me these days, grow a lot. Turn back to the captain's side. I talk to you. You should be able to become a low-level psychic team members, upgraded to intermediate-level psychic team members. What class of player are you? Yuan Nuno suddenly asked curiously. Of course I'm, just like you, Yuan Nuno. So this time, if we take the ghost stone, we can definitely upgrade together, and we brothers will work together. That won't do. The second-level evil ghost stone credit all goes to me. Just now the ghost stone of killing the first-level evil ghost we won half. You with half of the first level evil ghost stone, want to upgrade? It should be very difficult, right? Yuan Muno said faintly. Negative emotion value from Chubby Lee plus 33. Crap, old Yuan, do you have such a clear distinction? Yuan Muyi heart at this time happy. This dead fat person is really a negative emotion value burst. In an instant, it made his emotion value go back up to over 400. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Let's hurry to the 18th floor. That's more like it. The two began to pass towards the 18th floor. By the time he reached the 18th floor, Yuan Muno obviously felt that the yin chi here had increased a lot. 1801. A family of 3 just died a short time ago. Let's go in and check it out and remove the danger, Chubby Lee said. Only when he had just finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out among the pagers. Scum number 1. Scum number 2. Can you hear me? Please answer when you hear me. Chapter 5 Heartbroken Chifeng. When this voice rang out, Fatty Lee instantly became angry and said, "This dog just knows to squeeze the two of us." Who? Chifeng? That grandson. When will this grandson be bitten by an evil spirit? It's good to be on the road early. Yuan Muno would only realize at this point that Scraps number 1 and Scraps number 2 were actually called to be the two of them. Fatty, which one of us is the number 1 scrapper? You, old Yuan. What do you think I should say about you? What's there to fight about you thing? If you like no, 1 scrap, you'll be no, 1 scrap from now on, and I'll be no, 1 genius. When Yuan Muno heard him say that, he knew that the number 1 scrapper was Fatty Lee. It doesn't matter if you guys collect it or not. I tell you, you guys are dead tonight. According to the latest news report, the evil ghost on the 18th floor in the Right Self building on East and West Street is said to be a second-grade evil ghost. If you guys are not there now, get out of here. That's not something you guys can deal with anymore. Chi Feng's voice sneered. Lee Chubby couldn't bear to say, pressed the pager and opened his mouth to say, Chi Feng, why is your grandson's mouth so stinky? Did you eat garlic or in the morning? What second-level evil ghost? Even if it's a 200-level evil ghost, old Yuan and I can pack it. He let go of the pager, then said, Old Yuan, do you think I'm right? Well, it's okay. Although this Chi Feng had a foul mouth, there was some truth in what he said, but the system didn't warn of danger at this point. Yuan Mai would press his pager and said, Captain, I recommend letting Chi Feng take over this mission on East-West Street. Chi Feng's ability has always been outstanding. I believe that dealing with a second-level evil spirit shouldn't be much of a problem. Negative emotional value from Chi Feng, plus 66. Crap. Yuan Muno was very surprised in his heart. He didn't expect to be able to receive emotional value so far away. He was delighted in his heart and continued, Captain, Chi Feng also said to me some time ago that he has never had a chance to perform in the team, and asked the captain to give him a chance to perform. Negative emotional value from Chi Feng, plus 131. Captain, just as Yuan Mai was still planning to say something, Chi Feng's emotions seemed like he finally couldn't hold it together. Scrap number 2. No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. Chubby Lee looked at Yuan Muno with a befuddled face at this time, somewhat lost in thought. In the past, Yuan Muno's character was not like this, and generally faced with Chi Feng's squeezing, he basically put up with it as long as he could, but now it was different. It always felt like Yuan Muno had suddenly become a bit, but what was wrong? I couldn't say, but he was quite appreciative of what Yuan Muno had said. Chi Feng, the dog, is close to disliking, always pretending to be X, when there's nothing really there. He would also smile at this point and say, That's right, Captain, hurry up and have Chi Feng come over. Alright, knock it off. There's a special situation over on East and West Street, so you guys pull back. This one voice was somewhat thick and full of intensity. It was the captain who spoke up. Old Yuan, let's go back. When Chubby Lee heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Leaving this place of wrongdoing was a better thing for him. Just getting ready to leave. Instead, a sobbing voice was heard. The crying still sounds a bit like a child's wailing, and it's a bit spooky and scary. The door to room 1801 is open. It was dark inside. The two men's flashlights illuminated the inside, but none of them went inside. At this point the two looked at each other. Is something going to happen? Chubby Lee muttered. The system reminds the host that there is an evil spirit in the house. The strength of the evil spirit is concluded. Second level evil spirit. The current ghost extermination talisman can't cope with it. So what's it going to take to cope? The voice seemed to ring out from the middle of his mind. Nope, there's more than one evil spirit in the house. This situation suggests that the host just run away. Yuan Muno, old Yuan, let's hurry. Go, immediately. After Yuan Muno said this, he turned around and walked out. Chubby Lee somewhat did not react, and when he regained his senses, he also hurriedly chased after him. The two hurried down the stairs, but it goes around and around and around, but it never comes out. Chubby Lee was panting with exhaustion. No good, old Yuan, I'm afraid we're not running into a ghostly wall here, are we? Most likely, Yuan Muno said. His face was grave. A grade 2 evil spirit that the ghost execution talisman couldn't deal with could really be no joke. He would enter the mall and want to buy other ghost extermination props. A little bit of looking around. I found the second thing, but it requires 1000 emotions. Thor's hammer. This thing looks good. Looking at the mood value, it's almost 500 or so. It's still halfway there. Yuan Muno was momentarily worried and looked at Fatty Lee again. The mind boggles. Fatty, have you ever been in love? Crap. What are you talking about? I've talked about it before. I don't know how many little girls like me. Yeah, I do remember that you cried for 3 days and nights when you were dumped before. From Chubby Lee, negative sentiment value, plus 99. Crap, old Yuan, you're so cheap now. I'm sorry, Fatty, and I hate to reopen your scars, but there's something I need to tell you. What is it? When I actually saw your girlfriend getting into someone else's car in the middle of the night. Negative emotional straight from Chubby Lee, plus 199. When the scar was reopened, Fatty Lee almost cried with a wow sound. Old Yuan, why didn't you tell me earlier in the first place? If you had told me earlier, you would have killed that grandson. Looking at Lee Chubby's sadness, Yuan Muoyi could only sigh in his heart and pat Lee Chubby's shoulder and say, Chubby, I'm sorry for your loss, it's all in the past. To continue to get negative emotional value from Fatty Lee, Yuan Muno is a little heartless. Almost 800 emotes now, 200 emotes to go. Yuan Muno then turned on his pager and continued, Chi Feng, I've heard people say that you used to be scared to the point of peeing your pants when you first joined the team, right? Negativity from Chi Feng plus 66. React that fast? I heard that later was known by your girlfriend. Your girlfriend also wanna break up with you. In fact, this thing, I think it is your girlfriend is not right. You were scared of peeing your pants, is your physiological natural reaction. Negative emotional value from Chi Feng, plus 321. Feeling the increase in emotional value, Yuan Muno thought to himself that it was finally enough. This will come from an eerie voice. Are you too lost? Or come home with me? Two people heard this voice. Immediately all goosebumps. Two people at the same time turn their heads to look. Instantly face color are instantly frozen. Chapter 6, Let Them Suffer First. All that was seen was a child, covered in blood, giving the impression of some gore. Very dismal. Its body looked like it had been sewn up, pieced together piece by piece of flesh, giving it a feeling that was very weird and strange. Looking at the age, it should only be 6 or 7 years old. If you two get lost, come with me, this way, and I'll show you out. The sound echoed in the small space, and one couldn't help but be creeped out. It was also releasing a very strong yin chi, which was so gloomy that it made people feel very bad. Lee Chubby's face would have become a few points paler by now. Old Yuan, this is definitely a level 2 evil spirit, even more powerful. Fatty Lee made a judgment. Yuan Muno softly hummed. Now having over 1100 emotion values, he actually had nothing to fear. Now as long as we buy the Thor's hammer from that strange store, I believe this level 2 evil spirit should be no problem. Why are you guys standing still? The level 2 evil ghost suddenly inquired about Fatty Lee. Fatty Lee would then harden his head and say with an ugly face, okay, we'll follow you. Go this way. This weird and scary kid beckoned towards the two. Chubby Lee was just about to leave, but Yuan Muno pressed his shoulder. Take it easy. Fatty Lee looked at Yuan Muno suspiciously. It was probably because the two of them hadn't followed the secondary evil ghost forward. It suddenly seemed to be furious, and the yin chi on its body gained a lot of weight. Chubby Lee also panicked a bit and said to Yuan, my old Yuan, why don't we first stabilize it and listen to its words and try walking forward? Fatty, have you forgotten how this family died? Yuan Muno said without a trace of humor. Right at this moment, a voice rang out in the middle of his mind. From Chubby Lee's negative emotional value, plus 10. Are you guys leaving? The horrible, eerie voice continued to ring out. No go. Not only no go, but my fat brother says he wants to fight you one-on-one. Yuan Muno suddenly said. From Chubby Lee negative emotional value, plus 100. Negativity from evil spirits, plus 199. It's amazing how easily evil spirits get angry. A few little words and the negativity goes straight to 199. Really surprising. It gradually seemed like it couldn't control its emotions and began to lash out, showing its teeth and looking like it was about to make a move on the two. Lee Chubby mood also looks like it is going to be taught. Old Yuan, aren't you punking me? Why don't you go and fight it one-on-one? Aren't I not as strong as you? Yuan Muno said so. Fatty Lee thought for a while, as if there was some truth in what Yuan Muno said. Old Yuan, after all these years, this is the only thing you've said from your heart, right? Fatty Lee suddenly said with some emotion like. Yuan Muno subconsciously nodded and said, well, that's right, old Yuan, back off and leave this one to me. Chubby Lee was suddenly hit with chicken blood. stimulated, and rushed directly to Yuan Muno, prepare to fight off a wave of secondary evil spirits. He numbly pulled out both guns, but at this time, the captain's voice came out from among the pagers. Yuan Muno, Lee Chubby, have you retreated? Nope, it's incumbent upon us to destroy evil. Scrappy number 1, Scrappy number 2, you guys are preparing to die in the line of duty. Chi Fong said with a look. Captain, if something happens to Fatty and I later on, please still let Chi Fong replace us. Yuan Muno suddenly said. That's right, it's highly recommended that Chi Fong be allowed to continue our mission. Chubby Lee added. Negative emotion value from Chi Fong, plus 99. Yuan Muno noticed this and couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, Fatty Lee did not delay and quickly pulled the trigger, accompanied by the sound of bang, 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 bullets with a demonic fire, directly burst out, running on the secondary evil spirits, but to the surprise of the two, the secondary evil spirit quickly dodged to avoid it. It caused Chubby Lee's bullets to go straight to air. Chubby Lee's pupils instantly dilated, his heartbeat accelerated by a few points, and he approached Yuan Mai and opened his mouth. Old Yuan, the situation seems to be a bit off. I know, just after Lee Chubby spent the building, the second level of evil spirits in a split second has arrived at Lee Chubby near the front. Very directly till Lee Chubby pounced on the ground. Fatty Lee would let out a miserable scream, and beads of dense cold sweat oozed out from his forehead. I saw Chubby Lee touch out some yellow talismans, only these yellow talismans were not enchanted in any way, and obviously could not play much of a role. It can only have a little temporary effect. Lee Chubby, this will be anxious, scared to death inside. Psychic Special Team Gossip Disc, all a brain make out, but it still couldn't stop the pressure brought by this secondary evil spirit. He finally couldn't hold on a bit and opened his mouth to shout, Old Yuan, save me, okay, you wait, crap, what time is it and you're making me wait for? Chubby Lee's mindset was clearly going to collapse this time. Along with his emotional outburst, a voice rang out at this time. Negative emotion value plus 299 from Fatty Lee. Yuan Muno would feel out his firearm and directly pull the trigger. This time the bullet directly hit the secondary evil ghost. The evil ghost ate the pain and let out a scream. It looked at Yuan Muno in a sinister manner, and all of its anger was transferred to him. In the next second, the secondary evil spirit suddenly let go of Fatty Lee, run straight over to Yuan Muno. After Fatty Lee got away, Yuan Muoyi said to him, Fatty, you run first, I will break the back. Chubby Lee didn't even respond when he heard Yuan Muno's words and turned around and ran towards the outside. In this regard of running away, Lee Chubby has never lost the wind. Yuan Muno looked back and could no longer see Chubby Lee's figure. He couldn't help but be blinded for a few seconds, thinking that this dog is running really fast. The attention of the second-grade evil ghost. At this time, all of its eyes fell on the body of Yuan Muyi. It said in a sinister and hoarse voice, You seek death. Wait, I will eat you, and then go to eat that dead fat man. As long as I do not die, this is my territory. That dead fat man, no matter how to run, cannot run out. There seemed to be blood dripping from the evil ghost, giving it an unusually treacherous feeling. Yuan Muno listened to the words of the evil spirit, which would gradually understand. Now this area already belongs to the realm of the second-level evil spirits. This guy, will this area, to control to death? Yes, of course. Now watch how I eat your soul. The eerie voice rang out with an incomparably miserable laugh. On the other hand, a lanky figure, at this time, pressed his voice and kept urging, Hurry up, any later and they're going to have an accident. Chi Fong would say, Captain, there's no rush, aren't they showing off? It's not too late to let them suffer a bit first. Chapter 7, Yuan Muno's Downfall? Chi Fong had a completely gloating look on his face. He hated this pair of scraps with a passion right now. After he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a very sharp gaze fall on him, and in an instant he felt a sense of oppression. This gaze was the captain from the captain. He was about to say something else, but the words were swallowed. The few remaining crew members in the car didn't say much. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a few points more depressing. In fact, everyone knew that with the strength of Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby, how could they be the strength of a second-grade evil spirit? Now they were going full speed ahead, but when they got to the end of the line, they were probably just going to have to collect their corpses. At this moment, the evil ghost looked at Yuan Muno in front of him, full of confidence, and it swiftly lunged towards Yuan Muno. But in the next second, a pure black hammer suddenly appeared in front of its eyes. There was also a faint layer of light released from the hammer, and a faint glimmer of very weak lightning could be seen wrapped around it. When the second-grade evil demon saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little weak in his heart, and at the same time, a bad premonition pervaded his heart. It reacted quickly and tried to fall back, but it was too late to realize that it was too late. The Thunder God Hammer blasted up towards the secondary evil spirit. The second-degree evil spirit let out a mournful shriek. As his body fell towards the ground, Yuan Muno didn't delay and continued to carry the Thunder God Hammer and blast it up towards the level 2 evil demon from earlier. After several consecutive strokes, the evil ghost let out a miserable scream, and the yin chi on its body began to become weaker and weaker. Yuan Mai certainly knew that he could not give this evil ghost a chance, carrying the Thunder God Hammer and hammering a few more times, and then touching out an evil extermination talisman to exterminate the evil ghost. The ground quickly resounded with a crisp ringing sound. A ghost stone fell to the ground. The ghost stone of a level 2 evil spirit was still a bit different from that of a level 1 evil spirit. The color is a bit darker and the texture of the ghost stone seems to be better. I also wonder what the ultimate purpose of the ghost stone really is. Is it just a matter of turning it in for a reward? But it's a good system. It can buy things and put evil spirits to death. Although Yuan Muno felt that the world in front of him was still a bit unreal, even absurd, he had to accept it now. He picked up the ghost stone and headed downstairs. The building's sinister aura is also fading away. This time, Yuan Muno felt out his cell phone and went to make a call to Fatty Lee. Lee Chubby was still running frantically on the road at this time. Hey, old Yuan, wait, I'm going to move help for you. Don't move. The evil spirits have been put to death. Really? Chubby Lee was running frantically when he stopped in his tracks, still somewhat bewildered among his gaze. Suddenly, a strong light shone from the opposite side, shaking Lee Chubby a bit unable to open his eyes. Who's that? ING blind. Shining a light on the old man. It's us, Scrap One. Chi Fang's voice suddenly came out in a manner. He gazed at Fatty Lee, and in his heart, he was a little surprised that this dead fatso was actually still alive. But he was also quick to notice that someone was missing from Chubby Lee's side. Yuan Muno should be dead in there, right? Get in the car. The captain's voice rang out. Chubby Lee answered yes, and after getting into the car, Chubby Lee directly squeezed Chi Fong to the side. Chi Fong was being squeezed so hard that he was running out of seats. Fatso, do you need such a wide spot when your ass is this big? Needed. While the two were fighting, the captain suddenly snapped. Fatty, how's Kino? Reporting to the captain. Yuan Muno has eliminated the second-level evil spirits. When this landed, the crowd was surprised and looked at Fatty Lee. All of them looked unbelieving, and even felt that Fatty Lee was telling jokes. Destroy the second-degree evil spirits? Even with the captain's strength, he didn't dare to say that he could destroy the second-grade evil spirits. Not to mention 2 scraps. Dead Fatty, you will die if you don't brag. You ran out. Where did Yuan Muno run off to? Chi Fong opened his mouth. That's right, you guys are top-notch runners, so be sure to bring me along next time. Another member of the team said. The captain would also say at this point, Fatty, this is no time for jokes. Captain, I really didn't. And if you don't believe me, I'm dialing his number right now. At this time, the building that was 2 kilometers away from here was also like 2 kilometers away. The captain was silent for a while, didn't say anything, but also sort of acquiesced to him making the call. The call was dialed out, and a familiar voice came from there. Fatty, where the hell are you? Be right there. Wait, good. By the way, I'm with the captain and the others now. Did you destroy the secondary evil spirits? Exactly. The captain's face was grim without saying anything. Fatty Lee and Yuan Muno said a few more words and hung up. You guys believe it now, don't you? If you say so, who are you kidding? Chi Fong, did you just snatch from a dog with this mouth? Why does it smell so bad? Fatty Lee couldn't help but curse. Damn fatso, what are you talking about? You're as fat as a pig. What do you see here? Lee Chubby was too lazy to say any more nonsense with this dog, and directly took out the ghost stone of the first-level evil ghost that he had just put to death. See, this is the proof that we put to death the evil spirits. Open your doggy eyes and see clearly, Fatty Lee said proudly. Chi Fong received the ghost stone in Fatty Lee's hand, and in his heart, he was a little disbelieving. Just these 2 scraps, they could still destroy a level 1 evil ghost? In the past, these 2 people were a disgrace to their 7th Special Psychic Squad. Shame on you for going outside the team. Now, he was actually able to exterminate a level 1 evil spirit, and over here, Fatty Lee even said that a level 2 evil spirit had also been exterminated. It's just a little unbelievable. Fatty Lee looked at Chi Fang's baffled face and couldn't help but say, You speak. Why don't you speak? What's wrong with a level 1 evil spirit? It's not like I've never destroyed one before, and maybe you picked it up from somewhere. You really don't see the coffin. You'll know what our brothers are capable of later. Fatty Lee didn't even bother to say any more nonsense with this dog. The car drove on and stopped at the building on East and West Streets. Yuan Muno was standing at the entrance of the building at the moment, looking like nothing was wrong. Chi Fong couldn't even believe it looking at Yuan Mai. After getting off the car, he wanted to punch Yuan Mai in the face, rushed closer and said, Yuan Mai, you just said that you put to death the second-level evil ghost. Where's your ghost stone? Take it out and take a look. What? You don't believe it? Yuan Muno said, just like you can still destroy second-grade evil spirits. If you can take out a ghost stone, I'll call you father. Okay, good boy. Negativity from Chi Fong plus 99. At this moment, everyone gathered around, wanting to see if Yuan Muno could take out the ghost stone. Chapter 8, A Son for Nothing. When Chi Fong heard Yuan Muno taking advantage of himself, he immediately became angry and scolded. Scum number 2, do you want to have some face? Ask the captain if he believes that you can kill a level 2 evil ghost. Not only the captain, ask anyone present, who would believe that you can successfully kill a second level evil spirit. Chi Fong had a questioning look on his face. The captain stood by and remained silent. The gaze towards Yuan Muno was also tinged with some skepticism. What kind of person is Yuan Muno? It's not an exaggeration to say that he's at the bottom of the 7th Special Psychic Squad. It's even all a bit of a drag to exist. The rest of the team looked at Yuan Muno with basically the same kind of skeptical gaze. It was impossible to think that Yuan Muno would be able to put to death a second-degree evil spirit. Such a reaction from the crowd satisfied Chi Fong. He stared at Yuan Muno with a cold smile. Fatty Lee couldn't help but urge, "Old Yuan, quickly take it out and show it to your son." Chubby Lee has always been a mouthy person. Scrap number 1. Scrap number 2. If you have something, you guys hurry up and bring it out. If you don't have something, don't act like X's here. Chi Feng's mind was sort of completely broken this time, directly reprimanding the two. Yuan Muno was not angry and said with a smile on his face, "What do you see here?" Yuan Muno directly took out a grade 2 ghost stone. The grade 2 ghost stone was still flickering with a kind of black luster under the light. When the captain saw the ghost stone in Yuan Muno's hand, he was baffled for a few seconds, and then he moved to take the second grade ghost stone from his hand. "Captain, surely this is a fake?" Chi Fong would say with some urgency. The captain ignored Chi Fong and instead took a closer look. There was still residual yin chi present on it, and a look of disbelief flickered amongst his eyes. "Kino, did you really put this to death?" "Yes." Yuan Muno nodded. "How can that be? Old Yuan, you can't tell lies about this kind of thing, or the consequences will be severe." One of the team members reminded Yuan Muno. According to the rules of the Psychic Special Team, if someone occupies someone else's credit and impersonates them, they will be expelled from the Psychic Special Team, or even face a worse fate. How could I? I wouldn't do such a thing even for the sake of this good old son. Yuan Muno smiled. At the same time, a voice once again sounded in the middle of his mind. Negative emotion value from Chi Fong plus 99. No way. It only adds 99 negatives for this kind of thing. Yuan Muo Yi was a bit disbelieving, so he looked at Chi Fong and continued. "Chi Fong, you can call out to your father now. The captain and they are all there. Let's all witness it together. Fat brother, turn around and see if there is any chance that I'll set up a table and treat everyone to a meal. And of course for the money for the meal, just let Chi Fong pay for it." As these words landed, another voice rang out in the center of Yuan Muno's mind. Negative emotion value from Chi Fong plus 399. In this way casually, Yuan Muno's negative emotion stored value, almost a small thousand. Sure enough, Chi Fong would quickly become angry and scolded. "Yuan Mai, don't go too far, believe it or not, I'll fix you up." Just when Yuan Muno wanted to say something else, the captain suddenly stepped forward and said, "Kimono, don't joke around, let's just forget about this matter. I'll turn around and apply for a reward for you with the higher-ups." When Chubby Lee heard the word reward, a flash of light flashed in his eyes and he immediately said, "Captain, what about mine?" "Don't worry, yours too. This time you guys are kind of doing our 7th Psychic Special Squad a favor." The captain said so. "Captain, we'll be doing this sort of thing a lot more often in the future." Yuan Muno spoke up. It was only after he finished speaking that he suddenly felt that the situation was a bit off, and the gazes of the crowd all fell on him with some surprise. It was only at this time that Yuan Muno realized afterward that he was not the main owner now, but had only just been reborn in the body of the original owner. The original owner seems to be a person with a wishy-washy personality, not much of a mastermind, basically equivalent to an otaku like this. It's normal for people to doubt themselves when they become so cheerful and articulate all of a sudden. At this time, Chubby Lee had also been staring at him. Yuan Muno's mind was spinning at high speed at this moment, thinking about how he could break the situation in front of him. It finally gave him an idea. He would speak up and say, "Captain, the zipper on your pants is unzipped." From Captain Negativity, plus 23. "That captain, there's nothing else, so Fatty and I will go back first." Yuan Muno walked towards the van. Lee Chubby would have come back to his senses by now and said with a smile, "Captain, our mission is complete. Our rewards are not to be forgotten. Get in the car." Yuan Muno breathed a sigh of relief. Negativity from Chi Fong plus 99. After waiting for Chubby Lee to drive, in the middle of his mind rang out again. From Chi Fong negative emotional value plus 88, plus 77, plus 66. With the car driving out a long way. Negativity from Chi Fong plus 10. Yuan Muno was blinded for a few seconds. This Chi Feng fell back on how much he hated him. However, this was good. Chi Feng could completely be used as an energy recharge base station. And if you lacked emotional value you could just look for Chi Feng directly. Getting out of the car, Chubby Lee said, "No, I'll sleep at your house tonight." "No, you'd better go back. My bed won't fit you." Negativity from Chubby Lee +10. But he then had a smile on his face. "Old Yuan, do you think something's wrong with you lately?" "What's wrong?" "The current you, and the previous you are completely different. When Chi Feng scolded you in the past, you didn't even dare to utter a gnawing sound. But now you, being disliked." Chi Feng is dumbfounded, and even recognized him as his son. "What do you think is going on?" Fatty Lee suspiciously surveyed Yuan Muno. Yuan Mai laughed awkwardly and said, "You don't understand. You were used to being bullied, and now you don't want to be bullied." With such a casual explanation, Chubby Lee obviously wouldn't believe it. After thinking for a while, Fatty Lee suddenly said, "Old Yuan, you couldn't have been taken over by an evil spirit, could you?" As these words landed, Yuan Muno's heart suddenly thumped. Taking over? He himself was reborn into Yuan Muno. Was it considered a takeover? If you break it down, it counts, right? Nope, doesn't count. He himself was waiting for the original owner to die and be reborn. This matter has nothing to do with him. He's passive. Fatty, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. That's also true. If it's you evil ghost that can successfully take over the body, then you're at least a high-level evil ghost. It's impossible. A high-level evil ghost would never come to a small shabby place like ours. Fatty Lee opened his mouth. This made Yuan Muno suddenly curious as to what kind of eye pattern the world was in now. What is the status quo? Chapter 9: A Different World. According to the tone of Chubby Lee's speech, it could be judged that this little Thai place should not be coming with any high-grade evil spirits. But why wouldn't a high-level evil spirit come here? That's a problem. Yuan Muno opened his mouth after a moment of silence and asked, "Fat brother, why did you just say that high-level evil spirits won't come to our side?" Just as he finished speaking, Chubby Lee looked at him with a surprised gaze. After Yuan Muno noticed his gaze, he suddenly felt that it was not right. By all rights, the original owner and Lee Chubby were both from the special psychic squad, and they should have all this knowledge at their fingertips. But now that he's asking the question, doesn't that mean he doesn't know this? Isn't that like revealing a crack? Yuan Mu Wild Heart thought, bad, this is awkward. Was thinking about how to round a thing back up. Lee Chubby suddenly sighed and said, "Old Yuan when I let you seriously supplement your knowledge, you only know how to herd cows during class." Herding cows? Just going off on a tangent. Not listening to anything? What do you think you're doing in a psychic special squad? Me. I know you want to avenge your parents. But, avenge your parents? Yuan Muno acquired a lot of knowledge at once. It seems that the original owner's memories were missing before. The memories he inherited were only partial. Now he did not dare to say anything more, because the more he said and so on will be more wrong. Rather than this, it is better to let Lee Chubby continue to say, "But it doesn't matter. There are fewer people in our place, and fewer good souls. Of course high-level evil spirits won't come to a place like ours. The other thing is that, in our place, there won't be any high-level psychic special team members coming, and our 7th psychic squad, itself, doesn't have much of a great strength. That's why it's been sent to hold down this place." Fatty Lee said with emotion. "Is the soul divided too?" Before, they didn't divide, but afterward, when these evil spirits ate and ate, they began to divide. And we humans are also an afterthought, aren't we? Fatty Lee was obviously a little displeased that Yuan Muno kept asking these retarded questions, but some haughty look also appeared on his face. "Old Yuan, I'll be merciful today and make up for you. If you give out rewards later on, you'll have to give me some share." "No problem," Yuan Muno said in response. "Then let's go to your house first." Fatty Lee found an opportunity to go to Yuan Muno's house. His food reserves are basically going to be eaten out by now, and the refrigerator at Yuan Muno's house is still full, with Coke, cookies and everything. It's just that the environment at home is a bit bad, and now the power supply time is unstable. Most of the time, basically after 12 o'clock, the voltage is especially unstable, and several places can't use electricity. Entering the house, Yuan Muno looked at the messy home. Mentally, I couldn't help but sigh and sigh. The original owner really had little hope for life and lived a very negative life. He came over here and didn't have time. He was pulled straight into a mission and didn't clean up over here. But Chubby Lee didn't mind it at all. Walked up and opened the refrigerator, and took out something to eat. The way he feasted on the food made Yuan Muno somewhat speechless. "By the way, you're still missing my box of cookies." +10 negativity from Chubby Lee. "Old Yuan, you're really too petty. I just come to give you a lesson and you're talking about cookies. Class is class. Fatty, you owe me back." "Okay, pay back." "I will, but I'm going to have to discount my lessons for you." Fatty Lee threatened Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno laughed bitterly and said, then I'll turn around and ask the captain for a copy of the information. After hearing this, Fatty Lee finally wimped out and said, Old Yuan, what are you talking about? I came to give you a lesson. The information at the captain's place, where is it as vivid as me giving a lecture? He pulled Yuan Nuno into a sitting position. With a bitter look, he said, Old Yuan, let me tell you, the human souls in our world are divided into 5 grades, golden soul, silver soul, copper soul, iron soul, and the last one is the waste soul. People with golden souls, naturally, needless to say, are pitifully few and far between, phoenixes, and if there are such souls, they are surely looking for a group of evil ghosts. But these evil ghosts basically don't succeed. What do you mean? Yuan Muno asked. People with golden souls, but they have a very strong talent. Their cultivation level is not comparable to ordinary people. Some evil ghosts find this kind of people. It's a dead end. But there are also some people with golden souls who are not awakened, so they are eaten by evil ghosts. And the evil ghosts usually have a great improvement. Yuan Nuno couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds when he heard this. The curiosity of the mind gradually gained weight. But this also did not interrupt Fatty Lee. If he interrupted him later, maybe he would start pulling his punches again. As for the silver souls, there aren't many people. Those with silver souls can be said to be a little less talented than the golden souls, but they're also in the minority, maybe 2 or 3 out of 100, and there might not be even 1 out of 100 for the golden souls. As for the bronze souls, there are more. There may be about 10 of them in 100 people. The iron souls may have 2 or 3 people. As for the wasted souls occupying the majority, this kind of person basically has no cultivation talent, and can't be a member of the psychic squad. Fatty Lee said so much in one breath. Yuan Muno would be digesting this knowledge. Waiting for some digestion, Yuan Muno asked, So then, the 2 of us were able to join the Spirit Special Squad because our souls are still good, right? Fatty Lee stared at Yuan Muno with a glint in his eyes. The 2 of us are basically wasted souls. Otherwise, how could we be on duty in this hole? We're wasted souls? Yuan Muno asked awkwardly. Well, both of us are indeed. Our entire 7th psychic team. Just the captain is a bronze soul. There is another Chifeng, the dog thing, is an iron soul. The rest are basically waste souls. We can only rely on some bureau to provide some props to exterminate the evil ghosts when we deal with the evil ghosts. Lee Chubby said as if he was lamenting. The captain is a bronze soul? Then how come you're on duty as captain in our place? What's wrong with that? Our place is small, but it's still a place. You're like the captain who's already 40 years old, and although he's a bronze soul, he's actually not much stronger in his own right, and at his age, he can't break through, and he probably doesn't have much of a run in him either. Chubby Lee spoke a harsh reality. Yuan Nuno listened to his words and gradually realized what kind of world this was. It was indeed new to Yuan Nuno, but the fate of the original owner seems to be tragic. By the way, old Yuan, when the reward comes down tomorrow, remember to visit your girlfriend, Fatty Lee suddenly said. Chapter 10 Obtaining Rewards. Yuan Nuno heard the words girlfriend. Frozen for a few seconds, a girl's appearance gradually appeared in the middle of his mind. Don't worry about this matter. I don't worry about you. You turn around and lose this girl. You'll regret it too late. Chubby Lee said seriously, and he was still saying in a broken voice, I really don't know what a girl like Liang Senya sees in you. What? Are you envious? Fat brother, the woman you liked before. Negative emotion value from Fatty Lee plus 10. I shucks, this is something you're going to have to talk about. Old Yuan, it's a sad thing for me. As he spoke, he grabbed something from the fridge and ate it again. Yuan Nuno didn't say anything. Now that he had more than 1,000 emotional values again, he went into the virtual store in his mind to see what else he could buy. When we got inside, we saw some newly opened tops. There's gum that makes you stronger if you eat it, plus some martial arts, like the 18 palms of the descending dragon, the strike of the dog stick, and so on, pentamater. But the more these things were, the more expensive they were. For example, the dragon subduing palm required 30,000 negative emotion values. It wasn't any easy task to get enough emotional value for so many emotions at once, but I don't know why. But when Yuan Nuno thought of getting negative emotional values, Chifeng came to mind unnaturally. With Chifeng, it seemed that trying to get 1,000 negative emotional values could be said to be a very simple matter. This would be Yuan Nuno who could only gulp at the sight of those goodies. There aren't that many negativity values after all. Right now it's still since I can buy some cheap ghost extermination talismans, and also the chewing gum that makes you stronger when you eat it seems to only cost 800 negativity values. After Yuan Nuno bought it, he was also secretly saving up in his heart to save up enough negativity value to learn the 18th palm of the descending dragon or something in the future. The night passed peacefully. It's just that when I sleep at night, I was squeezed by this Lee Chubby all night, and I didn't even get a good night's rest. The next day the sunlight shone in from outside. Yuan Nuno woke up and felt some temperature, but at the same time, He also noticed that the sunlight that shone down, the light seemed to be a bit muddy. The weather doesn't seem to be normal weather. At this time Lee Chubby's snoring voice continued to come. Yuan Mai was a bit unbearable, so he kicked him and said, "Chubby, get up, it's dawn." Fatty Lee rubbed his eyes, but he didn't delay long before getting up from the bed, and muttered under his breath, "Old Yuan, we have to hurry up and collect our rewards and then go see your girlfriend, or it will be dark soon." "What?" Yuan Nuno was blinded for a few seconds, a little unresponsive for a while, and waited for a while before gradually coming back to his senses. Fatty Lee would still look at Yuan Mai with the eyes of an idiot this time, and then opened his mouth and said, "Old Yuan, I think your brainstem should have been eaten by the evil spirits, otherwise you wouldn't know anything. Now that the Yin Chi has increased in weight, and in the era of 100 ghosts walking at night, the daytime has been compressed, and now it's less than 5 hours a day." Don't believe me. What time is it? Yuan Nuno was reminded, quickly went to look at the time, and found that it was actually 12 noon, but the strength of the sunlight at this time gave the impression that it was like 10 o'clock in the morning. He also realized that something seemed off about the current situation. There was no delay, and after a quick cleanup to get up, the two of them headed out the door. "Right, you hurry up and give someone else Liang Sen you a call, just say that we'll go over to find her later, or else it'll be dark later and it'll be dangerous for others to come out." Fatty Lee gave Yuan Nuno the feeling of being a very sweet person at this time. The two drove on and came to the front of a rather old house. Outside it carried a courtyard with one of those very worn iron gates with the 7th Psychic Special Squad office written on the door. There is also a gatekeeper at the door. The grandfather wearing security clothes, look at the age of about 70 or 80. The figure was a little stooped, but the eyes gave the impression of being a little sharp. "Good morning, Moncler, here's a cigarette for you. The first thing you need to do is to take out a box of cigarettes and throw at Moncler Outlet Store over to the Moncler Outlet online store. Then take the box and put it in your mouth." Just when Yuan Muyi thought that this dead fat man is quite generous, but at this time Lee Chubby opened his mouth and said, "Old Yuan, what are you still standing for? Run. Run for what?" By now the security guard had opened the cigarette case and it was empty. The security guard instantly cracked up. After Yuan Nuno realized it, he pulled his leg and caught up with the dead fat man. "This fat bastard is still really, you two buggers, lying to me about the cigarettes. Grandpa, it's none of my business." Yuan Nuno dropped these words, and entered the office, and the things placed inside were also very old. "Now this is a temporary office. Captain, old Yuan and I came over to collect our rewards." Well, you guys are coming with me." The two men followed the captain toward the office. Chi Feng's sorrowful voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Villainous, look at these two scraps." Yuan Nuno stopped in his tracks when he heard Chi Feng's voice and said, "Chi Feng, I have something important to tell you." "What is it?" Chi Feng looked at Yuan Nuno provocatively. The look in his eyes seemed as if he wanted to get Yuan Nuno killed. "I just decided that I don't want you as a son. I think you're ungrateful." Negativity from Chi Feng plus 299. "Yuan Nuno, you wastrel, believe it or not I'll straighten you out." Chi Feng let out a growling sound. "Chi Feng, don't be angry. It's not a crime. Even if I don't recognize you as my son, there's no need to be so angry. If you really want to call me dad, it's not impossible." Negative emotion value from Chi Feng plus 299. Chi Feng was finally going to be unable to hold back and was about to rush upstairs to make a move on Yuan Nuno. However, the captain drank it down. "Chi Feng, this is the time for our team to be united. You shouldn't make a big deal out of a little joke." "Captain, both of them are wasted souls. What qualifications do they have to talk about me?" Chi Feng couldn't help this anger, thinking the two wasted soul rookies had no business talking about him. "Well, don't talk about it, okay?" The captain was clearly growing displeased. "You two hurry up and follow." After entering the office, the captain looked at Yuan Nuno breathlessly, always feeling that he was strange. "The rewards are here. 100 pounds of rice and 50 pounds of meat food for Yuan Mai, plus some snacks, and half the amount for Lee Chubby," the captain said dryly. "There's enough of these for at least a month." Just Yuan Muyi couldn't help but wonder a little in his heart. Were the supplies in this era already lacking to this extent? Chapter 11 Scarce Materials. It was reasonable to say that killing a level 1 evil spirit, and a level 2 evil spirit were also good credits. How come it only rewards some of this stuff? How can you give a sum of money for this kind of credit? Although Yuan Nuno carried doubts in his heart, he didn't say much at this point. On the contrary, Lee Chubby was excited at this time, carrying something and walking out, and his mouth kept saying, "Thanks a lot, Captain. Thanks a lot." He saw this reaction from Fatty Lee. "Just know that the preciousness of this thing should not be comparable to ordinary things. Let's go. Old Yuan, what are you waiting for?" The two headed out the door with their belongings in hand, and all the team members looked at them with almost envious eyes. The stuff was a little heavy, and it took a couple more moves to get it all in the car. In his ears, however, At this time, there was still the sound of Chi Feng's broken voice. Both of them were in the middle of their excitement at this time, so they didn't pay any attention to Chi Feng. Yuan Yuno this time also noticed everyone's gazes, which seemed to carry envy in them. On the car, Li Chubby couldn't help but haha laugh. These things are enough for us to eat for a while. Good stuff, brother Fatty. Is this all the reward we're going to get for executing the evil spirits? What do you mean? So little? Li Chubby said in surprise. Nowadays, so many people can only drink porridge and water to get by, and those who can really eat rice are the rich and powerful. And let me tell you, if you go to a restaurant for a meal, you can't get down without tens of thousands of dollars. Has inflation reached this point? However, Haste Yuan Yuno also knows that in the era of lack of supplies, you can't buy things even if you have money. Nowadays, food is something scarce and naturally becomes expensive. Why don't you hurry up and give Liang Senyu a call about the situation? Yuan Muoyi did not delay. Soon called the phone. There came a nice and clear voice. Hey, Muoyi, how are you doing? Hearing the other party address him affectionately, he really didn't react a bit. I'm fine, pretty good. By the way, you're home now, right? I'll bring you some food over. No, keep it for yourself. I have enough on my side. Enough is enough. Listen to me. You wait for us at home now. We'll be right there. Chubby Lee said. Yuan Yuno doesn't know the specifics yet, so he's a bit confused and doesn't know what exactly happened between the original owner and Liang Senyu. Just wait for me. Yuan Yuno said this and also hung up the phone. Li Chubby this will still cannot help but say. Old Yuan, you say that your ancestors are really smoke. Otherwise how could you find such a good girl? She came out from the Liang family. The days are very bitter. What's wrong? Their family was originally very rich and powerful, but because they chose to be with you, they were evicted from their home, and now they have found a job for themselves to do in this small county of ours, barely making ends meet, and she had to pick up the slack before when you had accomplished nothing and had no skills whatsoever. When Fatty Lee said this, he suddenly couldn't help but pause for a few seconds. Right, Yuan Yuno basically didn't have any great skills before. How did he become like this all of a sudden? Last night's level 1 and level 2 evil spirits were basically all put down by Yuan Yuno. He could only say that he had picked up a bargain by following Yuan Yuno. The old Yuan Yuno seemed to have disappeared, and now he had become stronger. But yet, I can't see anything wrong with it. Yuan Yuno's heart was also shaken at this time as he listened to what Fatty Lee said. I didn't realize that there were actually such good girls. In his last life, those girls approached him either for money or for money's sake. Where else would it be for anything else? I never thought that a poor boy could find such a good girl. The key is still a girl from a rich man's house. This kid, Yuan Yuno actually couldn't help but feel a little envious. In his last life, he had tried to find true love, but it wasn't him that people loved. It was his money. It was something he was full of bitterness about. At first, he was a bit persistent, but then he couldn't care less. It's all just a game. The car drove like half disappeared. The temperature of the weather is gradually dropping and a hint of cold wind is blowing. Yuan Yuno watched as the sky seemed to darken considerably. It's only been a short time and it doesn't make sense to give the impression that it's about to get dark. Come on, or it'll get dark. It didn't take long for Chubby Lee to bring Yuan Yuno to a relatively older house. It's obviously one of those low-cost housing units. 2. Yuan Yuno was now realizing that he had been reborn into the body of the original owner. But there was still a part of his memory that was missing. Just remember some things, but not all of them. Liang Sumyu, for example, knows less. When he reached the door, Yuan Muno raised his hand and knocked. A voice rang out from inside. Coming. After the door opened, a thin and weak figure appeared in front of Yuan Muno. With clean, crisp features and very plain clothes, there was just a scar mark on her face, and even then, it didn't hide her face. When she saw Yuan Muno looking at her, she subconsciously used her hair in front of her, blocking her face. Come in. Yuan Muno answered and moved his hands to carry the things inside. Xiao Yu, this is the reward our team gave me. I took some for you. Yuan Muno brought up most of the stuff. I only left a small portion for myself, but I had enough to eat if I saved. Plus a psychic special squad that gives a little allowance every month. I can't eat rice all the time, but things are still pretty good. You give me so much, don't you want it for yourself? Liang Senyu said. I'm enough. Xiao Yu, Fatty and I have made a big achievement this time. We have enough food and drink. What we give you is still a very small part. Yuan Muno spoke and returned a look to Fatty Lee. Fatty Lee quickly comprehended it and said, that's right, we still have a lot of stuff. Just take it, Xiao Yu. At this time, Yuan Mai also let out a dry coughing sound, and Li Chubby then said, you guys chat, I'll go outside to smoke a cigarette. Okay, Fatty, go ahead. While walking out, Fatty Lee was still muttering how this Yuan Muno became so witty all of a sudden. Before it was a mute look, now it gave the impression that it had completely changed. He came to the end of the walk. where there was a window, and had just lit a cigarette without taking more than a few puffs when he saw something about his parked car. Crap! A wave suddenly rose in Chubby Lee's heart. His face reddened a few times before he opened his mouth and cursed. What are you doing? Stealing something from Lousy. I'll straighten you out. At this point there were a couple of guys sneaking around next to the van, getting stuff done. Chubby Lee turned and ran downstairs. What's wrong? Yuan Muno also realized that something was wrong at this moment. Chapter 12, Polluted Cities. He glanced out and realized that Chubby Lee had already chased after him. Liang Senyu's face couldn't help but change. Yuan Muno would then speak up and say, Xiao Yu, wait for me here. I'll go check out the situation. Okay, you be careful. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Liang Senyu looked at Yuan Muno's back and couldn't help but lose his mind for a few seconds. Although I haven't had the chance to get in touch with Yuan Muno in depth, I vaguely feel that he has changed somewhere. The eyes that looked at himself seemed to have sharpened a few points, and there were a few untamed points in them. It's nothing like the man from before. At all? Has something changed for him in the meantime? When Chubby Lee arrived downstairs, he directly took out his firearm and started aiming at the group of people who were robbing things downstairs. All of you put it down for me, or don't blame me for being rude to you. But the crowd didn't take Chubby Lee's intimidation seriously in the least, and took their things and ran away. Fatty Lee naturally didn't dare to shoot. It wasn't long before Yuan Muno came down as well. When the two got to the car, they realized that the doors had been pried open and all of their belongings had been taken. Lee Chubby was very angry and said, This group of people are bandits, not afraid of death. Yuan Muno didn't blame. Instead he said with a thoughtful look, if they don't get something to eat in the car, they might starve to death as well. Old Yuan, what do you mean? Whose side are you on? It's our stuff they're robbing. I'm not on either side. I'm on the side of the light. And if everyone had food to eat, wouldn't there be no more of these thefts and robberies? Chubby Lee listened to Yuan Mai say this and looked at him in surprise. Old Yuan, are you dreaming? I wouldn't even dare to dream of the world you're talking about. Don't you believe such a place exists? Don't believe it. How can it exist? Look at our world. It's a mess. There's not even a full day. What do you expect? I believe places like that exist, where everyone is clothed. Everyone is fed. Everyone is well fed and lives in a stable environment. Yuan Muno's eyes were still glowing when he said this, and he had only just come from that world. Less dreaming. Old Yuan, look at our rewards are basically gone. Fortunately, you also gave Xiaoyu a share. Otherwise, by then, everyone would be finished. Lee Chubby this will not be able to help but sigh and say. Yuan Muno also returned to his senses and let out a long breath. It's alright, Fatty, the stuff is gone. We can still kill the evil spirits again later and get our rewards back. Well, let's hope so. We're a polluted area in these parts, and we're all having a hard time, with evil spirits running around unchecked. Fatty Lee opened his mouth. You mean there are still uncontaminated areas? That's for sure. There's still a few big cities that are now in the hands of us humans, and there's basically no evil spirits there. Why don't people go over there? You can't get in. If everyone wanted to go, those places would have been overcrowded a long time ago. And there's only 3 cities. The population capacity has been saturated a long time ago, and supplies aren't really very plentiful, Lee Chubby said in a bad mood. Yuan Muno was lost in thought for a few seconds, didn't continue to say anything more. It seems there are still a few places that haven't fallen, but the places that haven't fallen are not places where people from these small places can go. They were trapped and had to endure a terrified existence. Wait for me in the car. I'll go up and talk to Drizzle. Okay, there you go. Chubby Lee is still not in a high enough mood. Yuan Muno re-entered upstairs. When Liang Senyu saw him, he opened his mouth and asked, What's wrong? No, it's okay, you don't have to worry. He looked deeply at Liang Senyu, who felt his gaze but couldn't help but avoid it somewhat. He also subconsciously ruffled his hair with his hand to block the scar on his face. Yuan Muno knew how much pain Liang Senyu was in. He squeezed out a smile on his face. Xiao Yu, is it safe for you to live here by yourself? Otherwise, I'll find a bigger house then and we'll live together. I mean, 2 bedrooms, it'll be easier. You can't just change houses now. Food rations are issued according to fixed locations, and if we change places, we won't get our rations. Liang Senyu said so. Yuan Muno thought about it for a moment, and it seemed to make sense. Now the little city, so to speak, had lost a lot of people, and several houses were empty. Wouldn't it be a matter of minutes if you wanted to find a larger place to live? But the fact is, people don't bother to occupy those houses. Aren't big houses comfortable? The only other possibility is food rationing. Well, that does. Then, slow down. I'll give you a little something. Yuan Muno touched out the ghost execution talisman and gave it to Liang Senyu. Xiao Yu, take it. If you encounter a dangerous situation, you can use it to deal with those ghostly things. I don't want it. You're more dangerous in a psychic special squad. Keep it to yourself. It's okay, I have plenty more. Really? Really? Yuan Muno said easily, her long eyelashes, opening and closing. It's pretty. Okay, then I'll take it, and you hurry back, or it'll be dangerous when it gets dark. Liang Senyu said to Yuan Muno with concern. Okay. Yuan Muno turned away and headed downstairs. He was still cursing when he got into Chubby Lee's car, emotionally clearly upset. It's alright, fatty, it'll all come together. Well, it's all going to be there. In fact, these evil spirits are the original sin, and we're going to get rid of all of them, Fatty Lee said through gritted teeth. Yuan Muno would sulk and not say anything. The car drove forward. At this time a voice came out from among the pagers. Scrappy 1, Scrappy 2, you two hyphenated retards, report position. A very annoying voice came from across the room. Chi Feng, you dog, your mouth really stinks. If you don't speak, you'll die. Report position. Chi Feng repeated. Although Chubby Lee was a bit reluctant, he still told the location. Stay where you are. We're going on a joint mission tonight in your neighborhood. After that, the voice was gone. Chubby Lee would hit the brakes this time, cursing under his breath. Yuan Muno, however, calmed down a bit, and the car was only a mile or two out. Is there danger in the neighborhood? Then won't Liang Senyu also be in danger by then? After getting out of the car, Yuan Muno looked back and then asked into his pager. Chi Feng, what dangerous incident happened over here? You, a low-level psychic team member, are not qualified to know. Just stay put. A sneering voice rang out. Chapter 13. This dog really thinks of himself as a character. Fatty Lee cursed. Yuan Muno would then ask. This guy is an iron soul no matter what. It's only because this dog is an iron soul that he's gotten mixed up in a mid-level psychic team member position. Otherwise where would he be compared to us? What is this guy's cultivation level? Yuan Muno suddenly asked. Anyway, he himself and Chubby Lee shouldn't have much cultivation. Both of them were wasted souls. Basically no different from ordinary people. It was a matter of chance that the two were chosen to be on the special psychic team in the first place. It's actually more difficult to survive until now. No, actually the original owner is dead. It did seem that this psychic special pair squad was not a place to hang out. Lee Chubby this time to Groove said. This guy can have what cultivation? At most a chi transformation realm cultivation. Not much stronger than us? Not much stronger? How much stronger is that? It's not much. It's only beating 10 of us. Fatty Lee opened his mouth. Yuan Muno. This would leave him really speechless as well. Lee Chubby sensed Yuan Muoye's emotions. This will open his mouth and said, but I'm just guessing. What realm is this guy in the end? I don't know. The realm of chi transformation is just the most basic cultivation realm, corresponding to the second level of the evil ghosts. Although we can't pack up the second level of the evil ghosts by our own ability, but we can also rely on some instruments. Yuan Muno answered softly at this time and didn't say much. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the middle of Yuan Muno's mind. Remind the host that the main quest is once again open. The opponent, 2 level 2 evil spirits. After eliminating them, you can obtain rewards. These words instantly made Yuan Muno's face a few points heavier. What reward? The host can naturally know after destroying the evil spirits, and he didn't continue to ask. Instead, the heart began to worry. He looked towards the place where Liang Senyu lived, still carrying some worry deep inside. In fact, this kind of worrying emotion, Yuan Muno kind of suspected that it was the consciousness remaining after the death of the original owner. He had a look at Fatty Lee, which would say, Fatty, you wait here for Chi Feng, I'll go check on Xiaoyu. Old Yuan, we can't separate at this time. We'll pager contact later. Yuan Muno didn't say much, turned around and left. Lee Chubby has no way. It has come to this time. At this time the sky is going to be completely dark. There was still a relatively weak sunlight, but suddenly it was blocked by dark clouds. An apocalyptic scene appeared. There were actually 2 level 2 evil ghosts appearing at once. Yuan Muno had fought with level 2 evil ghosts before and naturally knew that these level 2 evil ghosts were not good to deal with. He hurried back to the floor where Liang Senyu lived. He raised his hand to knock on the door. A wary voice came from inside. Who? It's me, Stao Yu. Yuan Muno spoke up. Liang Senyu heard Yuan Mai's voice before she opened the door. Seeing her standing in the doorway, she was still a little worried in her heart. Why haven't you gone back yet? It's already getting dark. I came to check on you. It's more dangerous this way. Liang Senyu's heart made some waves. She knew this was him caring about himself. However, she also knew Yuan Muno's ability, and he was only a low-level member in the Psychic Special Squad. A voice came from amongst the pagers. Scrap 2 in position. Who gave you the right to leave your post without permission? Chi Feng's disgusting voice came out from amongst the pager. Old Yuan, the captain is here too. Come here first. Lee Chubby's voice would come from this time as well. Liang Senyu would say, you'd better go over there first. I'm fine here. Kimono, I'll contact you later if anything happens. Yuan Nuno was still a bit relieved at the moment. After a short thought, he said, well then, I'll be around here, and I'll be the first to come if anything happens. At this time, Yuan Nuno didn't feel any heavy chi here either. The system in the center of his mind didn't alert the evil spirits to appear either. Okay, Yuan Nuno is heading out. Liang Senyu suddenly said, be careful, Ki no, I will. The moment he turned around, his heart still made some waves. Such a good girl is indeed worthy of being cherished. It's just that the original Yuan Nuno is dead, but a girl like that, he would be good to her if she wanted to be. After all, in his last life, he hadn't met any good girls. Now that he met Liang Senyu, it was very different for him. A quick jog took us to the original place. Shi Feng couldn't help but say when he saw Yuan Nuno, Captain, look at this scrap number 2. He doesn't know where to run off to when it matters. Is there any sense of teamwork? Our 7th squad is being dragged down by a scrap like him. Captain, I request that Shi Feng be given command of today's mission. Shi Feng knew that he was facing 2 level 2 evil spirits this time, because intelligence showed that 20 to 30 people had just died in this neighborhood. These 2 level 2 evil ghosts might have advanced and become level 3 evil ghosts as well. Even if it wasn't a level 3 evil spirit, turning into a peak level 2 evil spirit made it difficult. Negative emotions from Shi Feng +10. +10. Scrappy 2. The captain is in command of today's operation, so I don't need you to talk nonsense here. Well, don't talk about it. The captain suddenly drank in his voice. Then he said to Yuan Nuno, Yuan Nuno, this will not be the next time. I know, Captain. Okay, now everyone split up. Split into 2 teams, Yuan Muoyi and Li Chubby and I on one team, and the 4 of you on one team. While it's still not completely dark, quickly line up these several suspect buildings. I, Captain, be the first to be contacted if anything happens. I, Captain. The crowd responded, and Shi Feng took the other 3 and left. For a while there were only 3 Yuan Mai left in the same spot, and Chubby Li began to pat himself on the back and said, Captain, it's really an honor for old Yuan and I to be on the same team as you. Stop talking about all this nonsense. Yuan Nuno, come here for a moment. I have something important to say to you. Yuan Nuno answered and followed the captain. Chubby Li also wanted to follow, but was stopped by the captain and said, you wait here. Chubby Li was stunned for a few seconds, but agreed. The 2 men stopped roughly dozens of steps away from Chubby Li. Yuan Nuno, I'm going to ask you something. You must answer me truthfully. The captain's gaze was torrid and very serious. Yuan Nuno nodded and said, okay, Captain, go ahead. Through the contact down, Yuan Mai felt that this captain character is not bad. At least not like Chi Feng. The dog thing is not right and wrong, specifically targeting him and Li Chubby. The captain's gaze fell on Yuan Nuno's body like a torch at this moment. Yuan Nuno waited silently for him to say the following. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, let me ask you, was the 2nd level evil spirit on that day really put to death? The strength of a 2nd grade evil spirit was already strong. Yuan Nuno was actually in the 7th squad of psychic specialties for some years. What strength he had, the captain actually knew exactly. He definitely didn't believe that Yuan Nuno was able to wipe out the 2nd level evil spirits. He felt that there must be someone behind Yuan Nuno. It's true. Yuan Nuno gave an affirmative answer. As he spoke, the captain kept his eyes on his reaction, trying to determine if Yuan Nuno was lying through the change in his expression. But nothing was found to be out of place. Could it really be the secondary evil spirits that he put to death? How does this thing feel so unreal? Still harboring suspicions in his heart, he continued to say to Yuan Nuno, Nuno, I hope you can still be honest with me about this matter. Captain, what I say is true. Okay, I'm done. The captain didn't say much, turned around and walked away. Yuan Nuno looked at his back and was lost in thought for a few seconds, thinking to myself, why is it so hard to tell the truth? After a moment's thought, it was understandable that the captain, after all, what kind of person was the original Yuan Nuno? And now that he could actually put the 2nd level evil spirits to death, it sounded like a rather heavenly thing, but what he said was also the truth. After rejoining Chubby Li, the captain said to the 2 men, move in later and follow all commands. Don't worry, Captain, we'll definitely listen to you, Chubby Li said with a smile. The 2 began to head inside towards the floor, which was a private building with only about 7 floors. Just after entering the building, Yuan Nuno smelled a faint odor of blood. Up 1 floor, you see the door to a building is open. Yuan Nuno looked towards the inside and saw bodies that had fallen in the middle of a pool of blood, bodies that had been dismembered. Seeing this bloody scene made Yuan Nuno want to vomit. Fatty Li said to him, old Yuan, you're still too young, and you'll have to follow me to sharpen more in the future. This fat bastard is really shameless. Get in there and check it out. A few people walked in and saw the house, a family of 3 dying horribly. The blood on the ground had dried. Captain, how many died this time? 18. The captain's voice was fairly calm when he said this, but in Yuan Nuno's ears, he couldn't help but make some waves. Fatty Lee immediately took out his double guns. Seeing this, Yuan Nuno did not delay. His double guns were in his hands, ready to deal with unexpected situations. Just a quick check revealed that the killer was long gone from the scene. Captain, there's nothing to find. Yuan Nuno spoke up. Well, go on. The three came out of the house, continued on to the third floor, which was nothing special. When I got to the fourth floor, it was still the same. After canvassing this building, none of it was found to be dangerous. The captain said into his pager, my side is clear. It didn't take long for Chi Feng's voice to come from over there. Captain, our side is safe as well. Good, Captain, be careful. After all, it's not easy to carry these two scraps. Fatty Lee couldn't stand it and said, Chi Feng, no one will take you as dumb if you don't speak. What? I can't tell the truth? Chi Feng was now targeting the two Yuan Nuno. But yet, at this time, a screaming voice came from Chi Feng's side. Not good. There is a situation. This voice rang out, and Chi Feng's voice changed. Captain, there's a discovery in Building 4. When the captain's face changed, he said, okay, wait for me. I'll be right there. As the captain was leaving, he glanced at the two men and said, you guys watch downstairs, and report in time if the evil spirits run away later. As soon as Yuan Nuno heard this, he knew that the captain didn't trust them, and the captain didn't believe what he had just said. Yuan Nuno didn't say anything about it, but his gaze couldn't help but look at the building where Liang Senyu lived. By now it was completely dark. The lights on the side of the road were also getting brighter, though there was clearly a lack of power, and many of the bulbs were flickering and looked like they were about to go out at any moment. The dilapidated scene in front of him made Yuan Nuno also unable to resist letting out a long breath. But at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the building. Yuan Mai quickly captured, immediately without any hesitation, picked up the gun, directly pulled the trigger, accompanied by the sound of bang bang bang, bullets flying out, but it didn't land on the figure. Chubby Lee was a bit unresponsive when he saw Yuan Nuno shoot, rushing to ask, what's wrong? An evil spirit has come out. Yuan Nuno gave chase. Fatty Lee shouted out Yuan Mai, and originally wanted to chase after him as well, but after a few steps, he realized that he had lost Yuan Mai's trail. He had to report the incident to the captain first. The captain couldn't help but be lost in thought for a few seconds when he heard Chubby Lee's voice over the pager. Then said, the level 1 evil ghost found in Building 4 has already been put down by us. How can there be others? Indeed there is. Old Yuan has gone after them. That must be a lie. What could Scrappy 2 know? Maybe it was scared and ran away long ago. Chi Feng's snorting voice came from across the room. Yuan Nuno chased after that one shadow. A voice suddenly sounded in the middle of his mind. Remind the host that the main quest is completely opened. This shadow seemed to be running over to Liang Senyu's building. Yuan Nuno was a little nervous, and his heart couldn't help but pound. A voice came from the pager. Kino, come in when you hear me. What's the situation on your end? Yuan Nuno was in no mood to answer at this time. Instead, he quickly ran after that one figure, and sure enough, that one figure entered the floor where Liang Senyu lived. Yuan Nuno carefully chased after him. At this time, the Yin Chi here turned heavy, so heavy that it sent a chill down one's backbone. He did not dare to take it lightly. Thor's hammer was already in his hand, ready to strike at any time. Suddenly, a creepy voice rang out. The cold voice made him jump out of his skin, and in the next second, a hurricane hit him from behind. The moment he waited to turn around, an incomparably terrifying face was right in front of him, almost 0.01 centimeters. Yuan Nuno felt his heart jumping out of his throat, nervous to the point of no return. Fortunately, he also reacted in time, and a ghost execution talisman directly struck out. There was a flash of light. The evil spirit, however, was quick to dodge it, and his silhouette vanished in the air. Yuan Nuno lost track of the evil spirit and turned jittery inside. His eyes locked onto the room where Liang Senyu lived. Inwardly, he now hoped that Liang Senyu would not walk out when he heard the commotion outside. Chapter 14, Dangerous Situations. This evil spirit is stronger than expected. Maybe a second-degree evil spirit. 2. He gazed around, but in the next second, he suddenly felt a coldness at his neck. This cold touch made Yuan Nuno's heart rise to his throat. With little hesitation, he fumbled for the gun made by the Psychic Special Squad, turned and pulled the trigger. With a thump, 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 this figure behind him twisted his body to directly dodge. A feeling of suffocation surged through Yuan Nuno's heart. That scene just now was really weird. This guy's figure was like a soft one that could be dodged and dodged. This invariably gave Yuan Nuno a feeling of despair. Go to hell. Go to hell. An eerie sound flashed through the middle of his mind in no time. Just the sound of it makes one's scalp tingle. It even makes you feel twitchy. At the critical moment, Yuan Muno directly pulled out the Thunder God Hammer and then smashed it up towards the evil spirit. But this evil spirit was very flexible and resourceful, and when he felt him bring out the Thunder God Hammer, the evil spirit suddenly exerted force and threw Yuan Muno's body towards the wall, and his body immediately hit the wall. With a click sound, cracks began to appear on the wall. He landed on the ground and instantly felt like he was going to be torn apart. A very unpleasant feeling. It's like you can't even get a breath. He breathed heavily. Now the noise in the corridor is a bit big. Yuan Muoyi is also worried that Liang Xinyu will come out. When it eased a bit, Yuan Muno didn't delay and quickly fished out the chewing gum from his body that would make him stronger if he ate it. I don't know if this stuff works either. When it was put in his mouth and rejected a few times, he suddenly felt a surge of power in his body. There was some kind of aura surging through the body all of a sudden. The movements were much more sensitive the next moment. This was a very new feeling for Yuan Muno. Just that the evil ghost would have disappeared. Yuan Muno stared everywhere, but at this time, he suddenly noticed a movement behind him. But this time, instead of turning back, he ran towards the front. Sure enough, an odd laugh came from behind him. After hearing this odd laughter, Yuan Muno paused in his footsteps, and then he smashed the Thunder God Hammer in his hand behind him. A faint bolt of lightning quickly appeared, striking amongst the air. In the next second, a very scary and eerie figure appeared on the ground. It lay on the ground and let out a scream. The body also looked like it was wrapped in lightning all of a sudden. However, it quickly returned to normal and stared at Yuan Muno, its eyes having turned blood red. But at that moment, a slight creaking sound rang out. Yuan Muno quickly caught this sound of an open door, and when he fixed his eyes on it, he saw that it was Liang Xenyu's door that had opened. He was all of a sudden tense inside. He didn't dare to delay in the slightest, and quickly walked towards that door, blocking it, as he pressed his voice and said, "Behave, Stao Yu." Close the door. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, but his back was to the door at the moment. "Kino, are you okay?" "I'm fine, don't come out." Yuan Muno had no bottom in his heart to clean up this evil spirit. This evil spirit was a bit different from the ones he had encountered before, even a bit stronger. "Can you really?" Liang Xenyu's worried voice rang out. Yes, close the door." Liang Xenyu heart rose some waves. In fact, Yuan my what strength. She also knows. Now here is only Yuan my one person. Her heart where to put him. "Kino, don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm not the same as I used to be. Trust me, okay?" Yuan Muno continued. At that moment the evil spirit seemed to notice the door as well. It seemed to know that Yuan Muno cared about the people in the gate. It would let out a sick laugh. "Close the door." Without any nonsense, Yuan Muno said, and with his hands, he pulled the door shut and put a ghost-killing charm on it. Evil ghosts in a flash to the front. Yuan Muyi just swung Thor hammer, but the speed is not fast enough. His body, soon to be impacted flying out. The window boom on the shattered. Half of Yuan Muno's body was already outside the window, and it looked very dangerous. A cold wind came out and Yuan Muno's heart jumped into his throat. Just then, Chubby, who was playing soy sauce downstairs, saw Yuan Muno and immediately shouted, "Old Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Yuan Muno will be a bit speechless this time. What else is wrong with him? Does it even matter? It's obviously been put in a very dangerous situation. When Chubby saw that Yuan Mai didn't answer, he immediately shouted into the pager, Captain, something big has happened. Old Yuan is upstairs in building number 5 and is about to fall down." Fatty Lee didn't delay and ran towards the upstairs while talking, and with his mouth, he shouted, "Old Yuan, you must hold on." It may also be that Li Chubby's voice shouted too much. The original closed Liang Xenyu that a door, and then recame a creaking sound. This one voice was faint but unusually clear. Yuan Muno tensed for a few moments, and the evil spirit smiled at that moment. "The people inside the door came out soon? Looking at you, you seem to be in pain." It was as if it had read Yuan Muno's emotions at once. A wave of anger surged through Yuan Muya's heart. "If you dare to do anything to her, I will definitely not let you off. You won't leave me alone?" The evil spirit looked like it had heard a big joke. "Just by you? Don't take a piss and look at yourself either." He didn't put Yuan Muno in his eyes at all between his words. The creaking sound suddenly got louder. Yuan Muno's attention was quickly drawn again. The evil spirit naturally sensed it, which would say, "The door has opened some more." These words, like snakes, were biting Yuan Muno's nerves inch by inch, making him feel the pain. Come out. I'll eat both of your souls in one piece later." Perverted laughter rang out. "Sounds creepy. Stao Yu, don't come out." Yuan Muno didn't control his emotions and shouted directly. But it was also the shouting voice that immediately made Liang Xenyu's heart tense up a few points. She knew something should have happened to Yuan Muno. If he doesn't come out, he could die. Fighting evil spirits was never easy, and over the years, she had witnessed many times, the images of evil spirits killing others. She didn't want anything to happen to Yuan Muno, and she didn't want to see him fall in a pool of blood. She felt she had to do something. Finally, not suppressing his emotions, he ran from the house. Just went out and saw Yuan Mai in the middle of a dangerous situation. Chapter 15, It's Good to Die Alone. At this moment, the evil ghost gave off an unusually hideous feeling. It was draped in a shadowy aura. Fury was all over the place, too, and Yuan Muno would have half of his body controlled by the evil ghost, and could be in danger of falling at any time. When Liang Senyu saw this scene, his fists clenched and his body began to tremble with nervousness. She couldn't help but feel a little panic inside. In favor of this time, the evil spirit's gaze still fell on her. Some strange liquid came out of the corner of its mouth, a liquid that made people feel sick. Wow, what a fresh soul. Wait for me, I'll be right there to eat you up. Such a voice also quickly fell into Yuan Muno's ears. Yuan Muno's heart tightened and he let out a threatening voice. If you dare to make a move on her, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. This one threat didn't seem to do any good. Kid, the threat of the weak is just a joke. You can't even protect yourself. What qualifications do you have to protect this woman? The evil spirit's voice was filled with mockery. Despite Yuan Muno's anger at this moment, even making growling noises, he was not able to resist at this moment. The evil ghost was totally on his game at this point, but at that moment, a faint voice suddenly rang out. You let him go. Liang Senyu's eyes looked towards the evil ghost, and a courage seemed to burst out of his body in this instant, though, her body was still shaking uncontrollably. Yo, they say it's the hero who saves the beauty. Do you still want the beauty to save the bear? The evil spirit continued to flirt. Yuan Muno could only make a hissing sound at this moment. Xiao Yu, run away. I don't need you to care. The sound drifted down the hallway and echoed. Only the sound of this shouting did not help. Is it okay if you eat my soul and let him go? Liang Senyu continued to plead. Both of you, none of you can run. How could the evil spirit spare either of these two men? Liang Senyu heard the evil ghost's reply and began to walk towards the evil ghost one step at a time. You let him go. It's not easy for him to survive until now. She continued to plead, and the fear in his eyes had faded. The evil spirit stared at the girl in front of him and couldn't help but get a little lost in his trance. How dare you? An ordinary human was just a human, and he still dared to come towards her. Yuan Muno also heard the footsteps at this time. Also Liang Senyu's voice was getting closer, which let him know that the woman was approaching. Subconsciously the feeling made Yuan Muno feel that he couldn't let Liang Senyu continue to get closer. Otherwise, the result she faces will be death. Yuan Muno did not want to see this happen, even if the woman in front of him was, perhaps, the original owner's deepest love. But at this point he is, nor do they want him to continue to pay for this man. In desperation, Yuan Muno took advantage of the evil ghost's distraction and a ball of power erupted from his body as well. This should be given by the chewing gum that made him stronger when he ate it. His body bounced back up in a flash, and the thunder god hammer in his hand didn't delay in any way, directly blasting up towards the evil spirit. In an instant, a surge of electricity enveloped the evil spirit. An ear-piercing scream came out immediately. Stimulated, the evil spirit picked up Yuan Muno with one hand and slammed it directly towards the wall. His body hit the wall and he fell down again, his mouth covered in blood. It didn't take long for blood to seep out of the corners of his mouth. Liang Senyu quickly ran towards Yuan Muno, and she made a move to try to help her up, but her body itself was thin and weak. Add to that the fact that even food is rationed in this dark. 100 Ghost revived. Chaotic City now. This made Liang Senyu's nutrition even more unavailable, so this would make even trying to assist Yuan Muno up a difficult task. Let go of me and run. Yuan Muno spoke up. I'm not going to run. Liang Senyu looked at Yuan Muno and said firmly, it's not easy to survive. Just die one. Yuan Muno opened his mouth. If we're going to live, we're going to live together. If we're going to die, we're going to die together. Ki no, we. When Liang Senyu said this, his voice couldn't help but choke a little, and his eyes couldn't help but redden. It's not easy to survive this chaotic and dark time. It is precious to still have a relationship to look forward to. She didn't want to give up. She wanted to cherish it. Yuan Muno looked at Liang Senyu's pearly appearance, and the scar on his face, which was disclosed at that moment, but looked so resolute. He was almost about to tell Liang Senyu that he was actually not the Yuan Muno she liked. Now he's born again. But the words fell out of his mouth. Yuan Muno barely stood up and protected Liang Senyu behind him. The evil spirit would be enraged, digesting Yuan Muno's attack just now, and the yin chi on his body turned monstrous again. The evil ghost in front of him made Yuan Muno feel more and more that it was not a secondary evil ghost. Definitely better than a level 2 evil spirit. The two level 2 evil ghosts he dealt with before were not of this strength. While both sides were at cross swords, Chubby Lee suddenly ran out, and he yelled at the top of his voice, Old Yuan, hold on. the captain will be here soon. Just after saying this, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the situation. The evil spirit standing in front of him made him feel a vicious chill all over his body, even felt a great threat. The drums began to beat in his mind. The evil ghost's gaze landed on Fatty Lee again before letting out a bloodthirsty laugh. Another little fatty. It seems like I'm really blessed today. There's your ass. I'll shoot you in the ing head. Fatty Lee was also filled with rage, and without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger on the evil spirit. Thump, 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 thump. There was still fire grazing the muzzle of the gun. Just then, a bizarre scene happened. Fatty Lee watched dumbfounded as the evil ghost's body twisted and dodged his bullet attack as if it were liquid. Immediately, he burst out and said, "Crap, old Yuan, what the hell is this?" "I don't know," Yuan Muno said helplessly. Fatty Lee gradually felt some panic in his heart, but he still approached towards Yuan Muno. "You take Xiao Yu and go first. I'll break off." Yuan Muno spoke up. Lee Chubby looked at his appearance. His mouth and teeth are bleeding. Just like this. How to break the back. "Old Yuan, why don't you think about yourself first? Take her now," Yuan Muno repeated, "or all three of us will die here." Chubby Lee has always been very life-affirming. He thought briefly and said, "That's a deal. The captain will be here soon. You'll last 3 minutes at most." When he finished, he said to Liang Senyu, "Xiao Yu, let's go first." "I'm not leaving," Liang Senyu said seriously. "Why are you two so stubborn? No wonder you're a couple. You're going to die together, aren't you?" Chapter 16 Worst Case Scenario. Fatty Lee couldn't help but say somewhat helplessly at this time. Looking at the two, stubbornly, Yuan Muno finally didn't hesitate and suddenly made a hand slash, taking advantage of Liang Senyu's inattention, knocked her out straight away. "Fatty, take her." When Yuan Muno's words were over, a cloudy wind suddenly rose straight up. Yuan Muno knew that the evil spirit was about to strike. Immediately, without any hesitation, he directly crashed over towards the evil ghost. A huge impact was formed, and the evil spirit was directly knocked to the edge of the window. The evil ghost issued an incomparably cold voice at this time, seeking death. As this voice landed, Yuan Muno was picked up by the evil spirit with one hand. "Anyway, you've already died once, so the big deal is to die again." Taking advantage of the evil ghost's grip on him, Yuan Muno put the two ghost extermination talismans in his hands and directly struck them out. The ghost execution talisman landed on the body of the evil ghost, and immediately the yin chi on the evil ghost was struck and collapsed a bit. Although it didn't cause any fatal damage to the evil ghost, it completely angered the evil ghost. The boundless yin chi spread, and in an instant, the temperature here dropped so much, the evil spirit carried Yuan Muno's body and threw it right out the window. He let out a miserable shriek and watched as his figure was about to smash into the ground. Luckily, at this time, a figure directly caught Yuan Muno. "Are you okay, Kino?" The captain's voice rang out. Yuan Muno had a feeling of having survived a robbery at this time, and immediately said, It's fine." The captain looked at Yuan Mu as blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, and knew that he was quite badly injured. "Captain, this evil ghost isn't a second-grade evil ghost. It's likely to have reached the third grade. We might not be able to deal with it." Yuan Muno told the captain about the evil spirits. The captain listened with a stony face. If it really is a third-degree evil spirit, this matter is not trivial. He suddenly shouted into his pager, "Shi Feng, take everyone and evacuate first." "Good, Captain." Shi Feng didn't know what was going on over here at this time. When Yuan Muno heard this, he said, "Captain, where's Chubby Lee? It should be coming down soon." After Yuan Muno finished speaking, he saw that Fatty Lee holding Liang Senyu had already arrived downstairs. He went up for the tackle. "Old Yuan, Yuan Muno knew what Fatty Lee was going to ask, but this is not the time to explain that in this situation. Without delaying this, he opened his mouth and said, "You take her and go first. Now piece by piece, you're all down," Chubby Lee said. Yuan Muno looked at the captain. The captain also smiled at this moment, and then said to Yuan Muno, "Hurry up, I'll take the rear. Hurry up and go." With the captain here, even if he can't clean up the evil spirits, there shouldn't be any problem for him to retreat in one piece. Fatty Lee's words caused Yuan Muno to be stunned for a few seconds. Now that he was seriously injured, staying here would actually be a burden. Instead of that, retreating now would indeed be considered a good idea. But just as the trio sprang into retreat, it was too late. The evil ghost just now did not know when, has come behind Yuan Muoyi. The speed is very fast. Yuan Muoyi did not have any defense. Suddenly, he felt a heavy blow on his back, and suddenly his entire body tipped forward, collapsed to the ground, spitting up more blood. Chubby Lee dug out a crouching voice and tried to turn and run, but he was quickly cleaned up. his obese figure smashed into the ground, and a deep pit appeared on the ground immediately. He fainted. Along with Liang Senyu's body, he also rolled down to the ground. The evil ghost stood upright, its shadowy aura flowing from its body. The captain's pupils were slightly wrinkled, and the gun, in his hand, had been pulled on the trigger. Boom! A purple flame erupted from the muzzle. It was different from the guns Yuan Nuno and Fatty Li were using. The evil ghost's face visibly changed when he felt the purple flames. Dodging, he whirled around and ran over to the captain. The evil ghost blasted his fist in front of the captain, and the captain dodged to avoid it, exchanging 2 or 3 strokes with the evil ghost, and I saw that a faint luster seemed to emanate from the surface of his body as well. The burst of shine was dull, though, and if you didn't look at it with confidence, you couldn't see the light at all. Could this be the power that only a bronze soul can burst forth? The captain and this evil spirit can still get through a few moves, but after a few moves, it fell. The evil spirit let out an eerie laugh and said, "I didn't expect to actually come across a human with a copper soul. This is more complimentary than eating 100 wasted soul humans." After the evil spirit finished speaking, it suddenly launched a more ferocious attack. Wave after wave of attacks caused the captain to be directly unable to resist, and his figure slid out backwards. It was hard to stabilize his body, and his face turned a few shades paler. At this time, the evil spirits are not in the mood to care about Yuan Muoyi and the others. At present, this copper soul is the most important thing. He approached the captain step by step. The captain also stood up slowly, a dagger in his hand at some point. The dagger wasn't an ordinary object at first glance. The captain's gaze this time crossed over Yuan Nuno and opened his mouth. "Nuno, take them away. It's not safe here." At this time, where can Yuan Nuno go? Let's not talk about the fact that Chubby Li had fainted. It's simply not something he can drive with such a large body. And there's Samuel Liang. He could only hide Liang Senyu first, and then hide Chubby Li as well. Now that the streets were ragged and full of broken walls, it was relatively easy to hide a person. After hiding the 2 men, Yuan Nuno has also basically become a powerhouse, tired and exhausted, with no strength left in his body at all. He was paralyzed, unable to move. He couldn't control the blood coming out of his mouth and nose. Watching the captain engage the evil spirit, now in a state of total overwhelm. At this moment, Yuan Nuno still had more than 1,000 emotional values. Right now you can only buy ghost-killing talismans, and the kind of gum that makes you stronger if you eat it, which is really either not open or ridiculously expensive. Yuan Nuno couldn't even help but spit out the pitiful system. It's so pitiful. It looks like we're going to die here again today. It's only been a short time since I've been alive, but there's honestly nothing worth staying for in this hole. There were evil spirits everywhere, not a fraction of a second worse compared to his own peaceful world. It's really bad blood luck to come to this hellhole. This time, he didn't delay, and bought all the remaining negative emotion values, and bought the chewing gum that made him stronger if he ate it. Bought it and ate it all in one sitting. When he had finished chewing, Yuan Nuno obviously felt that all the muscles in his body began to resist swelling a bit. The power in his body was beginning to grow, and at the same time, the pain was beginning to lessen. He stood up slowly, his eyes all seeming to change color at that moment. At the same time, a bang sound rang out, and the captain's body fell to the ground. Blood stained his clothes. Chapter 17, Ultimate Desperation. By this point, the captain was clearly at the end of his rope. The situation has reached a very critical point. The evil spirit looked at the captain, and a greedy look had appeared in his eyes. After all, the captain was a bronze spirit. If the evil spirits absorbed the copper souls, they would only become stronger and stronger. Yuan Nuno did not delay. Running towards the evil ghosts, the ghost extermination talisman in his hand all struck out. The ghost execution talisman, with a flash of light, went up after the evil ghost. The evil spirit quickly dodged, but was still struck by a ghost execution talisman. His figure stumbled back a few steps, and Yuan Nuno took advantage of the moment to blast a fist towards the evil spirit. With a considerable amount of power bursting out of his body, the evil spirit didn't give Yuan Nuno a second thought. It didn't dodge, but waited for Yuan Nuno to blast a punch at it. Its originally hideous face turned a few shades more eerie all of a sudden. At the same time, a voice rang in Yuan Nuno's mind. From the negative emotional value of a third-level evil spirit, plus 100, Yuan Nuno was blinded for a few seconds after hearing this one voice. I thought, is this okay? It seemed that his own punch had indeed done damage to the evil spirit. While there was some surprise in my heart, there was more concern. This evil spirit is really a third-degree evil spirit. I didn't expect to run into a third-degree evil spirit in a place like this. Yuan Nuno arrived close, and blasted several more punches in succession at the evil spirit. The superposition of these punches blasted the evil spirit's body and sent it flying backwards. Negativity from evil spirits plus 100. The captain was stunned when he saw Yuan Nuno strike. Is this still the scrappy number 2? He was now beginning to gradually believe that Yuan Muno had really killed a level 2 evil ghost by himself. He had serious doubts about what Yuan Muno had said before. How could an unusual person suddenly slay a grade 2 evil spirit? Always thought he had someone behind him, but now it seems that's not the case. But the captain would know by this time that although he had sent the evil spirit flying, he had done little fatal damage, but a smile still surfaced at the corner of his mouth. The reason for the appearance of this smile was that he was getting old and a little out of his depth. In this life, it was estimated that this should be the end of cultivation. The 7th Psychic Special Squad. If someone like Yuan Muno appeared, it would only make him feel that there was hope for this psychic squad. If he does die in an accident, then the team's number will be revoked. It wasn't something he wanted to see. After the exchange of hands just now, the captain had basically been able to determine that this evil spirit was a 3rd level evil spirit. Such a desolate place had actually spawned a level 3 evil ghost, which was something that shouldn't have happened. The captain slowly stood up and looked at Yuan Muno, then said, "Muno, if something happens to me, the 7th Psychic Special Squad will rely on you. Don't let its number be cancelled. A number that has been stained with the blood of too many seniors." After the captain finished speaking, he ran over to the evil spirit without any hesitation. His body released a layer of light, which was very faint, but gradually became more intense. Yuan Muno knew that this was the captain's bronze soul bursting forth. He actually still had some trouble understanding the distinction between souls. However, when he saw the captain looking like this, he probably knew that the captain should be burning his soul power, consuming his own soul, in which case the captain would surely die. Remember, Kino, when you get back, retest your soul. Captain, don't! Yuan Muno opened his mouth and shouted, but there was no stopping it. He rose to the occasion and pounced on the 3rd degree evil spirit, who quickly let out a miserable shriek. A burst of light and fire burned. Yuan Muno vaguely heard a voice. "I'm the captain of the 7th team of spiritualism, Gu Shenhai, and I'll be your captain from now on. Got it? Captain." A sadness began to spread in Yuan Muno's heart. There's no controlling this kind of emotion anyhow. The moment the firelight was annihilated, all the strength in Yuan Muno's body suddenly seemed to have been drained away. Some memories also surfaced in his mind. Yuan Mai's ability to remain in the team in the first place was largely due to Gu Shenhai's tolerance. If it wasn't for Gu Shenhai, a total wreck like him would have long since been kicked out by Qifeng. Qifeng didn't even put him emphatically in his eyes. With the moment the firelight was annihilated, after waiting for a moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded. It was a voice that stung. "I'm surprised the evil spirit isn't dead." At this time, the yin qi on its body was gradually decreasing, but it still looked strong. "Kind of interesting. Preferring to destroy your own soul rather than give it to me really makes me angry." Angry. The evil spirit quickly ran over to Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno didn't back off. The grief and anger in his heart made him not hold back, and deep down he just wanted to get him killed. "Kid, I'll eat your soul first now to replenish it." He reached Yuan Muno's close proximity and directly sent Yuan Muno flying. The moment he landed on the ground, Yuan Muno spat out blood. Until now, Yuan Muno finally completely understood the cruelty of this world. "It's either you or me." He slowly braced himself, the powerful desire for revenge in his heart making him want to kill the evil spirit in front of him. But with the ability to do that now, he can't do that, and is left to be teased by the evil spirits. "Kid, don't worry, I'll torture you slowly before I eat your soul. You know what happens when you go against me." Yuan Muno looked like a sandbag had been thrown several times and was soon dying. It becomes more outgoing and less incoming. He was lying on the ground, and the ground was covered with traces of blood from his fingernails scratching hard. But this time, there was nothing he could do. But still can't help but think in my heart, really bad luck, only just reanimated a few days off. Never mind, I don't know why, but this time he would still be thinking about Liang Senyu, hoping that she would be alive and well. "Alright kid, I'm going to strip you of your soul now." Giggle. The evil spirit let out a cruel and eerie laugh as he ran towards Yuan Muno. But at this time, a faint voice suddenly rang out. You stop." This one voice was very, very weak, but it gave off a feeling of incomparable firmness. The evil spirit followed the sound and saw a figure appearing in its line of sight under the dim light. Yuan Muno naturally knew whose voice this one was. The mind panicked, completely panicked, but at this point he didn't even have the strength to exert himself to make a sound. One can only say with a weak breath, "Shao Yu, run, run." But Liang Senyu didn't hear it at all. Step by step, her frail figure approached this way. It didn't take long to come close to Yuan Muno, and when the two of them looked at each other, Liang Senyu saw Yuan Muno, who was covered in blood. Yuan Muno also saw Liang Senyu, whose eyes were full of teardrops. Chapter 18 Golden Soul Body? Between the two sides, nothing was said, but there was a kind of helplessness hidden in all the eye contact. "Go." Yuan Muno opened his mouth and said with difficulty, his tone all broken. However, Liang Senyu had already made up her mind inside that she would not leave Yuan Yuno. Even if we have to die, we'll die together. She would always remember that as a very young girl, there was a boy who used to fight to the death for her. Smashing holes in the ice with his own fists, he pulled her up. His tiny fists, stained with blood from the constant striking of the ice. But despite this, he does not give up. He kept murmuring, "Hang on, don't worry, I'll get you out of there." Finally, the ice broke and he made a move to pull her up. After confirming that she was okay, the boy's face broke into a wide grin for a moment. "I told you, hang in there, I'm sure I can get you up." Thanks, you're welcome, remember my name, I'm Yuan Yuno." "Hello, and you? My name is Liang Senyu." That meeting was just interrupted by the Liang family's underlings who had heard about it before they had a chance to go more in depth. They thought Yuan Muno had bullied Liang Senyu. Pressing Yuan Muno even beat him up and then drove him away. At that time Liang Senyu was anxious. She wanted to apologize, but Yuan Muno waved his hand and said, "This is none of your business. I don't blame you. I'm leaving first." Watching his resolute back disappear, Liang Senyu would never forget that meeting in his life. It wasn't until later that the two met again by mistake. Liang Senyu was also finally sure that this boy was the one she wanted to meet. His eyes were always so clean and determined, even if, deep down, it's the darkest time. At this moment, she had tears that took up her entire face. Yuan Muno spoke, "Don't cry, Xiao Yu, live well." In the middle of his mind, some memories also began to be surfacing. When the evil spirit saw this scene, some teasing smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. It loved to see these humble humans, living and dying. The pain he inflicts on them can give him great pleasure. It seemed that only by sensing their pain could he derive the greatest pleasure. Interesting. Do you want to die together?" The evil spirit's eerie voice rang out. It made a sound like it was mopping up from the bottom of its throat, and just listening to it sent a chill down your spine. When Liang Senyu heard this, he raised his eyes and looked at the evil spirit. "Yes, kill us all together if you can." After Liang Senyu's words, a lightning bolt suddenly crossed above the sky, and in an instant, the dark night was illuminated as bright as day. A thunderclap followed immediately. In a short time, a clattering sound was heard. The rain beads down quickly. Bean-sized general raindrops continued to fall, and the ground was soon wet. "You want to die together, but I won't let you have your way," the evil spirit said with a sneer. Its gaze continued to lock onto the two. Its heart in a state of complete relaxation as he simply didn't see these two as a threat. Don't talk about the two. After it became a third-degree evil spirit, no one in this small frontier city was even a match for him. The so-called 7th Psychic Squad is also too weak. Too weak. It let out a bloodthirsty laugh at that moment. "Your captain just said that he would keep you as your team's number, right?" Yuan Muno was drenched, and the blood on his body was washed down, quickly mixing with the rain. The ground around them was also stained red. The situation looks a little bleak. The streetlights, which had been in disrepair for years, were also stained with rainwater and were now in a state of leakage, emitting a crackling sound, accompanied by a flash of light and fire. It was like a dying Yuan Muno that had reached its final moments. Liang Senyu looked at the somewhat bizarre and terrifying evil ghost in front of her. At this time she also overcame the fear in her heart. She opened her mouth and said, "If you want to kill me first." "Kill you? You're teaching me my job?" The evil spirit spoke and let out another rather wry laugh. "Are you afraid to?" Liang Senyu's muscles were all taut, without the slightest bit of slack. "I wouldn't dare. Killing you isn't a piece of cake." After the evil ghost finished speaking, his figure quickly ran over to Liang Senyu. A gust of cloudy wind came up pressing against the rain, and Yuan Muno's heart tensed, seeing that the evil spirit was about to reach Liang Senyu's nearness. At the last moment, Yuan Muno didn't know where the strength came from. The body suddenly catapulted up from the ground and slammed right into the evil spirit. Boom! A sound rang out as the evil spirit's attack landed on Yuan Muno's body. His body was struck and slammed heavily into the ground, and for a moment, he seemed to hear bones crackling. The body also slid backwards for several meters before stopping. The ground was washed out by the rain in a long trail of blood. Liang Senyu was also charged and landed on the side at that moment. Dodging the attack, Yuan Muno began to cough continuously. The pain had caused his body to shrink into a shrimp shape, but he held back. He didn't want Liang Senyu to worry. The evil spirit was also finally angered completely by Yuan Muno. "Kid, you want to die, don't you? Then I will fulfill you first." The evil spirit ran over to Yuan Muno and kicked him again. His body was like a sandbag, and he was kicked straight out. The evil spirit's face was all hideous. There was a hint of anger mixed in with the grimace. "Death, I will make sure you die, and when you die, I will also tear your soul into pieces. I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death, to die in peace." It let out an angry growl. It didn't expect this mole actually dared to sing against him again and again. This breath, how it could not bear it. the evil spirit reached Yuan Nuno again and lifted him up. He no longer had any strength to resist, but he still spat towards the vicious-looking evil spirit. At the same time a voice rang out in the middle of his head. Negative emotion value from evil spirits plus 19,999. The evil spirit's anger completely reached its peak straight. But it was at this time that the evil spirit felt a golden light flash behind him. It almost looked back quickly, along with Yuan Nuno's gaze. At this time, both the evil ghost and Yuan Nuno were surprised to realize that this golden light had erupted from Liang Senyu. Golden soul? It's actually a golden soul? One golden soul in a million. Yuan Nuno's heart began to turn over as well. No one expected that Liang Senyu was actually a golden soul body. The evil ghost was stunned for a few seconds. A flash of fear flashed among its eyes, but after the fear passed, it suddenly asked, "You, what are you? Do you want to know?" Liang Senyu said in a deep voice. "I think. Alright, come over here. I'll tell you now. What exactly am I?" Liang Senyu's tone even seemed to change at this moment. Chapter 19 Let him go with honor. Okay? The evil spirits naturally understood what a golden soul meant. If it could engulf the golden soul, then it wouldn't be impossible to directly turn it into a 5th level evil spirit. I just don't know how strong the cultivation strength of this one girl with a golden soul is. If one doesn't get it right, it may be destroyed itself. That's why the evil spirits were very cautious at this time, and easily didn't just go up to them. Its eyes were like sharp hooks as it stared at Liang Senyu. It took stock of the situation, and it seemed that when it made its move on the girl just now, it didn't seem to have any cultivation, but at that time it actually didn't notice that the girl was a golden soul body. The girl's gaze fell upon it at that moment, and it still tentatively walked towards the front. Its hand had slowly let go of Yuan Nuno. In its eyes, at this moment, Yuan Nuno now did not pose any threat. It was about to get close when it suddenly stopped in its tracks. "You can talk now." Liang Senyu's originally cold eyes suddenly surfaced with a smirk. There was something eerie about this smirk, a piercing chill. Even the evil ghost felt a miserable coldness. Its face changed slightly and it turned around to leave, but it was too late. The golden light, as if it were holy light, covered the evil spirits in an instant. The evil spirit's form was instantly immobilized, couldn't move forward half as much. A golden glow that illuminated the entire street with a glittering light. Yuan Nuno was bathed in this golden light. His wounds even gradually healed, and even still healed at that speed that was visible to the naked eye. It gives a very subtle feeling. This burst of brilliant light was a bit blinding, making Yuan Nuno unable to see what was going on underneath the golden covering of light. Suddenly at this time, a mournful scream began to ring out. "No, don't, please, let me go." The miserable cries were full of despair. After the screams of despair, the place was finally quiet again. The golden light faded, the darkness slowly reappeared, the rain subsided, and everything returned to its previous absurd appearance. The level 3 evil ghost had completely disappeared, and a black ghost stone had appeared on the ground. The ghost stone released a faint glow. At the same time, an additional figure appeared on the ground. The moment Yuan Nuno saw the figure, his heart hung in his throat, and he began to crawl towards the figure. The pain of a torn wound is still spreading, but at this point he couldn't care less. "Xiao you mustn't have an accident." Waiting until he got close, Yuan Nuno discovered that Liang Senyu's complexion was incredibly white, and his face didn't have the slightest bit of blood color. The black hair was a bit disheveled, and the scar on his face, however, was still clearly visible. Yuan Nuno reached out to try Liang Senyu's nostrils, and that hand was trembling. His heart was tight at the moment, as if it had been gripped hard by a large invisible hand. But when the hand was placed under Liang Senyu's nostrils, a warmth was felt. Yuan Nuno suddenly couldn't hold back his tears of joy to be alive. He's alive. Tears fell, melted the blood that had dried on his cheeks. She's alive. This one sizzles with the original owner. But more than that, it's all of Yuan Nuno's people right now. None of the people in his last life loved him, and every day he was drunk and faced with all the false feelings, all the deceit. He sometimes doesn't know what's real, when he's alive. And Liang Senyu let him feel the warmth, feel the sincerity of feelings. His heart, which had been dusty and false, had apparently sprung back to life. His tears fell onto Liang Senyu's cheeks. "Great, great," he murmured. But at that moment, a dry coughing sound rang out. In the middle of a tattered wreckage, Chubby Lee began to gradually awaken. He stood up and checked his surroundings, then snapped to mind Yuan Nuno. He hurriedly got up and came to the road he had just been on, only to see a figure kneeling on the ground in a state of madness. Chubby Lee did not dare to delay and hurriedly ran to the front, and in a short time, he reached the front of Yuan Mai. "Old Yuan, you're still alive?" There was surprise in the middle of his voice. "But wait until you see Liang Senyu lying on the ground." The surprise in his mind came to an abrupt end. Did something happen to Xiaoyu? He saw Yuan Nuno with a face full of blood and tears, and thought of a bad consequence. "Nope, she's alive." That's great. Chubby Lee smiled. At that moment a ghostly stone was seen falling on the ground. Yuan Muno naturally knew ghost stones and recognized that it was a grade 3 ghost stone at a glance. He was stunned for a few seconds, and his eyes looked at Yuan Muno in surprise. Couldn't help but ask, did you kill the 3rd level evil ghost? Yuan Muno looked at Fatty Lee and shook his head. No. Fatty Lee was just about to speak when he thought of something else. Where's the captain? Yuan Muno looked at Fatty Lee, then said, the captain sacrificed himself. When these words landed, Chubby Lee was blinded for a few seconds with a look of disbelief. His demeanor changed a bit to sadness. Yuan Muno was also saddened by the captain's sacrifice. He eased Liang Senyu onto the ground and then said to Fatty Lee, Fatty, the captain's body is over there. He slowly stood up, and Fatty Lee saw this and hurriedly assisted Yuan Muno. The two staggered their forms to the side of Gu Shinhai's body. Lee Chubby looked like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat, and the words that came to his mouth never came out. His voice grew choked. Captain, how can you die? He burned his iron soul and gave the final blow to the evil spirit. Yuan Muno said so. His mind flashed back to the last light of Gu Shinhai burning his iron soul, and what the captain said to him. Be sure to hold the 7th Psychic Specialty Squad number. For sure. After Chubby Lee heard this, his emotions finally became taut. Captain, why did you just leave? You said that you would watch old Yuan and I grow up. Both of us. He couldn't help the redness in his eyes. Fatty Lee looked at this piece of 3rd grade ghost stone in front of him. He looked at Yuan Mai again, then said, Old Yuan, can you? Yuan Muno already knew what Fatty Lee was going to say. This was something he actually had no way of making a decision on. The 3rd level evil spirits were not put down by him, but by Liang Senyu. However, at this time, he didn't tell Fatty Lee about Liang Senyu's killing of the 3rd level evil spirits. After all, the specifics of Liang Senyu were not yet known. What's more, it could be Samuel Liang's secret. Fatty, I know what you're trying to say, but what? Old Yuan, the captain is already dead. Give this credit to the captain, and he'll be honored by the Directorate General, at least a first-class merit, and let him walk away with all the glory, okay? You'll have plenty of chances to get credit in the future, Lee Chubby said with emotion. Chapter 20 Liang Senyu's Secret. Yuan Muno naturally understood what Fatty Lee said, but this was a matter to which he could not take the liberty of agreeing. After all, this credit is not his. When Chubby Lee saw Yuan Muno's hesitation, he thought he wouldn't. Lao Yuan, Chubby Lee shouted, just about to say something down the line, but at that moment, a faint sound sounded behind him. Such a voice, even on a night when all was quiet, seemed extraordinarily loud. When Yuan Muno heard this, he turned towards her. At this time, Liang Senyu had slowly propped her body up as she spoke. I think Brother Fatty is right. Yuan Muno was stunned for a few seconds and looked at Liang Senyu. Then he nodded and said, good. When Fatty Lee heard Yuan Mai say this, his mood was finally better, and said, Old Yuan, it's not that I'm talking about you. Your awareness isn't as high as Xiaoyu's. Aha. Yuan Muno didn't say much. The level 3 evil ghost itself was the one that Liang Senyu had put to death. So who this credit or honor is given to, only Liang Senyu can decide. Right now the injuries of several people here. Just Fatty Lee was relatively light. Liang Senyu was obviously not in very good shape either. It's just that hospitals are basically in a paralyzed state these days as well. So even if you're injured, you basically have to bandage yourself. If the injury is serious, you basically just have to wait for your own death. Yuan Muno's injuries were a bit more serious, and he felt that his body, at this point, was riddled with holes. But this time, he braced himself and pretended to look fine. Fatty Lee, on the other hand, said, I'll immediately call that son of a chiefone and have him come over, he said without delay, taking out his cell phone and dialing. The phone picked up in no time, and Chi Feng's voice came from the other side. What's going on? Where did you escape to? I'll run away from your whole family. I'm telling you, Chi Feng, the captain sacrificed himself. When these words landed, Chi Feng was baffled for a few seconds and then said in a tone of disbelief, What did you say? The captain exterminated the 3rd-degree evil spirit and died with it. Fatty Lee would not have the extra heart to say any more nonsense with Chi Feng. Chi Feng was obviously also anxious for a few moments and said, Dead fatso, quickly say the address, where it was before. In about 20 minutes, Chi Feng drove to the place and waited until he arrived at the scene, looking at Yuan Muno, who was sitting on the ground, and Lee Chubby. Both of them were almost covered in blood, and their appearance was wretched. The captain's body was next to it. Chi Feng looked at the captain and was stunned for a few seconds, originally wanting to scold the two, but the words came to his lips, but he didn't open his mouth. You guys go back and recuperate, I'll take care of things over here, Chi Feng said. This is a 3rd-grade ghost stone. It is the glory that belongs to the captain. You must speak clearly with the General Directorate, so that the captain can leave this world with glory. Fatty Lee solemnly said to Chi Fong. Chi Fong nodded. That I know. Yuan Muno was about to say something, but the words fell out of his mouth. The two couldn't do much to help by staying here now, so the three of them got into the car, with Liang Senyu and Yuan Muno sitting in the back. Chubby Lee, on the other hand, drove. No one spoke in the car. However, at this time, Yuan Muno suddenly started coughing up blood as if he couldn't control it. He knew what his physical condition was like. Just now it seemed as if the ribs within his body were broken. If it drags on for too long, it may create a fatal wound. Yuan Muno suddenly vomited blood, frightening Liang Senyu next to him. His heart tightened and he immediately asked with worry, Muno, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? I am fine, he said in a hard tone. You're like this and you still say you're fine. Fatty, can you take Kino to the hospital? This, Lee Chubby, is very difficult, because if you want to go to the hospital, you must go to the big city next door. But between the two cities, there's a no man's land where it's very dangerous. Going through there is basically the equivalent of 9 deaths. He finally gritted his teeth and said, Good. No, Fatty, I'll just rest for the night. Yuan Muno stopped Chubby Lee. Take me home, Yuan Muno said, resisting the urge to continue coughing. Didn't want to worry the two. Old Yuan, don't joke around. If you can't hold out, just say so. I'll get you to the hospital even if I give up my life. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yuan Muno said so, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He gave a smile. It didn't take long to arrive at the place where Yuan Muno lived. The house was a bit of a mess and he hadn't gotten around to cleaning it up. Make yourselves comfortable. I'm going to the bathroom. Yuan Muno dropped these words and headed towards the bathroom. After arriving with a strong breath, he began to spit out blood continuously. The face instantly paled like paper. The strength in his body also seemed like it had been drained in an instant. Not having control of his body went limp and he fell to the ground. He lay on all fours, not moving at all, his breathing gradually becoming heavy. I don't know how long it took, but a voice suddenly sounded in my head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully completed the main quest and received a reward. Yuan Muno couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. What kind of rewards had been obtained when it was all up to this point? It seems like a joke. He all felt like he was going to die alive. Remind the host that he has obtained a bottle of gold-quenching liquid. In addition, he has obtained the gold life-saving pill, and he has also obtained a plus growth knife. Does the host obtain the rewards now? Accompanied by the voice, Yuan Muno's heart stirred and he spoke. Are there any pills that bring people back from the dead? Sorry host, unable to provide this service. Well then, I want my reward now, Yuan Muno said. Good. Not long after, 3 more things appeared at his side. The first 2 items, which come in a bottle. Host, before use, please read the prop instruction manual. Yuan Muno didn't say anything, and the instructions automatically appeared in the middle of his mind. The first is the gold-quenching liquid, which is something that can repair the body and also help strengthen it. Yuan Muno suddenly couldn't help but have a glint in his eye. Wasn't this the time when he needed to repair his body? So at that moment, there was no delay, and he directly used the gold-quenching fluid. When the liquid entered the body, there was first a cool sensation, like an electric current, that quickly spread throughout the body. This feeling was simply too good for Yuan Muno. Just after this soothing feeling, a fiery sensation suddenly burned all over his body. The intense burning pain made Yuan Muno finally couldn't help himself and started rolling on the ground. A guttural scream was emitted. This burst of agonizing screams was soon heard by Liang Senyu and Fatty Lee outside. Both ran toward the bathroom almost simultaneously. Chapter 21, The Dead City. Waiting for the bathroom, see Yuan Muoyi lying on the ground, pale, dripping wet. The situation is very bad. Liang Senyu immediately stepped forward and checked Yuan Muno's condition. Kino, what's wrong with you? Her voice was urgent with worry. No, it's fine, Yuan Muno said in a difficult tone. For a moment just now, he could hear his bones crackling. Lee Chubby will also be beside him. Old Yuan, you hold on. I'll give up my life to send you to the hospital. It's okay, I'm really okay. At this moment, he was gasping for air, and his breath felt a little hard to come up, and it took a while before he gradually became rounded. He slowly climbed to his feet to prove he was okay. It will feel like the body is breathing a power. This power caused the pain in his body, too, to begin to diminish. When you get up, you instantly feel better. It seemed that the bottle of gold-quenching liquid just now was really effective. You guys, I'm really okay. Yuan Muno looked at the two of them with a worried look on their faces, which would even move their bodies a bit. Looked like an okay guy. It was only when Chubby Lee saw this that he relaxed a bit. It's good that it's okay, old Yuan. You scared us to death just now. Stow you, look at me. I'm so good now, Yuan Muno continued. Seeing this, Liang Senyu would only then not continue to say anything more. The stone pressed in his heart. this will be considered to have fallen down. At this time, she realized that Yuan Muno was staring at her, and she subconsciously used her hair to cover the scars on her face, and she couldn't help but dodge her gaze a bit. Seeing this, Yuan Muno kept silent, not putting too much attention on this matter, lest it would put pressure on Liang Senyu that he shouldn't have. Get out first. He opened his mouth. A few people came out of the bathroom. Yuan Muno looked at the dirty home and instantly felt a little embarrassed. It's really awkward to have someone else as a guest in this environment. Right, Xiao Yu, I'll clean up the room. You go to bed first, it's getting late. It would be early in the morning, and he went to the house to clean up as much as he could so that Liang Senyu could rest. Chubby Li would say, what about me? You sleep on the floor. Yuan Muno replied without any hesitation. Negativity from Chubby Li plus 10. Crap, old Yuan, you really are a bigot. Yes, that's the kind of person I am. Yuan Muno graciously admitted it, while a flush appeared on Liang Senyu's face. Wait for her to enter the room. Chubby Li said to Yuan Muno, old Yuan, with the captain gone this time, our 7th psychic squad may be disbanded. Why? As a matter of fact, the captain among a team must be a bronze soul, and now that the captain is gone, we don't have a suitable person here to be the captain, so being disbanded is a very likely thing. When Fatty Lee said this, his emotions suddenly couldn't help but feel a little low. Wouldn't it be better if they sent a copper soul person then? Yuan Muno said with some worry in his heart. What the captain said to him before he died, he always remembered. Where is it so easy for you to say that? This piece in our area is already good enough to have a psychic squad on duty here. Our place could become an abandoned place at any time. In fact, even if it is abandoned, I'm not surprised. Fatty, what do you mean by that? This county of ours, the total population when it first peaked, was but 300,000. Over the years, many of the towns have died out. The people of this county died and fled, and now there are probably less than 10,000 of them. There's really no point in guarding them anymore. After all, the General Directorate of Spiritualism is now going to concentrate its power on protecting those few cities that have never been contaminated, he said in a somewhat pessimistic mood. Yuan Muno heard this, but he couldn't help but say with some anger, the lives of 10,000 people are not lives? Even one person has the right to be protected. Chubby Li listened to Yuan Mai say such naive words and suddenly said with a smile, old Yuan, you are just too young. Yuan Muno looked at Fatty Li at this time and said, I don't care what this place becomes, I will always guard this place and make it a safe place. His wish was simple. The captain's legacy was one he absolutely had to carry on. The captain's will he will carry on. Otherwise, with Captain Bronze Soul's qualifications, he actually didn't need to be stationed here at all. But the captain came anyway. Fatty Li's heart rippled a bit when he heard Yuan Muno say this. Tonight's 3rd level evil ghost. Chubby Li also thinks that it was Yuan Muno who killed him. After all, before he killed 2 3rd level evil spirits in a row. For Li Chubby, it was simply an accident amongst accidents. Just for this period of time, Yuan Muno's change was too great. He was a little confused, but it is not good to ask. As Yuan Mai's good brother, we should do one thing, absolutely unconditionally believe in this good brother of theirs. Yuan Muno's words had also touched his heart greatly. He suddenly couldn't help but spread a smile and said, old Yuan, if you've said so, then I'll definitely be stationed with you from now on. No matter what happens here, as long as there is still one person alive, we can't give up on this place. Aha! Yuan Muno nodded heavily. At that moment he couldn't help but gaze towards the bedroom. He was also curious about Liang Senyu in his heart. He didn't expect that Liang Senyu was actually a golden soul. This 1 in a million soul is actually in her body. But why did she keep it hidden? Is this a secret that belongs to her? Yuan Muno shuffled around and was ready to lean back in his chair and rest. Chubby Li, on the other hand, sleeps on the couch. Yuan Muno didn't rush to sleep, but opened his computer and started browsing for information about this world. After all, now that he had inherited the original owner's memories, they were still somewhat tattered. Make up for it a bit by networking. Browsing around, he realized that the original owner often entered a forum that was basically just people posting to discuss the current situation. And through these posts, Yuan Muno knows that there are 3 other cities today that are completely pollution-free. They are, the first capital city, the second capital city, and the third capital city. The rest of the city is then categorized as lightly polluted, moderately polluted, heavily polluted, and completely polluted. The name of this small county where Yuan Muno is located is called Fire City. Basically so completely polluted city. The pollution level of this city is basically the level where it can be abandoned altogether. That means there's no need to keep sending psychic squads on duty here. Even the distribution of supplies, which is pitifully low, sometimes may not be seen for months. If it wasn't for Captain Gu Shinhai, who kept insisting, this place, it should just turn into a dead city completely. Chapter 22 Liang Senyu's second brother. And with Gu Shinhai's strength, he could actually be on duty in a better city, or even in a more important position, but is pushed to stay in a city that has essentially been completely abandoned. In fact, Yuan Muno was somewhat incomprehensible. In my last life, all the people went to the big cities, up north and downtown and all that. Big people, and small cities, in general, don't keep many people. Gu Xinhai sort of did the opposite. Just the thought of Gu Xinhai's sacrifice still shook Yuan Muno to the core. He also secretly resolved in his heart that he would definitely carry on Yuan Muno's legacy. Early the next morning, the sun shone down from high above, bringing a touch of warmth to this foul hour. Taking advantage of the glimmer of sunlight, people who are often trapped in their homes dare to come out. When he got up in the morning, Chubby Lee was snoring loudly. Yuan Muno, on the other hand, began to clean up this house, organizing all the things that were not unnecessary and taking them out to be thrown away. Liang Sumyu also got up early. Seeing him cleaning up his room, he followed suit. As the two of them walked outside, Yuan Muno glanced at her, still not suppressing his curiosity, and opened his mouth to ask, "Xiao Yu, what happened to you last night?" "Ha?" Liang Senyu looked at Yuan Muno with a puzzled look on his face, giving the impression as if he was completely unresponsive. Yuan Muno was blinded for a few seconds, then said, "Can't you remember anything from last night? What did you say it was about?" Liang Senyu continued to ask, "Golden Soul?" Yuan Muno reminded a keyword. However, Liang Senyu still didn't return to her senses, as if she didn't have the slightest impression of what happened yesterday when she put to death the third-level evil ghost. Could it be that Liang Senyu didn't want to tell Yuan Muno about this? If so, it would be normal. If she didn't want to talk about it, Yuan Muno wouldn't keep pursuing it. But Yuan Muyi still carries doubts in his heart. He clearly saw Liang Senyu's golden soul appear last night. There is still a need to hide himself? Yuan Muno suddenly couldn't help but feel a little shocked in his heart when he thought of this. It's hard not to. Liang Sumyu really doesn't know anything? But think of the impossibility. He looked suspiciously at Liang Senyu for a few moments, and Liang Senyu's gaze quickly had an evasive look. He quickly withdrew his gaze at the sight. Liang Senyu moved his hand to ruffle his hair, blocking the scars on his face. Yuan Muno took a deep breath and wondered in his heart if he could heal the scars on her face. Just as the two were making their third trip downstairs to throw out the trash, suddenly several cars drove this way. These are cars that the discerning eye can tell are not unusual. When the cars stopped, a young man stepped out of the center car. White shirt, plus suit pants. Also the rest of the cars got down in no time at all with some loaded men. These just got off the bus, and Liang Senyu's face turned a bit more grave. A somewhat worried look surfaced among his eyes. The young man was about 27 or 18 years old and wore a pair of sunglasses. It didn't take long to walk up to Yuan Muno and Liang Senyu. Yuan Muno sensed that something was wrong with the situation and always felt that these people were coming from a bad place, so he subconsciously blocked in front of Liang Senyu. A teasing smile appeared at the corner of the young man's mouth, a smile that clearly carried contempt within it. "Get out of the way," he said lightly, but his voice invisibly gave people a feeling of oppression. "What do you want?" Yuan Muno spoke up. The young man didn't even bother talking nonsense with Yuan Muno. With a flick of his finger, the loaded men behind him were about to come forward, ready to make a move on Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno didn't delay and quickly pulled out his firearm and aimed it at the young man. The young man faced him at gunpoint, but remained aloof, seemingly not taking his firearms to heart at all. "Shoot!" The young man took off his sunglasses and forced his gaze on Yuan Muno. "You think I wouldn't dare? Open up." The young man looked unconcerned, as if he didn't believe he would shoot at all. Just when the atmosphere between the two sides was at a sword's point, a voice suddenly sounded behind Yuan Muno. "Don't, Muno!" This one voice quickly attracted Yuan Muno's attention. When he looked back, he saw Liang Senyu with a somewhat complicated expression. Emotions still seemed to lurk in the middle of his eyes. "Little sister, after wandering outside for so many years, isn't it time to follow me back?" the young man said with a smile. "Little sister?" Yuan Muno looked at the two in surprise. He had heard Chubby Lee say it before. Liang Senyu was originally a member of the Liang family, which was very powerful. It was only then that Liang Senyu stepped forward and said, "Second brother, go back. I won't follow you. Little sister, right now this place is very dangerous. If you don't follow me back, if anything dangerous happens, I really can't explain to my family. The only thing you guys rely on here, Gu Xinhai is dead, and those who are staying here right now are basically just waiting to die. Gu Xinhai died last night, and the Liang family received the news. I have to say, access to information is really fast. Brother, no matter what, I won't follow you back," Liang Senyu said doggedly. His eyes, however, still couldn't help glancing at Yuan Muno. Liang Senyu's second brother heard her say this, obviously a little displeased. His eyes also looked at Yuan Mai. This would say, "Little sister, you capricious these years. The family has tolerated you. The next time, We absolutely do not allow you to delay your youth in such a waste. He does not deserve it. Liang Senyu's second brother spoke sharply. Yuan Nuno was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this. He actually recognized what Liang Senyu's second brother had said. Now that Fire City was a dangerous city, it was indeed dangerous to remain here. After Liang Senyu's second brother finished speaking, he realized that Yuan Nuno still had a calm look on his face and his mood didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. In his heart, he felt a bit indignant. At this time, a voice rang out in the middle of Yuan Nuno's mind. Negative emotion value from Liang Xinchang plus 10. Yuan Nuno received this alert, blinded for a few seconds. Thinking to myself that I said nothing and did nothing, it actually suffered from his negative emotional value. Needless to say, Liang Xinchang must be Liang Xinyu's second brother. Second brother, don't make it difficult for me. Go back and say hello to mom and dad. Big brother and sister for me. I won't go back. Liang Xinyu continued. Are you going to die here for this loser? Liang Xinchang's gaze forced itself on his little sister. I hope she makes the right choice. Liang Xinyu took a deep breath and was about to open his mouth to agree. But at this time, Yuan Mai's voice suddenly sounded. Xiao Yu, I think our second brother is right. Staying in Fire City is indeed not a long-term solution. Chapter 23, What is Love? When Liang Xinchang heard Yuan Muya's words, he immediately said with some displeasure, Who are Yuan's second brother? As a great family of the third capital city, how could they possibly let a straw chicken like Yuan Nuno climb up the ladder indiscriminately? Negativity from Liang Xinchang plus 99. Yuan Nuno was stunned for a few seconds, thinking that this guy's heart is really small, but just in time. Yuan Muyi, this will not delay. Continued. Of course it is you. You are Xiaoyu's second brother. Naturally also my second brother. I cannot call you third brother. Fourth brother it. Negative emotion value plus 99 from Liang Xinchang. Negative emotional value from Liang Xinyu plus 18. Yuan Nuno was stunned for a few seconds when he received this negative emotional value alert. This would cause the gaze to fall on Liang Xenyu's body. He knew that Liang Xenyu definitely didn't want to leave Fire City too much and wanted to remain by his side. But the current situation in Fire City is really not very good. Liang Xenyu was also in a golden marriage, so if the evil spirits found out, they might invite even more trouble. Yuan Nuno knew that right now. With his ability, it could be said that he was a rookie. A third-level evil spirit could abuse him. If a fourth-level evil spirit came, he would simply be destroyed in minutes. Yuan Nuno, believe it or not, I'll kill you now. Liang Xincheng's emotions were about to explode, and his gun was repointed at Yuan Nuno. Liang Xenyu, however, still stood in front of Yuan Nuno. Ergo, little sister, I don't know what kind of drugs this guy has given you. There are so many excellent boys in our capital city. Which one is not better than him? Why do you have your eyes on him? Liang Xenyu didn't answer and turned to face Yuan Nuno. Her eyes carried some loss as she asked, Nuno, do you really want me to leave here? Yuan Nuno was lost in thought for a few seconds, but still nodded and said, Xiao Yu, the current situation here is complicated. It's more dangerous for you to stay here. Instead of living this precarious life, why don't you follow your second brother and go back to the capital city? What about you? She asked seriously. Of course I'm staying here. I haven't dealt with things over here yet, but don't worry, when I've dealt with it, I'll definitely go back to the capital to look for you, Yuan Nuno said as he looked at her. However, when he finished saying this, Liang Xinchang let out a muffled voice of disdain. He didn't put Yuan Nuno in his heart at all. A low-level psychic team member like him wouldn't be able to return to the capital in this lifetime. Not to mention living in this dead city. Now that Gu Shanhai is dead, this dead city will lose all shelter. But now that he saw Yuan Nuno persuading his little sister to go back, he didn't say anything. Yuan Nuno naturally ignored him. But Liang Xenyu wanted to say something else, but Yuan Nuno interrupted. There's nothing but, it's better for me if you go back, and I can't protect you if you stay here, but it's hard for you to live if you stay here. You follow me piece by piece. Liang Xenyu said so. No, little sister, only you can follow me back together. There was no way Liang Xinchang would leave with Yuan Nuno. This piece of trash. I wouldn't have left if he hadn't. Liang Xenyu wants to threaten his second brother with himself and take Yuan Nuno away with him. Liang Xinchang was a bit displeased when he heard this. Little sister, you left the capital for such a loser in the first place. Now are you going to disobey Lord Father's order because of this loser? Liang Xinchang would be very displeased with this, and his body surface unexpectedly released a burst of faint light. Yuan Nuno couldn't help but feel some waves in his heart when he saw the scene. Is this guy a golden soul too? It just doesn't look like it. The color also didn't look like the light released by different levels of souls. And what is this? Yuan Nuno felt a bit puzzled in his heart. Or is it released by the cultivation level? That's all you can think about for now. Second brother, I don't care what you say. As long as he's here, I'm not leaving. Liang Xenyu's attitude was also resolute. You, but before Liang Xincheng's words came out, however, in the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted as he saw Yuan Muno take a shot at Liang Senyu. A single hand strike stuns Liang Senyu. He held Liang Senyu in his arms and looked at the girl's appearance in front of him. He couldn't help but murmur in his heart and said, "You're also really stupid. Letting your family's days of fine clothes and food go by. What's the point of spending time in such a dead city? It's not worth it." Liang Senyu couldn't make up his mind, so he came to help. "What did you do to my sister?" "Nothing. I'm annoyed to hear you grinding away here. Now you can take her back," Yuan Muno said directly. This time it was Liang Xincheng's turn to be baffled for a few seconds. He was not expecting Yuan Muno to actually do this. In his heart, he couldn't help but be impressed with this trash. Liang Xincheng went forward and hugged his sister. Looking at her haggard appearance, he couldn't help but feel some heartache in his heart. "Count on your boy's knowledge. I'm not afraid of you. I'm worried that she's not doing well over here. And besides, I'll tell you, I'll be sure to go to the capital to look for her when the time comes." "Just you?" "That's right, just by me. I believe that in the future, you will definitely remember the 3 words Yuan Mai," Yuan Muno said faintly, but a steely look erupted among his eyes. "You get out of the dead city alive first." Samson Leung said so. The heart, however, suddenly appreciated him a little, but the pride in his heart wouldn't allow him to show any of it. After getting into the car, Liang Xincheng suddenly said, "I will convey your words to my little sister, but whether you can go to the capital city or not is your own business." "I know." Witnessed the departure of Samson Leung's convoy, Yuan Muno couldn't help but let out a long breath, and at the same time felt a little lost in his heart. Though he himself hadn't spent much time with Liang Senyu, but there was still a faint feeling of attachment. Until the convoy leaves completely, he just went upstairs. At this time Li Chubby also woke up. Yawning, looking at the cleaned-up house, he said offhandedly, "Old Yuan, you say how lucky and happy you are, actually encountering such a virtuous and kind-hearted woman. This is simply 3 lifetimes of good fortune for you." "That's right, you're right," Yuan Muno replied perfunctorily. "By the way, where's Xiaoyu?" "Back to the capital." Yuan Muno said so. When Chubby Li heard this, he was staggered and looked at Yuan Muno with a look of disbelief. "What do you mean?" "Someone from her family came and said it wasn't safe for her to be here, so they brought her back to the capital." "Ah, you just watched them take someone away?" "No," Yuan Muno said. Chubby Li suddenly said curiously, "So what did you do?" "Xiaoyu didn't want to go, so I knocked her out and sent her away." Chapter 24, The To Be Cancelled? Yuan Muno said in a deep voice at this time. As these words landed, a look of dismay appeared on Chubby Li's face. He gazed at Yuan Muno. "Originally, I wanted to say something, but I realized that the Yuan Muno at this time seemed to be completely different from his usual self. Normally, he would always have some sort of timid look on his face, the eyes fluttered, never so determined at all. But now, his face was as heavy as water, his eyes were firm, and the color that flashed out made Li Chubby a little strange for a moment. After waiting for some time, Chubby Li still couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Why?" Fatty Li naturally knew that Yuan Muno was fond of Liang Senyu. 2 people who like each other should stay together all the time, not just separate. Now Yuan Muno sent Liang Senyu away with his own hands. The next time you want to meet, you don't know when, and you may not even see them again. In this broken, dystopian world, at any moment, you can have a meal without a meal. If our captain dies, Fire City will be completely abandoned. This place will become a dead city. All the people can only live if they leave this place. Fat brother, do you think I can protect Xiaoyu with my current ability?" Yuan Muno's eyes were firm. After Chubby Li heard him say that, it also makes sense. The current situation in Fire City is indeed awkward and terrible. "I know, Yuan." Fatty Li said nothing more and made a move to pat Yuan Muno's shoulder. "Right, let's go back to the team meeting. That grandson Chi Feng called us back. It should be the result of the captain's death. It should have come down. Gu Shenhai died and Chi Feng reported the results. Killing a 3rd-degree evil spirit and sacrificing one's own life can definitely lead to the highest honor. Martyrs of the Republic." Yuan Muno returned to his senses and took a deep breath. Gu Shenhai's death left too deep an impression on him. Getting into the car, Chubby Li drove forward past. He still didn't forget to remind Yuan Muno and said, "Old Yuan, when we have the chance, we should also go to the capital city." Well, it will be. He didn't know when that day would come, but he would definitely go to the 3rd capital city, to the Liang family. Go and tell those people that he has the strength to bless Liang Senyu with a lifetime of peace. Only now he didn't even have the courage to say that. Often, only strength can speak for itself. To the headquarters of the 7th Psychic Squad. The atmosphere is a little serious today. White strips have been hung on the door. Both of them, who used to joke with the guards, said nothing this time. Enter the house and everyone is inside. The looks were all grave. After waiting for a while, someone finally spoke up and said, "You're here." Yuan Muno looked up and saw Chi Feng speaking. Coming. The corners of Chubby Li's mouth turned upward. Still displeased with Chi Feng. Now that the captain is gone, I'll be in command here for the time being as co-captain. Is that okay with everyone? Chi Feng opened his mouth. Of course I have an opinion. What qualifications do you have to command? In that situation last night, you guys actually ran away in the first place. Chi Feng, I really can't look at you. Chubby Li's opinion of Chi Feng was quite strong. This would be the time when Chi Feng didn't taunt Fatty Li. A red color of embarrassment even surfaced on his face. In that situation last night, he really shouldn't have listened to the captain's order to retreat directly. His gaze subconsciously looked at Yuan Muno, but he realized that Yuan Muno had no reaction. He began to mutter in his heart, then said, I don't care what you guys think right now. The captain is dead. All we can do is to take care of his aftermath and let him go in peace. Arguing about the rest right now can be considered pointless. Chubby Li was still unconvinced and ready to curse, but at this time, he was interrupted by Yuan Muno. Brother Fatty, he's right. Fatty Li and Chi Feng almost simultaneously revealed a look of surprise. Both of their hearts were surprised that Yuan Muno would actually say something like this. You go on. Yuan Muno said to Chi Feng. Chi Feng was stunned for a moment, then opened his mouth and said, Good, the news of the captain's death. I reported to the headquarters. The headquarters can give the captain a first-class merit. In addition to the captain's family members, the headquarters will also give them preferential treatment, so that they can go and live in the third capital city. He spoke, but he always felt that something was strange. Just now, it seemed that he had listened to Yuan Muno's command before continuing on. How did he feel like he had become like a little brother all of a sudden? But at this point, it was too late to count so much. At least a few $100,000 more in subsidies, and supplies to eat and drink, all of which must be doubled. Chubby Li said, all of this will be considered by headquarters. Chi Feng said, any more? Yuan Muno suddenly asked. Nope, that's basically the arrangements HQ has for the captain. Next, a few words about HQ's arrangements for us here. Chi Feng took a deep breath. He gazed over the crowd. The entire 7th Psychic Squad was only 7 or 8 people. Sheimuku was the centerpiece. Chi Feng was gifted as an Iron Soul and was also at the cultivation level of the Chi transformation realm. It's barely enough to deal with second-level evil spirits, but if he really had to deal with so many evil spirits in the city of the dead, it would definitely not work. What's more, there's a problem. The city, in fact, has little point in continuing to guard it. The crowd remains silent. No one would make a sound this time, waiting for Chi Feng to say the following. It was good that Chi Feng didn't make everyone wait too long. Opening his mouth, he said, HQ means to revoke our 7th squad and let us go to the upper city of Fire City, Cloud City, which serves as a large branch. There are almost dozens of squads over there, and when that time comes, our 7th Psychic Squad's number will be cancelled, and will be mixed and coded into the rest of the squads. Chi Feng, what the kind of are you putting out? Yuan Muno, who was still somewhat calm, directly broke into a curse. The crowd was surprised for a moment, and they all looked at him in amazement, somewhat incredulous. In fact, everyone realized that Yuan Muno had changed and was no longer the honest man who let people bully him. He seemed to have more emotions now, more thoughts, and the guts have gotten bigger. Wait for that to land. A voice rang out in the middle of Yuan Muno's mind. Negative emotion value from Chi Feng plus 99. I disagree. Yuan Muno continued. Chubby Li saw that Yuan Mai disagreed. Naturally, he also had to quickly come forward and say, I also disagree. Old Yuan is right. He didn't know what Yuan Muno was objecting to though, but Yuan Muno doesn't care what he opposes. He just supports it. Chi Feng looked at Yuan Muno before saying, this isn't my decision. This is the decision of the General Administration. I don't care what the General Directorate is or isn't, to cancel our 7th Psychic Squad's number. This matter, I will definitely not agree to it. Yuan Muno's eyes were firm and his voice was like a bell. Chapter 25, Proclamation in the Face of the City. Other things Yuan Muno could not mind, but this matter, he would never compromise. The eyes of the crowd all fell on him in unison, completely surprised that he had reacted in such a way. Yuan Mai, what are you excited about? The Bureau did not say not to arrange a job for you. Rest assured that your share of the low-income insurance will not be less. This would be someone sneering at Yuan Muno, thinking that Yuan Muno didn't want to revoke the 7th Psychic Squad's number, mainly because he was shooting to be expelled, and with his kind of strength, it should be hard to want another Psychic Squad to take him in. That's right, old Yuan, just wait for the honest allocation. In fact, if we go back to Cloud City, we will all have better days in the future. Some people feel that Yuan Muno stopped them from running to a better place. Chi Feng glanced at Yuan Muyi with cold eyes. This would say, Yuan Muyi, I can also tell you now that this is the decision of the General Directorate. Your personal words can't possibly have the slightest effect. If you don't want to go, You stay in Fire City. I believe that there won't be any objections to it. Chi Feng, what kind of words are you saying? Are they human words? Chubby Lee retorted. Anyway, I'll throw my word in here, and I won't have any problem with either of you staying here if neither of you want to go. Chi Feng said so. In his eyes, he had actually never looked at these two scraps. Both treated these two as a joke. Yuan Muno also knew that arguing about this with these people would definitely be fruitless. Instead of that, it would be better to say nothing at all. Li Chubby naturally unconvinced to Chi Feng hard to the end. After leaving from the general administration, Li Chubby also constantly cursed, "Old Yuan, Chi Feng is a bastard egg, is a dog, the captain's bones are not yet cold, this guy is not willing to unload the donkey. Although this grandson is shameless, what he said is not unreasonable, staying here may lead to more dangers." Yuan Muno said so. Fatty Lee was stunned for a moment, somewhat unresponsive. When he returned to his senses, he spoke, "Old Yuan, what do you mean? Am I the kind of person who was greedy for life and afraid of death? Don't worry, if you don't leave, I definitely won't." Yuan Muno glanced at Fatty Lee and subconsciously raised his hand. As if he was stimulated, Chubby Lee immediately fell back several consecutive steps. "Old Yuan, what are you doing? Do you also want to knock me out and send me away?" Yuan Muno, I just had a little itch to scratch. He frowned slightly and then said, "You can keep it if you want, but I can remind you that the situation in Fire City should be worse tonight. The news of the captain's death is not only known to the General Directorate of Spiritualism, I believe some evil spirits know about it as well. If the evil spirits knew about it, they might be with the nest. The City of Fire is destined to be restless tonight." Except that by now, there was still no alert on Fire City's radio. Quiet as a dead city. If it had been in the past, there would have been the sound of a radio going off. As a reminder, keep your doors and windows closed at night and never go out without having to. But today's situation is obviously completely different. The two men stood outside. Yuan Mooyi looked out and suddenly asked, "Brother Fatty, how many living souls do we still have in Fire City?" "I don't know. There's no specific count, but based on my estimation, it's probably less than 1,000. Less than 1,000, and that's a lot. We'll have to give notice to these people." "What about the radio station in Fire City? What do you want?" Chubby Lee asked with a bewildered look on his face, but at the same time, he thought of what Yuan Muno wanted to do. After a little thought, he still intended to support Yuan Muno, and the two of them arrived at a broadcasting station in no time. The radio station is located on high ground, at least 100 meters above the ground, but when we went in, it was empty. Yuan Muno originally wanted to try the horn, but when making a sound into the horn, he realized that he couldn't make any sound. He quickly looked down the microphone and realized the line had been shortened. The group of guys from the broadcasting station must have received the news long ago, and have now retreated, perhaps having already arrived in Cloud City. These dogs, Yuan Muno couldn't help but curse in his heart. It really is a big deal. He followed the line and tried to connect it, then made a noise. "Hey hey hey." At once a voice rang out from outside. Chubby Lee said in surprise, "There's a sound, Old Yuan." Yuan Muno softly hummed. Then he said, "Everyone, do you hear me? I am the captain of the 7th Psychic Squad. I have unfortunate news to tell you all. The captain of our Fire City's 7th Psychic Squad, Gu Shinhai, has already fought with the evil spirits and was killed in action. And now the situation in our Fire City is very bad. The best choice left for all of you right now is that one is to choose to stay inside and continue to believe that the captain of the 7th Psychic Squad can protect your safety. And the second choice is to leave Fire City now while it's still early. Go to Cloud City, or go to any of the rest of the places. But there is one thing you must pay attention to. It's best to arrive during the day." Yuan Muno said so much in one breath, but at that moment, a voice rang in his head. "Negative emotions from Chi Feng. Value plus 99. This dog actually has negative emotions." Yuan Mai's emotions this time couldn't be tensed, and he opened his mouth and said, "Also, Chi Feng of the 7th Psychic Squad is a gutless grandson. Negativity from Chi Feng plus 199, plus 299. If you two losers don't turn off the radio and keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll get you killed." Chi Feng's angry voice came out from among the pagers. Yuan Muno, however, simply ignored it. He repeated the broadcast at this point, trying to make sure everyone knew what was going on here. It's their right to choose to leave, or not. Li Chubby watched Yuan Muno do these things next to him and was somewhat greatly shocked in his heart. This was really the first time I had seen such a Yuan Muno. He soon yelled at the top of his lungs as well. Several times in a row, people finally appeared in the street. At first it was a few scattered ones, but after waiting a bit, everyone started to come together as a group. "Fatty, go ahead and check out the situation." "Okay, what about you?" "I'll be right there." Fatty Lee was infected by Yuan Muno's emotions, and without any delay, he went over towards the downstairs. Yuan Muno would directly open the system store this time. And now he had more than 20,000 negative emotion values. He bought over 200 ghost extermination charms. He was going to hand them out to the men so that they would have at least a little something to keep them alive. As for his own negativity value spent, then the only way to get it back is from Qifeng. Yuan Muno took the ghost extermination talisman and went downstairs, which would have everyone in disarray, with panicked looks all over their faces. It was as if everyone had lost their backbone and their hearts, and they didn't know what to do next. Chapter 26, Finding Life in Desperate Times. The streets were already a mess. Qifeng arrived with his men and found the place a messy situation. He felt a fire in his heart. Qifeng cursed and cursed. Yuan my, this guy is not enough to make things happen. The situation in Fire City, which had been fairly stable, was completely nullified all of a sudden. Yuan Muno also came down from the radio station, before he could say anything, but at that moment, a voice kept ringing in the middle of his head. Negative emotion value from Qifeng plus 99, 199, 299. After feeling these things, Yuan Muno suddenly stood still for a while. That's almost 600 negative emotion values. This is simply. These discoveries added a touch of relief to Yuan Muno, who was originally a bit blocked in his heart. Chubby Lee would still be desperately trying to maintain order here, but hearts have been scattered, have been disorganized. This would be trying to completely calm everyone down, not an easy task in itself. His obese body, squeezed to the side, Yuan Mai arrived close, took out a loudspeaker, and shouted to the crowd, "Everyone be quiet, all listen to me." The sound of the horn still works. The eyes of the crowd fell on Yuan Muno. Yuan Mai took advantage of this moment to speak. "I'm Yuan Mai of the 7th Psychic Special Squad, and that one is our Vice Captain Qifeng." Yuan Muno quickly caught a glimpse of Qifeng in the midst of the disorganized environment. "Who's Qifeng? Did you guys see that? That guy with a face like black charcoal. He's our Vice Captain, and whatever you guys have to do, you can discuss it with him first." Negativity from Qifeng plus 199, plus 799, plus 999. Qifeng was completely enraged in his heart. He was still thinking in his mind that he was standing so hidden. How could Yuan Muno still see him? It's really evil. As soon as the crowd heard Yuan Muno's words, they didn't have to delay for half a minute, and in no time, they surrounded Qifeng and the others. He has been approached for a statement. Li Chubby will also get off a bit easier this time, and come over towards Yuan Muno. "Old Yuan, now Fire City is considered a complete mess." "Aha," Yuan Muno said in response. Fatty Lee couldn't help but be lost in thought for a few seconds when he saw that Yuan Muno was still looking calm at this point. Thinking to myself, isn't he worried at all? At this moment, he saw Yuan Muno holding a stack of things in his hands and said, "Old Yuan, what's this?" "The Ghost Execution Talisman, which can deal with evil spirits, should be able to protect themselves a bit by giving it to these people." "Where did you come from?" Fatty Lee suddenly asked. Yuan Muno was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this, looked at Lee Chubby, and then said, "I learned to draw it myself by reading a book." When Chubby Lee heard it, he was even more surprised to live, his eyes staring at Yuan Muno. "Does it work?" "Of course it's useful. The last time I dealt with a second-level evil spirit, I used a talisman I drew myself." After Yuan Muno finished speaking, Lee Chubby immediately looked as if he had discovered a new continent, staring at him with a look of disbelief. "Really? Sure, so you'll give me some then?" There's no rush. These will be given to these people first. If they want to leave Fire City, they will have a higher probability of leaving alive with the Ghost Execution Talisman," Yuan Muno said with a somewhat complicated mood. Fatty Lee expressed his complete agreement with what Yuan Mai said and said, "Old Yuan, you did the right thing. Just when are you going to send it to them?" "After that grandson Qifeng has been educated." At that moment, Qifeng was surrounded by people and was beaten up. Eventually, the guy didn't hold back and pulled the trigger. With the sound of a bang, his gun rang out to the sky. The people who heard the gunshots were obviously startled, which would have scattered. Qifeng spoke, "You unruly people, stay here and fend for yourselves. Let's go." Qifeng hurriedly got into the car, and the rest of the few people quickly followed. When they drove away, Yuan Mai opened his mouth and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Pick up something to smash the car." The crowd all crouched down and picked up the rocks on the ground, crackling the car at once. Negativity from Qifeng plus 199. Wait for the anger of the crowd to be almost vented. After calming down a bit of a panic look appeared on his face again. The crowd didn't know what to do, nor do they know what to do next. At this moment, Yuan Muno walked to the center and spoke. "Gentlemen, listen to me. What did you say? Now that whatever psychic members are gone, what else can we do? Everyone hurry up and disperse. If we leave now, we might still be able to reach Cloud City before dark. Everyone, before you go, receive an amulet from me. It will help you." Yuan Muno took out the ghost execution talisman, and the crowd saw the talisman. It's natural to know that this stuff serves a purpose, so following Yuan Muno's arrangement, they all lined up to receive the ghost extermination talisman. It didn't take long for the crowd to claim the ghost extermination talisman. Some raised their families and left the city of fire, while others, however, had no intention of leaving. In the end there were probably about 50 or 60 people left behind, and these were basically widows and orphans, and people who didn't have much to live for. All of them had a look of despair on their faces. Yuan Muno and Fatty Lee looked at the crowd and took a deep breath. Fatty Lee didn't know what to do for a while, so he asked Yuan Mai and said, "Old Yuan, what should we do now? Is there a bigger house around here? Let's just all gather together and stay here for now." Yuan Muno took a deep breath. The matter of housing is fine, but what about the issue of food? If there's no food supply, it doesn't even need the evil spirits to do anything. These people are basically only going to die. After finishing his sentence, Fatty Lee suddenly added as an afterthought, saying, "Not only them, we might die here too." The situation he describes is realistic. Food supplies are indeed a big problem. Look at the 70 or 80 people who are old and sick. Yuan Muno thought for a moment and said, "Brother Fatty, starting today, we won't be able to get supplies from the Psychic General team, so we have to get our own supplies. What's it going to take? We can only find a way to get it from Cloud City." Yuan Muno said, "Yunqing's is fine. There's a black market over there. If we have enough money, or ghost stones, we can exchange them for food." Ghost stones can be exchanged for food? Of course. Do you think ghost stones are something everyone can have? They are all owned by people who have had their souls awakened. Chubby Lee explained. When Yuan Muno heard that, he did think it made sense. But at this time, a crying voice suddenly broke the silence here. Chapter 27, Growing Up So Fast. Yuan Muno's gaze quickly looked towards the direction from which this crying voice came. The sound of weeping came from among the crowd. It was a woman who was making a pitiful weeping noise. "What do you say to this life? How else can we live?" The woman's voice spread quickly through the place. Pessimism is always easy to infect everyone, and one after another. There were also several voices crying. Seeing this, Fatty Lee and Yuan Muno closed their mouths at once and did not say anything more down the line. Lee Chubby's face at this time also appeared to wince. The pressure in his heart also steeply increased. After all, this is also almost 100 people. There is also a great deal of pressure to take care of the life and death, food and drink of these 100 people. "What are you crying about?" He couldn't help but shout. "How can we live in this life now? The psychic members have all withdrawn and Captain Gu is dead. How are we going to live? Who said we left? Aren't old Yuan and I still so? We're also members of the 7th Psychic Special Squad. You team members are right, but we know you're low-level team members." As these words landed, an awkward atmosphere began to spread. Chubby Lee's embarrassed face was starting to glow red. Yuan Muno was fine. After all, he who had been reborn and returned was relatively thick-skinned himself. "Yeah, low-level players, how to keep us safe." Everyone was quick to chime in. The more people talked, the more emotional they became. "Everyone be quiet. At the moment, you don't have a choice. If you had a choice, you could have left Fire City instead of remaining here. Since you are staying here, let's all face the danger together." An old man would speak up this time. "How can you guarantee our safety with this much skill? If Captain Gu was here, I'd absolutely trust him, but Captain Gu isn't here now, so what do you want us to do?" "Then you're on your own. Let's go." Yuan Muno said this directly. Everyone was suddenly stunned for a few seconds, somewhat unresponsive. In the past, everyone's impression of the people in the Psychic Special Squad was that they were more reliable, even more likely to carry curses, easily wouldn't sing against them either. But something seems to be wrong now compared to before. Lee Chubby was dumbfounded, not expecting Yuan Muno to turn around and leave. He blindfolded the meeting, then followed, asking in a low voice, "Old Yuan, what are you doing?" Fatty Lee had originally inquired in a low voice, wanting to hear Yuan Mai's whispered reply, but what he waited for was not so. But Yuan Mai shouted at the top of his voice, "Leave Fire City and let them fend for themselves. Don't they dislike the fact that we're psychic low-level team members?" Negativity from Lee TD plus 19. Negative emotions from Ju Dichang plus 19. From plus 10. Come on, old Uncle Wan's negative emotion value plus 99. One after another almost added almost 2,000 sentiments. Yuan Muno was a little upset in his heart. These people still had the face to be angry, but it's nice to be angry, right? At least it means these people did something for him. "Old Yuan, are we really leaving them behind? Let the group fend for themselves. They're strong. What do they need us to care about? We only care about those who let us." Yuan Muno replied thus. Just this moment's effort added almost 2,000 more emotional values. The total negative emotion value quickly came to over 6,000. It wasn't in vain. Now that group couldn't leave Fire City either. Seeing as it was getting dark, the worst of the worst, is about to happen, and if you don't find a place to stay, you're probably going to die. Finally someone spoke up and said, I'm willing to let you protect me. Me too. One after another, the voices kept ringing out. Even though some people were reluctant and didn't trust Yuan Nuno before, at this point, there didn't seem to be too many options. One can only make believe these two. The crowd came up after Yuan Nuno. He had run a company before, so he naturally knew how to get hearts and minds together. If the hearts and minds of a company are scattered, then the company is probably not far from closing down. The same is true now in the face of these people. If people are disorganized, or even if someone is suspicious of the manager, they are more than not helping, they are adding to the confusion. Then facing this situation, Yuan Nuno didn't have any certainty that he could manage these people well. Envoy period. It's better to be able to control it together. Facing the crowd that swarmed up, Yuan Mai opened his mouth and said, Listen to me everyone. Since you believe in us and can protect you, just follow the command in all actions. I'll say ugly words in front. If someone doesn't obey the control at that time, then don't blame me for not being polite. In times of danger, I also want to protect everyone's safety. Yuan Nuno said so. The voice landed with a thud. Now this group, apparently, has no better options. Yuan Nuno and Li Chubby also became the last straw. Everyone's looks became a bit more serious, and the crowd of people who had previously brought their suspicions with them would not continue to speak up this time. Don't worry, as long as you're in Fire City, I'll do my best to keep you all fed and watered. That was a relief to the crowd. By this time, high in the sky, dark clouds had begun to drift through. Yuan Mai this will continue to say, there is one more thing. What I want to tell you is that it is not early. All of us will gather and live in this high building later. If you go back to that thing, hurry up and go back, or else there will be 2 hours at most before the sky will be dark, and the 100 ghosts will soon be traveling. When the crowd heard Yuan Nuno's words, they immediately didn't have any delay and began to disperse, each going back to their own homes and starting that stuff. This building, with more than 30 floors, was perfectly more than enough to allow 70 to 80 people to live in it. After the crowd dispersed, Fatty Lee stared at Yuan Nuno with a shocked expression. This control, this deterrence, this tactic, where is this something that the old Yuan Nuno could have? In a few words, the dozens of people were packed into submission. He stared at Yuan Mai, lost in thought, and this time even opened his mouth to say, Old Yuan, are you still you or not? Yuan Nuno's gaze fell on him and said, What are you babbling about, fat brother? No, old Yuan, now you are definitely not you. Have you changed? But how did you change so completely at once? He looked at Yuan Nuno suspiciously. The Yuan Nuno of the past was indeed cowardly and incompetent, but he was different now. After a moment of silence, Yuan Nuno said, Fat brother, people will always grow up. After experiencing more things, they naturally become a bit more mature. There is nothing to be surprised about. That's what I said. But Yuan Nuno is growing too fast, isn't he? Chapter 28, 100 Ghosts Surrounding the House? Old Yuan, you've changed. You've become a bit of a stranger to me, Li Chubby said beside Yuan Nuno. Fatty, you've changed too, Yuan Nuno suddenly said. After hearing this, Chubby Li couldn't help but be surprised for a few seconds, then asked in confusion, Where have I changed? You've become pretentious. Yuan Nuno said so. Chubby Li was blinded for a few seconds, then spat. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He was still going to say nonsense, but Yuan Nuno didn't give Fatty Lee a chance to say nonsense. Instead, he said, Fatty, if you're okay, go in first and check if there's anything going on in the building. Chubby Lee listened back to God and answered, although his mouth was still muttering. After he turned around and left, Yuan Nuno began to enter the system store. Among the stores, there are indeed quite a few good things, but several of them have a high negative energy value. Currently he only had over 6,000 negative energy values. What was the best thing to buy? After looking around a bit, Yuan Nuno suddenly saw an item called Soul Fixing Pill, which required 2,000 negative energy value. Yuan Mai couldn't help but spit out a sentence, thinking it was damn expensive. I was about to click to buy, but at this time a voice suddenly rang in my head. Remind the host that if you want to buy Soul Solidification Dan, you need to conduct a soul detection. May I ask the host whether to turn on the soul detection now? Turn on. Yuan Nuno didn't delay. After the words fell out, a somewhat mechanical-like voice rang out. Okay, host, detection has been turned on. Just then, Yuan Nuno suddenly felt a current flow through. With this current, the body felt like it was being stimulated. Even the soul felt a burning sensation. This tingling general burning sensation was burning the body. The bout of pain, however, didn't last long, and a short period of time passed. A sighing voice suddenly sounded in the middle of Yuan Nuno's mind. AI, level 0 wasted soul, the wasted soul fighter among the trash. you're the worst host I've ever seen. Yuan Muno couldn't help but be dumbfounded at this time. Had he just been spat at and despised by the system? Is this okay? What do you mean? Don't I deserve to buy the soul solidifying pill? Yuan Muno asked in dissatisfaction. Yes, of course you can buy it. Mainly host, you are happy. You can buy it at any time. But before you buy it, the host can look at the instructions of the soul-fixing pill first. The system's attitude was obviously much better after seeing Yuan Mu's wild chi. Okay, open the manual. The system quickly unfolded the instructions for the soul-solidifying pill, which were rather long and wordy. Yuan Muno didn't have much patience. This would be straightforward. Long story short. Alright, host, the general meaning, this soul-fixing pill will be able to help you raise your soul level. It's just that when you raise it, it will also cause the host's body to experience a certain amount of pain. Okay, this is good stuff. I'll take it. Yuan Muno bought a soul-fixing elixir, and the soul-fixing elixir arrived in his hands in no time. Looking at the soul-solidifying pill in his hand, Yuan Muno was stunned for a few seconds before he immediately consumed the soul-solidifying pill. After the soul-solidifying Dan entered his body, at first, Yuan Muno didn't have any special reaction. After waiting a bit, an aching sensation began to turn over tempest in the body like an electric drill. Yuan Muno leaned against the wall. Dense beads of sweat began to seep out from his forehead, and a strong sense of pain was rapidly tearing through his entire body. Beads of cold sweat began to break out continuously from his body. Time passes by the minute. He locked himself in the storage room for about half an hour. The pain began to subside, and a voice sounded in the middle of his mind. Congratulations to the host. The soul level has reached LV5 rank. What does LV5 rank mean? Is it Iron Soul or something? In answer to the host, a LV5 rank is a LV5 rank. It's really bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Nonsense within nonsense. Just when Yuan Muo wanted to ask something else, his pager suddenly rang a voice. Old Yuan, where are you? What's wrong? Yuan Muno returned to his senses and spoke into his pager. The guy who went back for his stuff earlier is back, so hurry over and get settled. There was also a somewhat noisy sound coming from the side of Chubby Lee's pager. Yuan Muno knew everyone was back. Wait for me. He exited the storage room in a state of mind that didn't give him a very good feeling. Now that the sky was getting darker, Fatty Lee was maintaining order at the door. When the two sides met, Yuan Muno said to the crowd, everyone line up in an orderly manner. One by one go in and find a place to live, and strive to move in all of them within an hour. After an hour, the sky should be completely dark, and 100 ghosts will soon walk at night. As the crowd heard this, they all began to walk in towards the building in droves. Fatty Lee and Yuan Muno did their best to maintain order. What was thought to be an hour's worth of work was all done in about half an hour, and all the men went in. It would be almost completely dark by now. Both of them were also tired. Fatty, you just checked inside. Nothing special? No, this building is still safe. Right, it's just that I'm worried that now that no one is in the rest of Fire City, when the time comes, all the evil spirits, who have smelled this place, will form a situation where 100 ghosts surround the mansion is not a certainty, right? The problem that Chubby Lee is talking about, on the contrary, may also occur, but there's not much that can be done about this situation now. Currently the average level 2 evil spirits, Yuan Muno could still handle them if he did his best. As for the rest of the unranked evil spirits, Fatty Lee could also clean up. Even if the evil spirits don't take the initiative to come to the door, Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby are still taking the initiative to go out and look for them. After all, they still need a certain amount of ghost stones to exchange for enough things to eat. Otherwise, Fire City, trying to live in a place like Fire City was basically an impossible thing. In Cloud City, Chi Feng had already arrived and had just settled down with the rest of the psychic team. Lieutenant, do you think that guy Yuan Muno is a retard? More than a retard. I think it's a stupid lack. Who does he think he is? And can he really survive in that place? Another member of the team said quickly. Chi Feng's brows were tightly locked. This would open his mouth and say, I've already told the General Directorate. What happens to them is not something we should worry about. Even if they die, they still deserve to die. But Captain, Fire City is now an abandoned city. The General Administration side shouldn't be concerned about that side, right? That goes without saying. Surely it won't. There's nothing of value to be noticed over there. It's just that Yuan Muno, this insouciant guy, still really thinks that his ability can change anything? A hint of teasing appeared at the corner of Chi Feng's mouth at this moment, and there was contempt in his eyes. Chapter 29 Evil Ghosts Turn to Fortune? In Chi Feng's heart, he had never looked at Yuan Muno. Insignificant bugs are just bugs. They don't even need his hands. This little man, he will die in the City of Fire. The night falls. Yuan Muno and Fatty Lee had been busy for a while, and finally all the people had been settled down. The two men were guarding the first floor. In the house near the front door, Lee Chubby was tired enough. He opened his mouth and said, "Old Yuan, in the past, the captain was in charge of all these things, and I still felt that it was nothing. At that time, it was thousands of people. Now there are less than 100 people, and it's busy like this." Well, you're right. Yuan Munoz, on this matter, was not that impressed, but it's a hard thing to keep all these people alive and safe. Now that we've got all of this in place, the next step is to make sure that everyone has food to use. Old Yuan, what do you think we're picturing here? What do you figure? I don't know. I know what I figure. Fatty, or you can go live in Cloud City too. Yuan Muno said so. In fact, all these decisions were made by him alone, and he didn't want to drag Fatty Lee along for a piece. However, when he finished saying this, he drew Lee Chubby's displeasure. Old Yuan, if you say such things again in the future, we shouldn't be brothers anymore. Some angry expression appeared on Chubby Lee's face, and his hand kept running through his disheveled hair as if showing his impatience in general. Yuan Muno smiled at the situation and didn't say any more nonsense. In that case, let's be brothers in arms. Okay. The two men shook hands and passed, but at that moment, a cloudy wind suddenly blew in through the crack in the door. This gust of cloudy wind instantly made Yuan Muno's heart couldn't help but tense up a bit. At the same time, a voice rang out in the middle of his mind. Remind the host that an evil spirit has appeared. This voice instantly brought Yuan Muno back to his senses. He immediately made a gesture of silence. Let originally still want to continue to speak. Lee Chubby closed his mouth. He looked at Yuan Mai with a puzzled face, which would ask, "Old Yuan, what's wrong?" "There is a situation." After Yuan Muno said there was a situation, Fatty Lee quickly reacted. His pupils contracted for a while, and subconsciously he touched both hands to his twin guns. But when he waited for his hands to be placed on the double guns, Fatty Lee suddenly thought of something important. Now that the General Directorate of Spiritualism had announced that it had abandoned the city, there would definitely be no more ammunition supplies or anything else in the future. This is something that is not in doubt. There was some sadness in his heart that he would have to be frugal with his ammo in the future. While thinking about these things, Yuan Muno already had an additional talisman seal in his hand. The rune seal released a faint glow. It's just that Chubby Lee can't see it. After waiting a moment, the gate suddenly shook. Obviously there was an evil spirit that was rushing about, which more or less still gave Yuan Muno a somewhat nervous feeling. Remind the host that there are 3 level 1 evil spirits outside. Hearing that it was a level 1 evil spirit, Yuan Muno's heart instantly gained some strength. He looked at Fatty Lee and said, "Fatty, you're inside. I'll go outside." "Old Yuan, is this safe? Let's go together." "No, you stay here. Keep everyone safe, and we'll be the first to contact if anything happens anyway." "Good." Chubby Lee didn't say anything either. Currently in this fire city, in fact, the two of them were completely on the thin side of the force relative to the many evil spirits. Then be careful. After Yuan Muno opened the door, he immediately said to Fatty Lee, "Fatty, close the door." Yuan Muno's voice would still be a bit rushed this time. Chubby Lee still reacted somewhat quickly in this regard. When he went out, Yuan Muno only saw an evil spirit standing on the opposite side. The evil ghost was releasing a sinister aura, with a sardonic smile at the corners of its mouth, and there was a trace of cracks on its face, which looked like black blood was flowing from it. The overall feeling it gives off is weird. I thought there were 3, could it be an error in the system? But it shouldn't be. Just as Yuan Muno was thinking, he suddenly felt a coolness behind him, which swept over his entire body. He subconsciously snapped back to his senses and struck out directly at the ghost execution talisman behind him. The ghost execution talisman instantly burned, striking the evil ghost and such as it flew backward. It fell to the ground, and a burst of fire burned out of him at that moment, which covered it swiftly. The evil spirit also got out quickly and extinguished the fire, but his body was a burnt mess. The rest of the evil spirits saw this and their faces changed slightly. At this time, Yuan Muno also found another evil spirit hiding in the corner, and its limbs seemed to have suction power, securely fastened to the wall. These 3 evil spirits actually knew how to play in tandem, which made Yuan Muno somewhat surprised. At this point they are while exchanging glances. After a short time, Yuan Muno suddenly moved quickly. The 3 evil spirits seized the opportunity and ran at him from different directions. Yuan Muno was trapped in the center for a moment. The body was somewhat able to move, only that the current Yuan Muno was completely different from what he was back then. Nowadays, his body had long been quenched with the golden body quenching liquid. Quenching his body, it was already several times stronger than before, and in addition the soul level had reached the LV5 level. Not sure if it's iron soul or what though, but it's always a lot better than it was at first. Facing the siege of evil spirits, Yuan Muno reacted quickly and launched an attack on one of the evil spirits. The Thunder God hammer in his hand directly smashed up at the evil spirit. The evil spirit immediately let out a miserable shriek. Accompanied by this miserable cry, the evil spirit was struck and fell to the ground. and its body began to convulse. And the evil spirits on the body had already torn Yuan Muno and additionally tried to rip out Yuan Muno's soul. The situation has become somewhat dangerous and complicated. Yuan Muno quickly changed his orientation and chased after the evil ghost in front of him, and several ghost extermination talismans were directly struck out, accompanied by the screams of the evil spirits. A ghostly stone appeared. When the other two evil spirits saw this, some panic appeared in their hearts. This will want to let go of Yuan Muoyi. Only it is already too late. Yuan Muoye's hands do not know when has already grabbed the firearm, pulled the trigger on one of the evil spirits. The evil ghost, who had received a huge impact, had its body fly directly backwards. It hit the wall, and a huge dent appeared in the wall. The evil spirit let out a scream. The wind was gusting at this time. Yuan Muno ran up to that evil spirit, the gun in his hand continuing to pull the trigger. With the sound of thump, 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 the evil spirits were directly put to death. Another ghost stone fell. The last remaining evil spirit tried to run away at this point. There was absolutely no way Yuan Muno would let him go. Now these evil spirits are a great threat to him, but also a source of wealth. Chapter 30, The Terrible Heart of Man. Yuan Muno seized the opportunity at this point and chased the evil spirit up. In the end, with the Thunder God Hammer in his hand, he put the evil spirits to death completely. A level 1 evil spirit wasn't really too difficult for him to deal with now. Looking at the 3 fallen ghost stones on the ground, he quickly picked it up. After observing the situation around him, he realized that there was nothing much moving around. Yuan Muno turned around and entered the middle of the building. Fatty Lee looked at Yuan Muno in surprise at this time. Just now, through the gap, he also saw some of Yuan Muno's strikes. In terms of strength, naturally, there were no words, and in 3 tries, the evil spirits were all cleaned up. Though the evil spirits are only first-class evil spirits, but this was a completely unthinkable thing for the former Yuan Muno. Take the ghost stone. Yuan Muno handed 3 grade 1 ghost stones to Fatty Lee. After Fatty Lee took it, he was stunned for a few seconds, originally wanting to ask Yuan Muno something, but the words fell out of his mouth. If Yuan Muno wanted to say it himself, he certainly would have. Old Yuan, these 3 ghost stones should be able to be exchanged for enough rations for half a month for this many people. Are we going straight to Cloud City tomorrow? Yuan Muno asked. Well, we'll set out when it's light, and we'll just make it back in time for the evening, which should be plenty of time. Chubby Lee said. Good. He didn't continue to say anything more. Started back into the room. The whole building, at night, would have nothing special to happen. Early the next morning, the sunlight just bloomed. Yuan Mai and Lee Chubby left the Fire City, and when they left, they also told the crowd that they were going to exchange for food, so that during the daytime, they could come out and move around. But when they waited for the night, they must return to the mansion, and be sure to keep all doors and windows closed at night. Yuan Muno had left some ghost-killing talismans earlier and stuck these on the door. It's supposed to have some effect on suppressing evil spirits. Yuan Muno made some arrangements, but at this time, someone spoke up. You guys aren't going to go to Cloud City and not come back, are you? It's not a bad thing to say, but it resonates with everyone. In an environment where everyone is at risk, trust can be a very rare thing, or even essentially non-existent. Yuan Muno, who said this, actually didn't know how to answer. To say Yuan Muno, will he definitely come back? He's definitely coming back, but if you put it on someone else, how could they leave from a dead city and come back to a city with hope of survival? Everyone's skepticism is reasonable. When Chubby Lee heard their words, he was immediately a little upset in his heart, so he scolded. You really are a group of white-eyed wolves. Last night our old Yuan was still outside to put down evil ghosts to protect you. You guys are saying such unpleasant words today. It's really a heck of a lot of people. Fatty Lee's angry face began to tremble with fat. That's reasonable doubt on our part. If you won't come, then aren't we dead if we stay here? That's right. What are we going to do if you guys leave? Skeptical voices were raised. Yuan Muno listened to these people speak skeptically. You can actually understand them in your heart. It's just that. Understanding doesn't have to be supportive. The more chaotic the situation is, the more the need for an iron fist to maintain stability. After waiting for a while, Yuan Muno spoke. Even if we leave Fire City now and don't come back, what can you do? That landed. At that moment, a voice kept ringing in the middle of Yuan Muno's mind. Negative emotion from Li Taigui plus 99. Negativity from XX plus 99. Plus 99. Almost 1 or 2,000 negative emotional values were added in a short period of time. The crowd, faced with Yuan Muno saying this, surprisingly didn't know what to reply for a moment. After waiting for some time, Yuan Muno continued. I'll give you 2 choices now. One is to trust us unconditionally, and the other is, if you are willing to leave on your own, leave on your own? If the crowd could have left, they would have left long ago and would not have waited until now. After a brief moment of thought, someone said, "You guys are just going to leave." They no longer dared to speak as stiffly as they did before, but instead became a lot more calm. Yuan Muno knew what they wanted to say. It was just that they didn't have a clue in their hearts. He sighed in his heart, and looking at the more than 1,000 negative emotion values they had just produced, he said, "In that case, choose a representative from among you to go to Cloud City with us." When these words landed, they gained everyone's approval, and they all felt that Yuan Muno's statement was still more reasonable. Finally, the group agonized over the choice of an old man of about 60 years of age who was not in very good health, but clearly has some prestige among the group. "It's a bit of a relief for us when Fubuki goes." "That's right," Chubby Lee would say. "Can't you guys pick someone with a slightly better body?" Yuan Muoyi would look at the sky and said, "Well, Fatty just Fubo, or else it will be dark later." Fatty Lee didn't say anything more when he heard Yuan Muno say this. It was almost 100 kilometers away from Cloud City, and it would take more than 1.5 minutes to drive. Along the way, the trio also saw a number of corpses appear on the side of the road. Fubo's face immediately turned a little pale with fear, and it wasn't long before a familiar face was seen. He suddenly felt his stomach retching and wanted to vomit. It seemed that not all of the people who had left from Fire City that day had survived. The journey was brutal, and Yuan Muno couldn't help but frown slightly. These people die out there and their bodies won't even be cleaned up. Lee Chubby drove carefully all the way, not daring to relax at all. But the drive was not slow, and an hour and a half passed in a flash. The car also arrived at Cloud City, which was still open during the day. The whole city is also more lively and bustling, and there were a number of special psychic members on patrol. At a cursory glance, there were at least a couple dozen of them. Entering Cloud City, if one needed to exchange ghost stones for food, naturally, one needed to find the black market. Chubby Lee obviously knows where the black market is. Through many streets, seeing the prosperous life here, Fubo couldn't help but say, "Otherwise, or what?" Yuan Muno said, "Otherwise, why don't we stay here and not go back?" As these words landed on the ground, Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby looked at the old man in surprise. This is really something that Yuan Muno did not expect. This old man is still the representative that everyone trusted and elected in the first place. Now that you've seen the lively scene in Cloud City, you're actually unwilling to go back? The human heart is really the most untestable thing. Once tested, it's full of holes. Chapter 31, The Black Market. Yuan Muno and Fatty Lee were both stunned for a few seconds. The hearts were all rippling. The two of them glanced at each other, and some anger surfaced on Chubby Lee's face. Just about to speak, but Yuan Muno snatched a step ahead of him. "Uncle Fu, it's fine if you want to stay here, but we have to go back." Chubby Lee was a bit dissatisfied when he heard Yuan Muno say that. How could Yuan Muno say that? This old man is actually so shameless. People like that should be taught a hard lesson, instead of condoning it. A look of dismay appeared on Fubo's face as he stared at Yuan Muno, as if he still had some disbelief. "You guys really let me stay here? Well, as long as you're able to make a life for yourself here, I have nothing to say. If Fubar is going to stay here, then his life and death has nothing to do with Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby. The two naturally wouldn't bother to protect him. Uncle Fu will be a little difficult." In fact, he was dismayed at 2 points. One is that Yuan Mai actually let him stay here so quickly, and the second is that Yuan Mai and Lee Chubby actually do not stay here. By all accounts, this place is full of temptation. It was also really surprising that the two could resist. "Fu Bar, we have to get to business, so think for yourself. There's not much time we can give you. In a minute, make your own decision." Chubby Lee clasped his hands to his chest, which would say nothing. Time passed by in minutes and seconds. Fu Bar finally said, "Then I'll stay here and you guys go." "Okay." Yuan Muno turned around and was about to leave, but at this time, Uncle Fu suddenly called out to the two men and said, "When you go back, can you say that I died in an accident halfway across the country?" Yuan Muno frowned slightly, suddenly becoming more and more dissatisfied with this old man, doing this kind of thing and trying to keep a good name. This kind of bear and fish want both things. Yuan Mai naturally will not let him as he wishes. "Can't. This. You guys. Uncle Fu, we've actually made a big concession by being able to let you stay here, so don't give an inch." Yuan Muno's voice was somewhat serious. Seeing this, Fubo no choice but to say nothing more and slipped away. Fatty Lee waited for Uncle Fu to leave and began to curse. "This old thing can be really shameless. Old Yuan, you shouldn't have agreed to this old thing's request. It's okay, he doesn't want to go back. Stay here, it's actually justifiable. He doesn't go back. It's good for him, it's good for us, it's less of a burden for us. The food comes out in an extra portion, so someone can eat a little more." Yuan Muno said faintly. Fatty Lee thought about it, and it seemed to make sense, and so nothing more was said. The two of them continued to walk, and Chubby Lee brought Yuan Muno to a casino in no time. The place is gambling feverishly and there is a great deal of enthusiasm. After going in, Lee Chubby took out the money and wanted to take two, but Yuan Muno stopped him. Do the business first. Good. Lee Chubby this will walk to a remote place, just about to go in, but saw the door there are two big and thick men. The two were very rough. Upon seeing Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby appear, they immediately stopped the two. Both of them were very menacing looking. It's not a good one at first glance. What are you two doing here? Going in for a big game. Of course, you can't afford to play. There's enough out there for you. The rugged man said so. Yuan Muno, however, remained silent and said nothing. Of course we can afford to play with whatever you have inside, Lee Chubby said with great confidence. Really? Truer than gold. Fatty Lee continued. Okay, both of you inside. Yuan Muno still had some doubts in his heart at this time, and this time he also couldn't help but ask, Fat brother, was that a code word you guys just matched? Count on it, Chubby Lee replied. Once inside, the first thing you see is a long corridor. The inside of the gallery was a little dark and the light wasn't very visible. After a short walk, a gust of wind blew. A curtain appeared inside and through it, entering into another door. The door opened and a secret door appeared, through which it was like another world. There is also a more spacious area where a number of people are setting up stalls as well. Not surprisingly, this is the black market. Yuan Muno said to Fatty Lee, Fatty, where do we need to go to be able to exchange for food? Don't worry, let's look around first. Chubby Lee said so. Yuan Muno wasn't very familiar with the environment here, so he didn't say much. After walking for a while, Fatty Lee came to the door of an old woman's stall. The old woman looked very serious and wore a necklace with some very small skulls hanging from it. The wrinkles on his face can literally pile up. Just looking at it gives you a feeling of treacherous abnormality. Granny, we want food. Do you have any here? Yes, we want more, Yuan Muno said. In fact, in this day and age, food is considered hard currency. The average person can't get a lot of them. After all, this needs to be rationed as well. The old woman listened to Yuan Muno's words as if she had heard a joke, and looked at him with some contempt in her eyes at this point. With an awkward smile, Chubby Lee said, Granny, it's my brother's first time here. There are some rules that he doesn't understand. Please forgive me. Only then did the old woman ease up a bit, waving her hand and saying, It's not a problem. Her voice also sounded like it was coming from the bottom of her throat, and just hearing it made it a little hard to hear. Little brother, let me tell you, we have all the food you want here. The key is to see what kind of chips you use. Chips we have. Fatty Lee smiled and took out a ghost stone. This piece of ghost stone flickered with a burst of strange light, and the ghost stone attracted the old woman's attention just as she took it out. Apparently flickered for a moment. After the flash, she regained her composure. How many do you have? Don't worry, we have a lot of this stuff too. The key is that you have something that we can work with for a long time, Yuan Muno said. Well, how many did you guys bring this time? 4 pieces, Yuan Muno said. Fatty Lee would take out all 4 ghost stones this time. The moment the ghost stone was brought out, the old woman wanted to touch it with her hand, but it was picked up by Yuan Muno. Negativity from old ladies plus 99. Yuan Muno was stunned for a few seconds, thinking how petty. We got our stuff out. Don't you guys have to show us your stuff too? Don't worry, since you are sincere in exchanging things, we are definitely sincere as well. But there is one thing that I must tell you. The old woman suddenly became serious and said, What is it? Chapter 32 Acquisition of Materials. The old woman looked mystified. It made Yuan Muno a little nervous instead. After he asked, he waited for the old woman to say what followed. The old woman pondered for a moment and said, If you change your food, you certainly won't be able to leave during the day. Yuan Muno was stunned for a few seconds, and probably understood what the old woman meant. Now in these dark times, food is a controlled item. If you want to get rid of the food, if someone is checking during the day, you will definitely not be able to go. It's a nighttime only walk. When Chubby Lee heard this, he couldn't help but feel anxious for a few moments and said, If we go at night, won't it be dangerous? Chubby Lee was worried about something very valid. From Cloud City to Fire City, 100 kilometers of road, a long dark night, and in those trippy areas, I wonder how many evil spirits there are. Even the presence of a stern ghost can be very dangerous. This you don't have to worry about. When the time comes, you can follow the large group of people to leave Cloud City piece by piece. There will be specialized cultivators that will protect you. Among them there are some retired spiritual specialists. There are also 2 Chi Transformation Realm cultivators, and there is also a Chi Entry Realm expert. When the old woman spoke, she spoke slowly, giving the impression that she was about to break at any moment. But these words gave Chubby Lee considerable encouragement. This would make a surprised sound and say, Old woman, you're talking about an expert in the Chi Entry Realm? Really? Of course it's true. Otherwise how can a black market as big as ours run on? People buy things and can't take them home. Can this black market still prosper? The old woman's words immediately rendered Lee Chubby speechless. Yuan Muno felt that the old woman was right. Such a big black market. If the products couldn't be taken away by the customers, there wouldn't be so many people who would continue to buy things here. However, he was still a bit ignorant about the cultivation of cultivators. But from Chubby Lee's reaction, it was clear that an expert in the chi entry realm should be very powerful. At least it's rarer. Anyway, Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby had little cultivation. Of course these things, as important as they are, there are still some other things that Yuan Muno needs to confirm. This time he opened his mouth and asked, "Old lady, how much grain can we exchange for these 4 ghost stones?" 1 ghost stone for 1,000 pounds of grain, which means you can exchange it for 2 meals. Once Yuan Muno heard this, he felt that he was still somewhat satisfied. It's just that at the moment food is needed as well as the rest of the stuff. So he continued, "We only want a ton of grain, and the rest we would like to exchange for some of the rest of the household goods, such as meat." Success! I'll assign you all when the time comes, and you can mention a list of what you need. If it's in exchange for meat, how much can it be exchanged for? 100 pounds of a ghost stone. It's amazing that you can only get so far if you change the meat. After Yuan Muno pondered for a while, he said, 100 pounds of meat, and then with the rest of the vegetables, oil, and so on, you get some of all of them. No problem, the old woman responded. At 8 o'clock in the evening you will car a warehouse on the southern outskirts of Cloud City, which will be loaded with your goods, and I will tell you where to meet the party. Okay. The two of them left 2 ghost stones as a deposit and then left the place. It had to be said that Cloud City was still relatively well protected. During the day, life was essentially normal, except that by 6 o'clock in the evening, the crowds dwindled and the streets were beginning to be cordoned off. Some of the psychic specialists have started patrolling the streets. These psychic specialists are also pretty well equipped. Yuan Muo Yi and Lee Chubby, after glancing a few times, drove to the warehouse in the southern suburb, where there was someone to meet them. In a short time the two men checked the supplies, then loaded them onto the cart, and were then guided to one of the lines. There are over a dozen cars here at this point. There were a dozen or so people standing sporadically around the vehicle and some inside. Together, the entire caravan was almost 30 or 40 people. Yuan Muno fixed his eyes and couldn't actually tell who the cultivator was. Just seeing a few of them, with special firearms on their belts, they probably knew that they were psychic specialists. When they arrived, suddenly a rather tall man stepped out. He was a bit unkempt, bloodshot among his eyes, and looked like he hadn't had a good night's rest by the looks of it. He puffed out his cheeks and said, "Gentlemen, listen carefully, I am the captain of your caretaker team this time. My surname is Chow. I hope that you will listen to the command in all your actions. This action, it can be said to be very dangerous. As long as you listen to the arrangement, we guarantee that we will escort you to your destination safely." The crowd was silent. In fact, just by looking at the demeanor, it's all rather serious and tense. Yuan Muno's heart was also a little nervous. In fact, more nervous about this load of supplies. If the supplies could not be delivered safely, then the people of Fire City would be in danger of being deprived of food by then. This is something Yuan Muno doesn't want to see. When Captain Chow finished, everyone said it was fine. Then Captain Chow arranged for everyone to get into the car, and Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby quickly got into the car. The car drove towards the front, and within a short time, it drove out of Cloud City. There was still some light at night while in Cloud City. Once they left Cloud City, it was gradually darkening outside. Lee Chubby will light a cigarette, and hand Yuan Mai another. "Old Yuan, I hope we arrive home safely tonight. It's over 100 kilometers, and at the current speed, it'll take us 2 hours to get here and probably 3 hours to get home. Even more." Yuan Muno didn't say this out loud. Fatty Lee hummed, then said to Yuan Muno, "I hope it's safe and sound tonight. Old Yuan, I'm driving, so you just rest for a while." Aha! Yuan Muno didn't say anything nonsense and finished a cigarette. "Just start resting against the parking space. I don't know how long." Suddenly just at this time, a relatively violent impact immediately let Yuan Mai woke up from his sleep. Waking up, Yuan Muno subconsciously looked at the time. It was already 9 o'clock at night. It was still dark outside. "Old Yuan, something seems to have happened." These words landed and instantly made Yuan Muno much more spirited. He fixed his eyes outward and realized that all the cars had stopped. It was a wooded area, surrounded entirely by dense forest, with a road winding through the center. Actually, when you look at it during the day, there's still nothing wrong with it, but parking here at night gives it a creepy feel. At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in the middle of Yuan Muno's mind. The system prompts the host to open the main quest. Killing 3 2-level evil spirits will result in a heavy reward. 3 second-degree ghosts? Yuan Muno's heart choked. The system was letting him kill 3 level 2 evil spirits. Did that mean that there were a lot of level 2 evil spirits that existed here? Chapter 33, Bloodthirsty Night. After hearing this prompt from the system, Yuan Muno had obviously started to get a little nervous. If so many level 2 evil ghosts, or even more of the remaining levels of evil ghosts existed, the fact that the convoy has now stopped means that it must have encountered a situation up ahead. Fatty Lee would say, "Old Yuan, let's go down and take a look." When he finished, he tried to open the car door and get out, but Yuan Muno stopped him. "Wait." Chubby Lee gazed at Yuan Muno and found that he had a grave expression on his face. "Just know that things might not be simple, or even more serious than one might think. What's going on? Old Yuan, is the situation not right?" "Well, there is something wrong, Fatty. Our main task tonight is to protect the food in our car, and we'll try to stay out of all the rest," Yuan Muno said seriously. Chubby Lee nodded, putting down the hand that was originally ready to pull open the car door. Time passed by the minute, and some of the owners, unaware of the situation, had begun to get out of their cars. The glow of some flashlights was shining scattered along the dark road. Waited for about 5 minutes. An urgent voice suddenly sounded in the middle of Yuan Mai's mind. "Remind the host that the evil spirits are approaching. The evil spirits are approaching." A somewhat urgent voice accompanied this one. In the next second, a mournful and miserable scream rang out directly. This scream seemed to tear the night apart, and everyone's eyes were drawn to it. That's when a figure was seen, falling limply to the ground. Looking at the appearance, his face was pale, as if he didn't have any essence left, and it was obvious that the soul in his body was no longer there. "How can you be so swift?" Captain Chow quickly surrounded the area with his men. "This will start checking the bodies." Yuan Muno and Chubby Lee were both watching from inside the car. Chubby Lee looked at Yuan Mai with some conviction. Just now, if Yuan Mai did not let him do it, may now be dead. Who is it? Time passes by the minute. Captain Chow checked, and in the next second, he gave the order. "All the men get on the bus quickly," and the team resumes. As soon as the crowd heard this, they snapped back to their senses and all headed over towards the car. All of them, they dare not delay in any way. Back in the car, the crowd started the car. Lee Chubby and Yuan Muoya's car. In the middle of the fleet, the person who died just now is probably 2 spaces away from Yuan Muoya's position. The caravan resumed its journey and resumed traveling on this winding path through the woods, but it wasn't good for long. About a minute of traveling, the car that was at the front of the line suddenly came under attack, and the whole car began to shake, and then it was swept right over. All cars, once again, stopped and did not advance. The crowd was once again in a state of tension, all in a state of saber rattling. Lee Chubby learned smartly this time and had no intention of getting off the bus. Saving lives. A sharp voice rang out in the middle of the night. The system, however, was reminding Yuan Muno to complete the mission again at this time, but now he, however, knew that if he went to complete the mission, it was likely that he would encounter danger, and whether the mission would be completed or not, this matter was really not certain. But this car food, if you wait for Yuan Muno to get out of the car, you may not be able to keep it. The two were now completely steady as old dogs, not moving at all. The rest of the car owners, who seemed to have learned their lesson this time, all showed no signs of moving at all. Once the men were rescued, the wounded were shoved into another vehicle. But up to now, the evil spirits didn't seem to be blatantly attacking. On the contrary, very strategic. Such a vocal attack soon began to cause some anxiety. Chubby Lee would still be talking this time. "Old Yuan, it seems like it's going to be a difficult thing to get to your destination safely tonight." Yuan Muno softly hummed and didn't say much, but at that moment, someone outside started knocking on the glass. Chubby Lee rolled the window down. One of the escort squad was heard to say, "Please get out of the car and help lift that car." "Brother, the two of us have no hands. Why don't you have someone else lift it? Don't you have a tow rope? Wouldn't a tow rope be faster?" Yuan Muno also said, "That's why I didn't. That's why I'm looking for you. Can you two big men stop whining? The women in the car in front of you are getting out. Don't you want to get out of here tonight?" That was obviously said with some resentment in it. Lee Chubby this time could not help but say, "Brother, we are all businessmen. Just now has died a person. If we go down, turn back, what accident, how to do?" Fatty Lee's words. "Anyway, just to convey a message, I will not get off. If you don't get out of the car, our captain may say that those who don't help each other will be removed from the ranks of our protection." That's a pretty harsh statement. As soon as Chubby Lee heard this, he immediately became angry as well. He was about to say something, but Yuan Muno cut off the conversation and said, "Okay, let's get off." Yuan Muno pulled Lee Chubby out of the car. It took that member of the protection squad to sort of shut up and walk away. Keep going and tapping on the back window. It didn't take long for the people in the car, basically, to get down. The crowd gathered around the car in front of them, which was a van. It was the escort squad's car. which fell right into the middle of the road askew and touched a car behind it. It wasn't a problem for so many people to try to lift this car. Yuan Mai swept some. This will say, Captain Chow, you let those women get on the car first. Lifting this car does not need so many people. Captain Chow glanced at Yuan Muno and said, you're the captain and I'm the captain? But at this time, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. I think he's right. With so many people gathered together, it's likely that this is exactly what the evil spirits want to see. This one voice attracted Yuan Muno's attention. As he fixed his eyes, he saw a girl in a black dress. The girl's features were delicate and her looks were quite beautiful, tall with slender arms. Captain Chow glanced at the girl and swallowed the words that came to his mouth before speaking. All the women and the thin and weak, get on the bus and leave only about 10 people behind. As soon as the crowd heard this, they were ready to get in the car. Only it was already too late, and a scream soon rang out. Started with one, then two, a scream so close together, it made the crowd go haywire. Li Chubby said to Yuan Mai, old Yuan, let's go. Chubby Li was just about to say what to do. Instead, the woman from earlier spoke up. Don't mess up. Everyone approached towards Captain Chow's side. The woman is still quite calm. This will not panic. Chapter 34 Arrow with Talisman Seal. It still surprises me a bit that the girl reacted in such a way. After all, in this kind of environment, most of the people are starting to panic, but she, a girl, can still show such composure. It's really rare. The girl shouted several times in a row before everyone finally approached towards that side. Captain Chow also had all the members of the escort guards protect the crowd inside. Chubby Lee couldn't care less and directly squeezed in the center. But I don't know what happened. It quickly squeezed out. Yuan Muno would be standing at the edge of the crowd as well. Old Yuan, these guys, they're really too much. Be quiet or it's affecting my judgment. Captain Chow suddenly spoke. As soon as the crowd heard this, they dared not say any more nonsense, and immediately became quiet. This would be the woman's eyes looking around as well. Looking wary, there was silence all around and an eerie wind blew. Just then I had seen the evil spirit hiding in the forest. The forest was only a meter or two from the road at best. If the evil spirit strikes, it's only a matter of moments. I subconsciously touched the demon punisher talisman and waited. Then I saw the evil spirits running towards this side like a swift wind. It was at this time that the members of the escort saw the evil ghost and quickly opened their mouths to roar. Captain, the evil ghost is here. Acknowledged. Prepare to fight. These words landed on the ground, and the men of the escort began to strike at the evil spirit. It was just that these members of the escorting team were obviously unbeatable, and soon there were miserable cries from the members of the escorting team. Some of their hands were directly ripped off, and blood was scattered all over the place. There were only a few members of the escort that were able to engage the evil spirits. Captain Chow was still vaguely able to gain the upper hand when he struck the crowd that was being protected. As soon as they saw the situation, they knew that the escort could not protect them, and they immediately made birds scatter, trying to find upgrades. Seeing this, Chubby Lee quickly said to Yuan Muno, old Yuan, what do we do now? Get in the car. Yuan Muno didn't delay. The escort clearly underestimated the danger. This time, I didn't expect so many evil spirits to appear, and the ones that did appear were quite high in rank. In fact, Yuan Muno also felt that something was fishy. The quest given by the system alone was for him to put to death 3 level 2 evil ghosts. Fatty Lee was waiting for Yuan Mu's words, so without any delay, he directly ran to the car. Yuan Muno followed, but at that moment, he saw a fire light cut through an arrow, and it went directly towards an evil spirit. The evil spirit was struck and his body flew backwards, setting the forest ablaze in an instant. Apparently this one arrow, however, did not fatally damage the evil spirit. Instead, the evil spirit soon attacked. The woman shifted her bearing and continued to respond. This would be a time when miserable screams would continue to ring out, and the people in the middle of the group would continue to die. Chubby Lee got into the car, saw that Yuan Mai had not yet gotten into the car, and beckoned toward him, saying, old Yuan, what are you waiting for? Quickly come up. Yuan Mai hurriedly ran to the side of the car, gave 2 ghost extermination talismans to Lee Chubby, and said, use it in a critical moment later. When he finished, he closed the car door. Seeing this, Chubby Lee anxiously asked, old Yuan, what are you doing? Yuan Muno ignored Fatty Lee, closed the door to the car, locked his eyes on an evil ghost, and then ran over to the evil ghost. At that moment the evil spirit was planning to eat a human soul. Yuan Muno didn't have any delay, and a ghost execution talisman directly struck out. The evil spirit was struck by the demon punisher talisman, and its form to retreated and staggered. There was also a puff of black smoke coming from his body. The evil spirit stared angrily at Yuan Muno, looking like he wanted to eat him. However, Yuan Muno was still quite calm and did not panic in the slightest. This would be and he also sensed what aura was fluctuating on his body in general. The rescued man behind him got out of the way and took off in a huff. Yuan Muno stared at the evil ghost. Both sides glanced at each other and quickly collided. Yuan Muno carried the Thunder God hammer in his hand and smashed it against the second-level evil ghost. The level 2 evil ghost was smashed again and flew backwards. Yuan Muno chased after and went up. The secondary evil spirit seemed to sense the danger and wanted to run away. But Yuan Muno were going to outrun it. Chasing after it, he went up and smashed it with several consecutive Thor hammers. The evil spirit began to let out a guttural scream. As he watched, the body of the secondary evil spirit faded more and more. But at this time, Yuan Muno suddenly felt a crisis coming down behind him. Before he could react, instead, he felt his neck suddenly pinched. The feeling of being suffocated all the time attacked up. Yuan Muno originally wanted to twist his head back, but a huge pulling force threw his body, pulling directly out several meters. The ground he landed heavily on took a huge hit to his body. He couldn't help but let out a scream in pain, and along with that scream landed on the ground. Yuan Muno seemed to hear the bones clicking. Luckily, though, it didn't hurt at all, and he got up in a heap. At that moment, 2 evil spirits came towards him. Yuan Muno briefly judged that these 2 evil spirits should both be second-level evil spirits. Dealing with 2 at once, Yuan Muno was really out of his depth. But having come to this point, Yuan Muno didn't have much of a choice to retreat. He just hoped that the system wouldn't screw him over when the time came and would give him a heavy reward. After waiting for a while, the 2 evil spirits attacked Yuan Muno from different directions. The swift figure, turning around, arrived close, and Yuan Muno began to dodge. But the attack of the evil spirit still came close. The Thunder God hammer in his hand smashed out continuously. But in the next second, an evil spirit, as if enduring intense pain, began to grab his Thor's hammer. Yuan Muno couldn't tear it at once, and the other evil spirit, taking advantage of this time, tore down towards his neck. When it was too late, Yuan Muno subconsciously blocked it with his hand. As a result, a burst of fire erupted directly from his hand. The firelight surrounded the palm and directly struck the evil spirit from earlier. The evil spirit was knocked out and immediately let out a miserable scream. When the evil ghost landed on the ground, Yuan Muno stabilized his form, while the other evil ghost, obviously, couldn't hold it for too long. After letting go of the Thor's hammer, a puff of smoke came out of his body. Apparently it had become very weak. Yuan Muno fumed for a moment. When his palms could emit fire, how come he doesn't know anything about it? With a confused look on his face, he was a bit baffled. But look at the 2 already somewhat frail evil spirits. Yuan Muno naturally wouldn't let him go. But then again, an arrow shot towards one of the evil spirits. This arrow was different from the previous one. There appeared to be a talisman seal affixed to it, which fell onto the body of the second-grade evil ghost, and instantly the evil ghost was set ablaze all over its body, letting out a burst of miserable shrieks. Chapter 35. Where do women come from? This arrow with the talismanic seal landed on the body of the evil spirit. In a matter of moments, it set the evil spirit ablaze all over its body, and it didn't take long for it to dissolve into a puff of nothingness. It didn't take long for a ghostly stone to fall to the ground. The ghost stones dropped by level 2 evil ghosts were obviously different from those of level 1 evil ghosts, just as Yuan Muno wanted to go up and pick up the ghost stone. But at that moment, another evil spirit ran towards him. The other evil spirit, though, was at the end of its rope. With a movement of his mind, the fire in the center of his hand erupted once more. A burst of light that, though not very bright, was a burst of suppression against the evil spirits. When the fire covered the body of the evil ghost, which was at the end of its strength, it didn't last long. Straight away, Yuan Muno struck his soul. A ghostly stone also fell. He stepped forward and picked up the 2 ghost stones, having wanted to give the other one to the woman. But the woman obviously didn't have the heart to stay here, and quickly ran over to the other evil spirits. It's been a mess here for a long time now. The people who bought goods at the black market are already dead. A number of the escort's members died as well. Captain Chow is also struggling to hold on. And after Yuan Muno gave the ghost stone away, he quickly observed the environment here. It was found that there were also some evil spirits that kept coming out. These evil spirits, as if they knew we would leave seemingly from here, had been here in ambush for a long time. Yuan Muno had reason to suspect that this was an ambush with a conspiracy. After waiting for some time, Captain Chow suddenly gave an order and said, "Gentlemen, retreat, run away if you can. There are just too many evil ghosts. Our escort can't hold them. I'm going to withdraw too." Captain Chow's words made the remaining people, all of a sudden, become even more hasty, and the guy said he was leaving without stopping. When Captain Chow left, the rest of the escorts who were still alive, also hurriedly ran away. Some of the merchants who had purchased the supplies in the black market, where would they dare to stay this time? The supplies were not wanted. They turned around and ran in the direction of Cloud City. Li Chubby this will emerge from the car ahead, looking at the situation, suddenly shouted, "Old Yuan, we run? If we run away now, we'll have undone our work, and the supplies won't be brought back." The evil spirits were in the night, their bodies releasing light. Those who are alive here will basically be gone, leaving only Yuan Muno's team, and the woman's team. The woman also clearly doesn't want to give up her supplies, but now in this situation, Yuan Muno felt that if they didn't break out, with so many evil spirits, they might all be dragged to their deaths here. In addition, the task given to him by the system, Yuan Muno had not yet completed. Now I don't know if it's considered that I've put to death one evil spirit, or two. The other evil spirit, after all, was accomplished with the aid of a woman. This makes Yuan Muno can't help but be a bit torn off. Yuan Muno's gaze, this would be towards the woman. The woman seemed like she had a telepathic connection with Yuan Muno. This time she also looked towards him, and the two of them exchanged glances. The judgment of this current environment could be seen in the eyes of both parties. There were more people in the women's team than in Yuan Muno's. There were almost 5 of them, 2 cars. All 5 were obviously people of some skill. After looking at each other, Yuan Muno suddenly said, "We need to work together to get out alive. If you want to get out alive, you should get out of the trap early as the only way out." The two spoke briefly for a moment or two, sort of an endorsement of each. After about a minute of waiting, the evil spirit came running this way again. Yuan Muno took out a special gun, directly pulled the trigger button. Bang 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 sound suddenly resounded continuously. The bullets flew out and landed on the evil spirits. But such bullets obviously couldn't work on high-level evil spirits. It was a bit of a struggle to deal with these secondary evil spirits, but it wasn't impossible to deal with them. Just as Yuan Muno was cleaning up the secondary evil spirit, Fatty Lee's side suddenly let out a furious roar. "Lousy, and you guys are by the book." Yuan Muno's gaze was immediately attracted over, and he saw that the vehicle that Chubby Lee was in, this time was being shaken from side to side, and was about to roll over at any time. If the car flipped over, it would be even harder for Yuan Muno and the others to take away the supplies. Yuan Muno would quickly step forward this time, and with a single movement of his body, he reached the side of the car. Lee Chubby this will pull open the door of the car, directly jumped down, holding a double gun. A look of arrogance, roared, "You dog days, today I want to get you all dead." He got out of the car and took a shot at the evil spirit. Yuan Muno didn't pause either, striking out to clean up the low-grade evil spirits in the neighborhood. The ground began to fall ghost stone. Lee Chubby although obese, but the key time, the action is absolutely no hesitation. Crouch down, the body will fall ghost stone to pick up. The woman's side went out well too, destroying the low-level evil spirits. Chubby Lee would say, "Old Yuan, we have our supplies afterward." After he finished speaking, he saw that Yuan Muno didn't answer him, so he followed Yuan Muno's gaze. Then he saw the woman, and seeing that the woman's men were also picking up ghost stones, he couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, what's that woman's origin? Do you know?" "I don't know," Yuan Muno replied. Now in the middle of this dystopian world, Yuan Muno was unaware of many things. To say that he understood, it was definitely Chubby Lee who knew more. After clearing out some low-level evil spirits, the surroundings suddenly quieted down a bit. After waiting for like a minute, no evil spirits appeared either. Yuan Muno spoke, "Retreat. Now that the main road is blocked, you definitely can't go any further, so you have to press halfway down the road and go over the edge." Both sides reached a consensus, and without delay, they all started to get into their cars. The woman's car was in front of her and she drove forward. Fatty Lee and Yuan Muno followed behind. Lee Chubby's car skills have no problem, and both sides quickly broke away from the original team. Lee Chubby before the car also said, "Old Yuan, just now the rest of the car so many supplies, we should move a little on the car. Take something you shouldn't and you might get into trouble you shouldn't. In this situation, it's better to be smart." Fatty Lee felt that Yuan Muno had made some sense. 3 cars, one in front of the other, drove forward. All of them were emotionally afraid to relax. All of them were tense. It's just that the path, which is sandwiched in the middle of the forest, is a bit long, and after 5 minutes of walking it's still not finished. "Old Yuan, where do you think those people in front of us are going?" Yuan Muno shook his head. Speechless, he looked at Fatty Lee. This guy, he just knew how to say some nonsense. Yuan Muno didn't even know where they were coming from, so how could he possibly know where they were going? Chapter 36, Gooseowning. However, Yuan Muno knew that this line of people should not be simple. If they weren't from the psychic special team and still had this kind of strength, they were at least from a big family. At that time, Lian Senyu's family should have had this kind of strength. Yuan Muno has seen to his brother, when he came to pick up her home when the battle, it was assumed that this group of people should all have some background and power as well. In the middle of the night, there was no light other than that of the headlights. Chubby Lee still prayed, "I hope nothing happens next." It's only been gone for a long time, and Yuan Muno thinks it's unlikely that something won't happen. The only best way to deal with the danger at the moment is to be fully prepared. However, he did not open his mouth to say it directly, but kept silent. The currently chubby probably could not withstand such a scare. Taking advantage of this period of tranquility, the two men began to smoke a cigarette. Yuan Muno began to think about something. When his own palms were on fire earlier, there seemed to be a cloud of breath flowing within his body. This mass of breath, in his body, was carrying a heat, quite subtle. He felt that this should be the practitioner's mana. Yuan Muno didn't know how to describe the feeling. He was not sure in his heart if, according to what Fatty Lee had said at first, the two were wasted souls, basically unable to cultivate. Also wasted souls, so the kind of people you find on the street at the drop of a hat. He's got nothing going for him, even reborn back. Yuan Muno didn't have any special feelings about it either. Of course, Yuan Muno's body had still undergone some changes. After all, after eating some of the things given by the system before, the soul and body had been strengthened to a certain extent. Perhaps it was this change that made Yuan Muno stronger in all aspects? Other than that, Yuan Muno really didn't know how to explain this occurrence. Just as he was seriously thinking about it, the car, which had been driving forward, stopped once again. Chubby Lee looked back and slammed on the brakes, which didn't let his car crash into it. His face changed dramatically and he said, "No, is something wrong again?" Yuan Muno told Fatty Lee to be quiet and not to talk nonsense. "I'll get out of the car and check it out." He dropped that and opened the car door. In the vehicle in front of them, the woman from earlier also got out. "What's going on? Something's not right. There's an evil spirit." The woman spoke dryly. The atmosphere felt like it froze for a few moments. Yuan Muno's gaze began to sweep, but he found nothing. The system won't be alerted this time. "No, we need to get in the car and leave quickly," the woman said. She said getting in the car. When she got into the car, Yuan Muno didn't delay and quickly got into the car. This woman was also really strange. After sensing an evil spirit just now, she should have driven quickly and passed in one breath instead of stopping here. The longer you stop, the greater the danger. Yuan Mai just got on the car. Li Chubby Deng asked, "What's wrong, old Yuan?" "Don't ask yet. Drive." Chubby Lee listened to me and drove the car to follow. He hated to be at the front of the line. This time, after traveling for about 10 minutes, a sudden gust of cloudy wind blew, whistling outside, and listening to the eerie wind made people feel a little uncomfortable. Sure enough, the trees around them began to fall down, the kind that cuts right through. Not only was it blocking the road, it was slamming down towards the car. Seeing this, Yuan Muno quickly shouted, "Stop the car." Chubby Lee naturally also knows the danger. Quickly brake. They do not have any delay. Hurriedly get out of the car. To one side, with a serious face, the woman and his men, too, went down in droves. The car would have been smashed. Yuan Muno frowned slightly, thinking how the hell else could he get the supplies back? But this will still be the first to save the little life before. The rest will have to wait and see. The woman's side was the same as Yuan Muno's side. By the time they got out of the car, the original trees had finally stopped, and the cloudy wind had disappeared in an instant. Needless to say, an evil spirit must have appeared. And this evil spirit, it's not just any evil spirit. Yuan Muno actually didn't feel its presence, and the system would be silent this time. An uneasy feeling that began to permeate the room. When it had swept over his entire body, suddenly, another cloudy wind rose. At the same time, a voice finally sounded in his head. "Open the quest beyond the main line. Kill the third-level evil spirits." When these words landed, Yuan Muno felt foolish. Killing a third-degree evil spirit, isn't that a joke? Is he a rival? He would speak up and say, "No kidding." The system prompts the host that killing a third-level evil spirit will result in a double reward on top of the original. What's a reward? I have to be alive to get it too. After Yuan Muo Yi murmured, the system was no longer silent. He knew that he was on his own in this situation. He twisted his head and looked at Fatty Lee, who, after sensing Yuan Mai's eyes, spoke. "Old Yuan, what's wrong with you?" "No, Fatty, we might be in trouble tonight." Lee Chubby suddenly broke into a curse. "This dog day black market. Damn, is it not good to go during the day? Also said at night to arrange what escort for us. These bull asterisk escort. There is no one reliable. If the spiritual special team are some of these goods, then our human race will be extinct." There is still some truth in what he said. It's just that there's no use talking about it now. Yuan Muoi will this time and the woman they are close. When he got close, he spoke. "Today's evil spirits are not easy to deal with. Do you have any certainty?" The woman glanced at Yuan Muno, and that look looked a little strange. "Are you sure?" "I wasn't sure, so I came over to ask if you were sure." Yuan Muno spoke up. However, at this time, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. From Gu Xiaoning's negative emotion value plus 10. Plus 10 more. Gu Xiaoning. The woman in front of me actually had that name. She would be silent, not paying any attention to Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno knew that he was making a fool of himself and was a bit embarrassed. But this situation was not the time to be embarrassed, so he continued to speak. Ms. Gu, the evil spirits tonight are very powerful. We must be careful. After Yuan Muno finished saying the 3 words Miss Gu, Gu Xiaoning's surprised gaze fell on him, as if he couldn't believe it. You? How did you know my last name is Gu? Guess. Yuan Muno said. You don't care what your purpose is. If you want to put the devil in me, then you're wrong. Since you know about our Gu family, you also know that our Gu family is not something to be messed with, right? Gu Xiaoning said indifferently. Yuan Muno. He didn't even think about it. Chapter 37, The Gu Family. And Yuan Muno didn't know anything about the Gu family at all. The original owner had no memories of this either. On the contrary, it was Fatty Lee next to him who had a certain change in his complexion. It becomes less natural. He pulled Yuan Muno aside. Old Yuan, this Gu family really isn't a character to be messed with? Yuan Muno made a puzzled sound. Seeing this, Li Chubby continued. Anyway, let me tell you, their Gu family is also a large family. Just as he was about to ramble on, Yuan Muno suddenly said to him, wait. His voice turned a little sharp. Chubby Lee's voice also came to an abrupt end. A solemn windy sound rang through the air at once. The sound of this wind was a little sharp, and it also gave off the feeling that it was a little dangerous. The air seemed to be filled with an aura that made people feel dangerous, and Yuan Muno knew that the level 3 evil ghost that the system prompted just now was about to appear. This is a very dangerous sign. Gu Xiaoning seemed to feel it as well, and her face grimaced for a few moments. Time passed by in minutes and seconds, when suddenly a wind whistled past his ears. At the same time, a miserable scream rang out. There was a person on Gu Xiaoning's side who was directly thrown high into the air and landed heavily on the ground. Immediately, a mournful scream rang out, and just hearing it made people feel a little creeped out. Gu Xiaoning and the others quickly reacted, and instantly ran over to the man. But apparently it was no longer working. The guy just snapped, and all this time the tertiary evil spirits still haven't shown up. When Fatty Lee saw this scene, his face paled beyond recognition. Yuan Muno, on the other hand, was thinking about the time when his own captain, Gu Shenhai, had died on a 3rd-level evil spirit. These evil spirits are simply guilty as charged. Yuan Muno heart this will not be able to resist some indignation. Gu Xiaoning's face was also all puffed up with grief. After waiting for some time, Gu Xiaoning spoke. What's the point of hiding and being sneaky? If you have the ability to come out directly? 3rd-degree evil spirits usually have their own consciousness. Naturally, he could hear what Gu Xiaoning was shouting. Yuan Muno's gaze was alert, not daring to relax in the slightest. But at this time, a voice rang out in the middle of his mind. Remind the host that evil spirits are coming. At the same time, Yuan Muno looked toward the front and saw a hideous figure directly pressing past Gu Xiaoning. Gu Xiaoning was obviously still a bit unresponsive. Seeing this, Yuan Muno quickly opened his mouth and shouted, "Be careful." Along with this sound of his voice, Gu Xiaoning also reacted quickly, and with the bow and arrow in her hand, she quickly aimed it right in front of her and shot an arrow out, directly hitting that level 3 evil demon squarely in the body. The tremendous impact, with a faint burst of firelight, forced the hidden 3rd-level evil spirits directly to reveal themselves. This level 3 evil ghost was a full 2 meters tall and had a lanky body with a twisted face, covered in black mist. It gave the impression of being very scary. Time passed by minutes and seconds, and it was unknown how long it took before the crowd came back to their senses from the shock. All of them looked incredulous, as if they couldn't believe they were seeing such an evil spirit. Finally, after waiting a bit, everyone came back to their senses all together. Fatty Lee also did not delay at all. The waist of the double gun has long been hungry and thirsty. At the evil spirits directly pull the trigger. Bang 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 sound constantly. Flames kept shooting out. It was a direct hit on the 3rd-degree evil spirit. It just hits the evil spirits and creates holes. But such holes, however, recovered quickly, and seemed to do no harm to the evil spirits whatsoever. The crowd was stunned to see this scene. The evil spirits let out a low roar, and these roars couldn't help but make people tremble with fear just by listening to them. Just by hearing them, Chubby Lee let out a sound. Crap! What the hell is this? I don't know, Yuan Muno replied. At this moment, the level 3 evil ghost looked down at the arrow feather in front of his chest, and a trace of bewilderment seemed to appear on his face. Along with this intended hint of bewilderment, another hint of anger appeared on his face. The evil spirit then moved to pull out the sharp sword that had been inserted into his body. A miserable scream rang out. Along with that, the black mist on its body grew thicker and thicker. Yuan Muno was also alarmed and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it." He saw that the holes in the evil spirit's body were gradually being restored after he pulled out the arrow feathers. This kind of terrifying recovery power made even Yuan Nuno have a bad feeling in his heart. Gu Xiaoning wasn't a vegetarian either, and hastily drew his bow from his back, bending his bow and shooting an arrow. And in a short period of time, an arrow feather shot out again. A burst of fire once again tore through the night as the arrow feathers shot out, forming an arc in the air. It directly pressed past the third-degree evil spirits. This time the level 3 evil ghost actually reached out its own hand directly and just grabbed the arrow feather. This scene caused Gu Xiaoning's face to become heavy for a few moments as well. Chubby Li continued to shoot. As for Yuan Nuno, he had already touched out a few ghost extermination talismans at this time, and the talismans were also releasing light in the air, and immediately ran to crush up the third-level evil ghosts. Gu Xiaoning saw these talismanic seals leaning against the tertiary evil spirits in the past. His face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but stare at Yuan Nuno. Yuan Mai waited for these ghost extermination talismans to press up, but did not pause, immediately leaning on the third-level evil ghost, the Thunder God hammer in his hand, towards the third-level evil ghost smashed up. The level 3 evil ghost let out some screams as it was smashed, but it also reacted quickly as a gust of cloudy winds suddenly struck, forcing Yuan Nuno backward. Yuan Mai turned around and ran his body's breath, and with a movement of his mind, a ball of fire appeared in his hand, and this ball of fire had some ghostly blue color. Crushed the third-level evil spirits up there. The evil spirits let out a gurgling scream as they were crushed. It seems to be a little too much to bear. At this time, someone couldn't help but let out an exclaiming voice. Could he be a cultivator? Definitely. This kind of luck coming out of the body is a cultivator at first glance. But even if they are cultivators, it's not much use. Wasn't Captain Chow before? The crowd's surprise was quickly followed by a look of disappointment. Gu Xiaoning was also a bit surprised, not realizing that the man traveling with him was actually hiding a cultivator. Actually, the more unexpected one is going to be Chubby Li. Yuan Nuno, what virtue? He knows clearly. The two know more than 3 or 5 years. It's been a long time. How could Yuan Nuno be a practitioner? He was shocked the moment he saw Yuan Nuno strike, and in his heart, he even felt that Yuan Nuno was not taken over. An evil spirit has taken over Yuan Nuno's body. How else could he have changed so much? Just as they were puzzled, Yuan Nuno drove another ball of light and crushed it up. The evil spirit would release a thick fog from his body this time, covering it directly up. There was a violent collision between the two sides. Chapter 38, Soul Avoidance Pill. The intense clash left the crowd looking a bit dumbfounded. No one could believe that there was actually such a high-level person lurking amongst this team of theirs. The light and fire on Yuan Nuno's body blossomed out directly in the thick fog, breaking through the black fog in an instant. The black mist spread rapidly, but at the same time, Yuan Nuno was also impacted by the black mist, and his figure rapidly fell back. Breath surged through his body, and it didn't take long for a mouthful of blood to reach his throat, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face steeply turned a few shades of pale, and there were a few more shades of blackness between his eyebrows. By the time he stabilized himself, the evil spirit would have also exposed itself from amongst the black mist. The body seems to have collapsed a bit as well. Both sides glanced at each other, anger and killing intent filling their eyes. The evil spirit's figure was still very stout, only vaguely, giving the impression that the figure was like festering a bit. After waiting a bit, the evil spirit suddenly let out an eerie shriek. The screams sounded a little harsh, but there seemed to be some rhythm, and Yuan Nuno naturally heard such a sound for the first time. Gu Xiaoning, however, reacted quickly, which would open her mouth to warn. Not good. He seems to be summoning evil spirits. Along with this voice fell. Chubby Li also began to stagger up with a look of horror. Yuan Nuno naturally knew that the situation looked a bit grim at this point, and Gu Xiaoning would say, "Retreat quickly." Her voice was a little sharp. In this situation, retreat does seem to have become the optimal choice, and there seems to be no better option. Chubby Li just waited for her to finish and immediately reacted and spoke. "Old Yuan, what are you standing around for, waiting to die?" As the words landed with him, he turned and ran. Only after running a few steps, he realized that Yuan Nuno hadn't followed him yet, and Gu Xiaoning had already led the men into the forest. Li Chubby is still a bit baffled. Do not know what's going on. This will open his mouth to yell, "Old Yuan, dilly-dallying for what?" Yuan Nuno had 10,000 Chao Nima running wild in his heart at this time. He wanted to run too, but this situation was going to be a runaway too. There was no way to escape. He had just received a shock from a third-level evil spirit and had obviously suffered some damage. This will be the footsteps are not so sharp. Want to move, are not a simple thing. Li Chubby shouted a few times. Saw Yuan Muoyi or no reaction. This will turn around and come back. To the front of Yuan Muoyi, opened his mouth and shouted, "Old Yuan, what are you doing? Help me walk." Yuan Nuno would only be able to speak properly this time. Chubby Lee then realized Yuan Mai's current physical condition. Naturally he didn't dare to delay, and with him he began to retreat, the two of them entering the dense forest. Fatty Lee also opened his mouth and said, "Old Yuan, let's go over towards the Gu family. That's for sure. It's basically impossible for the two of us to survive with our current strength." What strength is Lee Chubby? Yuan Muno knows clearly. Basically, it can be said that there is no strength to speak of, which means that when the evil spirits catch up, it's basically over. Good. Lee Chubby was waiting for Yuan Muno to say this, and without saying a word, he directly chased after him. Gu Xiaoning's group hadn't actually gone very far. After all, they had also taken another body with them, so not moving too fast. It didn't take long for Chubby Lee to catch up with Gu Xiaoning. Out of the corner of his mouth, he also shouted, "MS. Gu, slow down. This situation is exactly the time for us to unite as one. How can we still work together if you're walking so fast?" Gu Xiaoning looked at Fatty Lee and said nothing. Eyes also spiraled down to Yuan Muno's body. She would fall a few steps and said, "Are you alright?" I am certainly fine. I'm a little weak right now, but I can't admit defeat, and I must eat something now to replenish my body. The system allows you to buy something to replenish your body. Yuan Muno thought without delay and opened his mouth. "Fat brother, first assist me to a place to take a rest." Gu Xiaoning said, "If you rest at this time, you'll definitely die here later. How can I recover if I don't rest? Can't you see that the grass and trees around are moving? The evil spirits will catch up at any time, and there will be more than 1/3 level evil spirit," Yuan Muno reminded. Gu Xiaoning's face suddenly sank, feeling that Yuan Muno had a point. Running like this now is tantamount to becoming a living target for others. Instead of that, why don't you find a place to hide for a while? Gu Xiaoning's stunningly beautiful eyes flickered, and a burst of light and fire in her eyes was brightening and flickering. Her delicate features were also pale and had a somewhat distressed look about them. "You're right, too." Without delay this time, she called out to the people in front of her and said, "Don't run, everyone hide on the spot." As he spoke, Gu Xiaoning began to feel something out from his body. It was a bottle, and just by looking at the bottle, he knew it wasn't something ordinary. The bottle is glossy and looks high-end. This is the soul avoidance pill. After you eat it, you should be able to maintain 10 minutes without being discovered by the evil spirits. But if you are discovered in 10 minutes, everyone will have to die. "Miss, this soul avoidance pill is very precious. You can't give it to outsiders," someone shouted. When Chubby Lee saw this, he was dissatisfied and said, "What time is it? What outsiders are still divided? I'm all in the same gang now." In fact, Gu Xiaoning also felt that this soul avoidance pill was very precious. It does seem a bit of a waste to give it away like that, and there are only 2 soul avoidance pills, and there are 7 or 8 of them here. You can only break it up and give it to everyone, which is why it shortens the effect of the medicine so much. But at this point, it was clear that there was no longer too much time to think and a decision had to be made quickly. Though she was a woman, she was never as indecisive as other women. She crumbled the pills and distributed them to the crowd. Chubby Lee took the pills and first gave them to Yuan Muno before taking them himself. "Hide." Gu Xiaoning saw that everyone had taken the elixir. This will be a reminder. The crowd came back to their senses and all sought shelter. Time passes by the minute. A gust of gloomy wind suddenly arose here, and it grew louder and louder. Invisible, with a cutting sound. It's disturbing to the mind. It wasn't long before everyone saw many shadows running this way, and the shadow was still somewhat faster. These are evil spirits. For a while the place was cloudy. Everyone held their breath, not daring to let their guard down. This soul avoidance pill, in the end, how potent it is, has not been tested at the end. But in the end, the soul avoidance pill proved to be quite useful. These evil spirits came all the way over and didn't spot the crowd. After Chubby Lee discovered this scene, his heart was immediately proud. Which would say, "Old Yuan, the things that this Miss Gu gave are really good things." Chapter 39, The Gu Family's Invitation. Just when Chubby Lee finished speaking, the evil spirits that had been walking by suddenly stopped in their tracks. This action of the evil spirit immediately made Lee Chubby shut his mouth. His face flushed a few shades of red, obviously a little disturbed. Yuan Muno would have blanked Lee Chubby. It must have been the sound this guy just made that startled these evil spirits. Chubby Lee even covered his mouth with his hand in a nervous manner when he saw the stopped evil spirit. After waiting for a while, these evil spirits didn't find Yuan Muno and the others. However, these were all low-grade evil spirits, not very strong, even if they found out. In fact, Yuan Muno and the others still had a way to get out. The most important thing is that third-degree evil spirit, which is really more difficult to deal with. Time passed minute by minute. After the low-level evil spirits passed, the third-level evil ghost also came here in many hours. This third-level evil ghost obviously also suffered a lot of injuries. This will be the body shape is still a bit thin. There is also less energy released outward from the body. Even so, its strength is still not to be underestimated. Moreover, Yuan Muno would be in an even worse situation himself. Actually, the level 3 evil ghost stopped in its tracks when it reached the front of the crowd. The eyes scanned the place. Seems to have found something suspicious. Chubby Lee saw the third level evil ghost stood still here. Obviously also tensed some. This will gaze at Yuan Muyi. Originally wanted to say something. However, Yuan Muno made a silent gesture. And when Chubby Lee saw this, how could he dare to say anything more? At this time, Yuan Muno also turned his gaze toward Gu Xiaoning. This group of people would be holding their breath this time, not daring to make any noise. In the midst of the darkness, only a gust of gloomy wind was blowing. 10 minutes were going by in a flash. If the evil spirit does not go away, it will pose the greatest danger to the crowd. Maybe all of them will die here. Meanwhile, Yuan Muno naturally did not delay and used his consciousness to enter the previous store. Right now, he still had almost 4,000 or 5,000 negative emotion values, which was definitely enough for general purchases. For example, a normal ghost extermination talisman with 100 negativity values could be bought in minutes, but really the ones that work well are the ones that don't come cheap, like Dragonfall or something like that. That's all for 20 to 30,000 negative emotion values. He looked around the store and finally found a bottle of something called Soul Nourishing Liquid, which was priced at roughly 999 negative emotion value. It wasn't cheap either, but Yuan Muno didn't have too many options at this point. He directly bought the Soul Nourishing Liquid, and when the Soul Nourishing Liquid arrived, Yuan Muno did not delay and directly drank it in. A sensation of generalized relief spread rapidly within his body. The originally weak soul seemed to have received some compensation in an instant, and in addition it felt as if some of the body's breath seemed to be growing. It was also at this time that a voice also sounded in his mind, reminding the host that your soul level has reached LV6. This voice made Yuan Muno come back to his senses. Soul level, actually up to LV6 level. The last time he was reminded of his LV5 level, Yuan Muno didn't care. This time, the reminder of the LV6 level made Yuan Muno a bit curious. It seemed like the last time his soul entered the LV5 rank, he had some cultivation and was able to transport fire among his palms. It made him curious. Just as he was thinking about these things, a voice suddenly came to his ears. Great, old Yuan, that ghostly thing has finally left. Yuan Muno returned to his senses and fixed his eyes on Fatty Lee. Li Chubby this time also noticed the change in Yuan Mai. He opened his mouth and said, "Old Yuan, are you better?" Yuan Muno subconsciously nodded. Chubby Lee had wanted to ask for more, but at this time, Gu Xiaoning's voice rang out, "Let's hurry up or we'll be too late. Before, when we took the soul avoidance pill, we all hid in the forest. Now, while the evil spirits are all chasing them into the woods, it's time to get on the road and get the car out of the way. It's just that the crowd's cars are basically under the trees right now, so cleanup will take some time." Yuan Muno and Li Chubby didn't say any nonsense and quickly walked towards the car, lifting their hands to get rid of the trees that were pressing on the car. The car was crushed and somewhat deformed, but it still started. The crowd reboarded the car, started it up, and drove off toward the front. However, but at this time, Yuan Muno's mind sounded another beep in the middle of his mind. Remind the host to destroy the third level evil spirits. Destroy the third level evil spirits. Yuan Muno. At this time, there were really 10,000 Chao Nyama running uncontrollably in his heart. At this time, what third level evil ghosts are still eliminated? It would be good if he could live. The system is also really stupidly lacking. Yuan Muno ignored it and continued to greet Li Chubby as he drove. Gu Xiaoning's side of the car is also basically good. A few cars, one after the other, driving up. The car drove for about half an hour. All around, the environment was back to normal. The crowd couldn't help but relax a bit. Li Chubby this will also touch out a cigarette to light up, while smoking, said, "Old Yuan, this time is really dangerous. Next time if we come back to get supplies, can be sure to go in the daytime? If you go at night, I'm afraid of their own life. That what the bull asterisk escort. Simply not reliable at all." Chubby Lee soldiered on and spat, but at that moment, the car in front suddenly stopped again. Chubby Lee's voice ended abruptly. With a panicked face, he said, "No way, the evil spirits are here again?" Yuan Muno felt it, but found no trace of the evil spirit. "I don't think so. Wait and see what happens." After waiting for like half a minute, a figure came down from the passenger side of a car in front of them. This person was none other than Gu Xiaoning. She walked towards Yuan Muno, and when she got close, she spoke, "You come down and I'll talk to you about something." Her tone was a bit icy, as if she was giving an order. "What are you going to say? Just say it, and also this place is not a good place to stay. We should get out of here as soon as possible. Yuan Muno doesn't want to waste time here. In case the evil spirits caught up and found them, it would surely be another hard battle then. Well, I'll make it short. I see that you seem to be a cultivator. and I'd like to invite you to join our Gu family. This is a good thing. Old Yuan Yu hurry to say yes. This Gu family is a big family. Then your old husband's family has money, also have power. When Yuan Yuno had little interest in these things, and what he wanted to do now was actually rather simple. It's to fulfill Gu Shinhai's last wish before he died. Now the general administration had cancelled the number of the 7th Psychic Special Squad, but Yuan Yuno couldn't let the number disappear. He's going to re-establish that number, and let the whole directorate, the 7th Psychic Special Squad, never died out. Chapter 40, Returning to Fire City. Fatty Lee was about to continue saying something when he was about to say something else. He was directly interrupted by Yuan Yuno, who looked at Gu Xiaoning before speaking. Ms. Gu, I thank you for your kindness, but as for joining your Gu family, I think it's better to forget about it. Yuan Yuno's outright refusal caused Gu Xiaoning to lose her concentration for a few seconds as well. Her gaze continued to fall on Yuan Yuno. Are you sure? The Gu family was a great force in the middle of this dystopian world, and he didn't know how many people who wanted to join the Gu family didn't have a chance. This young man in front of her actually rejected her invitation outright. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's hurry up and get on our way. Let's not waste time here, lest the third-level evil spirits come after us again later. Yuan Muno said faintly. Gu Xiaoning's face was a little unsightly, but after hearing Yuan Muno's words, she still turned around and got into her car. The car continued on its way. It wasn't long before we came to a fork in the road. That's where the 3 cars split up. Yuan Muno and Fatty Lee ran over to Fire City, while Gu Xiaoning ran directly over to the Gu family. In the car, Li Chubby also couldn't help but say, Old Yuan, such a good opportunity. You just miss it, and want this kind of opportunity in the future are gone. I know, but I can never fail to do what I promised the captain. Yuan Muno took a deep breath and said slowly, between his fingers, I don't know when there has been more a cigarette. Lit this cigarette. He inhaled, and his mood has become a little complicated. This is a world that can no longer even be described as dark. These words made Chubby Lee turn silent as he too drove. The rest of the way, there were no accidents, and it wasn't long before the two of them entered Fire City. After arriving at the TV station, the two parked the car with no intention of moving their stuff and waiting for tomorrow's dawn to distribute it. When they arrived at the dormitory, Yuan Muno did not take long to lie down and rest. However, at this time, another voice rang in his mind. Remind the host that the mission failed and the store is temporarily closed for 3 days. Yuan Muno, no way. Failing a mission actually closes the store. This made Yuan Muno sort of completely baffled. Had I known I would have bought more things. Not enough. Yuan Muno also do not regret. After all, or the survival of the people here is more important. Closing his eyes, he quickly fell into sleep, and early the next morning there was a knock at the door outside. With the sound of bang bang bang, Yuan Muno woke up from his sleep. When he got up and opened the door, he saw an old man standing in the doorway with a number of people behind him. What's wrong? You're back. We need food. Did you bring it? Yuan Muno looked at so many pairs of eyes. This time also back to God said, brought back. He rolled over and got up, called out to Chubby Lee, and began to distribute the food he had brought back to the crowd. The food was divided in no time, and the people took their things and left satisfied. The food brought in this time may not be enough to eat for a day. It didn't seem like people cared if Fubar came back or not. They didn't ask, so naturally Yuan Muno wouldn't say anything more. After all, Fubo had also stayed in Cloud City directly for the sake of comfort. More or less, you can't help but sigh. After finishing his work, Yuan Muno planned to give Liang Senyu a call and ask her how she was doing now that she had arrived at the Liang family in the capital. Only when the call was made, it showed no answer on the other side. Yuan Muno's heart stuttered, thinking that nothing should happen, right? After thinking about it for a while, he redialed a few more times, but he was still waiting for a busy signal and nothing else. So he sent another text message to Liang Senyu. The content of the text message was sent out, and for the time being, no one replied. When Yuan Muno saw this, he put his cell phone in his pocket to see if someone would reply later. Chubby Lee would say, Old Yuan, we now have 2 grade 2 ghost stones. Going to the Cloud City black market. We should be able to exchange them for quite a few things. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. Yuan Muno had no doubts about that. He looked up at the black clouds high in the sky, which were piled so high that the light barely managed to shine through them. Just as he was looking out of his mind, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Old Yuan, when did you have cultivation? Yuan Mai was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing this, and looked at Fatty Lee and said, What did you say? What cultivation level? Old Yuan, the relationship between the two of us. You still play dumb with me. You are now not only the cultivation has progressed, you are also different from before. Facing those evil spirits, you do not have the slightest fear, and decision-making power is also very strong. Fatty Lee also paid attention to observing Yuan Muno. which would tell all about his changes. Yuan Muoyi felt a little embarrassed. I did not expect this dead fat, looks very fat appearance, but did not expect the heart actually so delicate. It's probably the excitement I got from the captain's death. Yuan Mai said so, originally thinking to put Li Chubby over. Okay, you stop talking, I'm going to take another break. Chubby Li originally wanted to say something, but Yuan Muno didn't give him a chance this time and went straight upstairs and back to the house. Looking at the time, it was but 11 o'clock in the morning. With the inclement weather we're having, it's probably going to be dark before 4 p.m. Once it's dark, the evil spirits are silent. There's just not much value in Fire City, and even if the evil spirits came, there wouldn't be much alive here. Yuan Muno lay on his bed, tossing and turning thinking about these things, but he couldn't sleep. Looking at the time on the clock, until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang Senyu did not reply. Can it be that Liang Senyu changed his number when he arrived in the capital and cut off contact with this side? The strength of the Liang family in the capital was naturally not to be underestimated. If Liang Senyu returned to the capital, it would be normal for her family not to allow her to contact Yuan Muno's side. After all, the status and position are not comparable, and how can they come to the same line? Let's just hope that Liang Senyu will be safe. By 6 o'clock in the evening, it was completely dark outside. Li Chubby, this will call Yuan Muyi get up to eat? The two eat quite simple. A few mouths of instant noodles to deal with. As night fell, it became incredibly quiet outside. The windows were dead shut, and all you could hear was the wind blowing through them. The sound of whimpering makes you feel a little uneasy just by listening to it. One feels a sense of unease from the depths of one's soul and outside of it. Li Chubby will say, "Old Yuan, you said the ghost place. That blind ghost will stay here. This is not to find themselves uncomfortable? The city, today, is indeed not worth the continued presence of evil spirits." But I don't know if it was after Fatty Li said this. A strange sound suddenly rang out outside. Chapter 41. This unusual sound quickly attracted Yuan Muno's attention. Wait, Yuan Muno spoke up. The meaning is naturally for Fatty Li to shut his mouth and not say any more nonsense. Chubby Li hummed softly and remained silent. Inside this building, there are now 70 or 80 people. Yuan Muno and Li Chubby lived on the first floor. Just hold the door, and the rest of them, they live in the upper floors. If there were people coming from this side, Yuan Muno and Fatty Li should be able to notice immediately. Is someone coming down? Chubby Li asked with a suppressed voice. I don't know. I'll go check. The two men laid down rules for these people. As far as after dark, absolutely no one is allowed to go downstairs. They must stay inside and close the doors and windows. The congregation shouldn't be able to make such a cheap mistake. After all, it's all about your life. After waiting for some time, Yuan Muno spoke. I'll go and take a look. Yuan Muno carefully walked to the door and opened it to the hall on the first floor. The door to the outside of the hall was locked, and it appeared that the lock was unbroken and everything was perfectly normal. How does this situation look? It doesn't look like an evil spirit has come in either. So there's only one possibility. It should be the living. Yuan Muno thought so, and his vigilance was relaxed a bit, which would open his mouth and shout, "Who is it? Come out." This one voice drifted out in this hall, ringing out some echoes, but there was no answer. Yuan Muno was a bit puzzled in his mind. Was there no one there? Below, after a simple search, did not see anything? Just as Yuan Muoyi was ready to leave, a sudden scream immediately attracted Yuan Muoyi's attention. Yuan Muno fixed his eyes towards the upstairs, and it was this glance that made Yuan Muno lock that the sound was coming from upstairs. Just at this time, Li Chubby also suddenly rushed out from the room and opened his mouth to say to Yuan Mai, "Old Yuan, what was that sound just now? Something may have happened to someone." Yuan Muno said so, and with haste, he ran toward the stairs. When he reached the second floor, Yuan Muno briefly checked and found that there was no movement, but still, he spoke out to calm the crowd and put them at ease a bit. Finally reached the fifth floor and found a man lying on the ground. Yuan Muno went up and checked and found that he had broken and that the other person in the house was also dead. Chubby Li also panted and ran up, and also said to Yuan Mai, "Old Yuan, what's wrong?" "Something's wrong," Yuan Muno said with a pressed voice. A heart also turned wary. Chubby Li quickly came forward and looked at the body lying on the ground. His face couldn't help but change as well. He asked nervously, "Old Yuan, what's going on here? Was it killed by an evil spirit?" "It should be," Yuan Muno replied. He turned to Fatty Li and said, "Fatty, we have to be careful. The evil spirits have already infiltrated this building. It's not that easy to deal with." "Okay, so how do we line up now?" The strength of this evil spirit might be a bit strong, and on the system side, there was actually no reminder or warning. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but change his face. The system had now closed the stores. So is the system itself shut down? This is a real headache for Yuan Muno. "Old Yuan, do you hear me?" "I hear you." Yuan Mai looked at Li Chubby, then spoke, For the time being, this matter is indeed not very good to get. If we separate rows, it is not safe. It is also unknown at this time what level of evil spirits are coming in. If it was a low rank, both of them could handle it, but if it was slightly more ranked, then it really wasn't very good. Then let's all line up together, starting on this floor and working our way up. Chubby Lee also felt that Yuan Nuno's words were quite reasonable. The danger factor of having the two separated in this way was very high. Rather than that, it would be better not to be separated. Yuan Muno nodded, and the two of them began to quickly row upwards. When the platoon got to the 7th floor, they found bodies still on the ground. Yuan Nuno's heart was starting to get anxious. Another death. It will be a very unfavorable thing if the situation continues as it is. Evil spirits have infiltrated this building and are wreaking havoc. It was a dangerous thing for Yuan Nuno and Lee Chubby. Even Yuan Nuno was feeling a little hard to handle at this point. Go on. Yuan Nuno spoke up. The two continued past upstairs and found the body again on the 8th floor. Lee Chubby said with a gloomy face, Old Yuan, it's not good. The situation is very bad. Indeed, it's not good. We can't go on like this. Gather all the people, together, or all of them, will die. Yuan Nuno realized the seriousness of the situation and was very worried. Without further ado, the two men began to shout all of them up. It took about half an hour to get all the people together. It's just that when the gathering came together, there were about a dozen people missing straight away. There were 50 or 60 people left, some with faces that held some bewilderment, others with written fear and dread. Those who carried fear and dread obviously heard the screams. All of their gazes looked at Yuan Nuno, and this time someone said, What now? Yuan Nuno took a cursory look at the crowd, and in his heart, he actually didn't have much of a clue. The evil spirits are now hiding in the shadows, not showing up at all, and after getting someone killed, they simply disappear. The main thing now is to find the whereabouts of the evil spirits. Let's see what class this evil spirit is. Have any of you here seen an evil spirit yet? Yuan Nuno opened his mouth and asked. No, we didn't see anything. We just heard screams. The words landed and were echoed by the crowd. Everyone chimed in. I don't want to die. You must save me. I told you to leave with the army in the first place. And now what? These two can't protect us at all. The crowd began to blame Yuan Nuno and Lee Chubby. A grave look appeared on Yuan Nuno's face. Chubby Lee, on the other hand, retorted. What are you blaming us for when you don't have the slightest sense to protect yourselves? Who do you blame if not you guys? Aren't you guys from the Psychic Special Squad? Isn't it right to protect us? Some people started to retort. The crowd followed suit. The two of you were low-ranking members of the Psychic Special Squad in the first place, so if you don't have the skills, don't take on this porcelain job. These voices kept ringing out. Fatty Lee's face became more and more ugly. He looked at Yuan Nuno wanting to say something. However, Yuan Nuno spoke up first. Since you think we can't protect you, we'll leave now, and you guys stay here and fend for yourselves. Chapter 42, 3rd Grade Evil Ghosts Appear. Yuan Nuno couldn't help but have some atmosphere in his heart this time. If it were in a previous life, would Yuan Nuno have paid any attention to this group of people? Self-hatred? Won't look to yourself, only to others? It's really ridiculous. If he hadn't promised Gu Shanhai, would he be in charge of this group of people now? Since they had this attitude now, it had nothing to do with Yuan Nuno. Yuan Muya's words let Lee Chubby also can't help but be stunned will, but his heart is also the same, some unhappy, angry in the head. This breath is also impossible not to come out. So said, good, old Yuan, you're right, let's go now. To this group of heartless things, food and drink for the supply, and actually have the face to accuse us. The crowd all panicked when they saw the two so furious all at once. Although Yuan Nuno and Lee Chubby were not capable of anything in their eyes, they were better than them. Now they are completely old and weak. If you don't have anyone to protect you, you can only wait to die. In the minds of the crowd, the thought was that something is better than nothing. Don't go away, guys. We don't mean any harm. That's right. Now that this is happening, you should be solving problems first, not throwing tantrums, okay? These people began to educate the two Yuan Nuno again. Yuan Nuno turned around and spoke. I'm telling you now, if you want to live, shut up. If you don't want to live, hurry up and leave from here. With that, one voice landed. Numerous prompts suddenly came out of Yuan Nuno's mind. From Old Man Lee, negative sentiment value plus 78. From negativity value plus 99. Reminders such as these kept ringing out. Not long after, Yuan Nuno directly increased his negative emotion value by more than 3,000. This makes Yuan Nuno cannot help but cry and laugh a little. This group of people. It's also really enough to have so much negativity towards Yuan Nuno. And I don't know what kind of group of people I'm protecting. Wait for the crowd to shut up. Yuan Nuno stared at the crowd, then said to Fatty Lee, Fatty, let's inventory the surrounding area and see. This current situation here is indeed a bit complicated for Yuan Nuno. The point is that at this time, the system also goes on strike. It's almost as if the house is falling apart. Checked it out, but found nothing wrong with it. The two met and briefly exchanged their views. Old Yuan, what now? Let's wait and see. And if that's not possible, let's have everyone spend the night here tonight, and let's talk about everything tomorrow. Yuan Muno said so. Fatty Lee responded, expressing complete agreement with what Yuan Muno had said. He walked closer to the crowd and spoke. Everyone, rest where you are, and wait for dawn before going back. How is that going to work? I'm not fit, how can I rest outside? Yeah, and besides it's just the hall. There's nothing there, how are you guys going to make us sleep? There was a steady stream of questioning and such. Just when the crowd was in a fury, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the crowd to return to silence at once. This voice was the voice of Baby Ning, like a child crying. It makes you listen, a little uncomfortable. And also at this time, a weird wind blew, which turned to be close by in an instant. Yuan Muno's pupils couldn't help but constrict for a while, turning a little nervous. He stared in one direction and couldn't help but murmur in his mind. Is it hard to come? Sure enough, a cloudy wind pressed up this way. Yuan Mai did not delay, took out his firearm, and directly pulled the trigger on the evil spirits that floated over. The firelight bloomed in the night. When Chubby Lee saw Yuan Muno shoot, he naturally did not delay and prepared to pull the trigger. But when he looked again, he saw nothing. Fatty Lee was a little confused for a while, not knowing what to do next. After waiting for some time, Yuan Muno suddenly saw a black shadow. Without any delay, he went straight after them. Old Yuan, where are you going? You stay and protect everyone. Yuan Muno saw the dark shadow hurrying up the stairs. It would seem that he didn't sense how powerful the evil spirit in front of him was. He chased after him for 2 or 3 floors, only to find that the dark figure from earlier had disappeared. But this would be a scream that rang out again. This scream let Yuan Muyi stun for a moment. When back to the spirit, it quickly understood. It is difficult to be in the tiger away from the mountain of the plan. Without any delay, he turned and ran back. But when he waited until he reached the original hall, there were several more bodies on the floor. Fatty Lee had a terrified look on his face, and had more than a few dumbfounded looks on his face. He also didn't know what had just happened, and he didn't wait for Yuan Muno to open his mouth to ask anything, so he directly went up to the front and took the initiative to tell what had happened. Yuan Muno frowned. You didn't see anything? Nope. Fatty Lee would be really anxious this time. It's a god-awful thing, and it also kills people when they can't catch them. He began to suspect that this evil spirit was not a low-grade evil spirit at all, but was of some rank. It's very worrying. Lee Chubby, this will be the heart of the idea, and Yuan Muyi said once. Well, I know, Yuan Muno said. After chasing for so long, he had yet to discover the whereabouts of that one ghostly figure. This obviously made it clear that the evil spirit was not an ordinary evil spirit that ordinary people could not deal with. Yuan Muno would then say to the air, what do you think you're hiding for? Come out if you can. His voice spread quickly. Chubby Lee saw Yuan Mai started to shout and also followed Yuan Mai's words to provoke. Really think you are something? If you dare to come out, I will get you dead with one hand. Chubby Lee played with the firearm in his hand. Just as he spoke, a strange wind blew. In the next second, a figure began to reveal itself from the end of the corridor. It was only when this figure appeared that Yuan Muno and Fatty Lee's eyes widened almost simultaneously. Isn't this the third-level evil spirit that intercepted them on the road before? I didn't expect this third-level evil spirit to actually come to the door on its own. Something that Yuan Muno and Fatty Lee had not expected at all. The two men looked at each other for a second. It was at this time that the crowd also saw the appearance of the third-degree evil spirits. This third-degree evil ghost looks that is very hideous and terrifying. When the crowd saw this evil ghost, they were obviously frightened a little bit, and someone opened his mouth and said, why did the two of you call out this evil ghost? This can all be blamed on Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno didn't even bother. This huge-bodied evil spirit, walking forward, was like a small mountain. Every step closer, it was like putting the hearts of the crowd on an iron plate and scorching them. What now? You two hurry up and think of something. Chapter 43, Punishing the Evil 8 Trigrams Plate. The crowd had obviously panicked at the sight of the evil spirit. Opening his mouth, he shouted at Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby to quickly think of a way. Chubby Lee was also a little nervous, and dropped his gaze to Yuan Muoye's body, not knowing from when. Chubby Lee has been very trusting of Yuan Muoye. Yuan Mai's heart is actually not much of a bottom. This third-level evil ghost, Yuan Mai has fought with him before. Although his strength had improved somewhat, there was still a considerable gap between him and this third-level evil spirit. His fists were clenched and he was a little nervous inside. In fact, he was also curious in his heart. How did this level 3 evil ghost catch up without a sound? Now the system's store is closed. Even the system is closed. It will be a dangerous thing for Yuan Muno. Faced with a third-degree evil spirit heading this way, He looked back at the panicked people behind him. Then he said to Fatty Lee, "Fatty, I'll lure this evil spirit away. You take the crowd and hide in a safe place. The evil spirit would come this way, carrying a gust of ghastly wind with it." And there was a whimpering sound. And just hearing that whimpering sound gave people the creeps. Yuan Muno adjusted his breathing and felt a faint cloud of breath begin to flow within his body. Accompanied by the flow of breath, Yuan Muno touched the ghost execution talisman and took the initiative to attack the evil spirits. The demonic talisman burned in the middle of the night, and the evil spirit took a step backward at the sight of it. Spinning around, he reached out and grabbed one of the talisman seals, which burned in the evil spirit's hand. A burst of black smoke emanating from the burning talisman. But the black smoke, apparently, just didn't do anything too much damage to the evil spirits. After the ghost execution talisman was pinched, the evil ghost began to walk towards the side, giving off an oppressive force with every step. After finally waiting for a while, Yuan Muno said to Fatty Lee, "Go." Fatty Lee answered, then led the crowd and prepared to leave this. Just as he was about to leave with the crowd, suddenly a gust of wind blew and a figure ran over to Chubby Lee and the others. Yuan Muno didn't even have time to stop it. A mournful scream rang out, and a figure quickly fell to the ground. There were more bodies on the ground. The crowd finally couldn't hold it together any longer in general and began to flee in all directions. Lee Chubby this time, even if he wanted to shout at them, they were also indifferent and did not listen to Lee Chubby's words at all. The number of people who fell to the ground, along with everyone fleeing, kept increasing. The bodies pressed into the ground, giving a sense of panic. Chubby Lee saw this and hurriedly shouted Yuan Muno. The smell of blood began to fill the air. Yuan Muno fixed his eyes towards the front and finally captured the figure of the evil ghost. He took out his firearm and pulled the trigger at the evil ghost. The firelight tore through the night, and in an instant, it was in front of the third-degree evil spirits. The third-degree evil spirit dodged, and the next second it came over by pressing Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno's pupils contracted as he fell backward, and he would realize that his figure moved much faster than before as well. When he moved before, his body brought a heavy feeling that prevented him from moving quickly. And now the feeling of weight on the body basically disappeared completely, leaving Yuan Muno completely free of the feeling of being weighed down by weight. This time when he dodged, Yuan Muno felt the flow of breath in his body become more and more pronounced. The palm of his hand flipped upside down and a fireball appeared. As the evil spirit forced its way closer, Yuan Muno turned around and crushed his palm with firelight towards the evil spirit. The firelight stained the evil spirit, and the black aura on the evil spirit apparently spread quite a bit, but it still didn't do any fatal damage. Yuan Muno knew that it couldn't be delayed like this, or it would become more and more dangerous. "Fatty, see if you can get the rest of them organized." "What about you?" Chubby Lee asked. "I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me." Yuan Muno spoke up. Fatty Lee looked at Yuan Mai, and also knew that this was not the time to be indecisive, and that taking people away first was the right thing to do. After he left, Yuan Muno continuously slapped a few more times at the evil spirits, but in the end, he failed to dodge the evil spirit's punch, and his body was slapped away as if it were a leaf, crashing into the window, which was smashed. His body smashed into the street, and a wave of pain quickly spread throughout his body, causing Yuan Muno to feel his body being torn apart by a trace of agony. This tearing sensation was intense, but it didn't last long and disappeared in no time. This might have something to do with the fact that Yuan Muno had once used the gold-quenching liquid and exercised his body. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and paled a bit. The evil spirit turned around and walked out from it as well. His figure was obviously a bit stronger than before. He should have absorbed a lot of souls, otherwise it wouldn't be so. It stared at Yuan Muno and let out a cold laugh. Yuan Muno stabilized his body and carried the Thunder God Hammer in his hand, which emitted a loud zzz sound. Not long after, Yuan Muno once again took the initiative to launch an attack on the evil spirit. Thunder Hammer kept swinging up, down, left, right, all angles, but when facing this third-level evil spirit, it was not so powerful. This evil spirit wit can really be, basically dodged Yuan Muno's attack perfectly. Yuan Muno was exhausted, but the evil spirits still didn't suffer as if they were harmed, and a voice with a threatening tone would be issued in this. "Kid, you must die today." The evil spirit revealed a hideous appearance, and Yuan Muno fell back a few steps. Right now, with his strength, he really couldn't do much damage to this evil spirit. He was forced to retreat to the corner heel. There is no way back. He can only harden his head, but just to the evil spirit to launch an attack. The evil spirit, however, dodged nimbly, then reached out his hand to strike at Yuan Muno once again. This time, the third-level evil spirit directly pinched Yuan Muno's neck, and a feeling of suffocation immediately hit his heart. Yuan Muno struggles, but just at this time, the voice in the middle of his mind suddenly rang out. the system reminds the host to reopen the mainline mission to exterminate the third-level evil ghosts, and the host will be rewarded with a mid-list reward. This voice rang out and suddenly opened Yuan Nuno's eyes. The store, which was originally closed, also opened again at this time. The feeling of suffocation is getting stronger and stronger. Yuan Muoyi did not have too many thoughts at all. Just at this time, Yuan Muoyi saw an evil extermination 8 trigrams disc, which requires a negative emotion value of 1888. He hardly had any hesitation, and directly purchased this evil punishing bagua plate, which arrived in his hands, almost only palm-sized. He pinched the 8 trigrams disc and pressed it directly towards the evil spirit. A ghastly glow erupted. The evil spirit received an intense burning sensation and its body flew backwards. Chapter 44, Heavy Rewards. Yuan Nuno will also regain some breathing room here. He breathed in a huge gulp of fresh air, feeling like his lungs were going to jump out of his throat and breathe on their own. After finally slowing down for a while, he saw that the blazing fire on the evil spirit actually hadn't been completely extinguished. This is really weird. I can't see that the gossip disc is still a good thing. It was just that this bagua disc seemed to be a disposable thing, and now that Yuan Nuno held it in his hands, he could no longer feel the light flowing from it. The feeling is clear, just that he still couldn't help but carry the suspicion in his heart. Could it be that it was really a disposable item? It shouldn't. Yuan Nuno couldn't help but murmur. It was also in this instant that the blazing fire on the tertiary evil spirits had gradually extinguished. The yin qi on his body had also weakened quite a bit, and he was tall. Looking down at Yuan Nuno, there was basically contempt in all the eyes. He let out an angry roar, and then he whirled around and once again pressed up against Yuan Nuno, who dodged, and finding a suitable angle, he pressed the bagua disc in his hand directly up again, but this one pressed on without the same effect as before. The evil spirit still took a bit of a hit though and fell back a bit, but the body was not scorched by the fire. This shows that it's still really disposable. Yuan Nuno was really a bit speechless when he saw this. Selling 1888 for a one-time thing can be really not cheap. With Yuan Nuno's current negativity value, he could still buy it twice, but it was quite useful. It's still quite a lot of damage to do to an evil spirit when used once, so he didn't hesitate and quickly bought a second one. When an 8 trigrams disc reappeared in his hand, the abundant power was felt very clearly by Yuan Nuno. When the third-level evil spirit saw the 8 trigrams disc in Yuan Nuno's hand, it didn't seem to take it to heart, because that one time before Yuan Nuno's 8 trigrams disc did not do any damage. It's probably not going to do any harm to the evil spirits this time around with the octopus disc. That's why I'd become much bolder in approaching Yuan Nuno. Just what it didn't expect was that after being attacked again, the evil spirit's body was quickly racked with flames, and fire covered the evil spirit's entire body. The burning evil spirit let out a scream. Yuan Nuno didn't delay either, and continued to pull the trigger, pointing at the evil spirit, firing several shots in succession. There's no doubt that guns nowadays can't do fatal damage to evil spirits, but they can certainly increase the damage. Accompanied by the evil spirits being covered by the blaze, Yuan Nuno carried his Thunder God hammer again and went up to slam several times. Anyway, as long as there was an opportunity, Yuan Nuno would not miss it. Just like that, in the midst of the evil ghost screams, the blazing fire gradually went out, and some peace was restored to the place. Originally looked arrogant evil ghost. In this will not at all like before that. On the contrary, to give people a more abundant look. The last bagua disc, Yuan Nuno had also purchased it a long time ago. I believe that this evil spirit shouldn't be able to hold out for long after this bagua disc is pressed on. One man and one evil spirit looked at each other after. The air seemed to be filled with a strange odor at this moment. After waiting for some time, Yuan Mai did not have any delay. Running up to the evil ghost this time knew Yuan Mai's means, as if feeling fear, trying to pull out. However, Yuan Mai will not let him go. Quickly chased after the evil spirit up to the front, not the slightest behind the footsteps, in a flash will be close to the front, but the evil spirit suddenly accelerated, turned a corner at once, and disappeared in front of Yuan Nuno. Yuan Nuno let out a big breath. After waiting a bit, he once again continued after him, but this one alley was empty of anything. Yuan Nuno stared at it for a while. Fresh, hard to run away. Is it really a lost cause again? A basket full of water? Yuan Nuno thought so, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a cloudy wind pressing up behind him. The tremendous sense of oppression pressed Yuan Mai couldn't even stand up. His feet staggered, and he almost didn't fall directly to the ground. When Yuan Nuno controlled his figure and looked back, he realized that there was nothing behind him. Is it really a ghost? Knowing that the evil spirit must be playing tricks with him again, Yuan Nuno began to hide. He couldn't help but complain. This broken system of yours, when it matters, you don't give any hints at all. It may be that Yuan Mai's voice of this body chiding made the system quickly react and open its mouth to remind the host that evil spirits are approaching. This voice instantly caused Yuan Nuno to hit a cold jolt. He quickly determined where the evil spirit was and stuck the bagua disc in his hand directly onto it. The octopus disc was pressed against the body of the evil spirit, which was once again covered with blazing fire. After waiting to burn for a while, Yuan Muno sensed that the aura on the evil spirit was getting weaker and weaker. After the blaze was extinguished, although the evil ghost was not burned to death, it also looked like it was dying, giving people the feeling that it was going to break at any time. Yuan Muno fixed his eyes on an additional ghost execution talisman in his hand. This evil ghost wanted to run when it saw Yuan Muno coming over. Only this time, the evil ghost, wanting to run away was obviously not an easy thing. All of its movement speed became very slow, and when Yuan Muno arrived close, he struck the ghost execution talisman in his hand directly. This ghost execution talisman landed on the body of the evil ghost, and the evil ghost immediately let out a burst of miserable screams. The breath on his body dissipated rapidly. Not long after, a ghostly stone fell on the ground. This ghost stone, the whole body released a blackened light. The feeling it gives is quite marvelous. One might even say a bit subtle. Yuan Muno was stunned for a few seconds, and only after he was sure that the evil ghosts had been put to death did he breathe a complete sigh of relief. He crouched down his body and picked up the third-grade ghost stone, feeling what seemed to be a burst of breath flowing from it. He put away the level 3 ghost stone and put it in his pocket. Only just as he put it away, a voice rang out in the middle of his brain. Congratulations to the host, for successfully killing a level 3 evil ghost. You will receive a heavy reward. What reward? Yuan Muno asked. This would still leave him gasping for breath and feeling a great sense of exhaustion in his body. After waiting for a while, the system's voice rang out once again. Congratulations to the host, obtaining a great treasure sword, plus a set of feats. After the words were spoken, a large treasure sword appeared in front of Yuan Muno's eyes, as well as a set of feats. This thing, Yuan Muno basically read it once and memorized it in his mind. This sword, it seemed, was called the Big Fish Sword, and this set of feats was called the 3 Swords of Beheading Evil. Yuan Muno looked at it carefully, and when he had looked at it once, and probably rehearsed it briefly, he felt that on the sword, there seemed to be a faint glow flowing through it. He then carried his sword and chopped down towards the ground, a crack directly appearing. Chapter 45, Uninvited Guests. He couldn't help but start to make some waves in his mind as well. This set of feats from this sword is not bad. With a cold light still glinting off the sword, he carried it and headed towards the front, back to the original broadcast building. Yuan Muno put his sword away, which would call out to Fatty Lee. There was no response to the shouts, so he dialed Fatty Lee's phone. The phone dialed over. Fatty Lee's side is not long to pick up the phone. Old Yuan, how's it going over there? It's fine. It's taken care of. What about you? I'm here, and settled in, but almost half the people died this time. Chubby Lee's voice was a little low. Yuan Muno was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but feel some waves in his heart. Actually, half of the people died. There was also some sadness in my heart, but I couldn't do anything about it. Such is the cruelty of this world's absurdity. Just as Yuan Muno was coming out of the broadcasting building, he suddenly saw 2 figures appear. These 2 figures' gazes landed on Yuan Muno's body, and both of them exchanged glances. Yuan Muno suddenly spoke. Who are you? The 2 men's faces were calm and quiet, making it impossible to see the depths, and Yuan Muno hadn't been able to detect the presence of these 2 men just now. From the way they were dressed, they also knew that they were not ordinary people, and it was obvious that these 2 should not be local to Fire City. When Yuan Muno finished speaking, the 2 didn't answer quickly, but stared at him. This made Yuan Muno feel a little uncomfortable. What is certain, though, is that these 2 are alive. Yuan Muno didn't have much heart to waste time with these 2, so he was ready to leave this place, only to join up with Fatty Lee. Once Chubby Lee knew that this broadcasting building was not safe, he took his men to a building on another street and took cover. Just as Yuan Muno was moving forward, one of them suddenly spoke up. Did you just exterminate a 3rd-level evil spirit? There was a note of doubt in this voice. Yuan Muno waited a moment and said, You saw it? Rather, I didn't see it. I just sensed the aura of a tertiary ghost stone on you. The man chuckled. The 2 men looked to be in their 40s, with national faces, giving people the impression that they were quite decent. That's right, I just killed a 3rd-degree evil spirit. Are you guys okay? If nothing, don't go out at night. Be careful of being killed by evil spirits. Negativity from Zhao Tian plus 99. From Lu Chuanjin negative sentiment value plus 99. Yuan Muno had wanted to leave, but hearing the voice of the system reminder instantly made him interested again. I say you too, out in the middle of the night, don't look like nice people. Negativity from Zhao Tian plus 199. From Lu Chuanjin negative sentiment value plus 99. This Lu Chuanjin's temper is still better. Zhao Tian's temper just didn't look very good. Yuan Muno gazed at Zhao Tian, then continued. This brother, I see that you are showing a ferocious aura. It's an unlucky omen. Otherwise, how about you give me some supplies and I'll help you out? Negativity from Zhao Tian plus 299. Zhao Tian heard Yuan Muoye's words, could no longer suppress his temper, opened his mouth and said, "Your kid's mouth is quite slippery. I'll go out. Today." He had just finished and was about to do something about it, but he was stopped by Lu Chuanjun. Lu Chuanjun still had a smile on his face. Yuan Muno stared at Lu Chuanjun and thought to himself that this person was really good at hiding his sadness with a smile. There's nothing else to do, so I'll be off. Yuan Muno wants to get out of here. Lu Chuanjun hurriedly said, "Little brother, please stay. What's up? Is there something else going on with you? Little brother, I see that you're not bad in terms of strength for executing a third-level evil spirit, and I want to make a friend with you." Lu Chuanjun said politely, "You want to be friends with me? I don't want to be friends with you. Bye." Negative emotional value from Lu Chuanjun plus 199. In this short period of less than 2 minutes, Yuan Muno had almost 1,000 negative emotional values. It's simply awesome. Now that the city was less crowded, it wasn't that easy for Yuan Muno to get negative emotion values. "Brother Lu, I think you should stop talking nonsense with this kid and teach him a good lesson first." Zhao Tian moved with some anger. Reaching out, he grabbed towards Yuan Muno, who felt a fluctuation in his breath, dodging and avoiding. That hand, however, seemed like it could grow longer and came up after Yuan Muno. When Yuan Muno saw this scene, he thought to himself, crap, isn't this a ghost? This guy's hands, why do they look like they're growing? Zhao Tian's distance was now less than 2 or 3 meters from Yuan Muno, but this guy's hand looked like it had stretched out a long way at once and grabbed Yuan Muno's shoulder. Yuan Muoyi was baffled for a few seconds. Then he rotated the breath in his body, and a fireball appeared in the palm of his hand and smashed up towards Zhao Tian's hand. A burning sizzle caused Zhao Tian to quickly retract his hand. Yuan Muyi heart emotion is not settled. Also know that these two people should not be what good to mess with people. This will pull feet and run towards the front, without the slightest stop, but not running far. That hand landed on Yuan Muno's shoulder again, lifting his body up quickly, and then flinging it towards the distance. Yuan Muno couldn't control his body shape and rolled down towards the ground, but it didn't take long for him to take control. He drew out the sword behind his back, thinking that he would take this opportunity to try out the sword. The sword had just been drawn out when a cold light flashed. Seeing that Zhao Tian was about to strike again, Lu Chuanjun saw this and hurriedly came up to stop him. "Brother Zhao, calm down. We are all on our own. Don't hurt the peace. We have the same goal. We all want to deal with the evil spirits. Don't you think so? This kid doesn't know his place, so he needs to be taught a lesson." Zhao Tian's tone still had some anger in it. In the end, he was pacified by Lu Chuanjun. Yuan Muno, this will also carry curiosity in his heart. This guy in the end is practicing what kind of kung fu? The hand can actually stretch freely, and still surprisingly strong. Although this world is infested with evil spirits, there are many capable people. This was the first time Yuan Muno had seen such a person. "Little brother, you also put your sword away, so we can talk about whatever we have to say." Yuan Muno also certainly didn't want to continue with his hands. After all, he had just fought with a third-level evil spirit. The exertion was already enormous. It's not at all preferable to keep going out at this point. Yuan Muno thought this as he put his sword away. Lu Chuanjun smiled and said, "Little brother, what's your name?" "My name is." Yuan Muno paused for a few seconds as he spoke. Lu Chuanjun continued to smile and said, "What's the name?" "Don't want to tell you what it's called." From Lu Chuanjun, negative sentiment value plus 999. Chapter 46, joining the company. Lu Chuanjun this time will meet the angry and embarrassed look. The anger in his heart will be suppressed. He gazed at Yuan Muno and barely squeezed out a smile as he said, "Little brother, don't worry, we definitely don't have any malicious intent." Just now, Zhao Qiandu had taken a shot at Yuan Muno and said that he didn't have any malicious intent. Do you really think Yuan Muno is a fool? Yuan Muno's gaze sized up these two people, and the sense of vigilance within his heart could be said not to have relaxed in the slightest. "What are you doing here?" Yuan Muno paused the meeting and opened his mouth to ask directly. "We were just passing through this place and captured the presence of evil spirits here, so we purposely came over, only to wait not long after we entered the city, only to find that the evil spirits had already been killed, so we chased them all the way over." Lu Chuanjun continued. Zhao Tian, on the other hand, stood beside him with a disgruntled look. "Brother Lu, I don't see the need for you to say any more nonsense about this kid. Brother Zhao, don't be in a hurry. Currently the evil spirits are rampant. The environment in which we are surviving is terrible. Now that it's so hard to meet such a powerful brother, I think that we should unite." "Little brother, do you think that there's a few truths in what I'm saying?" Lu Chuanjun's gaze fell on Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno paused for a few seconds, then slowly said, "What you said has some truth to it." Yuan Muno knew deep down that he was not considered strong, and was even a bit weak. There were so many evil ghosts. Really, with his skills, it was basically impossible to finish off these evil ghosts. What happened tonight was a harrowing experience, to say the least. 70 to 80 people, 30 to 40 killed by a third-grade evil spirit. It's a bad situation. He nodded, signaling Lu Chuanjin to continue. Lu Chuanjin's gaze landed on Yuan Mai, and after waiting for a while, then he continued. In that case, little brother, we can absolutely make friends and join hands in the future on the road of dealing with evil spirits together. He put his hand out and Yuan Muno shook his hand afterward. I wonder now, little brother, can you tell me the name? My name is Yuan Muno, he said faintly. As soon as Lu Chuanjin heard this, he said, little brother is really a good name. How about this? You join our company. How about it? Company? Yuan Muno was stunned for a few seconds. Hearing this familiar but somewhat unfamiliar word, he didn't even think companies would exist in such a dystopian world. That's right, it's our company. Our company's main business is the beverage industry. The current situation is turbulent. It is the time to need talent. Xiao Yuan brother, I see that you are also a talent. That's why I cherish you. Lu Chuanjin said indifferently, but his eyes observed Yuan Muno's reaction. Yuan Muno heart is at this time muttering, for what company to join? Yuan Muno is not much interest. It's just that if they continue to stay in this fire city and protect these people, it's a bit of a strain. After thinking about it, Yuan Muno opened his mouth and said, it's not impossible for me to join your company, but I have a condition. On what terms? You name it, Lu Chuanjin said with a relaxed face. Over the years, he has encountered a wide range of requirements and conditions in order to tap talent for his company. But since others are talented, it's actually quite normal to make some requests and whatnot. I have some family members that I need the company to help take care of and settle in, okay? Yuan Muno's gaze fell on Lu Chuanjin. Lu Chuanjin this is a bashful smile and said, I thought it was something difficult. Not just a few family members. It's a small matter. You can rest assured that the company will give you a proper arrangement. More than a few. Yuan Muno would say this. Lu Chuanjin's face appeared a suspicious look, which would ask, how many is that? It's not much more than 3 or 4. Yuan Muoye's words landed on the ground. A voice suddenly rang out again in the middle of his mind. From Lu Chuanjin's negative emotional value plus 99, Lu Chuanjin opened his mouth and prepared to speak, only to feel that his mouth was a bit dry and he didn't know how to speak down. Brother Lu, is this matter a success? Yuan Muno pursued. Wait a minute, I'll ask for permission. Lu Chuanjin pulled Zhao Tian to the side and apparently discussed the matter. Yuan Muno was not in a hurry and waited quietly. It would be great if the other side would take these people. If they were unwilling, Yuan Muno would have to think of another way. After waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes, the two of them turned around and came back, which would say to Yuan Muno, okay, I'll agree to your conditions, but you have to sign a 3-year contract with us. How's that? A 3-year contract? Yuan Muno thought about it a little and agreed. Good, that's a deal. Why don't you show me your family? Lu Chuanjin said. Yuan Muno answered and said yes as he led the two of them over towards where Fatty Li was, waiting for the place. Lu Chuanjin two people saw 30 or 40 old and sick, blindfolded will. They thought of many outcomes, but not this one. These people take away. Basically, all of them are burdens. But now that it had been promised, there was no use in backing out. Negativity from Lu Chuanjin plus 99. When Chubby Li saw the two strangers that suddenly appeared, he had some curiosity in his heart and pulled Yuan Muno to the side. He opened his mouth and asked, Old Yuan, what kind of people are they? They are the company's people. I've just made a deal with them. The two of us will sign a 3-year contract with the company, and the company will take all of these people over, and they'll be safe by then. What do you think? Yuan Muno briefly and succinctly explained the matter. Fatty Li listened to Yuan Muno's words and said that he didn't have any comments. In this current situation, with the strength of 2 people, it was indeed still not enough to take care of this group. To be able to find a backer in the middle of such a chaotic world, this should be the best outcome. After all, in this day and age, people who can still run a company are more or less powerful. Old Yuan, you made the right decision. Li Chubby is very supportive of this approach of Yuan Muno. Lu Chuanjin looked at the group of people, then came over to Yuan Muoyi said, this time is really on your kid's pawn. But our company has always come to speak honesty. Since we have promised you things, we'll never let you pigeonhole. Our company's branch is now open in the Cloud City, and so on tomorrow, the company will send a car to, will be all of these people to pick up. You will then follow me to a piece of the company. Report it. Lu Chuanjin this will also look at Li Chubby. Fatty Li has always been a handsome. Immediately said, thank you for the boss appreciation. I'm not the boss. I'm just a small manager in the company. Chapter 47, there's no such thing as a good guy. Thank you manager, Fatty Li said with a smile. This dogged look made Lu Chuanjin somewhat unadjusted. Originally thought that Fatty Li was also a hard bone, but did not expect that it was actually a soft bone. How in the world did these two get together? He shook his head and walked away, then said to Yuan Muno, "Rest early tonight, and when it's 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll gather here." "Okay, thank you both," Yuan Muno said. When they're gone, Fatty Lee said to Yuan Muno, "Old Yuan, do you think these two are reliable? You have to try it whether it's reliable or not." Yuan Muno didn't have a better idea at the moment, so he had to give it a good try since he had the chance. Chubby Lee listened to Yuan Mai's words and thought deeply that it made sense. This would nod his head, only to whirl his mind and suddenly think of something important. "Old Yuan, didn't you deal with the third-level evil spirits before? You don't want to tell me that you have killed a third-level evil spirit again?" "Aha," Yuan Muno said faintly. Wait for him to finish. Lee Chubby was immediately shocked. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded, staring at Yuan Muno, looking at him in front of him, feeling more and more unfamiliar, because the strength could be said to be surprisingly strong to a certain point. Yuan Muno had killed a third-level evil spirit once before, and he didn't expect that he would actually succeed in killing a third-level evil spirit again this time. This has to be a practitioner, right? However, Fatty Lee misunderstood that the one who killed the third-level evil ghost before was not Yuan Muno, but Liang Senyu. Until now, Yuan Muno actually didn't know how Liang Senyu had killed the grade 3 evil ghost. "What's in your eyes?" Yuan Muno would say this. "Old Yuan, tell me honestly, are you still the old Yuan from before or not?" Fatty Lee's eyes burned down onto Yuan Muno's body, as if he wanted to see through him. But this time, Chubby Lee's guess was right. Yuan Muno is indeed not the Yuan Muno of the past, and the current him is back from crossing over and being reborn. But now Yuan Mai will not admit it. Staring at Lee Chubby, then said, "I am not the old Yuan of the past." Before the words were finished, Fatty Lee suddenly became a few points more excited and immediately said, "I knew it, you kid must have a problem. Say, where in the world did you hide the old Yuan from before?" His face changed as he pulled out his firearm and pointed it at Yuan Muno. Yuan Mai couldn't help but feel some waves in his heart at the sight, staring at him for a few seconds before slowly saying, "If I'm not the old Yuan of old, who can I be?" Chubby Lee was stunned for a few seconds, somewhat not coming back to his senses. After briefly thinking about it, though, it seemed like he had a pretty good point. He's not old Yuan? Who else could it be? He slowly put the firearm down, then said, "Old Yuan, I'm sorry about earlier. It's okay, you're doing me a favor." Yuan Muno said so. This Lee Chubby and the former Yuan Muno still have deeper feelings. Otherwise Chubby Lee wouldn't have done it. It also shows that he's a sentimental person, and people like that are worth getting involved with. Let's go. Go back and check on the group first. Yuan Muno at this time returned to the place where the crowd stayed. The crowd at this time was completely miserable, everyone's face with panic and uneasiness. After the crowd saw Yuan Muno and Fatty Lee arrive, they immediately let out a questioning voice. "Didn't you guys agree to protect us? So many people died again this time. Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation?" "That's right, if you guys don't have this diamond, don't take on this porcelain work. You're taking everyone's lives in your hands." Accusations such as these kept ringing out. Just hearing it gives you a little chill. Fatty Lee would face the crowd and open his mouth. "Do you people have any conscience at all? How are we heartless? Just tell me, did you guys fail to protect and kill so many people just now? Yeah, you guys are still going strong after all this, aren't you?" Chubby Lee was a bit enraged by the dislike. Keep disliking it, but one person is not as strong as so many mouths. Fatty Lee was quickly disliked and was completely at a loss for what to say. Right at this moment, Yuan Muno spoke. "In that case, your life and death will have nothing to do with us in the future." Yuan Muno finished shouting on Lee Chubby and wanted to leave. Seeing this, the crowd knew that Yuan Muno was for real. Immediately, he said, "Although we blame you, we didn't say we didn't want you to protect us. We just want you to protect us better, can't we?" Yuan Muno could do nothing but be speechless as he listened to this. "It's not your choice whether to protect you or not, okay? If we want to protect you guys, we'll protect you guys. And to tell you the truth, the 7th Psychic Special Squad has long been disbanded now, okay? Your deaths and lives have nothing to do with us." Yuan Muno said so. Just then, his mind kept ringing with an increase in negative emotional value. All of a sudden, from the original 6 or 7,000, it went up to more than 10,000. These people, they are really shameless. They actually have the face to blame Yuan Muno and the others. Go, Fatty. Yuan Muno wouldn't have spoiled this group of people. What does he really think he is? However, just as they were about to leave, the original group of people quickly came up and stopped Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby. "Two of you, just now it was us who spoke too much. Is it alright if I apologize with you? If you guys leave now, then we can only wait for death. Yes, we were wrong just now. Please don't leave us behind." These people are starting to talk softly. Yuan Muyi is not a desperate person. Hearing them say soft words, this will slowly say, in fact, I've already fought for a chance for you to go to live in Cloud City. Just tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, you can leave the Fire City in one piece, and go to the Cloud City. At that time, there will be a company to take care of arranging your life. Really? When the crowd heard what Yuan Muno said, they were all a bit incredulous. Well, it's true. Chubby Lee would give a few people an affirmative answer. Everyone was very excited to hear this. All of them expressed their gratitude with Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby. It was just that Yuan Muno didn't have any good impression of this group of people. None of them were good, and the words of thanks they said naturally didn't come from the bottom of their hearts. Yuan Muno walked away from the house to the balcony and lit a cigarette. Taking his cell phone, he sent another message over to Liang Senyu, but when the message was sent, it was dropped like a stone. Logically speaking, Liang Senyu should have returned a message to him the first time he arrived in the capital, reporting his safety or something, but now there's nothing? This worried Yuan Muno. Chapter 48 Yuan Muno's Inner Expectations. One of his cigarettes had just reached halfway when Chubby Lee also walked out and looked at Yuan Muno and said, "What? Did you miss Xiaoyu?" "No." Yuan Muno put his cell phone away. Lee Chubby but said with a smile, "You still want to lie to me. Every time you look like this, I know that you must be thinking about Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu are back to the capital for so many days. Did not contact you?" Yuan Muno shook his head and said, "Nope." Just when Chubby Lee wanted to say something, but it was cut off by Yuan Mai. He would say, "We don't need to worry about her. Her brother took her back. He will definitely protect her safety and let her have no worries about food and clothing." Chubby Lee actually thought the same thing, and the strength of the Liang family in the capital was no joke. The night was uneventful, and the next day at 8 o'clock, "A bus is coming this way." Lu Chuanjin commanded the bus to park, and the crowd had long since gathered here. When they saw the bus coming, they all scrambled to get on it, afraid that they would be left behind. After the people got into the car, Lu Chuanjin and Zhao Tian walked towards Yuan Muoyi. Zhao Tian had not been giving Yuan Muoyi a good look. Yuan Muno didn't care. Lu Chuanjin, on the other hand, is the kind of person who is pleasant to the eye and seems to treat everyone in a peaceful manner. He will say to Yuan Mai, "Little Yuan brother, your family members have gotten on the bus. Shouldn't you guys be getting on the bus as well?" "That's for sure, brother Lu." Several people got into a small car. The car drove towards Cloud City. Today's weather, the overall feeling is still a little bad. High in the sky above the hanging clouds are giving people a feeling that there are a lot of impurities, and it gives a redundant feeling, like this sky will fall and darken at any moment. Inside the car, the four men kept swallowing clouds. The entire compartment was soon covered in smoke, and if not for the fact that all four people smoked, it really wouldn't have been any easy task to stay in such a harsh environment. As Yuan Muno stubbed out the last cigarette, Fatty Lee suddenly spoke up. "Two big brothers, when our brothers turn around and arrive at the company, what kind of work will you arrange for us?" "Of course it's an escort. We produce beverages that have to be shipped to all parts of the country. If we don't have an escort, how are we going to deliver our goods?" Lu Chuanjin said frankly. After Yuan Muoyi heard this, he softly hummed and didn't say too much nonsense. This would continue. "Then it's a done deal. Many thanks to brother Lu." Chubby Lee also sees nothing wrong with this job arrangement. The car drove out at 8:30, and by about 10:30, it had reached Cloud City, and the journey was relatively smooth. Yuan Muno was going to ask where those families would be placed. Lu Chuanjin, however, told him, "Xiao Yuan brother, this you don't need to worry. The company will arrange these people well. I have to take you to meet our company's general manager first. After all, the new employee joins the company, always have to report." "Okay." The two of them followed Lu Chuanjin and also Zhao Tian forward. After Zhao Tian arrived in Cloud City, he obviously didn't have much heart to stay in a peace with Yuan Muno and Li Chubby, and waited to enter the company. Zhao Tian went straight ahead. The remaining Yuan Muno and Li Chubby continued to follow Lu Chuanjin forward. Lu Chuanjin this time said with a smile, "Xiao Yuan brothers, you do not mind. Lao Zhao is this temper. In fact, people are particularly good. To colleagues and friends are very friendly." "I know." Yuan Muno picked up the conversation and said, without saying too much nonsense on the matter, "The company's environment is still quite nice and the overall decor is high-end. Pretty good for these troubled times. And the company is bigger. The receptionist wears more fashionable clothes, and the people are pretty." The three of them walked towards the upper floor. Many people in the company were busy, and after seeing Yuan Muno and Li Chubby, their gazes couldn't help but take one more look. Lu Chuanjin led the two to the door of the general manager's office, then said, "Why don't you two go in by yourselves?" "Okay." Yuan Muno raised his hand to knock on the door, accompanied by the sound of thump 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 thump. Inside this will ring out a cold voice, "Come in." Yuan Muno and Li Chubby straightened their expressions and walked in. Chubby Lee just stepped in with one foot, and a smile piled up on his face. General Manager, hello, hello, I've long admired your great name, and today I see that the fruit day is extraordinary. Chubby Lee has a knack for kissing ass, but wait to see clearly sitting in the position of the person. The two froze will, did not expect the so-called general manager, is actually a young and beautiful girl, tall, beautiful looks, the features are exquisite, and the dress, very competent. This made Lee Chubby's eyes couldn't help but look a little straight. Yuan Mai looked at Lee Chubby's unproductive appearance, so he couldn't help but let out a dry coughing sound. Lee Chubby heard this sound, and only then was he able to return to his senses, and his gaze fell on Yuan Mai's body, saying, "Old Yuan, hurry up and pay your respects to the general manager." Yuan Muoyi smiled awkwardly, then said, "General Manager, hello, we are new employees who just joined the company. My name is Yuan Muoyi." Chubby Lee smiled and answered, "My name is Chubby Lee." "Okay, I get it. You guys go to the HR department and get your tags. You're officially on duty tomorrow, okay?" The GM didn't even seem to look at the two men when he said this. Chubby Lee would say, "General Manager, may I ask if there's anything I need to share for you now?" He was a total dog licker. Yuan Muno was a bit speechless. Someone as high up as this was not someone the two could reach. "Let's go, fatty." Lee Chubby was still a little reluctant, and in the end was dragged out by Yuan Muno. Once outside, the two found the HR department and entered their personal information. He was then taken to the staff quarters, where he was briefly cleaned up. The environment of the staff dormitory here was quite good. It was a 2-bedroom dormitory, which was still better than the place they lived in Fire City before, and it all seems to be a little brighter over here, and the overall order of life is quite a bit better. We all live in this area, and commute to work every day as normal. Nothing is wrong with anything. Just at this time, Fatty Lee suddenly said to Yuan Mai, "Old Yuan, that general manager just now is really beautiful. It can catch up with Xiao Yu. Don't you get any ideas?" "I'm not someone like that. I know we don't deserve it." Although Chubby Lee said this, he didn't think so in his heart. Just as the two had cleaned up, it wasn't long before Yuan Muno's cell phone suddenly rang. There was a tightening within him, and even some anticipation appeared. In fact, what he thought in his heart was that it would be good if this call was from Liang Senyu. He quickly pulled out his cell phone and looked at the caller ID. The next second, the face but cannot help but change. Chapter 49 Liang Senyu's situation. Because he realized that the call wasn't from Liang Senyu's, the display showed an unfamiliar number. Yuan Muno did not delay, quickly pressed the answer button. Not long after a still familiar voice came from there. "Brother Xiao Yuan, have you completed your entry procedures?" After hearing that, I snapped back to my senses and said, "Done." "Once that's done, how about you hurry down and I'll give you a tour of our company and introduce you to what we do. Now that you've joined this company, it's only natural to do something for this company." He didn't have any opinion on this. Yuan Muno asked Lu Chuanjin, "Where are you waiting for us?" "We'll be right over. Downstairs at the company, I think, so come over here and I'll show you the production floor." Yuan Muno listened to Lu Chuanjin say these words. His heart lost some concentration in a trance. "Brother Xiao Yuan, do you hear me?" After waiting for a while, Lu Chuanjin's voice came from over there. "All right, Brother Lu, we'll be right there." Yuan Muno hung up the phone, called out to Lee Chubby and ran downstairs. Not much time the two sides met. This while Lu Chuanjin, hands still carrying a bag, after seeing the two, said, "I would guess that the two of you should not go to receive the staff clothing. I'll do it on behalf of the..." As he spoke, he threw the clothes to Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby. Next, Lu Chuanjin took the two men around the company, which has a large production plant, which produces beverages that are sold throughout the country. But even so, demand still exceeds supply. Now this is a place where materials are scarce and basically you can say that material things outweigh everything else. Lee Chubby this will casually pick up a bottle of drink, directly drank down, drink one bottle, then another, where this would have been a daring thing to think about in the past, but now it's different. Come to the old home of the drink, Lee Chubby still have to drink enough. Lu Chuanjin didn't say anything about this. How many drinks can one person drink? Sure enough, Chubby Lee couldn't help but start burping after drinking 3 or 4 bottles. He also opened his mouth and said, "Brother Lu, our company is really a good place. Old Yuan and I will definitely bow to the essence for our company. After death only." This fat bastard is always irresponsible when he talks. It's not like you have to pay to talk anyway. Lu Chuanjin smiled and said, "The drinks produced by our company are mainly supplied to the big cities first, because the environment in the big cities is safer, and our drinks are sent there to be able to get a stable sale, followed by the secondary cities, and so on down the line, to the Fire City where you are. This kind of place, basically there is no rationing. That is to say, you can't drink the drinks." He explained things roughly to the two men. The two men also quickly came to their senses. After saying that, Lu Chuanjin was ready to leave. But when he left, he still dropped a sentence. By the way, you guys take a break. About 3 days later, there will be a batch of beverage delivery mission. When that time comes, I intend to let the two of you take part in it. You guys are okay with that, right? No problem. Chubby Lee was the first to speak. That's good. The whole time he was about to leave, Yuan Muno suddenly opened his mouth and said, Brother Lu, wait, I have something I want to ask for your help. In fact, Yuan Muno knows that it is really not a good idea to seek help from others in such a hasty manner. Lu Chuanjin looked at Yuan Muno and said, What is it, Brother Lu? You should know someone in the capital, right? I want to ask you to help me inquire about someone, can I? Yuan Muno said so. He is in the capital side. Simply do not know anyone. Now this situation had to turn to Lu Chuanjin help. With his connections, it could be said to be a normal thing to know people over in the capital. Lu Chuanjin began to think that Yuan Muno would have some excessive demands. After all, Yuan Muno, this kid looks young, but there are a lot of tricks in his stomach. Just wait to hear Yuan Muyi so hand after. Lu Chuanjin only sigh of relief. The beginning of the time also thought it was what big things. The results heard just such a small thing. At that moment, he couldn't help but relax and said, Brother Xiao Yuan, this isn't a difficult task. Just tell me and find someone to help you probe the Liang family in the capital. You should know, right? Yuan Muno opened his mouth and asked. As soon as Lu Chuanjin heard Yuan Mai talking about the Liang family in the capital, he couldn't help but start muttering in his heart. It seems that he still thought things were too simple. Originally thought that this guy was just investigating a random person, but the investigation was actually one of the big families over in the capital. That's not getting yourself in trouble. Lu Chuanjin glanced at Yuan Muno, his heart bitter. At the same time, Yuan Muno's mind is ringing in the middle of a voice from Lu Chuanjin, negative emotional value plus 99. Yuan Muno was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this reminder, thinking to himself, did he say something to upset Lu Chuanjin? But then he whirled around and thought that he should be the one to ask for his help if he was unhappy. After waiting for a while, Yuan Muno said, Brother Lu, are there any difficulties? If there is, forget it. No, don't worry, little brother Yuan. I have many good friends over there in the capital. Our company also has a branch over there, although it's not big, but if you want to inquire about a message, it shouldn't be difficult. Just as he was about to go on, he suddenly paused for a few seconds. He began to mutter in his mind that if it was someone else's plea, it should be simple. But the question asked by this guy Yuan Muno was a bit unconventional. In return, if he boasted about it, and later Yuan Muno asked questions that made him a little embarrassed, it would not be easy to get it right. So he suddenly changed his words and said, This Liang family is not a small family. It is not a difficult thing to investigate. Xiao Yuan brother, you first say, who is the person you specifically want to investigate? I'll see if I can get it for you. Lu Chuanjin is still a more reliable person now. Yuan Muno also understands. After all, the Liang family is such a big family. Ordinary people do not dare to offend, also cannot afford to offend. After thinking for a while, Yuan Muno said, Actually, I'm just asking you to help investigate how their young lady, Liang Senyu, is doing. Once Lu Chuanjin heard this, he once again breathed a sigh of relief, then said, It's just an investigation, right? You don't mean anything else, right? No, I'm just sensing first what her situation is now. How is she doing? Yuan Muno spoke his true thoughts. Chubby Lee also thought deeply about this. Lu Chuanjin saw the situation and said, Good to say, although the Liang family is the capital is one of the big families, but to find out a little bit of their family news, naturally, it is not difficult. You give me 3 days time. That is, you go out of the mission side. I'm sure a quasi tell you the results. Chapter 50, New Assignments. Lu Chuanjin's words couldn't help but cause some waves to rise in Yuan Mai's heart. Counting up, Liang Senyu has also left for some days. Just until now, Liang Senyu was still nowhere to be seen, which makes Yuan Mai heart is still very worried. Thank you, Brother Lu, Yuan Muno said seriously. Previously, he had been flirting and shouting at Brother Lu, but this time, the address, it was serious. Lu Chuanjin suddenly felt Yuan Mai seems to be serious some, so he smiled and said, Xiao Yuan brother, we are a company of people. In the future, do not say these polite words. You have just joined the company. If there is any need, what help, you can say with me. The general thing, you let me help you to solve. Minutes, do not bring blinking. Then thank you, Brother Lu. Chubby Lee also said, Brother Lu, you can really be a good person. These years, good people are not many. Lu Chuanjin this time suddenly laughed and said, Alright, I'll cut the crap. You guys just came from Fire City. Last night was also quite hard. You guys can go take a rest or go to Cloud City to stroll around. Although ghosts and monsters have been rampant over the years, Cloud City is still considered relatively stable. What Lu Chuanjin said was also true. The environment on this side of Cloud City is indeed better as far as it goes. Moving to this side of the world to live can even be considered a dream for many people. Good, Yuan Muno answered, then called out to Lee Chubby to return to the dormitory first and put down his clothes. Although the two had come to the black market of Cloud City last time, they still hadn't seen much of the city, and this time it was just the right place to seemingly hang out for a bit, waiting for the two to start work tomorrow. Then 3 days later on their first mission. When walking out, Yuan Mai still murmured in his heart, "Captain, we are currently joining the company. It is also a stopgap measure, and when there is an opportunity in the future, I will certainly continue to our 7th Psychic Special Squad, to carry forward." Yuan Muno's thoughts were simple and not that flowery. The two of them strolled around Cloud City, and the time soon came to night. Around 6 o'clock, when Cloud City also started its curfew, no outsiders are allowed out at this hour. Some members of the Psychic Special Squad had already appeared on the road. Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby didn't delay and quickly headed towards the company. It was only on the way back that he suddenly ran into a familiar figure. Yuan Muno stopped in his tracks, and a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Captain Chi, are the men on tonight's mission heavy?" "Of course it's heavy. We're going to jointly kill a 3rd-level evil spirit tonight. If this 3rd-level evil spirit doesn't die, it will seriously jeopardize the safety of our area." "Captain Chi?" Yuan Muno murmured, and without delay, he prepared to go up to see if it was Chi Feng. Chubby Lee didn't know why Yuan Mai suddenly left, so he chased after him and spoke. "Old Yuan, where are you going? It's so dangerous at night." After chasing them up for a while, he saw Yuan Muno lying on his heels looking out. He also went up to join in the fun, and when he saw Chi Feng he immediately said, "Old Yuan, this grandson Chi Feng actually became the captain." Yuan Muno hummed. Lee Fat this time has continued to say, "Old Yuan ah, you say this grandson tonight how armed so thoroughly ah? They're taking on a 3rd-degree evil spirit? Ah, what?" Chubby Lee had a shocked look on his face, and at this time, after the shock was over, his gaze suddenly landed on Yuan Muno's body again. It suddenly occurred to him that this man in front of him had also put to death a level 3 evil ghost before. As far as he could remember, Yuan Muno had all but executed a 3rd-level evil spirit twice. When he returned to his senses, he said to himself, "This grandson Chi Feng has made a name for himself now? He even dares to put down a 3rd-level evil spirit. It's not a matter of concern, so we'd better get going," Yuan Muno said. Chubby Lee thought deeply of his remark. Not about himself. Fatty Lee naturally didn't care. Before, both sides were of a special psychic squad. Only now the big trouble was flying separately. Already strangers. It didn't take long for the two of them to get back to the company's dormitory. After some nonsense and some food, the two of them were ready to go to sleep. Around 10 o'clock at night, when Yuan Muno was ready to go to sleep, a voice rang out in the middle of his mind. "System host, there is an evil spirit approaching." This voice rang out, causing Yuan Muno to coldly almost fail to bounce and sit up from the bed. There are actually evil spirits in the company. You know there are a lot of capable people in this company. Isn't it a death wish for evil spirits to come here rashly? Yuan Muoi with a wary heart? But then he thought, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with him either. He was only responsible for escorting the goods. And what did the presence of evil spirits within the company have to do with him? The company should have its own patrol, right? Yuan Muno thought about these things and prepared to go back to sleep. But the system's voice sounded once again. Remind the host that he will be rewarded for catching the evil spirits. Yuan Muno. He was baffled for a few seconds. What business was it of his to have an evil spirit within the company? Why does the system place such inexplicable tasks? For that matter, it's really weird. Yuan Muno was going to refuse. However, when he thought about the fact that he had refused a mission sent by the system before, the result was that the system was shut down for 3 days. In this current situation, the system shutting down for 3 days was indeed not a good thing for Yuan Muno. He had no choice but to get out of bed. Originally wanted to call Lee Chubby, but just arrived at his side, but heard Lee Chubby snoring like thunder. Yuan Muyi had to give up calling Lee Chubby, going it alone. When they got outside, a cloudy breeze blew through the dormitory, which was actually not far from the company's warehouse outstocked with supplies. As a company that only produces beverages, there is also some fruit stored inside. Supplies are more plentiful. He stood on the balcony and looked around for a few moments. Finding no sign of the evil spirit, Yuan Muno couldn't help but think to himself, didn't the system prompt the evil spirits to approach? How come there's no movement at all? It's really strange. After waiting for a while, Yuan Muno suddenly saw a few sneaky figures actually going over towards the warehouse. Fixing his eyes, he then saw that there were evil spirits among them. Is someone doing something untoward? Yuan Muno carefully descended the stairs, not daring to scare the snakes. When he got closer, he saw the figures, and they were very much out of place. Seems to be moving stuff from the warehouse to the outside? Thief? I can't believe you have the nerve to do this. There would be no patrols in the company. Yuan Mai tangled for a while, but still stood out. Looking at the few people moving things, he opened his mouth and drank. What are you doing? This one voice rang through the night. Yuan Mai originally thought that a few people would panic, but did not. A few people show is still quite calm. He also opened his mouth to scold Yuan Muno and said, Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. Chapter 51 My elder brother is Wang Zhengyang. Yuan Muno couldn't help but be blinded for a few seconds when he heard this. These guys, stealing from the company and blatantly threatening him, was a little confusing. After he finished speaking, he also stared viciously at Yuan Muno. Originally, Yuan Muno should not have been involved in this matter. It was just a system-assigned task that he couldn't help but complete. In the face of these people's threats, Yuan Muno didn't panic much. Instead he said, You came to steal the company's supplies? Why did you bring along the evil spirits? The team, apparently, was made up of evil spirits and humans. Kid, are you looking for death? There was a person in here with a temper that was quite violent, and before Yuan Muno could lose his temper, this person began to be unable to resist cursing and swearing. A very arrogant look. I'm not looking for death? I'm here for you pieces of negativity from Lee Steelegg plus 99. It turns out that the guy across the street is called Lee Steelegg. I'll see that you have a tough mouth. Brother, go on, get him. Lee Steelegg barked. Yuan Muoyi will faintly say, Lee Gang Egg, you are not only stealing the company's supplies, but actually want to kill and exterminate. His words landed on the ground, clearly causing Li Gangdao to become flustered. Negativity from Lee Steelegg plus 199. How the did you know my name? Yuan Muno snorted coldly, then said, You want to know, don't you? Li Gangdan this will forcefully suppress the violent beat Yuan Muoye's mind. Let the side of the little brother stop the action in the hand. Staring at Yuan Muoye said, Uing hurry up to say, or I'll get dead later. Li Gangdao looked very curious and stared at Yuan Muno as he said the following. Yuan Muno would this time but smiled and opened his mouth to say, You kneel down and beg me. These words landed on the ground, instantly making Li Gangegg's face color quite ugly. Uing. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yuan Muno again. Li Gangdan, even if you beg me on your knees, I won't tell you. Negativity from Lee Steelegg plus 999. Finally, these words completely made Li Gangdan's heart break down, and he began to yell, asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother, give me on, chop this dog to death. Yuan Muno is now a person with some cultivation, and a small character like this is not his match at all. In 3 strikes, these people were defeated by Yuan Muno, and this time they were collapsing on the ground, letting out wailing screams. Li Gangdao looked a bit dumbfounded, but then his face turned a bit grim. You forced me to do this. After the words, Yuan Mai looked at Li Gangdao's mouth closing rapidly, giving the impression that he was reciting a spell, which gave Yuan Mai a bad feeling. Sure enough, as the guy finished reciting the incantation, the next second, suddenly, from the location of the warehouse, a few evil ghosts were drilled out, with a burst of black gas coming out from the evil ghosts. It looks a little facetious. The anger in Li Gangdao's heart at this moment had reached an extreme point, and he could not wait to tear Yuan Muno apart right now. Give it to me, get him. Several evil spirits listened to Li Gangdao's manipulation and quickly ran up to Yuan Muno. It blindsided him a bit for a moment, because it was the first time he had ever seen someone who could actually manipulate evil spirits. Li Gangdan watched the evil ghost running up to Yuan Mai. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upwards, and in his heart it was like he had eaten Yuan Mai, thinking that he would be able to see Yuan Muno's body lying on the ground later. He was still a little excited in his heart, but he didn't wait long before his face turned a bit ugly. Crap! At this time and at the same time, a voice rang out in the middle of Yuan Muno's mind. Negative emotion value from Li Gangdao plus 99, plus 199. Li Gangdao's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in front of him with some disbelief. He only saw that the few evil spirits he had manipulated were all cleaned up by Yuan Muno at this time, and it's still a straight-up jinx, with a few ghostly rocks falling to the ground. Yuan Muno was in no hurry to pick up the ghost stone. These evil spirits seemed to be so aggressive that if they were to deal with ordinary people, they would really be enough. The average person would never be able to eat it. But Yuan Muno was different. These low-level evil spirits were still a matter of minutes to clean up. Gathering up the low-grade evil spirits, Yuan Muno's gaze fell on Li Gangdao's body. Li Gangdao felt a sense of oppression and started to try to fall back. But Yuan Muno chased after him. Li Gangdao began to feel a bit anxious in his heart. So he faced Yuan Muno and said, You, what do you want? What don't I want? Yuan Muno said with a smile. When Li Gangdan heard Yuan Mai's words, his emotions suddenly seemed to relax for a few minutes, and he said with a long sigh, You'd better not do anything to me? Let me tell you, my big brother is Wang Zhengyang. If you dare to do anything to me, My big brother will definitely not let you off. Yes? Your big brother is Wang Zhengyang. Yuan Nuno spoke up. Seeing that Yuan Nuno knew his big brother's name, Li Gangdan said with a proud look, I guess you've heard of my big brother's name, right? Knowing my big brother, why don't you get lost? I'm sorry, but I only know one picker named Wang Zhengyang, Yuan Nuno said with a smile. When he finished speaking, Li Gangdan's face suddenly distorted once again. Negativity from Li Steelegg plus 199. He was literally falling apart inside. You don't know my big brother. My big brother will teach you how to behave. After Li Gangdan finished speaking, he turned around and tried to run outside. Yuan Nuno saw this and kicked Li Gangdan to the ground. Some ropes were then found and the men were all tied up. He then dialed Lu Chuanjin's number. Lu Chuanjin received Yuan Mai's phone call in the middle of the night, and was still a bit baffled, and after a while, he said, Little Yuan brother, wait for me, I'll come over right away. About 10 minutes later, Lu Chuanjin brought some people with him, waiting for the scene. Seeing the people on the ground being cleaned up, Lu Chuanjin first ordered the people to bring these people down, then walked over to Yuan Mai, smiled and opened his mouth. Little Yuan brother, I can't believe that you're so strong. Just joining the company, you've saved the company's loss. Brother Lu, what are you saying this for? This is what I should do. If you really want to thank me, you turn around and let the company reward me with dozens of tons of rice. It's fine, Yuan Nuno said with a smile, while Lu Chuanjin couldn't help but start twitching a few times at the corners of his mouth. Dozens of tons of rice? Now rice is something that costs more than even gold? Who gives out dozens of tons? He could only dryly laugh a few times to hide his inner embarrassment. Brother Xiao Yuan, don't worry about your request. I will definitely declare it truthfully with the company. That's good, Yuan Nuno said. Lu Chuanjin paused the meeting and said, but little brother Yuan, there is something I must remind you of. What is it? Yuan Nuno quickly asked when he saw this. Chapter 52 Wang Zhengyang's background. Yuan Nuno finished and waited for Lu Chuanjin to say the following. Lu Chuanjin was silent for a while before he slowly said, Xiao Yuan brother, you just came to the company. The wind can't be too strong. You know? Yuan Nuno nodded his head, indicating that he knew. He was a veteran of the workplace in his previous life, so he naturally had a good idea about these things, and also knew that Lu Chuanjin meant well when he said this. Then the meeting Yuan Mai also suddenly seemed to think of something, opened his mouth and asked, by the way, brother Lu, what kind of person is Wang Zhengyang? Lu Chuanjin blindfolded the meeting, said, what are you asking him to do? Oh, the kid we caught today said that the person behind him is Wang Zhengyang, and said that he would teach me a lesson. Yuan Nuno spoke truthfully. Lu Chuanjin's face changed slightly, and his eyes changed when he looked at Yuan Nuno. He sighed, patted Yuan Nuno's shoulder, and suddenly said, little brother Yuan, you seek your own happiness. Yuan Mai couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive in his heart when he said this. What exactly is this Wang Zhengyang's origin? He quickly caught up and grasped the question. Lu Chuanjin looked like he wanted to say something. This made Yuan Mai somewhat want to scold this guy. Brother Lu, what do you have to say? Even if Wang Zhengyang is a person who can't afford to be messed with in any way, then I have also contributed to the company and saved the company's losses. No matter what, the company should step in to protect me. Well, you're right. The company will definitely step in to protect you when the time comes. Don't think too much now. It's getting late. Go back and rest first. Lu Chuanjin said so. Seeing this, Yuan Nuno said, brother Lu, if you don't make this clear, I won't be able to sleep. He stepped forward and tugged on Lu Chuanjin, and fished out a cigarette and handed it over. Lu Chuanjin dryly laughed a few times, took the cigarette, and then said, this Wang Zhengyang is a person of the Wang family in Yunchang. The Wang family's strength in Yunchang is very strong. It can be said that it is 50-50 with our company. This Wang Zhengyang is a side lineage of the Wang family's son, but even so, a side lineage of the son. If our company doesn't protect you, you will be in trouble at that time. Lu Chuanjin spoke and took a drag on his cigarette. Yuan Nuno hummed and didn't say anything more. Lu Chuanjin saw the situation, thought to scare Yuan Mai. So this will say, but you don't have to worry too much, no matter how to say. You are for the company to save the loss. I will explain clearly with the company. By then the company boss will surely protect you. Good. Then in this matter, I'll work hard for brother Lu. After separating from Lu Chuanjin, Yuan Nuno returned to the dormitory. Li Chubby will still be sleeping this time. Yuan Nuno sat down and fell into contemplation, with not a trace of sleepiness in his mind. Judging from what happened tonight when Li Gangdao controlled the evil spirits, this Wang Zhengyang should know this evil spell. The evil spirits that were deployed tonight were all first-class evil spirits and could not do much damage to Yuan Nuno. But in case the other party sends out higher-level evil spirits, then it will be a considerable challenge for Yuan Nuno. Yuan Nuno lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Finally at this time, The system's voice finally rang out belatedly. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully completed the mission and will receive a reward. What reward? Yuan Muno barely hesitated and quickly opened his mouth to ask. Host, the rewards we offer you. There are 3 kinds of rewards. You can choose one of them. One is the protective soft armor, which can withstand general attacks. The second is the Kung Fu Quick Achievement Pill, which will help you practice Kung Fu. And the third is the Spirit Talisman. After he finished speaking, 3 shiny things suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. I stared at it for a while, and for a while I had some trouble deciding within myself. But the system's voice this time continued to sound in the middle of his mind. Remind the host that you only have the last 10 seconds left to choose. 10, 9, 8. This countdown sound rang out, causing Yuan Muno to quickly become a bit more nervous. Folding his thoughts, Yuan Muno didn't delay and immediately replied. I want a set of protective soft armor. Okay, host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of body protection software. The protection level is low grade. After Yuan Muno heard this, he couldn't help but have 10,000 Chao Nima running wild in his heart. Low level of protection? What does that protect against? Low-level evil spirits? A crying and laughing expression appeared on his face. But this time, it wasn't really a difficult mission. So really it was already good enough to get a reward. At least there were 3 additional ghost stones in addition, which was a bonus for him. He looked at the protective soft armor that suddenly appeared. This soft armor looks well made. Just don't know how good the protection is, but something is better than nothing? For Yuan Muno, now that he had offended Wang Zhengyang, he still had to be careful and defensive. This time Yuan Muno's negative emotion value was also quite large, totaling almost 7 or 8,000. He used his consciousness to enter the store with the intention of buying something, but when you set your eyes on it, there wasn't much good stuff, and the stuff you really wanted to buy was expensive. It's got to be 20,000 to 30,000 negative emotional values. Like, say, the 18th palm of the descending dragon, and it's going to be that expensive. Right now, with around 8,000 negative emotion values, you can only buy the 9 white bone claws. But from memory, this gong method seems to be somewhat evil. Yuan Muno had a hard time, but still held back, waiting for the negative value to accumulate to 30,000 later. When the time comes, you can just buy a set of Dragonfall, then use Hyperion against those evil spirits so that they don't even know how to die? Thinking of this, Yuan Muno still couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. Seems like you have to speed up earning negativity values. I got a lot from Qifeng before, and now I'm kind of separated from Qifeng. If you want to get it, you should target Zhao Tian and Lu Chuanjin. Zhao Tian's opinion of Yuan Muno was quite strong, and as long as he casually rambled on for a few sentences, Zhao Tian must have just jumped out of his skin in anger. For this, Yuan Muno was quite confident. The next day the sun shone down and Yuan Muno woke up early. Li Chubby is still sleeping. Yuan Muno was a bit speechless to this guy, and directly shouted at him to get up. This was the first day of work for both of them, and they absolutely couldn't be late, lest you leave a bad impression on the company. After all, if you take someone's share of the paycheck, you have to stand your ground. Li Chubby got up somewhat reluctantly and said, Old Yuan, how come you are so desperate when you just arrived at the company? In the next 2 days there will be a time for us to sell our lives. Yuan Muno ignored him and listened to his broken thoughts. Getting up and simply cleaning up, the two of them went to the office. There's a 2-person workstation there, but Yuan Muno is still really a bit unsuitable for this kind of sitting work. After all, the previous time in the Psychic Special Squad is still relatively safe. When he had barely settled into his seat, a piece of the day's news caught his attention. Chapter 53, Taking Charge. The news item was a rather simple one. A congratulatory one to be precise. It was to congratulate Cloud City's 15th Psychic Special Squad, the Psychic Squad with Qifeng as its captain, for successfully killing the 3rd-level evil spirits. Yuan Muno first couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds after seeing the news. Then he became suspicious in his heart. When did Qifeng's grandson become so strong? How can you kill a 3rd-degree evil spirit? If he remembered correctly, Chubbily seemed to have said that Qifeng was a Qi entry realm cultivator. With the strength of the Qi entry realm alone, it was impossible to put to death a level 3 evil demon. Could it be that Qifeng's realm had now made a breakthrough and was quite a bit stronger than before? Just as Yuan Mai was thinking, Li Chubby also found this news. This will lean over towards Yuan Mai and opened his mouth. Old Yuan, look at this grandson of Qifeng. He actually exterminated the 3rd-level evil spirits. How is it possible? This is definitely fake news, Fatty Li said with a look of disdain. Seeing this, Yuan Muno said, this guy might have improved his strength. This grandson is not human. Fatty Li continued to curse. Yuan Muno, however, did not open his mouth to say anything more. Instead, he was thinking about Wang Zhengyang as a person. since Li Gangdao could bring control of the evil spirits coming to steal things, then Wang Zhanyang must know these things as well. Now in this situation, if Wang Zhanyang came to his door, it would be quite a tricky thing for Yuan Yuno. I don't know if Lu Chuanjin has reported what happened last night to the company. If the company doesn't bail him out, he'll have to figure it out on his own. As he was pondering over this matter, Lu Chuanjin suddenly came with a smile and said to Yuan Yuno, "Little brother Yuan, you come with me." Yuan Yuno responded to the situation and just stood up. Chubby Li followed suit and stood up. Who knew that Lu Chuanjin said to him, "You wait here first." The general manager only shouted for him to go in alone. Fatty Li's eyes revealed doubt and he opened his mouth to ask, "What is it?" "I don't know. You'll find out when he comes out." Yuan Yuno expected in his heart that the biggest possibility was that it had something to do with what happened last night. Following Lu Chuanjin, he entered the general manager's office. Inside sits or before that cold woman. Lu Chuanjin faced this woman. The whole time is polite gas. "General manager, people come." "Okay, old Lu, you go out." The woman's icy voice rang out. Without stopping too long, Lu Chuanjin left from the office. Two people were left inside at once. After waiting a moment, the woman spoke. "What reward do you want?" After briefly thinking about it, Yuan Muno said, "Naturally, I don't want the people behind that last night to come after me, and that's something that the company should be able to help me with, right?" Yuan Muno stared at the woman. The woman looked up at Yuan Muoyi at this time and slowly said, "You helped the company with what you did last night. Don't worry, the company will definitely protect your safety. As for what you are worried about Wang Zhangyang, our company has already sent someone to negotiate. I believe that it will be dealt with today." "That's done. Thanks, GM." Yuan Muno wanted to turn around and go out after saying that. The general manager, however, would say at this point, "Beyond that, you can make other conditions." Yuan Muno thought for a moment and said, "I haven't thought of any other conditions at the moment, but I would like to preserve the right." The general manager only looked up at Yuan Mai after he heard Yuan Mai say this. His face changed slightly, but immediately he would have an icy look. "Yuan Mai, right? Do you think the company is a place where you can bargain? Forget it then. I don't want the other condition either," Yuan Muno said faintly. Only just after these words were said, a voice suddenly sounded in the middle of his mind. Negativity from Hai Jing plus 99. Accompanied by this voice, Yuan Muno looked at Yu Hai Jing with some surprise. "I thought to myself that this GM is really easy to get angry with." "General manager, if there's nothing else, I'll go out first," Yuan Muno continued. Yu Hai Jing's gaze fell on him, then said, "Wait." The two of them glanced at each other, and Yuan Muno wondered what Yu Hai Jing had to say, so he stood there and waited. It was about a minute before she spoke. "Are you going to be on an escort mission in a couple days?" Yuan Muno was stunned for a few seconds, nodded and said, "Well, that's right. Then it's done. Then as a reward, the position of the person in charge of this escort mission will be yours, and if you perform well, you'll come back with an even more generous reward," Yu Hai Jing said as she stared at Yuan Muno. Yuan Mai was blindfolded, and his heart rippled a bit. "In charge? How can you be the person in charge of this when you have just joined the company?" He had reason to feel that this was Yu Hai Jing making things difficult for him. "Mr. Yu, the job of the person in charge is definitely not suitable for me." "I see." Before he could finish, Yu Hai Jing, however, didn't give him a chance at all, which would preemptively say, "Yuan Mai, this is the company's chance to give you a workout. I hope you don't know what's good for you." As these words landed, Yuan Muno was sort of speechless. Last night Lu Chuanjin also asked him to keep a low profile in the company. After all, just joined, easy to attract some unnecessary trouble. Just now it's going to be the head of the company's escort mission. This will surely lead to more unnecessary trouble. "Well, if there's nothing else, get out. Mr. Yu, get out," Yu Hai Jing said indifferently. Yuan Muno had no choice but to head out when he saw this. Go outside. Back to his workstation. Li Chubby has long been unable to hold down the fire of gossip in his heart, which will come up to ask, "Old Yuan, you general shouted you and what things are?" "Nothing much, just put me in charge of the escort mission in 2 days and made me in charge." That landed on the ground. Chubby Li's eyes widened a bit, apparently also looking at Yuan Muno with a look of disbelief. "Old Yuan, are you telling the truth?" "Of course it's true," Yuan Muno said. Li Chubby suddenly said with some excitement, "Old Yuan, you can be really powerful. Just joined the company, and gained reuse. When this escort mission is over, the two of us will surely walk horizontally in the company." Li Chubby was in a somewhat excited mood. Yuan Muno didn't think so. It's the time of year when supplies are in short supply, and everyone is keeping a close eye on this stuff. It's not guaranteed that someone will be desperate enough to come over and take a shot at these drinks. What's more, now take this position of being in charge. It was also a pretty bad thing for Yuan Muno. for he had felt quite a few unkind glances from the company by now. At the same time, a voice rang out in the center of his mind. Negative emotion value from Huang Jiqing plus 999. Chapter 54, Dare You Compete? Such a reminder suddenly rang out in the middle of his mind in the cold. It left Yuan Nuno instantly stunned in place. Huang Jiqing? He looked blindfolded for a few seconds, somewhat unresponsive. This guy actually has this much hatred for himself? What kind of grudge? What kind of grudge? He swept his gaze around and wondered what this Huang Jiqing was. The morning passed quickly. By the time of the noon meal, Li Chubby has already mixed with some of the people here. This will be greeting. At noon to the cafeteria, Yuan Nuno originally thought that it could be like the last life. Just get some dishes to eat or something. But when we waited, we realized that we had to wait in line to get our ration food. The rest of them were naturally used to this matter. But Yuan Nuno was still more or less awkward. During the meal, Chubby Li had a pretty good chat with a few employees. That's a mouthful to say. Yuan Nuno took advantage of this time to open his mouth and asked, "Several of you, what kind of person is Huang Jiqing in our company?" After Yuan Nuno asked, everyone's eyes fell on him, and suddenly someone said, "Don't you even recognize Huang Jiqing?" But it's normal not to recognize them. After all, they just arrived. Yuan Nuno looked at the crowd curiously, waiting for them to say the following. After waiting for some time, they spoke. Huang Jiqing is our company's team leader, but he's not in charge of our team. By the way, originally this escort mission was Huang Jiqing's responsibility, but I don't know how it fell on you. A few people explained. Yuan Nuno listened to the explanation and understood. But escort missions, aren't they dangerous? It's almost too good to avoid. So who's going to grab it? He voiced the doubt in his mind. These people saw this and continued. Escorting missions are indeed dangerous, but there are also non-dangerous ones. The non-dangerous ones are called the Green Channel. Usually these kinds of roads, there is usually nothing dangerous, and it's a cool thing to directly deliver the goods, and receive the company's rewards at that time. So congratulations, head. The crowd clasped their fists at me and smiled, and also said that this time the selection of the team members will definitely be Yuan Nuno to select, so that he will take care of the brothers at that time. It was also a time for Yuan Nuno to build up goodwill in the company. There was little reason for him to miss it. Good talk, guys. Yuan Nuno made his career so big in his last life. In fact, a very part of the reason is that he knows to unite the relationship. If you want to thrive on your own, then you have to have a good relationship with the people in your company. When the people heard Yuan Nuno say this, they all expressed their gratitude with him. Li Chubby will say, "Old Yuan, you have to bring me along this time." It was not even necessary for Fatty Li to say this. Yuan Nuno would take him on. After a meal, everyone started their lunch break. Inside the dormitory, Fatty Li said to Yuan Muoyi, "Old Yuan, this escort mission is over, and if you do a good job, maybe you'll be formally transferred to a company team leader. This is not important." Yuan Muyihart is actually more looking forward to the day after tomorrow to come earlier. Then you can know the news of Liang Senyu. So many days, no news at all. Let Yuan Muyihart more or less still a little apprehensive. In the afternoon just came to the workstation to work. Yuan Nuno in the middle of his mind, rang a prompt voice, from Huang Jiqing's negative emotional value plus 199, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Received another reminder. Negative sentiment value from Huang Jiqing plus 299. Yuan Nuno. He will really be speechless. Huang Jiqing is how much hatred for him. It's been hard on him all day, especially at the end of the workday. Yuan Nuno received another reminder. Negative emotion value from Huang Jiqing plus 999, plus 199. Directly, Yuan Nuno earned another 2,000 or so negative emotion values. This guy can be a really nice guy. Yuan Nuno suddenly felt some surprise in his heart, so his eyes searched, and he felt an unkind gaze. Yuan Nuno originally wanted to find him a good exchange, but I didn't expect Huang Jiqing to walk up on his own. From the outside, the guy had a long face, a somewhat narrow gaze, and a slightly obese frame. The whole thing feels a bit like a potato. When he got close, his eyes fell on me and he opened his mouth. "You're Yuan Nuno?" There was obviously dissatisfaction in his gaze, and when I saw this, I said, "That's right, I am Yuan Mai." Negative emotion value from Huang Jiqing plus 99. This guy, Yuan Nuno, was truly speechless. I was going to say a few words to irritate him. It didn't even need to be stimulated. The guy just had an arrogant look about him, or a look full of anger. "You're very capable?" He gave me a provocative look. I stared at him and said, "It shouldn't be any worse than you." Negativity from Huang Jiqing plus 199. This guy is literally a man with a mind smaller than a pinhole. However, it is exactly in line with Yuan Nuno's desire. Was about to learn martial arts mastery such as the 18th palm of the descending dragon, but has never had enough negative emotional value. It's just as well he's here. just in time to get some negativity values to use. Joke, just you. Someone who just joined the company, can still be better than me? He went toe to toe, not backing down at all. I'm definitely better than you. Think about it, why else would I be in charge of this escort mission and not you? Yuan Yuno's words sort of poked Huang Jicheng's innermost painful place. He immediately said, what do you mean? Otherwise, let's compare. Negativity from Huang Jicheng plus 299. Then what? Yuan Yuno spoke up. Surely it's to compare our abilities and see who is more qualified to be in charge of this operation. He stared at me with a torch-like gaze that looked like it was trying to see right through me. Maybe the two of them made a bit of a commotion. This will draw a few people over to watch. Chubby Li had been by Yuan Muoye's side all along, and this time he would say, Big brother Huang Jicheng, the mission is already in the charge of our old Yuan. Is there any need to compare with you? Are you guys afraid? Huang Jicheng continued to make provocative remarks. The person beside Huang Jicheng, this time also said, that's right, if you don't dare, don't make a fuss here, okay? We've seen a lot of goons, but we've never seen a goon like you, you know? Our brother Jicheng's skills are not comparable to yours. If you don't dare, hurry up and kneel down and apologize to our brother Jicheng. Li Chubby is a grumpy person. Can't see Yuan my being scolded. This will stand out and say, old Yuan, compare with him, let him know what you can do. Chapter 55, A Rich Reward. Li Chubby has never been a person who suffers. This will stand out and say this, waiting to see Yuan Yuno's reaction. The rest of them, too, were up in arms, mocking Yuan Yuno for not daring to make a move at all. Huang Jicheng was even more condescending. Yuan Muoyi, this will take a step forward. Huang Jicheng saw this, thinking that this kid still fell for it. Later on, we must teach him a good lesson in public, so that everyone understands, this kid in the end what kind of strength. Also let the company know, choose such a straw chicken to be this time. The task escort head, is what a stupid thing. Fatty Lee would say, kid, today old Yuan will teach you a good lesson and let you know, what kind of goods you really are. The crowd watched a little nervously. Most people, for the most part, were in a posture of gloating and watching the show. Anyway, it's not a matter of concern. Just when the crowd was expecting Yuan Mai to make a move, but at this time, Yuan Mai, who was close to Huang Jicheng, opened his mouth and said, I'm sorry, I won't be able to compete with you, and I don't have the need to compete with you, and now escorting the mission. I'm the person in charge, and if you don't want to be convinced, you can go to find General Manager you at all. When his words landed, a prompt immediately rang out in the middle of his mind. Negative emotion value from Huang Jicheng plus 399. Negativity from XX plus 99, plus 99. For a while the onlookers, all expressed a look of disappointment. Originally thought Yuan Yuno was going to make a move, but what happened? Yuan Yuno didn't even look like he was going to make a move, and still looked like he was conceding. The crowd thought to themselves, Yuan Yuno can be really shameless. Yuan Yuno didn't expect that he had collected more than 1,000 negative emotion values this time, and now the total negative emotion values were almost small 10,000. By the white bone claw, it's enough, but it's still not even close to buying a real martial arts masterpiece, so for now it will have to be tolerated. Huang Jicheng did not expect Yuan Mai to be so shameless. This will be angry and said, you really are a coward. A little ability. You're right, I'm not, but I'm the one in charge of this mission. He repeated. Negativity from Huang Jicheng plus 666. Along with this voice, Yuan Yuno knew that Huang Jicheng's emotions had reached a point, and it didn't take long for him to take the lead in launching an attack on Yuan Yuno. The wind of the punch came close at once, coming up with pressure on the nose. Yuan Yuno's face would change slightly this time, and he dodged to avoid it. Huang Jicheng forces a left foot to his cheek that comes over the top, and Yuan Yuno manages to avoid it once again. The crowd began to rise. Fatty Lee couldn't help but say, Huang Jicheng, you're not a man of martial virtues. You actually sneak attacked directly. You're really not a good thing. Huang Jicheng didn't have the heart to pay attention to Li Chubby. His eyes fell on Yuan Mai's body, and he opened his mouth to scold Yuan Mai. Don't hide if you have the ability to do so. If you're a man, you'll really have a duel. Sorry, I'm not a man yet. I'm a boy. In Yuan Yuno's heart naturally, there is no relationship with a woman, is a boy. The original owner was, essentially, incompetent in this regard. How is it possible to have anything to do with a female? Negativity from Huang Jicheng plus 199. This guy and the Chiefeng from before were practically the same thing, and were of great help to Yuan Yuno. You kid can be really shameless. Have seen shameless, have not seen you so shameless. The crowd all started to condemn Yuan Yuno, but Yuan Yuno acted as if he hadn't heard them. Keep on dodging. Huang Jicheng was infuriated enough, but he just couldn't do anything about Yuan Yuno. After simply dodging a few times, Huang Jicheng was finally pushed into a hurry, and his body began to release a layer of faint earthly aura. The crowd felt this burst of breath released. The faces couldn't help but change. Someone couldn't help but murmur, "Team leader Huang is going to use his feats? This kid is going to have bloody bad luck." That's right, when team leader Huang used his feats before, it was usually to clean up evil spirits, and now I didn't expect it to actually come to deal with this kid. The kid deserved it, too, seeing that Huang Zhichang was about to make a move. But at this time, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "What are you doing here?" This voice immediately attracted everyone's eyes towards looking. When he fixed his eyes, he realized that the person who spoke was none other than Yu Haijing. Yu Haijing stepped on a pair of high-heeled shoes, tied a ponytail, and is still a clean and sharp professional dress. The whole person gives people the feeling, is a workplace woman. She has a very strong aura. When Huang Zhicheng saw Yu Haijing coming, he naturally didn't dare to continue to make a move against Yuan Muno. The aura on his body quickly collected itself, and he gazed at Yu Haijing, explaining with a smile on his face, "General Manager Yu, we're fooling around. Play? Where the company plays?" Yu Haijing didn't give Huang Zhicheng any face. He had a face that looked bad all of a sudden. Fortunately, Yu Haijing didn't pursue the matter too much, and opened her mouth and said, "The next one will not be an example." Yes, I certainly won't." Huang Zhicheng bowed and said. When Yu Haijing passed by Yuan Muno, she suddenly spoke up and said, "What are you still standing here for? Why don't you go?" Yuan Muno naturally understood when he heard this. Yu Haijing is relieving herself. He didn't delay, and called out to Chubby Li and left the place. When he left, he also collected almost 1,000 emotion values from Huang Haichang. When she arrived outside, Yu Haijing didn't make any stops and directly got into the limousine and left. Nor did he greet Chubby Li or Yuan Muno. Yuan Muo Yi thinks nothing of it, but Li Chubby will eat this and say, "A strong woman is a strong woman. Even the car she drives is so handsome." He looked like a Philistine. Yuan Muno looked at it and didn't want to say anything. Just this time, Yuan Muno's harvest was quite fruitful. The negative emotion value was now at the beginning of 10,000, and with a bit of hard work, it should reach 30,000 soon. When the time comes, the direct Dragonfall arrangement is on. Let's see who else dares to go against him. Thinking of this, Yuan Muno couldn't help but feel a little excited. The fact that he had made so much noise on his first day on the job was something he hadn't expected himself. After returning to the dormitory, Yuan Muoye's cell phone suddenly rang. Pressed the answer button. There came a still familiar voice. "Xiao Yuan brother, you just entered the company. The noise is not small. Lu Chuanzhen's voice suddenly rang out. "Cut the crap and get to the point," Yuan Muno said faintly. Lu Chuanzhen could not help but let out a bitter laugh at this point, thinking that Yuan Muno still had a pretty big temper. So he said, "Little brother Yuan, you are really something, knowing that I have something to find you." Chapter 56, Pitfalls. Yuan Muno was really a bit speechless to this guy, but this would still say, "Big brother Lu, you have something to say directly." Well, I've got good news and bad news right now. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Good news," Yuan Muno said directly. Lu Chuanzhen, however, said, "Then I'd better say the bad news first." Yuan Muno could even think of this guy's appearance in the middle of his mind. "Well, go ahead," Yuan Muno still said lightly. "The bad news is that we've already made an appointment to talk to Wang Zhengyang, and we originally wanted to settle this matter peacefully, but the other party didn't agree and said that they wanted to clean you up." "What about the good news?" "The good news is that the other side has promised not to deal with you while you're at the office, and if you ever fall out, they're definitely going to have to clean you up. So in the meantime, I'd suggest you stay at the office." Lu Chuanzhen said so. Yuan Muno said, "In that case, I shouldn't be allowed to go on the company's escort mission." He wasn't really all that interested in them, but I did not expect Lu Chuanzhen this will still say, "Xiao Yuan brother. This task, of course, or you go. The company under the order, generally will not easily change." Yuan Muno was silent for a long moment before he slowly said, "That's good. By the way, is there any news about what I asked you to inquire about?" "Soon. No surprise, you'll be in charge of the escort until that day, and you're sure to get the message." Hearing Lu Chuanzhen's words, Yuan Muno didn't continue to say anything more. Hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but fall into the middle of his contemplation. Fatty Li, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Old Yuan, what did brother Lu say to you?" "Didn't say anything." Yuan Muno didn't say too much. Leslie Chubby follow suit in worry. As for Wang Zhengyang, Yuan Mai naturally wants to be on guard. It's just that this guy's mind is a bit unorthodox and he knows some evil arts. This is also a big challenge for Yuan Muno. After work, there was nothing to do. Yuan Muno leaned on the bed, and was ready to sleep, but after tossing and turning, this would not be a good time to sleep. Manipulating the consciousness into the middle of the store, briefly scanned, and found another technique. This technique is called cold ice palm. requires a negativity value of 9,999. Yuan Muno stared for a while, then consulted the system and said, "Can you make this cold ice palm cheaper?" Yuan Muno only had a total of just over 10,000 negative emotion values. If you buy this cold ice palm, then you really don't have much left. But now, in this situation, it seems that there aren't many options left for Yuan Muno, offending the Wang family members of Cloud City. And when the time came to really be underhandedly eaten over by that kid, it would definitely not be a favorable thing for Yuan Muno. The current Yuan Muno was still full of doubts about his own strength. That's why you want to learn some skills to protect yourself. He now had a big fish sword, and a set of gongfu, and briefly learned the gongfu, only now he hadn't tried it, and he didn't know if this set of gongfu would work. After he finished, he waited for the system to answer. Just to Yuan Muno's disappointment, the system quickly gave him a negative answer. "Sorry, host, here we are. No bargaining." Getting such an answer left him more or less disappointed. So Yuan Muno this time opened his mouth again and asked, "Then is it okay for you to tell me about the effects of the cold ice palm?" "Okay," remind the host. Now tell the host about the role of the cold ice palm. If the host learns the cold ice palm, whether it is a cultivator or a ghost, after being struck by the cold ice palm, it will immediately be icy cold and be frozen by the speedy freezing, resulting in the stiffening of the limbs, and the body is poisoned by the cold poison. And for the evil ghosts, it will cause irreversible and great damage to their souls. The system's voice was emotionless. Yuan Muno listened to a half-understanding, so he continued to ask, "So, it's the cold ice palm that's so powerful, is it?" "It is indeed very large. It is suggested that the host can purchase it, and after learning the cold ice palm, it can also play a considerable role in the host's cultivation." After hearing this, Yuan Mai's heart was moved, and he was immediately moved to buy the cold ice palm. After briefly contemplating it, "I plan to purchase the Dragonfall at a later date when I have the opportunity." It was imperative that he still needed a more reliable technique to protect himself. As for what comes after that. "Okay, purchase." Yuan Muno finished. Then it directly deducted the negative emotion value 9999. After the deduction, a set of gongfu quickly appeared in Yuan Muno's mind, and he quickly began to learn this gongfu. It was only after studying that Yuan Muno realized something was wrong. Cold ice palm first wait. After learning it, when you want to learn the second level, the gongfu prompts that you have to continue to unlock it with negative emotional value, and the price of unlocking it is 99.99. When Yuan Muno saw this prompt, he couldn't help but have 10,000 Chao Nima running loose in his heart. "Is that okay? Isn't this a trap? Yuan Mai can only endure?" Immediately ran to ask the host, "Are you punking me? Selling me something that needs to be unlocked? Are you crazy?" But I didn't expect the system to hear Yuan Mai's accusation, but still said with a very calm look, "Remind the host that abusing the system is a matter of deducting a certain amount of negative emotional value." These words immediately made Yuan Muno shut his mouth, but he was still unconvinced in his heart. "That's obviously making a pit stop. Then explain it to me properly." Facing such a threat from the system, Yuan Muno had no choice but to continue asking with a hard head. "The host is like this. This cold ice palm that you are learning is a high-level technique, and it is impossible to buy such a good technique for the price of 99.99 negative emotional value. So you can only buy the first one, and the second one needs to be unlocked again." The system's voice was still ice cold. Seeing this, Yuan Muno had no choice but to concede. "Count on it. Next time I fall for your tricks. I'm not human." After Yuan Muno finished speaking, he exited the system. It's kind of a big pitfall this time. The first level of the cold ice palm? What it can do. Yuan Muno would open his eyes this time and felt the technique for a moment, and there seemed to be a faint layer of coldness flowing through his body. However, this kind of cold air would do little harm to Yuan Muno's itself. He attempted to run this cold energy into his arm and slapped his palm out, and a thin layer of cold ice appeared and covered the ground, which covered less than a square foot, and it's also the thin kind. It was quite cool to the touch of the hand, but what's the point? Can it cause harm to people? It's too slow to freeze a popsicle. Pitted, really pitted this time. Yuan Muno has been in the business world for many years in his last life, but he has never been pitted like this. Chapter 57, All for the Money. At this moment, he was speechless, only speechless. Originally thought that this thing can be used as his secret weapon to protect himself. Now it looks like it's totally the pits. The first level of the cold ice palm can only be used to freeze a bit of coke or something. It's really a day dog. Thinking of this, Yuan Muyi couldn't help but have 10,000 Chao Nyama running loose in his heart. The point is, Yuan Muno still can't do anything with this system right now. After briefly testing it, this first cold palm might not be able to do much damage to people, but when it comes to the critical time, it should be fine to scare people. If you want to go for some damage, You may still have to learn to the second level of the cold ice poem. It's just that the negative emotion value required to unlock the second ranking cold ice poem still costs 99.99 plus. It wasn't exactly an easy task for Yuan Yuno. There were now less than 3,000 negative emotion values left. It still seems like we need to earn more. Negative emotional value. Huang Jicheng and Qi Feng are both a good choice. Yuan Yuno would look at the time. It had already come to 11 o'clock at night. Looking through his cell phone's address book, he found Qi Feng's phone. Now that Qi Feng was the leader of the 15th Special Psychic Team in the suburbs, plus he had made another war achievement, I'm sure he shouldn't be able to sleep this time, right? Just in time to give Qi Feng a call and catch up. After all, they were also all old acquaintances from Fire City. Thinking of this, Yuan Yuno didn't delay and dialed Qi Feng's number. This time the phone rang a few times, and someone pressed the answer button. A still familiar voice rang out. What are you calling me for? Yuan Yuno heard this and said with a smile, Qi Feng, I watched the news and heard that you recently exterminated a level 3 evil spirit. I'm sure you shouldn't be relying on your own strength. No, I was wrong. This should all be your own strength. Congratulations on relying on someone else and executing a third level evil spirit. Negativity from Qi Feng plus 199. What are you babbling about? Scrap 2. Qi Feng said as he suppressed his anger. When Yuan Yuno heard the reminder in the middle of his mind, he thought in his heart, it seems that it is not strong enough. That's only 199 negatives. It was still far from what he needed. Qi Feng, no matter what, I'm also your old friend. What are you so angry for? We used to be good brothers inside a team. You used to pee your pants, and I didn't tell you about the object. Do you have to thank me? Yuan Yuno finished saying this. A voice immediately sounded in the center of his mind. Negative emotion value from Qi Feng plus 999. Just this one sentence made Qi Feng's negative emotion value, all of a sudden, go to its peak value. Scum, tell me where you are. I'm going to get you killed right now. Qi Feng gritted his teeth. Qi Feng, what are you talking about? I gave you my blessing in Fire City. Why are you trying to get me killed? There's no reason. You're in Fire City, aren't you? I just happen to have a mission to Fire City tomorrow, so I'll definitely get you killed tomorrow. Qi Feng continued angrily. Qi Feng, this is where you're wrong. You say you're so timid and you've rushed over to get me killed on purpose. It's completely worthless. Yuan Yuno continued. Negativity from Qi Feng plus 222. Yuan Yuno, you dog, you wait for me. When I go to Fire City, you mustn't pretend to be a grandson and hide and not come out. Qi Feng continued to put in harsh words. Right, Qi Feng, don't be angry for now. I have something important to tell you. As these words landed, Qi Feng couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds before asking suspiciously. What is it? I forgot to tell you that I just lied to you. I'm not in Fire City right now. Ha ha ha. After Yuan Yuno said this, he didn't wait for the other party to answer and directly hung up the phone. Negativity from Qi Feng plus 222. The other party quickly dialed the phone, and Yuan Yuno directly hung up. There were several calls in a row, and Yuan Yuno hung up one by one without delay. Negativity from Qi Feng plus 199. Plus 199. Just like that, it directly added more than 2,000 negative emotional values. That's a pretty good return for Yuan Yuno. At this moment, he was thinking about Qi Feng's appearance, and he probably could not wait to tear him apart. Qi Feng, I can't help it, Yuan Yuno said slowly. Next, Yuan Yuno had to get some negative emotion values from Huang Jicheng. Right now there was a small 5,000 negative emotion value on hand, but it was still far from upgrading the second level of the cold ice palm. Hopefully I can get it done tomorrow. After messing with a certain amount of negative emotional value, Yuan Yuno fell asleep contentedly. Early the next morning, Yuan Yuno and Li Chubby got up almost at the same time. After coming out of their respective rooms, Yuan Yuno's gaze fell on Fatty Li and subconsciously said, Fatty, you should lose weight. The words just fell. Yuan Yuno's mind. Negative emotional value from Fatty Li plus 199. Yuan Yuno was stunned for a few seconds and couldn't help but lose his mind for a few seconds as he looked at Yuan Yuno. The fat cares about that. Thinking of this, Yuan Yuno's gaze was fixed on Fatty Li. Chubby Li looked at Yuan Mai's gaze and couldn't help but say, Old Yuan, it's not like you don't know that I'm fat. What are you always talking about? In fact, I'm not saying you're fat, only that you're so fat that you can't even find a girlfriend, and then you'll still be a bachelor. Negativity from Chubby Li plus 199. Old Yuan, I am now realizing that your mouth is getting more and more. It would kill you to say something nice. Fatty Li grumbled without any good humor. Yuan Yuno smiled awkwardly and said, Fat brother, you have to face reality bravely. Being fat is not your fault. Old Yuan, shut up. Sentiment value from Li Chubby plus 199. This time, the negative emotion value came to 5,000. Yuan Muno looked at Fatty Lee and thought, brother, I really can't apologize for it either. Without this, it would be a difficult thing for Yuan Muno to become stronger. The two talked and made their way to the cafeteria for breakfast. By now the place was full of people, all lined up and waiting to get their allotted breakfast. Chubby Lee said, it's still happy to join the company and have breakfast every day. Fatty, eat less. Yuan Muno would say this. Lee Chubby angrily glared at Yuan Mai and said, old Yuan, just when Chubby Lee wanted to say something, suddenly a mocking voice rang out. Yo, the goon came to dinner quite early, but it's a rice bucket. This one voice instantly attracted the attention of Yuan Muno and Fatty Lee. Chapter 58, Who are you looking down on? This one voice was no one else's. It's none other than Huang Jiqing's. Huang Jiqing was quite upset that Yuan Muno had gotten the position as the head of this mission. The key was also mocked by Yuan Muno yesterday, and his heart was even more resentful. Seeing him at this moment, he naturally turned on mocking mode. Where's the dog? Barking again. Yuan Muno said faintly. As a result, just as he finished speaking, a prompt rang out in the middle of his mind. Negative emotion value from Huang Jiqing plus 666. What did you say? Have the balls to say it again. Lee Chubby this time also did not have more concessions. Opened his mouth and repeated. My old Yuan, said the wild dog. And did not say you? What are you in such a hurry? Negativity from Huang Jiqing plus 199. Huang Jiqing didn't expect these two new employees in the company to dare to sing against him all the time. This made him quite upset in his heart, now that he was a veteran employee of this company. Over the years, since becoming the position of team leader, few people had been so antagonistic to him. At this time, when he came across these two people, naturally, it also made his heart very unhappy and very upset. Yuan Muno, you're a man. Let's have a one-on-one fight. What's the point of being a shrinking turtle? Huang Jiqing finished, then he gave the little brother beside him a wink. After the little brother comprehended this look, he naturally didn't delay and quickly spoke up. That's right, Yuan Muno, if you're a shrunken head turtle you should shrink properly. Don't come out and act like an ex. Everyone, am I right? Such trash still wants to go against our big brother Huang. Isn't this looking for death? That also caused a group of people to get up in arms. Yuan Muoyi listened to this, just opened his mouth and said, Huang Jiqing, tomorrow is my escort mission. No matter what you say, this mission is my responsibility. As for you, you can only be incompetent and barking mad. In the company, I do not agree to your challenge. Do you still dare to do nothing to me? This company naturally has the rules of this company. For no reason. If you fight, you will certainly be fired by the company. It would not be a good thing to get fired from the company in this situation. After all, in this chaotic world, there are still a lot of people who have no food to eat, and being able to find a job like the company is naturally something to be happy about for an unusual person. Once Huang Jiqing heard this, he naturally knew that Yuan Muno was telling the truth. With a slight change of heart, he continued, Yuan Muno, do you think you can successfully escort the shipment this time? His face changed, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, his eyes clearly tinged with mockery. Then don't you worry about it. It's none of your business whether it works or not. How can you possibly succeed, you shrinking turtle? Huang Jiqing continued angrily. If I'm a shrunken head turtle, you're worse than a shrunken head turtle. Well, no more nonsense with you. How can I do tomorrow's escort duty if I don't eat my fill? Yuan Muno finished speaking without paying too much attention to Huang Jiqing. Chubby Lee didn't say much when he saw this. Just at this moment, Yuan Muno's voice of reminder kept ringing in the middle of his mind. Negative emotion value from Huang Jiqing plus 299, plus 399, plus 999. Yuan Muno's heart was overjoyed when he received these news. This guy could really be a good machine for the production of negative emotion values. This one made Yuan Muno's negative emotion values increase by more than 2,000 again. His negative energy value came to over 7,000 at once. There was still more than 2,000 to go, and it was almost time to upgrade the cold ice palm to the second level. The first-ranked cold ice palm was indeed a bit of a dud at the moment, and it's not just the usual pitfalls. Just upgrade to the second one, then it will definitely work much better. While eating breakfast, Chubby Lee couldn't help but say, Old Yuan, your mouth was really venomous just now. Pissing off Huang Jiqing enough, Chubby Lee spoke with a smile on his face. Just heart more and more feel in front of the Yuan Muyi is not right, and before him, completely is a different person amount. Now he and before him, simply a world of difference. But honestly, Yuan Muno is better now. At least it's not like before, like a mope who doesn't say anything and can only be bullied. Now he's starting to bully others, which is a good turnaround. At least for Lee Chubby, his own good brother, not being bullied by others, is the best result. But he couldn't help but feel a little worried inside. Would the Yuan Muno in front of him, He secretly made up his mind to look into this matter when the time came to find out what was going on. Yuan Mai glanced at Fatty Lee and said, "People don't bully me. I don't bully others. If people bully me, I will definitely double back." He said this with force. It was the same rule he had practiced in his last life as a human being. This life, naturally, will not be spared. Reborn back to life. He's going to live more than he did in his last life. When Chubby Lee heard it, he was stunned for a few seconds, and then felt that what Yuan Muno said was quite right. As long as this is the case, he cannot be bullied, to be able to live better. However, he would still voice out the worries in his heart this time. Old Yuan, just now, listening to Huang Jiqing's tone, when the time comes for us to go and escort the drinks, will we be stopped by the son of a using any underhanded means? It's a possibility, but it's all the more reason for us to be on our guard. Yuan Muno said so. In fact, Yuan Muno is not worried about this, and thinks that Huang Jiqing is not talking about this. Although Huang Jiqing had a conflict with Yuan Muno, he didn't dare to directly in front of the crowd and blatantly threaten him. What Huang Jiqing said seemed to have a reference, and not surprisingly, it should refer to Wang Zhengyang. After Li Gangeg was cleaned up by Yuan Muno, Lu Chuanjin went over to Wang Zhengyang to negotiate, and nothing good came out of it. Then if Wang Zhengyang wanted to take action, he could only say that it would be most appropriate to retaliate when Yuan Mai went out to take charge of the escort mission. If you clean up Yuan Muno at this time, you can not only get revenge, but also get the supplies that you didn't get before. It can be a double whammy. Yuan Muno frowned slightly and didn't tell Chubby Lee the truth, lest he should startle and frighten. Old Yuan, you're right. This is after all the first mission given to us by the company. We can't let the company down. If we mess up on our first mission, how can the company still trust us? Well, you didn't say much, Fatty, but there's something I have to warn you about, Yuan Muno suddenly said. What is it? Old Yuan, tell me. If something very dangerous happens tomorrow, dangerous enough that we can't handle it, you'll go first then, okay? Yuan Muno said faintly. Who knew that? As soon as Chubby Lee heard this, he said, Old Yuan, what do you mean? You're looking down on Fatty, aren't you? Chapter 59 Yuan Muno's Purpose. Fatty Lee has always been a man of great affection. When faced with Yuan Muno saying this, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. If Yuan Muno hadn't said anything, Fatty Lee might have taken the initiative to take emergency shelter on his own. But when Yuan Muno said this, Fatty Lee felt that he couldn't be looked down upon. Seeing this, Yuan Muno couldn't continue to say anything more. He just patted Fatty Lee's shoulder and said, That's good, Fatty. In the future, we will share the same difficulties and the same blessings. That's still human talk. Chubby Lee said so. Yuan Muno dropped the sentence and said nothing more. According to the agreement with Lu Chuanjin, tomorrow was the day when the news of Liang Senyu arrived. Deep down, he naturally wished Liang Senyu well. Today at work, there were basically no waves either. Yuan Muno's current negative emotion value was more than 7,000, and now since he had purchased the pitiful technique of cold ice palm, what was to be done now? Then, was surely to perfect this gong method. At the very least, it can't be a feat that is just used to start a thin layer of frost. We're going to be in charge of escort duty tomorrow. It's important to get this done before it's too late. Who to call when you're still over 2,000 negative short? Huang Jicheng? Chi Feng? Neither of these two are probably very good. Then, if you really can't, try Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian could also have stronger opinions about Yuan Muno. However, right now Yuan Muno didn't have Zhao Tian's contact information, but Zhao Tian would usually be with Lu Chuanjin. So after thinking about it, Yuan Muno didn't delay, felt out his cell phone and went to make a call to Lu Chuanjin. Lu Chuanjin sighed to answer the phone, but the speed is not slow at all. It did not take long to press the answer button. There came Lu Chuanjin's voice. Brother Xiao Yuan, isn't it true that you're going to be on a mission tomorrow? And this is going to be a little stressful. That's right, indeed a little nervous. First time in charge of this kind of mission. Big brother Lu, where are you and big brother Zhao Tian? Yuan Muno asked as he opened the door. Lu Chuanjin froze for a moment, then said suspiciously, How did you know that Zhao Tian and I were together? Guess so. I just wanted to meet you guys and ask you for some advice on the experience of escorting. After all, you're veterans of the company, with distinguished service, so I'm sure you must have a lot of experience. Yuan Muno was never stingy about praising others. Lu Chuanjin heard this praise from Yuan Mai. This will say, Little Yuan brother, we are over here in the company's sports field. You come over. Okay. Yuan Muno didn't delay and went straight towards the sports ground. I have to say that this company is really well equipped. It's really not easy to support so many employees in such a chaotic and dark environment, and to provide a place for all kinds of sports. When Yuan Muno arrived at the sports ground, he saw the two playing badminton. The fight was a sweaty one. Yuan Muno shouted, Big brother Lu, Big brother Zhao. Just after shouting, A prompting voice rang out in the middle of his mind. Negative emotion value from Zhao Tian plus 99. Yuan Muno. He was first stunned. This kind of result was something he had not expected at all. He hadn't done anything himself yet. He had just called Zhao Tian big brother. He actually just had negative energy. How much of a problem is he having with himself? Waiting to return to his senses, Yuan Muoye's heart was happy, thinking that the 2,000 or so negative emotional values that were still missing should be in play today. This would be a two-way street, straight up close and personal. Lu Chuanjin would greet Zhao Tian this time and said, "Old Zhao, brother Xiao Yuan is here. It's just as well that we can help brother Xiao Yuan and answer some of his doubts." Zhao Tian hummed lightly, "Old Lu, answer it yourself. I don't have time." Yuan Muno would then arrive close and opened his mouth to say, "Brother Zhao, I've had to work hard for you this time." Negativity from Zhao Tian plus 199. Brother Zhao, you should be very tired from playing. There will still be a smell on your body this time. Negativity from Zhao Tian plus 299. If you can't talk, just shut up, okay? Zhao Tian spoke directly. Yuan Muno didn't mind what Zhao Tian said at all. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Tian. His eyes couldn't help but glow. Zhao Tian was a gold mine to him now. Just by properly tapping into this gold mine would mean that there would be countless negative emotional values. That's almost 500 now. Brother Zhao, don't be angry. I came here to genuinely ask you for advice on the problem. You also know that the company chose me to be the person in charge of the escort this time. I have a great responsibility. Yuan Muno said so. After Zhao Tian heard this, he said in a bad mood, "I don't know what the company was thinking, making you the head of the company's escort mission. Could it be that brother Zhao? You want to be in charge of this escort mission? Then I can apply with the company and let you have it. Do I need you to let?" Zhao Tian immediately said with dissatisfaction. Negativity from Zhao Tian plus 399. Brother Zhao, I don't mean that. What I mean is that if you want to take away my position as the head of escort, it's not impossible. After all, I just joined the company. I'm too small to fight you. Yuan Muno said faintly. When Zhao Tian heard Yuan Muno's words, anger immediately appeared on his face, and the green tendons on his forehead were gradually exposed. Negativity from Zhao Tian plus 999. Lu Chuanjin this will see the situation, also realized that the situation is somewhat wrong, hurriedly went forward to persuade, "Lao Zhao, you do not be angry." Xiao Yuan brother said this is also unintentionally said. "You must not take it to heart. Old Lu, don't stop me. I will definitely teach this guy a good lesson today." Lao Zhao, it's not a crime. Big brother Lu, stop big brother Zhao. I didn't mean to. I actually still have a lot of admiration for big brother Zhao. Negative emotion value from Zhao Tian plus 199, plus 199, plus 299. Brother Xiao Yuan, you should also say less. Brother Lu, I really didn't say anything. Stop brother Zhao, and you guys mustn't fight over me. Negative emotional value from Lu Chuanjin plus 199. Negativity from Zhao Tian plus 199. Old Lu, you look at the rabbit cub like what kind of person? Will not talk, to teach you teach. I do not care so much. Zhao Tian didn't say any more nonsense, which would curse and go straight away, leaving Lu Chuanjin looking at Yuan Muno with a helpless face. Brother Xiao Yuan, you clearly know that old Zhao is a short-tempered person. Why do you always talk to irritate him? Big brother Lu, I'm really sorry, it was my fault just now. In fact, I also want to see who is stronger between you and big brother Zhao. If you guys want to fight next time, remember to notify me in advance. From Lu Chuanjin's negative emotion value plus 299. Chapter 60, Fatty Li's idea. Lu Chuanjin was somewhat speechless as he listened to Yuan Muno say these words. However, he didn't bother so much with Yuan Muno, and this time he still patiently said, "Little Yuan brother, we are all people in the same company. It's fine to have a sparring session in normal times, but forget about the competition." After he finished speaking, he saw that Yuan Muno wanted to say more, so he hurriedly cut through the conversation and said, "Little brother Yuan, if I remember correctly, just now you approached me to ask what to pay attention to on an escort mission, right?" Lu Chuanjin's face surfaced a somewhat embarrassed look. "If you do not diverge from the topic, later on, maybe Yuan Mai will have to pull the calf again." Yuan Muno actually felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Chuanjin, this person's temperament is also really good, even if the heart of the Yuan Mu Yi has opinions, but the mouth will never say it. Good thing there's enough negativity value now, almost 10,000 out. It shouldn't be much of a problem to have the cold ice palm upgraded to the second level. Yuan Muno's emotions quickly returned to normal. This would continue to speak. "Yes, brother Lu, tell me, I'll make a note of it." "Okay." Lu Chuanjin saw that Yuan Muno was serious. At that moment, there was no delay, and he began to seriously narrate. "Brother Xiao Yuan, this is an era of lack of supplies. although our drinks are a supplement to our daily food. But to this day, it is still an important rationing task. If we lose our drinks, it's not a trivial matter, and we even have to face a very serious punishment. What punishment? Minor dismissal from the company or referral to judicial authorities. Lu Chuanjian's brows tightened as he spoke with some seriousness. After Yuan Muno heard this, he nodded and said, "Understood. What could be more important than supplies in these dystopian times? It's just that currently Yuan Mai is not in a very good position. If he hadn't offended Wang Zhangyang before this escort mission, he might have encountered danger. But now it's arguably double jeopardy." It made Yuan Muno have to be careful. Lu Chuanjian paused, continued, "In fact, this escort mission is not too far away. Is to the next city Jiangcheng, distance from us is just a few dozen kilometers road, is considered to be the end of the escort mission. If the daytime drive over, it is just 1 or 2 hours. Theoretically it is impossible to appear any problem, but in case of problems, you still have to be prepared to defend." "Brother Lu, I know, don't worry, I will do my best to protect the supplies. Brother Xiao Yuan, I believe in you. From the day you were going to bring those dozens of old and sick people to Cloud City, I knew that you are a person who values love and justice." Yuan Muno, "Well, that's it then, Brother Lu. There's nothing else. I'll leave first." "Brother Xiao Yuan, I haven't finished yet. Basically stuff I already know." Yuan Muno didn't stay too long after he finished. Lu Chuanjian looked at Yuan Mai's back. This would not be able to help but spit out. This little brat really can be. At the same time, a prompting voice sounded in the center of Yuan Muno's mind. From Lu Chuanjian, negative emotional value plus 99. Yuan Muno was first stunned, then couldn't help but smile. After returning to the dormitory, Yuan Muno locked himself in his room. Thinking about that pitiful cold ice palm, Yuan Muno was now completely riding the tiger, and there was nothing to say in this situation. It can only be done the hard way. He quickly used his consciousness to enter the store and found the cold ice palm, directly using 9999 negative emotion value to unlock the second level of the cold ice palm. After the second secret was opened, Yuan Muno then began to study. After about an hour, he then fully grasped the secret of the second level. He didn't delay, and quickly made the second weight of the cold ice palm. A breath flowed through his body, and the ground instantly froze, no longer the frosty layer as before, and it turned into the current ice, which is not very thick, but a centimeter or two is always there, and this time it's also larger than before. It was about a square foot before, but now it's become 3, quite a bit stronger than before. It shouldn't be much of a problem to deal with the average person, at least. Just even so, Yuan Muno still felt that this system was a bit of a dud. After this loss, Yuan Muno reminded himself that he must pay attention next time, and easily cannot continue to be fooled. Back to see how the third weight is the cold ice palm? After spending the negative emotion value, Yuan Muno now had less than 1,000. These negativity values were just enough to buy some ghost extermination talismans. He didn't delay, and after buying a few ghost extermination talismans, he gave some to Fatty Li. After all, if you go out on a mission tomorrow and run into any unusual trouble, you might be able to use it to protect yourself a bit. Thinking of this, Yuan Muyi still couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. But thinking that, tomorrow, there would be news of Liang Senyu, Yuan Muno gradually had some expectations in his heart. He was resting on his bed. Suddenly, I heard a voice from outside the door. "Old Yuan, are you asleep?" "Nope, what's up, Fatty?" Yuan Muno asked. After Chubby Li heard that Yuan Muno was not sleeping, he did not delay and pushed the door open. Only when he pushed, he found that the door inside was locked. This immediately let Li Chubby some dissatisfaction. Said, "Old Yuan, you changed. Before you do not lock the door." Negativity from Chubby Li plus 99. After Yuan Muno felt this scene, he immediately got down from the bed and thought to himself, is this even possible? Now that his negativity value was essentially cleared, it now came to 99 about 100. It's not really that useful. After he got out of bed and opened the door, Chubby Li came in and said to Yuan Muoyi, "Old Yuan, do you think Huang Jicheng will send someone to make a move on us tomorrow to hinder us from accomplishing our mission? The more I think about it, the more I think there is such a possibility. I think I have to well our general manager to talk about it, lest there is an accident and we have to take the responsibility." Fatty Li's words are grand, but in Yuan Muoye's opinion, this dead fat man is trying to find an opportunity to contact the general manager. Other than that, the GM is really good looking. It is understandable that Fatty Li has moved his heart. It is just that such a woman, ordinary people certainly cannot be subdued. Fatty, have you thought about it? If you talk to the general manager now, she'll think we're not capable enough. Think about it. Did Huang Jicheng make a move now? Do we have any evidence? If we talk back, not only will we not be able to get any favor, we will also be looked down upon by the general manager. and you won't have a chance to do anything you want to do in the future, Yuan Muno suddenly said with a smile. When Chubby Lee heard this, he said, Old Yuan, what do you mean by that? Why am I a little confused? You do not understand, alright? I understand just fine. The general manager looks that indeed beautiful. Legs that wide. Chapter 61 Rascal Yuan Muno? As soon as Chubby Lee heard Yuan Muno describe the general manager in this way, he immediately became anxious. Negativity from Chubby Lee plus 199. Yuan Muno paused for a few seconds, not realizing that this guy's negative emotion value would actually be so high. Seems like there's some real interest in the GM. Old Yuan, shut your mouth and don't talk nonsense about my goddess, okay? Fatty Lee said eagerly. Yuan Mai saw that Lee Chubby was serious, so naturally he would not continue to flirt with the general manager. Laughing, he said, okay, I'll stop. When Fatty Lee saw that Yuan Muno did not say more, he did not continue to dwell on this matter with Yuan Muno. Old Yuan, I am really worried about tomorrow's escort mission in my heart. Tomorrow is a chance for us to perform well. We mustn't make any mistakes, otherwise the company won't be important to us in the future. Lee Chubby looked like he was up to no good. Yuan Muno naturally knew what he had in mind, which was nothing more than wanting to put on a good show in front of the general manager, gain favor with others. Yuan Muno smiled and said, it's useless for you to think about this now. Tomorrow even if Huang Jichun wants to make a move on us, what can we do? We can only use the soldiers to block the water to cover the earth. Yuan Muno said so. Chubby Lee thought for a moment and could only do so. In fact, he now felt that Yuan Muno had become different from before and might be able to come up with something better. But now, looking at him like this, it was obvious that he couldn't think of anything. He was slightly disappointed inside and said, Old Yuan, you say you're smart now? How come you still don't have a solution? Yuan Muno, you wash up. Yuan Muno said helplessly. Okay, I'm all washed up and will sleep with you tonight. Yuan Muno, get out. Yuan Muno said without a trace of humor. Only then did Chubby Lee go out of the house. When Chubby Lee left, Yuan Muno briefly thought about tomorrow's escort mission. It is indeed a bit dangerous, but it is daytime. It should not be so bad that there are evil spirits to rob things. After all, the journey is also relatively short, just an hour or two. After briefly making some calculations in his mind and feeling that there was no major problem, Yuan Muno gradually fell asleep. Early the next morning, before dawn, there was a knock on the door outside, with the sound of bang 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 constantly ringing out. Yuan Muno rolled over and got out of bed, opened the door, and saw Lee Chubby, who had long been dressed up at the door. When did this fat do things so aggressively? It made Yuan Muno still a bit uncomfortable. What's wrong? Old Yuan, it's 5:30. We should get ready. Yuan Muno really wanted to get his hands on this dead fat guy this time. Where does it leave at 5:30? Just get ready and we'll head out later. Okay. Yuan Muno had to wash up, and by the time the washing was over, the time was about 6 o'clock. Yuan Muno suspected that this dead fat man hadn't slept at all. Waiting until 5:30 to shout Yuan Muoyi to get up, the two of them came to the cafeteria, wanting to eat breakfast, but found that the door was not even open. It really is sinful, he thought to himself. Don't even know how to describe it other than in those two words. Sitting in the doorway, dozing off until 7 o'clock when the cafeteria door opened, Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby received food, and after eating, it was about 8 o'clock. Lu Chuanjin came. He cleaned up today is also very spiritual. The whole person gives a feeling of radiance. He had a bright smile on his face when he saw Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby. Little brother Yuan, little brother Chubby, today is the first time you two are going on a mission for the company. Are you ready? Lee Chubby saw Lu Chuanjin is obviously a little unhappy. This will say, how is it you come to give us a farewell? Arrange the task. The general manager? But anyone who uses their head to think about it knows how the GM could possibly care about such a small thing and be there in person to say goodbye? Think about it. Lu Chuanjin laughed dryly for a few moments. The general manager will wait for you to return from your successful escort and give you a celebration. Really? Of course it's true. Lu Chuanjin didn't blink when he told a lie. He dropped his gaze onto Yuan Muoye's body, and with a glance at each other, he said, Brother Yuan, this time you are the person in charge of the escorting mission. This time we are escorting 2 truckloads of supplies, a total of 120 cases, 12 bottles per case. You mustn't make any mistakes, okay? When you arrive at the Jiangcheng side, there will naturally be someone to meet you. As long as you hand the stuff over to the hands of a man named Du Hui, the mission will be considered complete. Okay, promise to get the job done. Yuan Muno replied forcefully. Lu Chuanjin was immediately taken aback. He was now really a bit elusive about Yuan Muno. This kid is not your average guy, but can't figure out what this kid's routine is. Okay, I'll cut the crap. The officers that have been outfitted for you are already waiting for you, so you'll come with me now. When the two arrived at the place, they watched the family 2 vans, which were not too big, just filled with drinks and 2 other escort vehicles. The quality of the body was much better than when Yuan Muno and the others were in Fire City. At least it looks like the surfaces are all made of some bulletproof material, and it looks crashworthy. Lee Chubby went up and patted the escort car. The heart is obviously very satisfied, said. Good, good is good. This is the escort with you. 4 in all, plus 6 for you too. Yuan Muno would have noticed the escorts by now, only with his eyes. They seemed to be some old and sickly people. One looked uninspired, as if he hadn't woken up. Yuan Muno had a bad feeling in his heart when he saw the scene. He went forward and said to Lu Chuanjin with a suppressed voice, Brother Lu, what are you doing? This escort mission is also not ordinary. You actually just give me these old and weak. What if you fail back? Don't worry, this time the journey is very close. There won't be any accidents. Think about it. What accidents can there be in broad daylight? And I'm telling you, this time the road we often run, there are almost no accidents. This time the general manager let you be responsible for this escorting mission. In fact, in a way, it's just to let you go through the formality. Lu Chuanjin said it very easily. Yuan Muyi heart still some cannot let go. So this will say, Lu big brother, this mission if there is a problem, turn back I can say that all these things are you let me do. I just recorded everything you said, so when I turn around and fail the mission, I'll play it for the GM. After Yuan Mai finished saying this, in the middle of his mind, a voice immediately rang out again. Negative emotion value from Yuan Mai plus 999. Lu Chuanjin couldn't help but stare at Yuan Muno with wide eyes at this moment. It just feels bitter inside. How did we get into such a scoundrel? 62. Commencement of the mission. But he couldn't do anything about it. After all, Yuan Muno was the one who invited him to come to Cloud City in the first place. Now it can only be the person who invited himself, and he has to recognize it by his own teeth. Brother Xiao Yuan, I've said all that needs to be said about me. Do you have anything else to ask? Lu Chuanjin would really just want to escape from here, lest you get pissed off. Just as he was about to leave, Yuan Muno suddenly came forward and put an arm around his shoulders, leading him to start walking forward. Lu Chuanjin looked at Yuan Muno with a mysterious look and said, Little Yuan brother, what is it that can't be said in front of everyone? Brother Lu, did you forget about that thing you inquired about for me? After Yuan Muno said this, Lu Chuanjin quickly reacted. This matter he naturally did not forget. He promised to give Yuan Muno news today, so he returned to his senses and said, Little Yuan brother, how could I forget? Don't worry, I will definitely give you news today. I believe that when you come back from Jiangchang, this matter will have an answer. Okay, Brother Lu, this matter is really important to me. You must keep it in your heart. Yuan Muno had a serious look on his face at this time, and did not look like he was joking at all. Lu Chuanjin, on the other hand, couldn't help but be blinded for a few seconds at this time, seldom seeing Yuan Mai so serious. After all, this guy is either on his way to being pissed off or he's pissed off. It seems that the girl he is inquiring about should be very important to him. He naturally didn't dare to slack off, which would say, don't worry, I won't forget. In fact, Lu Chuanjin also do not know why. From the heart feel that Yuan Mai and unusual people are not general. This son may be really not a pond in the future. Well, go early, leave now and maybe come back in the evening. Okay, Brother Lu. Thanks a lot then, Yuan Muno said solemnly. After that, he turned to leave. Lu Chuanjin looked at Yuan Mai's back, which would open his mouth and shouted, Little Yuan brother, have a safe trip and come back early. Okay. Yuan Muno didn't turn around and waved his hand, not saying any more nonsense. Straight away, he got into the car and it drove off towards the front. Yuan Muno didn't get on the guard car in order to keep an eye on the cargo, but sat on the car with drinks in the center, so at least he felt a little more at ease in his heart. Naturally, Chubbily didn't delay and sat on it with Yuan Muno. The remaining 4, which were one in front of the other, 2 cars, drove forward. The view from the van is actually pretty good without being blocked by the escort vehicle in front of you. Fatty Lee would then speak up and say, Old Yuan, do you think our escort mission this time will be a success? Of course it'll work, Yuan Muno subconsciously said confidently. Just as soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded in Yuan Muno's mind. Remind the host that the main quest is open. The host needs to complete the escort mission, and there will be a reward for completing it. Yuan Muno's face instantly couldn't help but become ugly when he heard this voice ring out. The escort mission was open, which meant that this escort journey shouldn't be too peaceful. It might even be a little dangerous. Old Yuan, this is our chance to make a name for ourselves in the company. That guy Huang Jicheng is definitely still waiting to see our jokes. We definitely can't lose face. After Chubby Lee heard Yuan Mai's words, of course there is no problem. He suddenly became very confident as if he had beaten chicken blood, and Yuan Muno couldn't help but start muttering in his heart. Is it hard to believe that something will really happen? The car started off with an overall feeling of prosperity as it traveled through Cloud City, but when we got out of the gates closed behind us. The noise in my ears seemed to disappear for a moment. The scene in front of him also seemed to switch quickly and become quieter. Navigation is cut off in so many places now that you basically have to rely on maps to get around. Also, some people have a good memory, which becomes an advantage at this time. The outside was in a state of disrepair, with a road in the center looking forward, and when the eyes reached the front, a signboard appeared with the word Jiangcheng written on it. Moving forward, there's River City. The car continued on its way. In the car, Yuan Muoyi watched vigilantly, not forgetting to remind Li Chubby and said, "Chubby, you have to observe carefully, okay? Don't worry, there will be no accidents for sure." Chubby Li said, "Be careful and conscientious, lest there be any accidents." After about half an hour of driving, the scene in front of us gradually became more and more desolate. All the houses have been destroyed, and the roads are overgrown with weeds. Although the journey from Fire City to River City was not far, the desolate scene here was something that Yuan Muno had not expected. And when looking towards the surrounding area, you could see some dead bones on the ground. Even in the daytime, it still gave off a cold and eerie feeling. It makes one feel very uncomfortable. Li Chubby would light a cigarette this time, humming a song, not forgetting to say in his mouth, "Old Yuan, you said that we have traveled so far, and no accidents have appeared so far, so there shouldn't be anything going on. There's nothing wrong with being careful." Yuan Muno continued, "It's not so bad that something can happen in the middle of the day, right? I think there shouldn't be anything wrong. Lao Yuan, are you too nervous? The evil spirits surely don't dare to come out in the daytime. You see that the sun is now the strong time." Yuan Muno, without the system's beep, Yuan Muno might have thought similarly to Fatty Lee. After all, it's that time of day. What could possibly go wrong? But there are always exceptions to the rule. Fatty, just when Yuan Muno wanted to say something, suddenly a figure next to him rushed onto the road. This figure immediately made all the people's spirits tense up a bit. Fatty Lee reacted quickly and opened his mouth to curse. "Crap, this is a roadblock robbery." He pulled out his firearm, ready to strike. Seeing this, Yuan Mai didn't delay and got out of the car. He said to Fatty Lee, "Fatty, don't get out of the car first. Watch here." Fatty Lee answered yes. Yuan Mai, on the other hand, hurriedly got out of the car and went to the front of the car. And when he saw that the two colleagues inside the car also wanted to get out of the car, Yuan Mai said, "Go and protect the truck in the back." Yes, the two men in the front and back got out of the car, and together the four of them watched the two center cars. Yuan Muno, on the other hand, went to the front of the car, saw the figure in the middle of the road, and opened his mouth to say, "What are you? Help me." The voice was low and a little treacherous. This voice rang out, causing Yuan Muno's mood to become even more alert. The person who said this slowly lifted his head up at this point. When Yuan Muno saw his looks, in the next second, Yuan Muno couldn't help but see a dramatic change in his face. Chapter 63, An Unusual Beggar. There was something scary about the looks of the guy in front of me. The face was covered with bootleg marks all over it, one after the other, and just looking at it gave you a shocking feeling, and he was so dirty that, at such a glance, he looked like a fleeing beggar. "Help me, please 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 please," an incredibly hoarse voice rang out. His voice, one couldn't help but wonder a little if his voice had been cut by a knife as well. He let out a cry for help, and Yuan Muno looked at the pitiful man in front of him, but he didn't take it lightly. The presence of someone in the middle of nowhere like this is indeed suspicious. One could even say that it was not normal, and it gave off a suspicious and rather insecure vibe all over. "Excuse me, please move out of the way." Yuan Muyi this will not want to say more nonsense. He is not going to help this beggar, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. The branch. For Yuan Muno, the most important thing now is to deliver the goods to the destination safely. He's not exactly a compassionate person himself. After he finished speaking, suddenly a voice rang out in the middle of his mind. Negative emotion value from Zhao Kai plus 99. This guy's name is actually Kai Zhao. Yuan Muno now sort of realized that this was sort of a passive skill when the system was collecting other people's negative energy. Being able to know each other's names directly. "This brother, I'm really pitiful. Please save me, have mercy. I'm sorry, but if you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for pushing you out of the way with my hands." Negativity from Zhao Kai plus 199. The guy was obviously furious, and the rage value is getting bigger and bigger. Here Yuan Muno can also decide that the probability is that this guy is acting. Is acting fun? Yuan Muno suddenly asked. These words landed, making the air here seem like it had stopped for a few moments, and Zhao Kai's gaze suddenly landed on Yuan Muno's body, and there was a long period of silence in which he didn't say anything. Finally, after waiting a bit, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. The sound of the sneer was a drawl that gave people a creepy feeling just by listening to it. Negativity from Zhao Kai plus 666. Feeling this outburst of negative emotions, Yuan Yuno knew that this guy should be making a move on him. Zhao Kai, tell me, who sent you? Yuan Muno said so. As soon as Zhao Kai heard this, he was even more confused in his heart. How did this person in front of him know him? He had disguised himself so well. How could others still recognize him? I don't understand what you're saying. Zhao Kai, are you still pretending until now? I even know your name. Yuan Muno continued, convening more and more speechless and blindfolded. At the same time, Yuan Muno drew out his own big fish sword, and the blade was flashing with a cold light under the illumination of daylight. Everyone get ready to fight. Yuan Muno shouted, and all the watchmen knew that they were going to be in danger this time. Chubby Lee was even more so, reacting even more violently and starting to look staggered. Jumped right out of the car, guns in hand, ready to strike. Zhao Kai looked at Yuan Mai suspiciously, and in his heart, he could be quite sure that he himself didn't know Yuan Mai at all, but this would be why Yuan Mai could say his name. He mulled it over and couldn't figure it out, but he quickly gave up pondering it, because in his opinion, there was no point in pondering it. After all, this is going to be a bunch of dead people soon. What's the point of thinking about a bunch of dead people? Thinking of this, he gradually became a bit perverted in his heart, and without any concealment, he opened his mouth and said, "Kid, you're very smart. Originally I wanted to rob your goods and then let you guys go, but now that you know my name, you don't want to go, okay?" He continued to make a sneering noise. Just at this time, Li Chubby arrived near, heard Zhao Kai said out of such some pretend X words, suddenly angry. It had been some years since Chubby Lee had joined the Psychic Investigation Bureau. Naturally you're not scared. What ghosts haven't you seen over the years? Kid, you're pretending to be X to me. I'm going to get you killed today. Without any delay after finishing, Fatty Lee took the special firearm and pulled the trigger at Zhao Kai. This specialized firearm can be used against both evil spirits and the living. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** The next second, a scene that people found astonishing happened. This person in front of me actually dodged the bullet directly. Crap, is this guy a human or a ghost? Fatty Lee asked in shock. Definitely people. Yuan Muno would say this. This guy might have practiced some kind of kung fu as well. Otherwise it would be impossible to dodge bullets. Plus it's daytime and the odds of this guy being an evil spirit are low. So needless to say, this guy, along with Lu Chuanjun and Zhao Tian, were all cultivators. Old Yuan, the situation isn't right. This guy isn't an ordinary person. Chubby Lee tensed up a few times. Yuan Muno, on the other hand, spoke up and said, keep shooting. Chubby Lee heard Yuan Muyi this, how dare to delay. Immediately pulled the trigger, accompanied by bang 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 sound. 3 bullets were fired at once. The bullet flew over quickly, but to Yuan Muno's surprise, this time it was still dodged by the other party. This is simply shocking beyond belief. It's not easy to deal with. Yuan Muno said so. Practitioners, definitely practitioners, Chubby Lee said. When his words trailed off, Zhao Kai suddenly said, that's right, I'm a cultivator, and today you all have to die. Fatty, you guys get in the car and don't get out without my order. Got it? What about you, old Yuan? I don't need you to care. I have a way. Yuan Muno said so. He had just finished learning now, the second weight of the cold ice palm, so he would try it first. Yuan Muno was now worried that there would be the rest of the accomplices convened here, and if at this point, all of his attention would be focused on Zhao Kai. What if someone comes back next to us and sneaks up on us? Wouldn't that house just get stolen? Then be careful. I'll take someone to watch the cargo. Fatty Lee greeted the remaining 4 and simply laid out the mission and talked about the general situation. The crowd responded to this. Zhao Kai would stare at Yuan Muno and said, since you're so actively looking for death, I'll fulfill you. After the words, Zhao Kai ran towards Yuan Muno and rushed up, releasing a faint aura from his body. In the past, this kind of aura Yuan Muno could not feel, but times were different now, and the current him could sense the presence of this aura at once. Chapter 64. This was probably the aura released from the practitioners. Although the Zhao Kai in front of him was releasing this aura, Yuan Muno could still tell that it was still relatively weak. It's not that strong. Seeing that Zhao Kai was about to arrive close, Yuan Muno suddenly dodged. He was also relatively fast at dodging. Zhao Kai couldn't help but feel some waves in his heart as he missed Yuan Muno with a punch. At the same time, he was a bit surprised, not expecting Yuan Muno to be able to dodge it. Could it be that the Yuan Muno in front of him was also a cultivator? But the information he received did not say that at all. Just that it was an ordinary robbery. I thought things were going to be very easy, but it doesn't seem that way. After Zhao Kai's fist blasted into the air, his heart couldn't help but tighten up a few points. He quickly backed up a bit, afraid that Yuan Muno would suddenly counterattack, and when he was unprepared, he would definitely suffer a great loss. He regained his footing and looked at Yuan Muno, then said, "Kid, are you a cultivator too? Does it have anything to do with you? You ugly bastard." Yuan Muno was even less polite now that he knew he was his enemy. Who knew that when these words landed, a voice suddenly rang out again in the middle of his mind. Negative emotion value from Zhao Kai plus 999. Yuan Muno blindfolded the meeting. Is this okay? This guy had already grown like this, and it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to rely on his looks to make a living. But who knew that this guy was actually so preoccupied with his appearance? It leaves nothing to the imagination. Zhao Kai's face gradually became twisted, and suddenly he let out an angry growl, roaring, "You go to hell." His fists quickly transformed into claws and had hard nails growing on them, letting one know just by looking at them that they were not something to be messed with. Yuan Muno drew his own big fish sword out, and when he saw Zhao Kai arrive close, he lifted his sword and chopped straight up. When the sword light fell on the sword, there was still a flash of cold light. This 3 swords of chopping evil is quite good. Yuan Muno chopped down with his sword, and a gash instantly appeared on the ground, and he could clearly feel a breath on him, being brought out and converging on the sword. Zhao Kai quickly dodged when he saw the falling sword, but his claws still collided with Yuan Muno's big fish sword. In just an instant, Zhao Kai's claw mark was sliced off. When Zhao Kai saw this, his pupils suddenly contracted and he quickly dodged. Ripples rose in his heart, not realizing that this guy in front of him was actually so powerful. "You really make me angry." The aura on Zhao Kai's body had completely changed, but it was much stronger than before. Seeing this, Yuan Muno's vigilance naturally rose quite a bit, and he didn't dare to take it lightly in the face of Zhao Kai. This was the first time he had ever dealt with a cultivator. Not much experience, but he's not afraid. Facing Zhao Kai, who had come forward again, his claws had regrown, giving him a much sharper feeling than before. Yuan Muno still didn't retreat and dodge, and the great fish sword continued to chop down a few swords, but this time, it wasn't as smooth as before. After the big fish sword and Zhao Kai's claws met, there was a metallic clanging sound. Along with that, there are fires blooming in the area. Chubby Lee also saw this scene, and was a little shocked, thinking, Yuan Mai is now more and more powerful. The rest of the watchmen, too, were a bit surprised. I had always heard before that the person in charge of the guards this time was a wastrel, but now after the strike, the ability is pretty impressive. At least it's still quite a bit better than them. After exchanging a few moves, Zhao Kai was once again knocked back. Yuan Muno said to Zhao Kai, "Ugly monster, if you leave now, I can let you go. If you are still unforgiving, believe it or not, I'll use my best move and take your life." Yuan Muno's body released a gust of aura belonging to the strong. Negativity from convening plus 999. Who are you calling ugly? I must die with you today. Yuan Muno. It was really something that I never expected to come across someone who cherished his face so much. This one brought Yuan Muno's negative emotion value to 5 or 6,000. Zhao Kai had a lot of negative emotion values on him. Yuan Muno suddenly felt a little reluctant to leave this guy. If he was available as a provider, then there would probably be no shortage of negativity values when the time came, right? After Zhao Kai let out this voice of an angry growl, he didn't run over to Yuan Muno like he had done before his violent rage. This time, it was a wait before he spoke. "What are you waiting for? Don't come out yet." After the words, from among the nearby bunkers, 3 more people walked. These 3 people are indeed not very good looking, and even the body comes up with defects. However, these 3 people deep in the mountains to give the release of the breath, all let Yuan Mui feel a faint feeling of uneasiness. This let Yuan Muno know that these people were not vegetarians. The first time I was in charge of an escort mission today, I actually ran into such a big trouble. Just when Yuan Muno was distressed, the system's voice suddenly sounded in the middle of his mind. Remind the host that the difficulty of the mission has been upgraded, and if it is completed, the host will receive a base level increase. Base level up? What the hell? Yuan Muno was confused, didn't get it at all. But these things, for Yuan Muno, were not a priority right now. The focus is on how to accomplish this mission. The system is so dumb. When Chubby Lee saw the 3 people who suddenly appeared, his original nerves, too, tensed up a bit. This will we're still open in the car to stay. Hastily jumped down, said to the remaining 4 people, "You guard the goods. Understand?" "Yes, I know." Chubby Lee, on the other hand, walked to Yuan Muno's side to fight alongside him. He loaded his twin guns and looked as if he was on the verge of an attack. "Old Yuan, don't be afraid. They have people. I'll help you. This time we'll definitely them up." Lee Chubby for this escort mission, but is quite important, and do not want to have any accidents, and moths. Yuan Muno looked at Fatty Lee, somewhat speechless, and said in a suppressed voice, "Fatty, what are you doing out here? Wouldn't it be better for you to hide behind the back and shoot in the dark?" Lee Chubby was blinded for a few seconds after hearing this, somewhat not returning to his senses, and looked at Yuan Muno later with a face. I thought to myself, old Yuan is really getting worse, but he likes it. He would return to his senses and say, don't worry, old Yuan, I'll be careful to dodge through. Chubby Lee began to tiptoe backward. Who knows? A man opened his mouth and said, Fatso, you still want to shoot in the dark, don't you? The words landed and the atmosphere suddenly became a little more awkward. You, how did you know? No, I didn't. What are you talking about? I can hear you clearly. Do you think your blackballing is useful to us cultivators? Chapter 65, Moving for Help. The words landed on the ground, instantly making Lee Chubby embarrassed for a few moments. Cultivators, indeed, were different from ordinary people, and their hearing and eyesight were naturally stronger than ordinary people. Lee Chubby end of the double gun, immediately aimed at the guy, and then said, I cannot play black gun, and you before against the dry, you see okay? A few people also looked like they had heard a big joke when they heard Fatty Lee's words, to fight with them, isn't that looking for death? Zhao Kai and the three others who had just come out, their gazes fell on Yuan Muno and Lee Chubby. Those eyes looked at the two as if they were looking at prey, as if they were eating them up. Zhao Kai would coldly say, before you let you guys go, you didn't go, now you don't have a chance if you want to go. When he finished speaking, he said to the three people around him, brothers, leave these people's lives behind today. The remaining three responded easily, running over to the two. Fatty Lee reacted quite quickly, without any delay, directly pulling the trigger. With the sound of gunfire, the three quickly ducked. When Chubby Lee saw the speed at which these three people dodged, his heart rippled, and he immediately made a sound of crap. Old Yuan, these dogs are really powerful. Yuan Muno naturally knew that they were all cultivators, and dealing with them would not be an easy task. Back, Yuan Muno said so. Lee Chubby didn't even need Yuan Muno to say anything more in this regard. This would directly retreat while shooting. The sound of bang, 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 bang will continue to ring out. Although Chubby Lee was obese, his speed of dodging and avoiding was still quite fast. Just then, he also spoke. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Shoot me. Seeing this, the remaining four did not hesitate and dashed forward. Shots were fired at the four Zhao Kai. It was just a pike full of bullets that didn't do much good. Yuan Muno narrowed his eyes with a false light and continued to move forward with his big fish sword, blocking the path of the four. The four of them suddenly couldn't help but laugh when they saw Yuan Muno standing in front of them. They felt that Yuan Muno was completely asking for death, simply looking for death. Do you think you can hold off alone? The four of us? Whether it's blocked or not has to be tried. Yuan Muno said so. The big fish sword in his hand carried a spiritual chi and chopped down directly. A faint sword aura appeared and directly cut off the three people's path. Zhao Kai fell back a step, as if he deliberately didn't come forward. The three people's faces changed slightly, as if they hadn't expected Yuan Muno's strength to reach this point. A bit interesting, kid, what cultivation realm are you in? One of them asked. Yuan Muno was very vague about this matter, and could even be said to have no concept of it at all. It just vaguely feels like I'm a practitioner now, but he didn't know anything about what realm exactly. What realm? Does it have anything to do with you ugly bastards? Yuan Muno would answer directly. Negativity from Zhao Kai plus 99. Negative emotional value from Wang Feng plus 199. Negativity from Deng Hui plus 299. From Wang Ji's negativity value plus 599. Yuan Muyi got such a feedback. The whole is blindfolded. Shocked. Really did not expect. This group of people on their own actually looks so important. It was amazing that so many negative emotion values had been acquired in this short period of time. Over 1,000 negative emotion values just arrived. For him, it simply couldn't have been a better thing. You seek death, Wang Feng said angrily, quickly running towards Yuan Muno, attacking him from behind. The remaining three also came from three directions, and this was done so that Yuan Muno did not have a chance to be able to catch his breath. When Chubby Lee saw this scene, he was also anxious in his heart. These people united to deal with Yuan Mai, completely with a fourth. Moreover, this four people were still cultivators, a situation that made Chubby Lee couldn't help but feel a little anxious inside. What to do? How can I help old Yuan? Chubby Lee kept asking himself, but there is no good way to do it. Under such a siege, Yuan Muno also gradually became a bit strained. But even so, Yuan Muno could still barely manage. He suddenly felt that although these four people were cultivators, their strength should not be very strong. Otherwise, how could he have lasted so long? He muttered in his heart. Although he didn't know what cultivation realm he was in, but by association, he should at least be in the Qi transformation realm, right? Only if one was in the Qi transformation realm would one have the strength to fight. Zhao Kai would suddenly realize something as well after the constant strikes this time. The Yuan Muno in front of him was not only not a waste, his cultivation realm seemed to be quite high. It was not at all the same thing as the intelligence he had received. Intelligence said that Yuan Yuno is basically equivalent to a waste of time and doesn't have much to offer. But now it seems almost diametrically opposed and completely different. The Yuan Yuno in front of him was very strong. Even the cultivation realm, it should not be the Qi transformation realm, but into the Qi entry realm. If the strength is even stronger, it may be the Qi condensation realm is not certain. Zhao Kai was starting to back off in his mind. Right now, he was the weakest, and when he really pushed Yuan Mai to the brink, if Yuan Mai wanted to pull a cushion, then he will be the best man for the job, and that's one thing that's not in doubt. It should be. Brothers, retreat, this kid's strength is not ordinary. After Zhao Kai figured this out, he opened his mouth and shouted, but the remaining three would not give up so easily. So they said, retreat for what? We are 4 against 1, can't we get him killed? That's right, just based on the fact that he just called us ugly, we should get him killed. After those words landed, they attacked even more non-stop, but in the very next second, the crowd was suddenly dumbfounded. He only saw that when Wang Ji arrived close, his body suddenly froze, and his entire body could not move at once. What kind of trick is that? Suddenly someone couldn't help but ask. I don't know. This can't be condensing the breath and entering the realm of Qi condensation, right? The words landed and the crowd began to panic. For them, if Yuan Yuno was really an expert in the realm of Qi condensation, they were not enough. At that moment, he could only run away and save his own life first. Looking at the frozen Wang Ji, the remaining few people finally stopped pausing and turned around to run. Zhao Kai was the first to run away. Finally only left frozen Wang Ji. Wang Ji at this time in the heart of 10,000 horses Chao Nima is running. Brother Zhao, what about Wang Ji when you run so fast? Teng Hui suddenly asked. Zhao Kai would then speak up and say, let's go back and move help. Chapter 66 Leveling Up. What Zhao Kai thought in his heart was that a dead Taoist friend would not die in poverty. Where's his help? Right now. Of course, keeping yourself alive is the most important thing. The rest was out of his hands. The other two knew that Zhao Kai's words were a pretext, but they couldn't care less. They were not an easy task in themselves as awakened cultivators, and if they died here, it would be a huge loss. Finally Wang Ji, then they could only let this guy fend for himself. The rest of the things, they could not care so much anymore. After a few people left, only Wang Ji, who was sealed by the cold ice palm, was left at the scene. Yuan Yuno's heart also rippled a bit when he saw this scene. This cold ice palm really did have some effect after all. Luckily, he had gathered all the negative emotion values and upgraded the cold ice palm to the second level, or else the situation this time would have been really bad. It may not be possible to successfully navigate through the hijacking. Old Yuan, what's going on? Looking at the frozen Wang Ji, Fatty Li quickly replied. Yuan Yuno didn't know how to explain this, so he said, find a rope to tie this guy up. Fatty Li listened to Yuan Yuno's words, but instead of doing it himself, he said to the other 4, find ropes to tie the people up. Yes, the other 4 didn't delay and quickly found ropes to bind Wang Ji. Li Chubby, this will be with a curious heart, went to the front, hands but touched the ice, but the hand feel touch, ice is like a long foot general, began to spread towards Li Chubby hands. When Fatty Li felt this scene, a heart couldn't help but panic some. Where there was any delay, he retracted his hand. What the hell is going on here? Old Yuan? Why is my hand touching the ice will also be iced on and how does this ice feel like it won't melt in general? Fatty Li asked the doubts in his heart. Yuan Yuno actually didn't figure out what the principle of this cold ice palm was, and he also didn't know if the ice would melt as fast as the unusual ice. But when we got closer, we realized that the ice wouldn't melt. Is it really magic? I don't know. Yuan Muno replied thus, but this answer, obviously, could not satisfy Fatty Li. He spoke up, so how are we going to bring this guy back now, without even being able to touch him? Let's see. Yuan Yuno would have walked closer and started to try it out, and when his hand touched Wang Ji, the ice didn't spread in any way. His heart rippled a bit, but he immediately regained his composure. After all, it was him who released this ice-cold palm. It was impossible that this cold ice palm would still backfire on him. Yuan Muyi, this will move hands to Wang Ji to the car. This guy now became the only clue. Turn around but also through this guy to find out, behind the back of who let them to rob things. Fatty Li looked at Yuan Mai to get this person to the car and still unharmed. Then he looked at Yuan Mai curiously. Old Yuan, you can really change recently. Well, it's changed. After all, I'm not the same as I used to be. I'm a cultivator too. The words landed on the ground, leaving Chubby Li not knowing what to say. After all, the ability of a cultivator is not something that can be compared to ordinary ones. Just even so, Fatty Li still couldn't help but carry doubts in his heart. As a matter of fact, both of them were actually wasted souls when they were first inducted into the psychic special team. It was reasonably impossible for a wasted soul to cultivate. However, Yuan Yuno had now become a cultivator. which was indeed a puzzling thing, but it's a good thing, I guess. It only takes one of the two to fly the coop and fly up in the future. After getting the person on the car, Yuan Muno quickly said, "Alright, get on the car and hurry up, or else it will be too late." Good. After a few people saw Yuan Muno's ability, they admired him even more in their hearts. Naturally, there was no delay, and they all got into their cars. It was at this time, Yuan Muoye's mind suddenly rang a voice. Remind the host, congratulate the host to complete the task, get the rewards, the base level upgrade. Congratulate the host has the original level of the Landmaster, upgraded to the Senior Landmaster. This voice resounded in the middle of Yuan Muno's mind, and Yuan Muno was a bit baffled by hearing it. Initially, when Yuan Muno came to this world, it seemed that he had once heard enough of such a voice ringing in his mind. It seems to say that his rank is that of a landlord. It may have been a low rank at first, but it's different now. It's become a high-rank landlord. I just don't know what this Landmaster rank is good for. It doesn't feel as if it's working at all. Yuan Muno would use his consciousness to enter the system, and directly opened his mouth to ask, what exactly is the use of this Landmaster of mine? Before it was a low-level Landmaster, now it's become a high-level Landmaster. Is there any change? Remind the host that by becoming a Senior Landmaster, the host will potentially gain more privileges. What permissions? Why am I still not the slightest bit changed? Yuan Muno asked directly. At least he didn't feel like he was getting stronger, and there was nothing tangible to reward him, just a vanity name given. Yuan Muno is most uninterested in this kind of thing. Either he didn't give money or he gave something. He's a real person and doesn't like all this fancy stuff. Remind the host that when he enters the city god rank, he will establish contact with the hell and obtain the key to open the hell. As this voice landed, Yuan Muno was completely baffled. He wondered if he'd heard wrong. Getting the key to unlocking hell? Say that again. Yuan Muno said with some uncertainty. The host will be able to obtain the key to unlock the Hellmouth and obtain the energy support of the Hellmouth when the time comes. It was only when these words landed on the ground that Yuan Muno was sure that he had heard them thoroughly correctly. The key to hell? I can't believe this feature is still available. So what do I have to do to keep upgrading? This is not clear. It requires opportunity. Please be patient with the host. As these words landed on the ground, Yuan Mai continuously asked out some more questions. Only this time the system simply ignored Yuan Mai. The car proceeded to drive on without incident. It was a smooth ride to Jiangcheng, and the other side. Zhao Kai and the others returned to Cloud City and entered a luxuriously decorated manor. Inside the parlor, Zhao Kai and a middle-aged man reported on today's battle. Are you telling the truth? Back to the king. Everything is true. That guy is not a rash young man at all, but has a certain strength. The king? The news you received is wrong. It must be that guy who has bad intentions, or else this time Yaji-do could not have an accident. Zhao Kai shrugged off the blame. The rest of the group rushed to agree. The man who was addressed as the king, this time his face couldn't help but change and murmured. Huang Jicheng, Chapter 67, What do you want? Huang Jicheng, this useless piece of trash, actually provided false information. The king's face twisted for a few moments, squeezing his fingers together. Seeing this, Zhao Kai said, Your Majesty, do we need to teach Huang Jicheng a good lesson there? Speaking of this matter, Zhao Kai was also a bit angry. It was the wrong intelligence given by this guy that made him almost fold there today. Thinking of this, he wanted to fix this dog Huang Jicheng. There's no rush. I'll turn around and have him give me a reasonable explanation. Yuan Muno and Fatty Li handed over the goods to the designated person. Both of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This river city was still not that prosperous compared to Cloud City, and couldn't even catch up with half of Cloud City. The people of this place, however, are also living peacefully and leading an uneventful life. The psychic special teams are also quite large and very well protected. It was so much better compared to the City of Fire back then. Chubby Lee would be in quite a good mood this time and said, Old Yuan, the cargo delivery was successful. We have to eat something delicious. Where are we going to eat? You think there's a place to eat here? Now that supplies are so scarce and generally rationed, who would open a restaurant? Or who can afford to open a restaurant? Don't worry, Old Yuan, there's definitely a place to eat, as long as we have the ghost stones. Chubby Lee smiled. Now he was in quite a good mood, thinking that after completing his mission, he would definitely be held in high regard by the general manager when he returned. Using ghost stones to eat a meal, Yuan Muno didn't think he was extravagant enough to do that, so he said without much thought, Forget it then, the ghost stones should be kept. Maybe they can be exchanged for more supplies in the future. Negativity from Chubby Lee plus 19. Yuan Muno was surprised at this time and looked at Fatty Lee. Old Yuan, you're right, if we leave the ghost stones behind now, they might play a bigger role in the future. Yuan Muno stared at him, and although Chubby Lee had some small emotions in his heart, he still focused on the big picture. We'll better find a place to stay this time. It's getting dark. Yuan Nuno said indifferently at this time. Fatty Lee answered in agreement. It didn't take them long to find a place to rest. It was about 4 in the afternoon when the darkness fell. The streets became empty, and the two who were in the double-bedded room were very quiet by the end of the night, when there was no sound at all outside. Just at this time, Yuan Muoye's cell phone suddenly rang. A look at the caller ID found that it was Lu Chuanjin called. Without delay, he pressed the answer button, thinking that there should be news from Liang Senyu's side. He didn't know why, but he was now remembering more and more about Liang Senyu's news. Inside, he still hoped that nothing would happen to Liang Senyu. All is safe. So when the phone was connected, Yuan Mai opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Lu, is it true that the information I asked you to spy on has yielded results?" "Well, it does have one. Would you like to hear it?" Lu Chuanjin said. "Well, go ahead, Brother Lu." Yuan Nuno thought to himself, isn't this guy talking nonsense? But this is not good news. Small Yuan brothers, I need to tell you you probe the person, is the lady of the Liang family? Now he has in the third capital city of the Shangguan family marriage. This is not good news for you, but for the Liang family, but it is a pretty good news. The two marriages, strong union, in the future will certainly be in the third capital city. The strength becomes stronger. Lu Chuanjin said with some emotion like. Yuan Nuno listened but was silent for a while. He felt that Lu Chuanjin was right. It wasn't good news for him or anything, but it didn't seem like it was too bad of news either. If Liang Senyu could have married the Shangguan family, whose family was much stronger, she would certainly have lived a safe, happy, and prosperous life in the future as well. I know, Brother Lu. Hard work. It's hard work what? This matter is not open to the public for the time being, so the news stops when it reaches you, so as not to get into unnecessary trouble. Yeah. Yuan Nuno hung up the phone after saying that. Li Chubby will be lying on the bed, looking at Yuan Mai and said, "Old Yuan, what's wrong? Who came to the phone?" "It's okay," Yuan Muno said faintly. Smoking. Li Chubby this time went up and handed Yuan Nuno a cigarette. Yuan Nuno took it and lit up. Fatty Lee suddenly said, "Old Yuan, you're still hiding from me. You must have encountered something. We've known each other for so long. If you have something on your mind, can you still hide it from me? It's really okay." Yuan Nuno took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled again. "When you look out, you can't see any sun, moon or stars either. It's good that you're okay. If there's anything you need to do, just talk to me, and I'm sure there's no second guessing what a brother can do to help you out," Li Chubby said righteously. Anyway, this while Yuan Muoyi cannot sleep, thinking of Wang Ji locked up in the car. Just go to interrogate. He rolled out of bed and said, "I'm going down for a walk." As soon as Chubby Li heard this, he said, "Crap, old Yuan, it's not safe for you to go down and walk now." "It's okay." Yuan Nuno opened the door and walked out after saying that. Seeing this, Chubby Li said, "Then I'll go with you piece by piece." At night, when it was all martial law outside, it was basically impossible for the two to walk out of the front bright and early, only through the side door. When they got outside, they saw the van parked outside, and the two of them quickly got into it, and when they got inside, Wang Ji was still frozen. This would be ice without the slightest sign of thawing. It seemed that the ice formed by this cold ice palm was not ordinary ice. It won't be due to temperature and thawing. Chubby Li, which was looking at the frozen Wang Ji, couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "Old Yuan, how did you do that?" His heart was filled with doubts. Yuan Nuno would say, "I learned the cold ice palm. Do you believe it?" Li Chubby heard. His face showed a surprised look, a look at the eyes of an idiot looking at Yuan Mai. Then said, "Old Yuan, you can really pull the calf. You are not a TV series watched too much, but also cold ice palm it. If you don't believe me, I'm just here to ask this guy who the hell sent him." Yuan Muno said faintly. When Chubby Li heard that, "That's right, ask this guy who actually sent him." Yuan Mai stared at this guy for a while. This will be the cold ice palm is used out, but how to get this ice melted? This is still a matter. He touched the ice with his hand, and then he instantly operated a bit of breath in his body, and the breath instantly melted part of the ice. Wang Ji's face was quickly exposed. He was pale and very unattractive at this time. This would see Yuan Nuno, and a look of panic appeared on his face. He opened his mouth and said, What do you want to do?" Chapter 68, The Man Behind the Scenes. Wang Ji recognized Yuan Nuno at a glance. His heart couldn't help but speed up. He knew he was no match for Yuan Nuno. "What do we want? You should know in your heart." Yuan Nuno spoke directly. I don't know." "You don't know, do you? Then I'll waste you now," Yuan Nuno said directly. It's just that when he finished speaking, the so-called negative emotional value actually didn't appear. This makes Yuan Muyi heart a little puzzled. According to reason, put out this kind of harsh words, this guy negative emotional value must have already burst, but on the contrary, did not? This made Yuan Nuno a little confused about what was going on, but now he didn't look deeper into all this. After all, the main thing was to know who the hell had sent this guy. Yuan Midas will continue to interrogate. Said, give you a chance, you account for yourself. Otherwise I waste your meridians, your cultivation can be all gone. You become a waste of time in the future. Do you think the people behind you will still reuse you? Don't, please don't. It was like this comment instantly hit Wang Yiji's soft underbelly. For him, this was the same as taking his life by nullifying his cultivation. In this very dystopian world, cultivation could be said to be very important, and it wasn't even too much to say that it was equal to a life. If you're scared, just say so and don't bull ***** here, okay? Lee Chubby this will urge said, you're not a nice guy, actually coming to rob our supplies, don't you know that we, both brothers, are people with strength and talent? You hit us, aren't you looking for death? Chubby Lee was talking about this guy. Wang Ji's face was very ugly. I'll give you 3 counts to think about it, and if you don't want to talk about it, don't ever talk about it. Yuan Muno continued. The voice was still full of threats, and after waiting for a moment, Yuan started counting down. 3, 2, seeing that he was about to count to 1, Wang Ji finally couldn't help but say, okay, I'll say it, you guys wanna know what it is? Feel free to ask, I'll definitely say what I know. Yuan Muno saw Wang Ji's appearance, and knew that this matter should have been settled, knew this guy couldn't carry it for sure. I ask you, who sent you? It's Wang Zhengyang, the king, he told us to lay hands on you. Wang Ji was frozen at this time, his body was freezing cold. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a cultivator, he wouldn't have been able to carry it off. You guys can let me go after I tell you, right? After hearing the 3 words Wang Zhengyang, Yuan Mai couldn't help but change his face. Chubby Li, however, did not know who Wang Zhengyang was, because this matter Yuan Mai hadn't talked to him before, so he asked a few more questions and said, who is Wang Zhengyang? Wang Zhengyang is the person from the Yin Changlong family. His strength is very strong. We can't afford to offend. I said this matter, but I beg you, don't ever say that it's me who said it, or else they won't spare our whole family. Wang Ji's mind was broken as he said this. Yuan Muno would be stunned for a few seconds, not expecting the other party's tactics to be so cruel as to kill someone's entire family. This is something that one would never expect. Well, don't worry, I won't. Once Wang Ji heard this, he was relieved and hurriedly said words of thanks. After saying that, suddenly feeling that he was still restrained, he felt a little strange. His eyes looked at Yuan Muno, which would say, can you guys let me go now? Let you go? We'll let you go so easily if you go down on us? Fatty Li said with a sneer. Wang Ji revealed a crying and laughing expression at this time, then said, then what do you guys want to think about? Do you think we'll let you go for nothing? Don't even think about it. Fatty Li continued. Wang Ji was on the verge of tears. Yuan Muyi will also say this time, want to go naturally not so easy, now give you a condition, you take something to exchange, as long as you give something that makes us satisfied, we will naturally let you go. Wang Ji paused for a few seconds. In this dystopian world, food seemed to be worth more, so he spoke up and said, how about this? I'll give you 1,000 pounds of rice? You guys let me go. 1,000 pounds of rice, where do you want us to put it? Well, then, whatever you guys want, just tell me. You're a cultivator, aren't you? What feats or weapons do you have? Give us some, Yuan Muno said. Wang Ji's face immediately became ugly. He does have a family technique, but does not want to hand it over. If you don't have the ability of the bottom of the voltage box in this era, it is not easy to survive. But this is a situation where not handing something over and trying to live is arguably a much more difficult thing to do. I'll give it to you and you'll let me go? Release you, Chubby Li said. Only Yuan Muno suddenly changed his tone and said, I also want to know how you know our time of operation, our course of action? The course of action may not be difficult to know. After all, this was the only road that was best for Yin Chang to go to Jiangchang, so there was no excuse for this. But what about timing? How can we know? Wang Yiji's face changed and he didn't answer immediately. Yuan Muno, however, felt that there must be a mole in this matter. If not, this matter should not have leaked out. What? Can't you tell? That I really don't know. This operation is still Zhao Kai's responsibility. If you want to know the answer to this matter, you go to Zhao Kai. I really don't know, Wang Ji said with a bitter face. Okay, I'll get to him. You don't have to worry about this. Quickly hand over the secret book, Chubby Li urged. Wang Ji had no choice but to say, on my body there is a storage bag. There is a book in the storage bag. Chi cultivation technique. It is given to you. As soon as Fatty Li heard this, he began to grope around Wang Ji's body. It didn't take long to fumble the thing. It's a very old book that looks some years old. After touching it out, Chubby Li looked through it and said, how do I practice this? It's something you'll have to delve into yourself. I can't tell you. Wang Ji's mind was about to collapse. His answer like this obviously did not satisfy Fatty Lee, and just as Fatty Lee was about to take further action, Yuan Muno suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Show me." Fatty Lee handed something to Yuan Muno. Yuan Mai quickly looked through it, and when after a bit of looking through it, he realized that it was a basic chi refining technique, which was of little use to Yuan Mai, but it might still be of some use to Chubby Lee. However, the two had a common trouble. Both were wasted souls, and they didn't know if wasted souls were good for cultivation. "Okay, I'll take this grudgingly. Do you have anything else?" Chapter 69, Dead Bodies. Yuan Muno had just finished saying this. A voice then rang out in the center of his mind. Negative emotion value from Wang Yi plus 199. At this time, Wang Yi cried and lost his face. His heart collapsed. Two big brothers and masters, I really don't have anything left. My most precious thing has already been given to you. Wang Yi would be telling the truth. Fatty Lee and Yuan Mai looked at each other and said, "Old Yuan, do you think what this guy said is true?" Yuan Mai was slightly stunned for a few seconds. In his heart this would have caused some waves. Then said, "Or else strip this guy of all his clothes and see if there is anything hidden in the end?" Negative emotional value from Wang Yi plus 199. Two masters, please let me go. I really have nothing left. Really? Yuan Muno continued to ask. Of course it's true. I shall not die if I lie to you. Wang Yi put in a hard word. Seeing this, Yuan Mai stopped saying anything more, so he said to Wang Yi, "It's nighttime now. If I were to ask you to leave now, would you dare to do so?" When Wang Yi heard this, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Can this go?" It's nighttime, and nighttime is the time when 100 ghosts walk around at night, which can be quite a dangerous thing to do, but if he didn't leave, it wouldn't be a good thing to face these two lords. "Dare I go and you will let me go?" "Well, in theory," Yuan Muno spoke. When Wang Yi heard the word theoretically, he couldn't help but feel a burst of Chao Nima running wild inside. At the same time, Yuan Muno sounded in the middle of his mind. Negative emotion value from Wang Yi plus 99. Do you still have a problem with us? Yuan Muno suddenly asked. When Wang Yi heard this, he looked at Yuan Mai in surprise, thinking, isn't this nonsense? But now, in order to save his life, Wang Yi had to say, no, no. Just as the three of them were talking, a scream suddenly rang out from outside. This miserable scream instantly diverted the trio's attention. The three were in the carriage, looking out. Fatty Lee was the first to react, asking, Old Yuan, what the hell is going on? I don't know, Yuan Muno said. What about you? You know? Yuan Muno asked. Wang Yi was bitter inside, but there was nothing that could be done. These two were simply two oddballs. Negative emotional value from Wang Yi plus 299. I really don't know. Two lords. Okay, I'll let you go now, and you'll follow us piece by piece to check it out. Yuan Muno said faintly. Now Yuan Muno's negative emotion value came to 6 or 7,000 at once. He was pleasantly surprised to find that this Wang Yi was also a good machine for producing negative emotional values. How can we let him go so easily? Okay, I'll follow you guys around. In fact, this one scream doesn't even need to be said. The probability is that the evil spirits are in action, and it is estimated that the life of any unlucky person is gone. The three men went down from the wagon and followed the direction from which the short screams had come earlier. Wang Yi had just gotten out of it at this point and was still a bit weak. He also didn't dare to think of anything else. And what's more, he wasn't Yuan Muno's opponent right now. If Yuan Muno noticed that there was something wrong with him in the future, needless to say, Yuan Muno would definitely not let him go. This is something that is not in doubt. The trio carefully made their way to the scene, which wasn't too far from where the trio had just been. At this time, the three saw a body lying on the ground. The body fell in a pool of blood. The chest seems to be directly broken open. The place where the three were standing was probably about 3 to 5 meters away from the body. Check it out, Fatty Lee said to Wang Yi. Wang Yi revealed a bitter face and said, I think it's better to forget about it. It's so dangerous, there's no need to see it. He wouldn't dare, and by the time he got to these places, the evil spirits were already at a higher level. Previously, when he was in Fire City, encountering a level 3 evil ghost was considered powerful. It is also relatively rare. But in a place like this, even if a level 4 evil spirit appeared, it wasn't something impossible. If a 4th level evil spirit appeared, then it wasn't something an ordinary person could deal with. It can also be understandable for Wang Yi to be cautious. Well, no need to go. Yuan Muno would say this. When Wang Yi heard this, it was like a weight was lifted, and he thought to himself, Yuan Mai is still a bit conscientious, but how about when the evil spirits show up later? You're the first to go? As these words landed on the ground, Wang Yi's face looked worse than eating a dead child as he opened his mouth and said, Big brother, don't play with me, okay? Negative emotional value from Wang Yi plus 399. Let's see it first. Yuan Muno said lightly with a smile. Wang Yi looked at the two men. Unable to figure out what kind of logical thinking these two men had, the three of them continued to stare, and after waiting for about 10 minutes, there was still no movement in the same spot. Yuan Muno heart, this will begin to be curious. According to reason, the people of the spiritual special squad should immediately be this side to come, but 10 minutes and still no movement. Something doesn't seem right about this. Fatty, call the local psychic special patrol squad. Yuan Muno would speak up this time. Okay. Fatty Lee opened his mouth. Patrol squads usually have a phone number that Chubby Lee can call for advice or to find out something about what's going on. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed without delay, but when the phone call was made, there was no answer on the other side. Several times in a row, Lee Chubby Heart at this time could not help but give birth to doubts. Said, "Old Yuan, the phone cannot be something's wrong, it should." A heart sank as Yuan Muno finished speaking. As a matter of fact, the phone number of the Psychic Special Patrol Team is usually open to the public, in order to be the first to find out the dangerous situation, but now their phones don't work, plus there's a dead man on the ground. It's been so long since any of the Psychic Special Teams have come to check it out. This situation, there can only be one reason, that is, the people of the Psychic Special Squad also had an accident. As soon as Chubby Lee heard Yuan Mai say this, his face immediately couldn't help but gaze up and said, "Old Yuan, you don't mean that?" Yuan Muno nodded before Chubby Lee could finish. Wang Yiji was confused on the sidelines, but he also probably heard something. He himself had guessed that the Psychic Special Squad had, unsurprisingly, been in an accident. If that's the case, then right now outside, it can be said that it's a very dangerous thing. He briefly thought about it, and opened his mouth to say, "Two monks, or we'd better get out of here. Don't you guys have a feeling that it's especially dangerous tonight?" Chapter 70, 4th Grade Evil Ghost. As a cultivator, Wang Ji's ability to sense danger was actually not weak. Combined with the fact that tonight's night itself was rather treacherous, the air, all of it, had an eerie aura about it. After Wang Ji finished speaking, when he saw that the two did not answer, he began to resist, muttering in his heart. These two people's character and temperament eluded him, and he wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they did something ridiculous in the future. "I'm just worried that I'll be cannon fodder." Fatty Lee would then look at Wang Ji, then said with dissatisfaction, "Are you that afraid of death?" "Who's not afraid? This is a matter for the Psychic Special Squad. It has nothing to do with us. We'd better hurry up and go." Wang Yiji urged again. Yuan Muno softly hummed. This time he felt that Wang Ji was right. If you make a rash move, you might even get yourself involved. Go. Yuan Muno didn't say any nonsense, and said directly and succinctly. Wang Ji was so excited to hear this that he was about to cry, thinking to himself that what he had said was finally doing a little bit of good. Just as the three of them wanted to turn around and leave, suddenly another miserable scream rang out. This one mournful scream was even creepier. Listening to it made the heart seem to miss a beat for a split second. What's going on here? Is it hard to die another death? Well, it should be. We'd better hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing. Wang Yiji couldn't help but urge, because he felt more and more unsafe here. When he finished, a voice suddenly sounded in the middle of Yuan Muno's mind. The system reminds the host to open the main quest. Kill the level 4 evil ghosts and the host will receive a heavy reward. Yuan Muno, who was originally ready to leave, suddenly stopped in his tracks. For a while, 10,000 tsunamis were running loose in his heart. Killing a 4th level evil spirit, isn't that killing him? Is a 4th degree evil spirit that easy to mess with? When Chubby Lee saw that Yuan Mai had suddenly stopped moving, he couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "Old Yuan, why aren't you moving? Can't go now." Yuan Muno suddenly said. Both of them couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds at Yuan Mai's words, and for a while they didn't react. Eyes also fell on him. "What's wrong?" Chubby Lee asked. "It's okay, I can't leave now anyway," Yuan Muno continued. This will Wang Ji's physical condition has recovered some. He is very uneasy in his heart, and feel that following these two guys, certainly not much good fruit to eat, at the moment do not want to stay here at all. When the two of them weren't paying attention, he turned around and ran forward, and as he ran, he didn't forget to call out, "Both of you, I'll take a step ahead, so you guys can play by yourselves." He ran very fast. When Chubby Lee saw this, he was instantly annoyed and said, "Old Yuan, this grandson actually ran away. Shall we chase after him?" "No need." Yuan Muno had little interest in this Wang Yiji, either. Now that the escort mission was complete, and the things he wanted to ask about had come to fruition, there was really no point in continuing to keep this guy around. When Chubby Lee saw Yuan Muno say this, he didn't say anything more. The two were still in place and didn't move. After waiting for a while, Chubby Lee once again couldn't help but open his mouth and said, "Old Yuan, what do we do now?" "There's no rush. Let's take a look first." The two remained where they were, and after about 5 minutes of waiting, there was still no one from the Psychic Special Squad coming over, and no evil spirits appeared. The street, all of it, was in an eerie silence, except for the air, which was filled with a faint smell of blood. Everything else was considered to be in a normal state. Come on, let's go to the other place. Yuan Nuno began to walk forward. Chubby Lee also knew that tonight's situation was not ordinary. This would have already pulled out his double guns, ready to deal with unexpected situations at any time. Just as the two had been walking for a while, a shrill cry came, followed by a panicked cry that the two heard. The evil spirit is here! The evil spirit is here! The one voice put the two men on their guard for a few moments. Then a familiar voice was seen running this way. This figure was no other than Wang Ji. Instead, Wang Ji was followed by a green-faced and fanged evil spirit. The evil ghost was huge and released a very strong yin qi all over its body. The air around them all dropped a bit in temperature due to the presence of the evil spirits. Wang Ji wanted to run to find Yuan Nuno, but when he waited until he got to the original place, he found that Yuan Nuno had already disappeared. Wang Ji couldn't help but start to crumble a little inside. The evil spirits behind him pressed on at every step, and he was no match for them. Under these circumstances, he could only wait for death. The evil spirit raised his hand and slapped his hand directly toward Wang Ji. Wang Ji's body received a huge impact, and immediately, as if it were a leaf, his body was directly slapped and hit the wall. There was a loud bang, and some cracks appeared on the wall. Wang Ji fell off the wall, a surge of qi and blood in the middle of his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood slag on the spot. He suddenly regretted why he ran away from Yuan Nuno just now. If they were with them, they might not be in trouble now. Old Yuan, what are you doing? This grandson just ran away on his own. What are you doing going out to save him now? Li Chubby saw Yuan Nuno running out. This will not be able to resist shouting. When Yuan Nuno heard this, he still looked very calm and said, "We can't watch this guy die, or else we'll turn around and have one less helper." If the system did not issue this quest, Yuan Nuno naturally did not care about Wang Ji's life and death. But now, in this situation, if Wang Ji died, it would definitely be difficult for Yuan Nuno to deal with this evil spirit later. After all, no matter what, this guy was always a cultivator, so he could more or less play a role later on. Just when Wang Ji thought he was going to hang up, Yuan Nuno suddenly appeared, and a talisman seal in his hand struck directly towards the evil spirit. This ghost execution talisman, under Yuan Nuno's augmentation, released a faint glow. When the seal hit the back of the evil ghost, it directly exploded, and the yin qi on the evil ghost was dispersed quite a bit in an instant. When Wang Ji saw this scene, his pupils couldn't help but dilate. How could he not expect that Yuan Mai would actually step in to save him? His heart couldn't help but be a little grateful to Yuan Nuno. When Chubby Lee saw Yuan Nuno strike, he naturally didn't drag his feet and quickly stepped forward. The trigger was pulled on the evil spirit. Several sounds rang out as bullets flew out, directly hitting the back of the evil spirit. The evil spirit was instantly attracted to the two and turned towards them. Yuan Nuno would then shout, "Fatty, back off. Lee Chubby is not a practitioner." Looking at the bullet alone, it is difficult to cause any fatal damage to this evil ghost. Chapter 71, The Scary Ghost. That's why Yuan Nuno told Fatty Lee to back off, lest when the evil spirits attacked, Fatty Lee wouldn't even have a chance to run away. This isn't just any evil spirit. This is a level 4 evil spirit. Previously, Yuan Nuno and the others had also seen level 3 evil ghosts at most in Fire City. A 4th level evil spirit was also quite dangerous for Yuan Nuno. At this time, Yuan Muoyi took a deep breath, and Lee Chubby heard Yuan Muoyi's words, and also had the sense to hide to once again. His face would still be a bit unable to hold back his misery as he said to Yuan Mai, "Old Yuan, this evil spirit can't be fought. Look again." Yuan Nuno made sure that Chubby Lee ran away, and it didn't take long for himself to quickly move his steps. As a result, the evil spirits instantly ran to the front and attacked Yuan Nuno, and the yin qi that surged up was also pressurizing him to come up. It makes one feel a great deal of pressure. On the other side, Wang Ji got out of the trap at this time. He looked at the two blankly, completely not expecting the two to actually come to his rescue. If the two hadn't shown up, his life would be gone by now. His inner emotions towards the two began to turn mixed. Now that the evil spirit had gone to deal with the two, it was the best time for him to run. But I don't know why, but there's something about it that I can't bear to do. Lee Chubby this will see Wang Ji, said, "You this grandson is still lying what to do. Hurry to stand up and run ah." Once Wang Ji heard this, he didn't dare to delay, climbed up in one bone, and without saying anything, directly ran towards the front. Seeing this, Fatty Lee couldn't help but say, "This dog, it runs quite fast." He was more or less dissatisfied in his heart. After all, the two had only just saved this grandson, and as a result, this grandson actually ran so fast. Yuan Nuno was being attacked at this time and kept retreating backward. The current him also clearly felt that he was a bit stronger than before. and although the level 4 evil ghosts were launching attacks on him, it was basically impossible for them to completely injure him. He now had a certainty that he could get out in one piece. Of course, wanting to defeat this 4th level evil spirit, Yuan Nuno was not at all sure. The two sides exchanged quick blows, and when they did, Yuan Nuno fell back a few steps once again by the impact of the yin chi. He touched out a few ghost extermination talismans, the talismans releasing a faint glow in the night. Seeing the talisman pass towards the 4th level evil ghost, but when it reached close, it only broke down the yin chi on his body a little bit. It didn't help much at all. This made Yuan Nuno's heart couldn't help but sink. However, this would also understand that these talismans could basically only deal with ordinary evil spirits. It's basically impossible for such a high-level evil spirit to be of any use. Thinking about this, Yuan Nuno knew that a change of strategy was needed. The good thing is that now Yuan Mai is not the same as he was at the beginning. Now his skills can be much stronger than before. In his hands not only have the ghost extermination talisman, there is also the Thunder God Hammer. All these things can play a role in harming the evil spirits. What's more, Yuan Nuno also felt that the aura on his body had also become stronger. All of these feelings were not present in Fire City. When he had dodged a few times, the Thunder God Hammer in Yuan Nuno's hand also smashed down. Thor's hammer carries lightning. Light and fire were crossing over, creating a great pressure. Fatty Lee and Wang Ji stared at the scene. Chubby Lee was used to this, and although he was still a little surprised inside, his reaction was not as big as Wang Ji. Wang Ji at this time sharp has not been able to resist a layer of waves. Completely did not expect Yuan Mai actually strength so strong. Seems to be able to manipulate lightning? What kind of power is it to get to this point? To think about things, he suddenly had some regrets that he had struck out at Yuan Nuno. If Yuan Nuno had been to reckon with him, he would have died by then. He took a deep breath and couldn't help but say, "Brother, what exactly is your friend's strength?" Coldly ringing out this voice, Chubby Lee was startled. Just now, he was looking at Yuan Nuno too seriously and didn't even notice that there was actually a person already standing behind him. He looked back and saw Wang Ji, who still had some traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, standing behind him. "What the? You scared the out of me. What are you doing back here?" Lee Chubby said in a bad mood. Wang Ji's face showed an embarrassed look, and said, "Brothers, to tell you the truth, you guys saved me, and I'm not an unrighteous person. If I lose you guys and run away, I'm worse than a dog or a pig. You have some conscience." Lee Chubby this will not have a good mood said. Didn't say much of anything to this guy either. "Brother, what exactly is your friend's strength?" "What strength can I tell you? But it's not a problem for someone like you to fight a few," Fatty Lee said with an arrogant look. In fact, he was inwardly curious as to what strength Yuan Nuno was, but he didn't know himself. Only a few random words to scare Wang Ji. After hearing this, Wang Ji said awkwardly, "That's for sure. I'm definitely not your friend's opponent. It's just that this friend of yours with this kind of strength, it's really condescending for him to be an escort of goods in the company. Cut the crap. When something happens to my brother, you remember to come out to support him," Fatty Lee said faintly. "Good." Wang Ji also said back seriously. There was no falsehood in that statement either, and something good did appear within him for the two at this point. If it weren't for these good feelings, he might have run away long ago. After Yuan Nuno swung his Thunder God Hammer several times at this time, it didn't cause much damage to the 4th level evil spirits. The heart is also starting to get weak, and it's still the kind of weak that's bad. He couldn't help but start spitting in his heart. This system was really getting more and more unreliable, getting better at screwing around and always recommending such unreliable tasks to make things difficult for him. Several times, he almost even lost his life. This time, a level 4 evil spirit came and really made things difficult for Yuan Nuno. Thor's hammer swung a few times without much effect. Yuan Nuno quickly retreated to a place that was still safe. Evil ghosts at this time also by Yuan Muoyi also began to get some anger. Running Yuan Muoyi quickly come up. The speed of the speed let Yuan Muoyi some stunned. By the time he reacted, he had already suffered a heavy blow to his chest. Yuan Nuno's body was instantly hit and flew backwards. When it smashed into the ground, Yuan Nuno's face instantly turned pale and rather unsightly. When Chubby Lee saw this scene, he was immediately anxious and opened his mouth to shout, "Old Yuan, are you alright?" He said this and was ready to run over. However, he was chugged down by Yuan Nuno. "Don't come over, Fatty. Fatty Lee will come over here is like looking for death." Wang Ji this time also said, "Fat brother, don't go over there first, this will be dangerous." He also shouted Fatty to himself at this point. He was absolutely right that Yuan Nuno was right. Fatty Lee was an ordinary person. Going over to fight with a 4th level evil spirit was completely equal to sending him to his death. Chapter 72, Your soul should be strong. Fatty Lee looked at Wang Ji and said, "What do you know? That's my brother. If I don't go over there and my brother has an accident, you'll be responsible for it?" Lee Chubby is still a very righteous person. All these years with Yuan Muno, it was completely bitter. The two of them held on, developing and growing obscenely in the small city of Fire City. The two had agreed to live meticulously until retirement in the city of Fire City, then live a retired life together. However, I didn't expect that the promised obscene development, but it turned out that Yuan Muno had developed so well, and now even the level 4 evil ghosts could go over the top, and he's still the same as before, basically no improvement. But even so, when Chubby Lee faced the enemy, he still didn't have the slightest fear, and had the determination to advance and retreat together with Yuan Muno. That's why this would be a good time to say something like that. Wang Yiji was stunned for a few seconds, then said to Fatty Lee, "It's useless for you to go up now. You won't be able to help, and you'll also distract Yuan Moyi. Fatty, he'll have to take care of you at that time, and you guys will end up in a worse situation. You know, Lee Chubby, this will also gradually calm down some. Think Wang Yiji, this grandson said, is not bad. With the kind of strength he had now, if he rushed forward, he wouldn't be Wan Rant's helper and would become a burden to him. You're right, then we can't just watch. We have to do something to help." Chubby Lee ended up saying something like this. Wang Yiji was also quite cognizant of what Fatty Lee said. At times like this, it was the need to help and support each other. So make sure to find the evil ghost's cracks when Yuan Muno and the evil ghost are fighting. Otherwise it would be impossible to successfully kill the evil spirits. Wang Yiji's current heart was actually still a doubt. That is, he didn't know what cultivator level Yuan Muno was. Judging from the fact that he had struck out against a few of them, he was at least a chi condensation level expert, and they were only at the chi transformation realm. No comparison to Yuan Muno. But even if Yuan Muno was an expert in the chi condensation realm, if he wanted to deal with a level 4 evil demon, he was afraid that it would still be an uncomplicated task. This while Yuan Muno has started to stand up under the step-by-step pressure of the evil spirits. Yuan Mai stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood slag, which would say, "Damn you, you really made me a good bully." Yuan Muno's character itself was to be strong, and although he was usually more mellow, but if he was really pushed to a point, he would only be the kind of character that would become more and more ruthless the more he fought, and definitely not the kind of person who admits defeat easily. He touched all the ghost execution talismans he had on him. The ghost execution talisman hung high in the air, releasing a faint burst of light. When Wang Yiji saw this scene, he couldn't help but start to be surprised in his heart, something he hadn't expected at all. He would then say to Fatty Lee, "Fatty, is Yuan Muno still a talisman maker?" What? Lee Chubby didn't understand these things at all either. So at this time, after hearing this, his face was a foggy mess, and he didn't understand it at all. When Wang Yiji saw that Fatty Lee was this way, he also knew that he didn't understand these things. After all, if you're not a cultivator, how can you know so much about the cultivation world? There were many things that he only half understood. Are you talking about these charms? That doesn't count for anything? Old Yuan gave us a lot of talismans before that landed. Wang Yiji was dumbfounded. A lot of talismanic seals were issued, and it was important to realize that getting one was no easy task. Yuan Muno actually gave out talismans to people, so there must be more talismans than he could use. It couldn't help but surprise him in his heart. However, there was also a slight possibility that Yuan Muno's talisman seals were not graded at all. They were just some low-grade talisman seals, but even so, low-grade talisman seals could not be given to just anyone, like a street cabbage that's not worth a dime. Until now Wang Yiji suddenly felt that he had offended the wrong person, and that his head had really been kicked by a donkey, and he had actually gone against Yuan Mai. At this moment, dozens of talismanic seals were floating in the air, and the evil ghost stared at these dozens of talismanic seals, apparently also blinded for a few seconds, somewhat not having come back to his senses. After waiting for some time, he let out a furious roar. Not giving these talismans a second thought, the evil spirit took the initiative to attack, and against the dozens of talismanic seals, it began to tear them apart. The talisman this would emit a burst of light that was impacting the yin chi on the evil spirit. Yuan Muno saw this scene. In his heart this would not be able to help but make some waves. This rune seal, it really didn't seem to do anything. Although it was able to break down some of the yin chi on the evil spirits, it definitely couldn't cause any fatal damage, which made Yuan Muno more or less troubled in his heart. Although it couldn't give the evil spirit any too strong damage, it could still cause some hindrance to the evil spirit. Keep the evil spirits from advancing half a step further. Gotta think fast. Yuan Muno stared at the evil spirit, which would draw the big fish sword behind him again. The big fish sword also released a faint glow. Yuan Muno carried the big fish sword and ran up to the evil spirit. His figure was very agile, and a few dodges made it impossible for the evil spirits to capture him. And Yuan Muno quickly found a suitable position and chopped down on the evil spirit with a sword. The light looked like it had torn through the night in an instant. A glow appeared, and the light disappeared as quickly as it bridged. A gash was torn out of the evil spirit. The inchi was rapidly collapsing at this point. It was still festering at that speed that was visible to the naked eye. Wang Ji and Fatty Li couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Wang Ji only felt that his mouth was a bit dry for a while, and he couldn't say anything at all if he wanted to. Waited a moment before two words popped out of his mouth. So strong. Really strong. Chubby Li was confused for a few seconds and said so. Chubby Li hadn't seen what a 4th level ghost stone looked like. Later, if Yuan Muno killed the evil ghost, then the 4th level ghost stone would surely appear. And later on, he would be able to see with his own eyes what the 4th level ghost stone looked like. Thinking of this, Chubby Li couldn't help but have some expectations in his heart. While looking forward to it, of course, I also hope that Yuan Muno will be able to deal with it carefully and be cautious. After Yuan Muno slashed this sword again, he didn't have the slightest delay and quickly fell backward. By the time the footing had stabilized, the gash in the evil spirit's body was now healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed of healing is astonishing. When Yuan Muno saw this scene, he knew that the sword just now hadn't actually caused any damage to the evil spirit. He also knew where a 4th level evil spirit was so easy to deal with. The Dao Qi in Yuan Muno's body was fluctuating at this moment, and after fluctuating for a while, the evil ghost suddenly said to Yuan Muno, "Kid, your soul should be very strong, and by eating your soul, I should become stronger as well." Chapter 73, A Fierce Fight. The evil spirit's body was releasing a burst of yin qi at this moment. The eyes staring at Yuan Muno gradually took on a longing. Like the 4th level evil spirits, the level is already very strong. The general human souls, already to this level of evil spirits, enhance the power roll is not very big. But if you eat the souls of humans of a certain rank, then it's definitely useful. Like iron soul, copper soul, or something like that. The evil spirit is now trying to eat Yuan Muno's soul because it senses that the soul in Yuan Muno's body is not ordinary. And Yuan Muno's heart would have made some waves. Totally didn't expect that this guy's strength footsoft was so strong. That knife went down just now, but it actually didn't do much. This made Yuan Muno quite perplexed, so to speak. Now Yuan Muno didn't think of any better way to deal with this guy. At this moment, the big fish sword in his hand was still flashing with a cold light. A chill also erupted from the blade. The evil ghost stared at Yuan Muno, already like staring at the food in his mouth, and quickly ran over to Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno fell backward and quickly changed his orientation. The evil ghost was huge and moved with a speed that was not at all as flexible as Yuan Muno. This allowed him to quickly seize another opportunity and slash at the evil spirit's back. As soon as the knife went down, another gash was torn out of the evil spirit's body. The gash was as pronounced as ever compared to before. The black chi on the evil spirit's body also began to be collapsing, but it was collapsing fast and coalescing fast. When Chubby Li, who was on the side, saw this scene, his heart also began to be surprised, which would open his mouth and say, "What in the world is this evil spirit? It is actually so strong, totally undefeatable." Wang Yiji couldn't help but murmur as well. This time, he had more of a feeling of coming back from the dead. If it wasn't for just now, Yuan Muno and Fatty Li saving him, he might have hung up a long time ago. Thinking of this, his inner gratitude towards Yuan Muno grew even stronger. "Kid, looking for death." The level 4 evil ghost continued to let out a roaring voice, spinning his huge body towards Yuan Muoyi. Yuan Muoyi knew that he couldn't be hard with this guy, so it was dodged several times in a row. "Chief, Squad 5 is completely unreachable right now. No news at all?" "Yes, we can only lock on to where they are at, and I guess they are alive or dead at the moment." On the street, a line of people was coming this way in great numbers. The group, it seems, has no fear of evil spirits, but it was also true that no evil spirits would appear to block their way. The person walking in the middle was about 40 years old, 1 meter 9 in height, with a tall figure and an aura that could not be compared to an ordinary person. "Director, if all the people in the 5th squad are dead, then the evil spirits this time will definitely not be that easy to deal with, so you must not risk your life," the director was advised. When the director heard this, his gaze changed slightly as he stared at him and said, "Do you think I can just stand by and watch them die and not take care of it?" A pressure filled the air it seemed. The director's features were very firm and his eyebrows were heavy. When he said this, there was a strong sense of oppression permeating his body invisibly. The man felt the oppression immediately and dared not speak. Everyone was on standby, and someone had even ordered down that if they were to encounter any undefeatable evil spirits later on, they must protect the director first. All responded in silence, not daring the director to hear them. The crowd rounded a street at this point. Then the sound of a fight was heard. "Wait, I'll go up and check it out," a small, thin man said. The crowd paused in their tracks, sort of acquiescing to what the guy was saying. As he quickly stepped forward, he saw Yuan Muno was fighting a good level 4 evil spirit. His pupils dilated and some waves rose in his heart, but he didn't delay and quickly turned back around and said, "Director, someone is fighting with an evil spirit. Is it our brother? The director asked. A hesitant look appeared on the man's face, but he still quickly gave an affirmative answer, saying, "No." "Who's that?" "What man?" "It's the face of a complete stranger," the man said, a strange look appearing on his face. And what? The director this would urge. And the level of the evil ghost appears to be a 4th level evil ghost. When these words landed, the rest of the people's faces all changed. The director's face also couldn't help but change slightly. Class 4 evil ghosts were rare even in Zhangchang. "You're not mistaken, are you?" someone asked. "Absolutely no misreading." He gave a quick affirmative answer. Hearing this, the director didn't delay, and quickly stepped forward, and saw Yuan Nuno and the 4th level evil spirits exchanging blows. Looking at the current formation, it seems to have fallen a bit short. "Chief, are we going to help?" someone asked. When the director heard this, he did not immediately say yes, but slowly said, "There is no hurry first. The rest of the people in the institute are still unknown whether they are alive or dead, so let's find the rest of the people first." "Yes, director." When that landed, the crowd responded. "You guys spread out and keep in touch if anything happens." The crowd responded and all dispersed, but the director didn't leave, leaving the two men to continue to watch from here. At this time, the exchange between Yuan Nuno and the evil ghost had entered a white-hot stage. "Crap, this evil spirit seems to be getting stronger." "Yes, very strong indeed. We can't just keep watching here. We have to find a way to help." Lee Chubby is also in the eyes, anxious in the heart. "But I just don't know how to help Yuan Nuno." And Yuan Nuno himself knew that the situation was bad. This time he retreated a few steps in a row and changed several directions. The heart is also getting anxious. The mind also started cursing. His body was by now tainted by a portion of the yin she said. It was met with an oppressive force, and the oppressive force is still growing. He had to find a suitable opportunity to use the cold ice bomb on the evil ghost, otherwise today, it would be very difficult. Thinking that Yuan Nuno didn't delay, he began to quickly retreat backward. This scene was watched by the crowd. Suddenly someone said, "Is he running away?" "Looks like it." Li Fat this will also found Yuan Muyi motivation. Said, "Old Yuan early should run. Actually delayed until now. Old Yuan, this way." Fatty Li suddenly beckoned and shouted. Chubby Li had long ago given this terrain some insight, and this time he saw Yuan Nuno trying to run away. Then of course he told Yuan Nuno the route to run. But he was wrong. Yuan Nuno was not planning to run away at all now. He was looking for the right opportunity and timing to inflict a sure kill on this evil spirit. Fatty Li shouted a few times, but Yuan Nuno seemed as if he didn't hear, still running in the other direction, which makes Li Chubby anxious. Chapter 74, Freezing a Level 4 Evil Ghost. Li Chubby was now a little confused as to what Yuan Nuno was trying to do, but in his heart, he was still worried that Yuan Nuno would be injured by the evil spirits, and might even have his soul swallowed by the evil spirits when he turned back. This level 4 evil spirit is no joke. If you don't get it right, you could die from it. He wondered what Yuan Nuno was thinking at that moment. Wang Ji on the side also couldn't understand Yuan Nuno's operation, and this time he even opened his mouth and said, "Fat brother, shouldn't Yuan Nuno run this way? Running that way, isn't he looking for death?" Both of them had already looked at the escape route, and running this way was indeed the optimal route. To the side, the director and his men stared, and a look of curiosity appeared on their faces. Is this kid intentionally looking for death? There is a wall on that side. If he runs that way, he definitely won't be able to escape. The crowd felt that Yuan Nuno could not possibly beat a level 4 evil ghost. Running away now, and panicking and not choosing the right path, is a death wish. Yuan Nuno naturally knew that there was a wall in front of him. The director would not make a statement, but looked thoughtful. After waiting for a while, the crowd saw that the evil spirits had forced Yuan Nuno to the foot of the wall. In fact, Yuan Muyi will be bitter in his heart. He does not want to be like this. If it is not the dog day system, must he put to death this 4th level evil ghost? He will not choose to take such a big risk. By the time he reached the foot of the wall, there was still a cloud of yin from the evil spirit crushing up. Yuan Nuno seized the opportunity and directly pressed the foot of the wall and rushed up, and waited until he reached the wall, and the evil spirits arrived close. Yuan Nuno didn't have any hesitation at this moment and directly brought out the cold ice palm. A breath surged through Yuan Nuno's body, and in the next second, the originally aggressive evil ghost was directly frozen by the cold palm. The scene looked silly to the crowd. Wang Ji was very familiar with this move, and when the cold ice palm froze him, his body was so cold and uncomfortable that he couldn't even help but tremble and shiver. Now that he saw Yuan Nuno make a move to freeze even a rank 4 evil spirit, he was simply shocked. He was inwardly curious. What kind of technique was this? He glanced at Fatty Li before opening his mouth and asking, "Fatty, what is this technique that Yuan Nuno is using?" Fatty Li was actually curious about this. and he didn't know what technique Yuan Muno was using, but this will still be very hard and said, "What kind of kung fu is it? Can I tell you? Are we very familiar now?" Yuan Muno blocked Wang Yiji with a single sentence. Wang Yiji was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. After thinking about it, he was indeed unfamiliar with these two, and was even an enemy, so he closed his mouth and said nothing more. Chubby Lee would have rushed out and said with a smile, "Old Yuan, you're really too good. Even the 4th level evil spirits, you've cleaned up." Yuan Muno still suffered a rather large loss when he fought with the 4th level evil spirits just now. The body is not in that good of shape right now. Listening to Fatty Lee's boasting, Yuan Mai opened his mouth at this time and said, "It's still early. This evil spirit is only temporarily controlled by me." What about that? Yuan Mai knew that the cold palm could not possibly kill the 4th level evil ghost, although it could be controlled at this time, but the length of the control, Yuan Mai actually did not know. It is not good to say. It was imperative to think of a way to get rid of this level 4 evil ghost, otherwise it was dangerous. Wang Yiji stared behind the two for a while, and saw that the 4th level evil ghost would not break free from the cold ice, so he became a bit more bold, and this time he walked closer, and said with a smile, "Yuan Mai, you are really good. How do you plan to deal with this evil ghost?" Yuan Muno ignored Wang Yiji, who laughed dryly a few times, feeling a bit embarrassed. The two of them glanced at each other, and Yuan Muno suddenly said, "Otherwise, let's bring this evil ghost back to you." Yuan Muno's words had just fallen to Wang Yiji's face, then turned quite ugly. This would be laughing harder than crying, and said, "Yuan Mai, don't joke with me like this, okay?" Negative emotional value from Wang Yiji plus 199. "I'm not joking with you. Maybe the master behind you, Wang Zhangyang, is interested in level 4 evil ghosts, and he'll even reward you if you bring the level 4 evil ghosts back." Negative emotional value from Wang Yiji plus 299. Wang Yiji said with a bitter smile, "Yuan Mai, I admit that I did some wrong things after them before. I promise not to be in the same boat with them in the future. I think you guys are quite reliable, or I will follow you in the future." And he meant it when he said it. This accident also made him see clearly what kind of good Zhao Kai and the like who came with them were. On the contrary, this Yuan Muno and Fatty Lee were their enemies, and they actually made a move to save him. It made him really emotional in his heart. "Are you serious?" Fatty Lee suddenly said. Wang Yiji would raise his right hand this time, and was ready to swear to heaven, but at that moment, someone suddenly approached. Several people's eyes were immediately drawn to it. A few people instantly recognized the people walking up to them as being from the Psychic Special Bureau. The person at the head of the group gave off a very dignified feeling, and was not an unusual person at first glance. "Hello guys, I'm the director of the Psychic Specialty Institute in the nearby area. My name is Chen Tianong." Chubby Lee and Yuan Muno were both people who had stayed in the Psychic Special Squad, so they naturally knew the rules of the Psychic Special Bureau. Chubby Lee was the first to react. "Hello, Director Chen. It's really hard for you to come on patrol so late at night." Over the years, he had stayed in the Psychic Special Bureau for not too short a time. Other skills may not have learned, but this ass-kissing skills, Lee Chubby but half did not fall. Yuan Mai would stare at Chen Tianeng this time and suddenly said, "Director Chen, we just caught an evil spirit. This evil spirit I still want to ask your office to deal with. Just don't know how to deal with this evil ghost." As a result, the Psychic Special Bureau came, just to help Yuan Muno to solve this trouble. Chen Tianon looked at Yuan Muno and said, "Evil ghosts are naturally left to our office to deal with, but I'm quite curious about you. Let's leave a contact information. When the time comes, I'll contact you when I've dealt with the evil ghosts." "Well, then you guys need to be quick, because I don't know how long I can trap this level 4 evil spirit," Yuan Muno said very seriously. Hearing this, Chen Tianon nodded and said, "Don't worry, we'll go back and deal with this evil spirit." He asked for Yuan Muno's contact information, had his men take the evil spirits and left. When they were gone, the place was back to quiet. As the three stood in place, Yuan Mai suddenly couldn't help but dryly cough, and when Chubby Lee saw this, he couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, are you alright?" "I'm fine, let's go back and rest." Yuan Muno finished. At this time the heart is still some doubts, just do not know whether this will be judged by the system to complete the task. Chapter 75, Shall Yu's Escape. Who cares? In this situation, Yuan Muno himself is not well. Go back to rest first. The rest will come later. Waiting to get back to the lodging. Wang Ji didn't have his own room and could only squeeze in with Li Chubby, but Fatty Li did not let go of this opportunity to extort Wang Ji a sum of money. Returning to his room, Yuan Muno looked at his negative emotion value, which had been until now but only 7,000 or so. For Yuan Muno, this is totally insufficient. It still seems like you have to get more negativity values, otherwise learning new feats wouldn't be enough at all. Lying on the bed, he ran the breath in his body and repaired the injuries he had sustained within his body. He exhaled a long, cloudy breath this long, he didn't know when, but the sky gradually dawned. But the voice of the system reminding him to complete the task never sounded, which made Yuan Muno very puzzled. He got up early and was going to yell at Lee Chubby to go back early. Otherwise turn around and go back when it's dark and something is bound to go wrong. Lee Chubby completed the task, but also feel refreshed. This is just to go back. Good, and General Manager Yu Haijing to take credit. Getting into the car, the three of them headed over towards Cloud City. Lee Chubby in the car also said, "Old Yuan, no matter what, we also made a big achievement in Jiangcheng this time. Shouldn't the Jiangcheng Psychic Special Bureau give us some rewards?" "Theoretically yes. Call back and ask," Yuan Muno said faintly. Yuan Muno would not give up on something that was his due. Hearing Yuan Muno's words, Chubby Lee immediately responded, "Good, if there are no results today, I'll go and ask tomorrow." The car drove for about 2 hours without encountering any setbacks and arrived directly at Cloud City. Returning to the company, Lu Chuanjin greeted him, with a bright smile on his face. He said while smiling, "Xiao Yuan brother, I really didn't look at the wrong person in the first place. The two of you are really a makeable talent. The first time you were dispatched out, and you accomplished the mission so wonderfully, it's really a pleasant surprise." Lu Chuanjin smiled with wrinkles coming out of his face. "Lee Chubby this will say, this little thing is not a minute. You are also too underestimate our brothers. Right, our promotion and promotion of the celebration banquet will be arranged, by the way, and the general manager so didn't come out to greet us?" Lee Chubby this series of 2 questions, asked Lu Chuanjin are embarrassed. Yuan Muno this time but clearly no, just such a basically no-risk mission. Who go to run, may easily succeed. So needless to say, the general manager definitely wouldn't come out to greet the two. It didn't come to that either. "Fatty, don't be in a hurry. The general manager is busy right now, and will definitely talk to you guys afterward," Lu Chuanjin said perfunctorily. But it was just such a sentence that could already make a licking dog like Fatty Lee get complete satisfaction. "Brother Xiao Yuan, you've worked hard this time as well. The mission was accomplished quite beautifully. It's not hard at all. This is all what we should do. Turn around and you set up 100 tables for me. Organize all the people in the company and just give us a sandwich welcome," Yuan Muno said with a leathery smile. Negative emotional value from Lu Chuanjin plus 222. "Brother Lu, actually our request is not too high. When the time comes, you can just let Huang Jiqing go first," Yuan Muno continued. Negative emotional value from Lu Chuanjin plus 222. His face is still floating in an awkward smile. He will not be able to let Yuan Muoyi continue to say, because Yuan Muoyi more and more outrageous. He hurriedly digresses from the topic and said, "Little Yuan brother, what do you call this friend beside you?" Yuan Muno looked at Wang Ji at this moment, who was wearing a smile on his face, waiting for Yuan Muno to introduce him. But who would have thought that Yuan Muno would directly open his mouth this time and say, "Oh, brother Lu, he's not important. There's no need to introduce him." That landed. Negative emotional value from Wang Ji plus 399. From Lu Chuanjin negative sentiment value plus 99. Wang Ji would smile awkwardly and said, "Brother Lu, my name is Wang Ji. I'm a friend of Yuan Mayan Fatty, and I would like to join our company. Do you think it's possible? My cultivation is at the Qi transformation realm. I hope brother Lu will give me a chance." Wang Ji's heart is also bitter. Yuan Mai does not take the initiative to introduce him. He can only introduce himself. Once Lu Chuanjin heard that Wang Ji was a cultivator and looked not too old, it was a rare talent. Now their company is in need of this kind of talent. So they immediately opened their mouths and said, "Good, I welcome you on behalf of the company. Later in the afternoon, you can go to the company to handle the entry formalities." "Good, thank you brother Lu," Wang Ji hurriedly spoke. Lu Chuanjin this time reached out and said with a smile, "Welcome to the family." After the two shook hands, Lu Chuanjin found an excuse to let Yuan Muno have a good rest and slipped away. Wang Ji would look at Chubby Li and Yuan Mai and couldn't help but say, "Two of you, which one of you will take me to check in?" Yuan Muno glanced at Lu Chuanjin, and some resentment appeared on his face. "What do I have to do with you being inducted?" Yuan Muno would speak up this time. Negative emotional value from Wang Ji plus 222. After Yuan Muno finished saying this, he didn't delay and turned around to leave. Wang Ji couldn't help but be a little lost in thought as he looked at Yuan Muno's back. He had to drop his gaze to Chubby Li, who was also very dry, and after yawning, he said, "I'm sleepy. I'll go to bed first." Witness the two men leaving. Wang Ji had some despair in his heart. Yuan Muno returned to his room and lay down on the bed. It was true that he didn't have a good rest last night as well. Plus dealing with the 4th level evil ghosts, it was still quite consuming for Yuan Muno. Lying on his bed, just as he was about to close his eyes and rest, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his cell phone and looked at it, but he couldn't help his face becoming a bit more grave in the next second, because the incoming call was not someone else. It was actually Liang Senyu. This made Yuan Muno's heart suddenly speed up uncontrollably. Why would Liang Senyu call him at this time? Isn't she getting married to someone else? Was there an accident? Thinking of this, Yuan Muno didn't delay and quickly pressed the answer button, and Liang Senyu's voice came from there not long after. Muno, is that you? A familiar voice rang out, causing Yuan Muno to be stunned for a few seconds. With some emotion in his heart, he answered, "It's me, Xiao Yu. How are you doing in the third capital city? I left the third capital and I'm coming over to you now." Liang Senyu's voice was a bit soft, but a hint of firmness could be heard in the softness. Chapter 76, Taosha Slope. You came by yourself? Yuan Muno couldn't help but ask. Currently this world could be said to be very dangerous. If Liang Senyu rashly ran out alone, then personal safety could not be guaranteed. I'm in Cloud City. Where are you? Yuan Muno asked directly. He clenched inside for a few moments. Liang Senyu would say, Mu Yi, don't worry, this time I followed the traveling merchant team out together. It's very safe. I'm already in Misty City now, and there's about 1 or 2 more days of distance from Cloud City. Muno, just wait for me in Cloud City. Liang Senyu's words were like speaking to Yuan Muno's heart at once, but how could he let go and let Liang Senyu come back by himself? Wait for me in Misty City and I'll pick you up, Yuan Muno said eagerly. Don't come. I'm safe with the caravan's protection. No, you must wait for me. Liang Senyu hung up the phone after saying that. Hearing the voice over there, Yuan Mai couldn't help but feel some waves in his heart. He didn't even think that Liang Senyu would actually come to him. It's just that it must be very unsafe to travel this far. He didn't call back out. He didn't know the landscape of the world very well yet, so he quickly rushed to Chubby Li's room. Li Chubby would have just fallen asleep this time, and it wasn't long before he heard a violent knocking sound coming from outside the door. When he saw Yuan Mai in the doorway, Li Chubby this time opened his mouth and said, "What's wrong? Old Yuan, quickly check for me. How far is Misty City to Cloud City?" Li Chubby's head is still in a somewhat chaotic state. When he heard Yuan Muno say this, he was stunned for a few seconds, and waited for a while before he slowly came back to his senses. What are you checking this for? If you're told to look into it quickly. Don't nag. Yuan Muno couldn't help but urge with some urgency. Li Chubby saw the situation and also knew that Yuan Mai would be serious, not a joke. So it said, "Okay, let's see." After waiting for a while, Fatty Li opened his mouth and said, "I've looked at it. It's about 400 kilometers away from us, and if we follow this current extent, it might take 2 or 3 days to get to us. Will you help me see what very dangerous sections I'll be passing through to get here?" "Okay, I'll check it out for you." Li Chubby, this will also be serious. Do not dare to delay in the slightest. About 10 minutes, Fatty Li suddenly issued a startled voice, then opened his mouth and said, "No good, old Yuan, there is indeed a place in this section that is very dangerous." "What place?" Yuan Muno quickly came up to look at it, and Fatty Li would have already touched a map by now. This map was a bit old, and it could be seen that Fatty Li should have collected it for quite some time. "Do you see this place? This place is called Amoy Slope. There was a tragedy here. Hundreds of people died, and have you forgotten? In the past, when we read the internal news bulletin, we used to know that this place, there have been a lot of murders. The people who can come from this road, 1, either they are very capable, 2, or they are lucky." After finishing his speech, Chubby Li suddenly also fell into deep thought, his eyes looking suspiciously at Yuan Mai, then said, "Old Yuan, what are you asking about here? You don't think you want to go to Misty City, do you?" "It's not that I'm going to Misty City, it's that Xiao Yu has already arrived." As these words landed on the ground, Chubby Li was also suddenly worried for a few moments. His relationship with Liang Senyu was actually quite good. As soon as he heard this, he couldn't help but be anxious for a few moments. "Old Yuan, when did you receive the news? This kind of thing can't be joked about. What am I kidding you for? I have to go to Misty City to pick him up or go wait for him at this place, Amoy Slope," Yuan Muno said seriously. When Fatty Li heard this, his face couldn't help but bloom a few points. Trying to cross this place, Amoy Slope, is indeed a difficult task. If you don't get it right, you might lose your life there. "Fatty, find a way to get me a car. I still have a grade 3 ghost stone here." Yuan Muno would say this. After he finished, without delay, he gave a ghost stone to Fatty Li. Fatty Li took the 3rd level ghost stone and said, "Okay, I'll get it now, and we'll leave first thing in the morning tomorrow." Yuan Muno looked at Fatty Li and said, "You'd better not go. I'll just go by myself." Yuan Mu while Amoy Sandslope was not impressed, but listening to Li Chubby say so, "I think that place, it is not an easy place to go." "Old Yuan, what do you mean by that? The 2 of us are brothers, not to mention that I've always treated Xiao Yu like a sister." Chubby Li became a bit more emotional as well. Yuan Muno didn't argue too much with Fatty Li, but said to him, "You go get a car first." Fatty Li also knew that no matter where he went, he had to get a car, and he remembered that Yuan Muno didn't seem to know how to drive, so to go over there, he had to be there. He took the third-grade ghost stone in Yuan Muoye's hand. Now that the car was worth nothing, the third-grade ghost stone could completely get a car to come. It didn't take him long to run out, about 2 hours, before he came running back in a flurry of excitement. Tell Yuan Muoye, old Yuan, I've got the car. Yuan Muno looked at the car and then looked at the sky. It would be gradually getting dark. It would definitely be an unwise choice to leave now. Even if he cared about Liang Senyu, he still had to consider the reality of the situation and had to try to avoid some dangers that he shouldn't touch. Good, we'll leave in the morning. After Yuan Muno finished speaking, Li Chubby also said with a serious look on his face, okay, it would be almost time to eat in the cafeteria. Wang Yiji this time also completed the entry formalities, the three almost at the same time to the cafeteria. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Yuan Muno once again ran into Huang Jiqing in an unjust manner. Huang Jiqing was upset when he saw that Yuan Muno had returned safely. Old Huang, how was it? We're back from our mission? Fatty Li suddenly said as if showing off. As soon as Huang Jiqing heard this, he said, isn't it just completing a low-level escort mission? What are you so happy about? There was mockery in his voice. Yuan Muno simply ignored Huang Jiqing. For this kind of people who will only internal friction, will only see a little benefit in front of them, Yuan Muno was not the least bit interested. He directly ignored Huang Jiqing as he walked to the window where he was playing his meal. Huang Jiqing sensed Yuan Muoye's neglect, and immediately his heart was very upset, chased Yuan Muoye up, and opened his mouth. What are you so godly about, Yuan Muoye? What qualifications do you have, to be arrogant in front of me? Yuan Muno looked at Huang Jiqing and said with a light hum, I didn't put you in my eyes without following. Chapter 77, Fatty Li's Mind. As these words landed, a voice immediately sounded in Yuan Muno's mind. Negative emotions from Huang Jiqing plus 666. This voice rang out, causing Yuan Muno, who had originally continued to walk forward, to suddenly stop in his tracks. A direct addition of 666 negatives. This is also a lot of money for Yuan Muno. Now is the time to need the negativity value. This guy can keep digging deeper. Thinking of this, Yuan Muno looked back at Huang Jiqing, whose anger value had clearly reached a peak this time. The green tendons on his forehead burst out, and he looked like he wanted to tear Yuan Muno apart. What did you say? Say it again if you can. Huang Jiqing had already clenched his fists and looked like he was about to make a move on Yuan Muno at any moment. Yuan Muno stared at him and said slowly, this is the most lowly request I have ever heard in my life. Negativity from Huang Jiqing plus 699. Huang Jiqing finally couldn't keep his emotions in check and ran over to Yuan Muno, about to make a move on him. But it was at this time that a somewhat icy voice suddenly rang out. What a behavior! This is a company, not a food market. When this voice landed, the eyes of the crowd were drawn over, and it didn't take long for them to land on the speaker. General Manager, what brings you here? Hello GM. The crowd all began to greet each other. Greetings were heard all over the place. Fatty Li's eyes instantly went straight and kept staring at Yu Haijing. Not to mention, Yu Haiyung's looks are really nothing to sneeze at. You're not going to eat? Got a handful of energy to make a racket here? She continued. The majesty was so great that those who were here did not dare to talk back at all. Yu Haijing swept a glance at the crowd. Seeing that no one squealed, this would continue to ask, what just happened? Chubby Li saw the situation. There is a chance to show himself. This will smile and said, General Manager, the thing is like this. Huang Jiqing, this dog has been wanting to bully us. Relying on their own is the company's old staff. Rampage. No one in sight. Once Huang Jiqing heard this, his heart couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Angrily, he said, you're bloodthirsty. It's clear that Yuan Mai is the one who has no one in his sight here and is causing trouble. I'm just, okay, shut up, we're all in the same company. And now with this kind of market, it's even more important for us to be united against the outside world, rather than start infighting here, okay? Yu Haijing's voice, this would be a bit icy. Yuan Muno, on the contrary, said nothing from the beginning to the end. He had little interest in arguing with Huang Jiqing. He only does what's good for him, and all that pointless bickering means nothing in itself. This would bring his negative emotion value to a small 10,000, and a small 10,000 negative emotion value was still quite important to Yuan Muno. When Chubby Li heard Yu Haijing's words, he immediately answered, good. He was totally dogged. The rest of the people who saw this also responded, and Yuan Muno took advantage of this time to already go to the window where the food was being served, and began to serve the food. This move was also caught by Yu Haijing. Her face changed slightly as she looked at Yuan Muno and said, Yuan Muno, come to my office later. As these words landed, the gazes of the crowd all at once fell in unison onto Yuan Muno's body. With Haijing's stunning beauty, I believe that everyone in the company has had some thoughts about Haijing. Now seeing that Yuan Muno had only been in the company for a few days, he had been called over 2 or 3 times by Yu Haijing. The heart still carries more or less some jealousy in it. Good, Yuan Muno said succinctly. When it was time to eat, Yuan Muno, Li Chubby, and Wang Yiji sat at a table. Wang Yiji spoke. Yuan Muno, do you have a deep grudge against that guy? What? You know him? Yuan Muno suddenly asked. When Wang Yiji saw this, he shook his head and said, Don't know. When he shook his head, his gaze gave the impression that he was still a bit evasive, and at first glance, he wasn't that sincere. Yuan Muno saw some hints, but didn't say anything. There must be something wrong with this Huang Jicheng. Otherwise Yuan Muno had just started the company and had been targeted. While eating, Yuan Muno's mind began to drift away to somewhere else. So far, the system actually still hadn't prompted Yuan Muno that the task of killing level 4 evil spirits had been completed? It's hard to believe that this level 4 evil spirit hasn't been killed by now? Or does it not count if he got it himself? Yuan Muno thought so, and his heart was filled with some doubts. Killing a rank 4 evil spirit was also a relatively important matter for Yuan Muno. Just as Yuan Mai fell into the middle of contemplation, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Old Yuan, when you go to the general manager's office later, you remember to bring me with you. Good. Yuan Muno didn't think much about this and just agreed. After dinner, the time had come to 6:30 p.m. This will be the company. Basically all off duty, but most people live in the company, so there's no need to worry about having to go home at night and having security issues. Fatty Li and Yuan Muno went over towards Yu Haijing's office at this time. The lights are still on. When he arrived at the door, Fatty Li took a step ahead of Yuan Mai, raised his hand to knock on the door, and said in a pinched voice, General Manager, hello, it's me, come in. The icy voice continued to ring out. Chubby Li, however, pushed the door open directly as if he was pumped with chicken blood. Yuan Muno followed him. Yu Haijing this will be looking at the information. A very serious look. Beautiful features. Through a cold breath, the whole person gives a feeling. Are not good to approach the look, but Li Chubby's is a look of chicken blood. This will also lick the dog like shouting. General Manager, we are here. Yu Haijing would close the information together, her eyes looking towards Fatty Li and then Yuan Muno. When he saw the smile on Chubby Li's face, he couldn't help but say, I don't think I let you in. The smile on Chubby Li's face instantly froze, and he suddenly became embarrassed. Mr. Yu, it was old Yuan who asked me to come along. He said that he was a bit scared to face you alone. When Yuan Muno heard this, a row of black lines appeared on his forehead. He didn't expect Chubby Li to be so shameless and pull his back. After thinking about it, Yuan Mai didn't delay. This time he opened his mouth and said, That's right, Mr. Yu, Fatty is the one who accompanied me. Do you have anything to order the two of us? Yu Haijing looked at the way these two were singing in unison, a bit speechless, but still said, Yuan Muno, tell us about the trouble you encountered on this escort mission? I got it. I'm familiar with this one. Li Chubby immediately jumped out and grabbed the answer. Chapter 78, The Dangerous Amoy Slope. How could Chubby Li miss such a good opportunity for Yuan Muno to perform? Mr. Yu, to say that this time, it can be really dangerous. We escorted the goods to the middle of the road before, are safe and sound, just when we thought that we are going to arrive safely. But at this time, suddenly, Chubby Li was so startled that it was like telling a story. Yu Haijing's eyebrows danced and then tightened for a few moments. Naturally, he was dissatisfied with the way Chubby Li reported in this way, but Li Chubby still looked like he was completely unaware of it, and continued. Suddenly, a group of robbers broke out, and this group of robbers is not yet an evil ghost. Stop. Finish briefly and succinctly. Yu Haijing really wasn't interested in listening to Fatty Li's nonsense here. When Chubby Li saw Yu Haijing saying this, he had to make a long story short. The thing is like this. Several of the people who came out were cultivators. At that time when I was facing these cultivator robbers, I fought hard against them. Old Yuan was still too young, and said that he wanted to retreat. How could I allow him to retreat like this, and allow the robbers to continue to rampage? Which is an impossible thing. Chubby Li talks about it in a way that just doesn't end. Yu Haijing would then directly say, Okay, stop, don't talk nonsense. No, Mr. Yu, I haven't. Yet. Yu Haijing clearly didn't have any heart in listening to Fatty Li babbling half a sentence. This would be gazed directly towards Yuan Muno. You say, good, Yuan Muno answered, and opened his mouth to briefly explain the matter. And it also stabbed Wang Zhengyang. Wang Zhengyang again? Well, he didn't succeed in getting the drinks from our company that night, so he wasn't happy about it and continued to make a move on us. And there's one more thing. I suspect that there's a mole in our company or else the timing of our departure and all that couldn't have been exposed. Yuan Muno extended briefly on this matter. After Yu Haijing heard it, she felt that Yuan Muno's words were somewhat reasonable. If it wasn't for a mole informing them, How could the time of Yuan Nuno's departure for them have been exposed just like that? And who do you suspect? Yu Haijing further said. I suspect it's that dog Huang Jicheng. Mr. You, think about today's meal. Huang Jicheng had targeted us, so it must be him. Li Chubby said with a serious look. Yu Haijing would have blanked Li Chubby, then said to him, do you have proof? One sentence choked Fatty Li. Seeing that Fatty Li didn't say anything, Yu Haijing's gaze fell back onto Yuan Nuno's body, waiting for Yuan Mai to say the following. Yuan Mai looked at Yu Haijing, then said, I think Fatty is right. Huang Jicheng is highly suspicious. When these words landed, Li Chubby instantly looked like he was playing chicken blood again and said, that's right, okay, I get it. You guys can get out. Yu Haijing still didn't give Li Chubby a chance to speak and directly kicked the two out. After going out, Fatty Li still looked as if he hadn't finished yet, and began to reminisce about the process of his conversation with Yu Haijing, and also asked Yuan Nuno, Old Yuan, what do you think about how I behaved just now? Will mister, you give me a high look. Yuan Nuno looked at Fatty Li, then opened his mouth and said, Fatty, your performance just now was really bad as it could be. Negativity from Chubby Li plus 199. His face immediately turned into a bitter melon face. This time he opened his mouth and said, really? Old Yuan, don't scare me. I treasure this opportunity. If I turn around and let Mr. You have a bad impression of me, then how can I? In the future? I'm just kidding. You did well in there just now. I think Mr. You should be very happy with you. After gaining the negative emotion value, Yuan Nuno had no intention of continuing to tangle with Fatty Li. Really? Really? Seeing that Yuan Nuno gave an affirmative answer, Chubby Li immediately looked as if he had gained fulfillment and muttered, in the future, I'll have to continue to express myself well. Yuan Nuno softly hummed and walked in the direction of the dormitory. The time came to 8 o'clock, which would be as dark as ink. If it weren't for the light, it would be basically impossible to see anything. Back in the dormitory, Yuan Nuno had already thought about getting up early tomorrow morning, drive right up to Amoy Slope. He would have gotten his hands on Chubby Li's map by now. Also Chubby Li was actually right when he said Yuan Nuno couldn't drive. The original Yuan Nuno indeed couldn't drive. But Yuan Nuno, who has been reborn and returned to the world, driving a car is a completely trivial matter for him, and it doesn't matter at all. This night, Yuan Muoyi was a little unable to sleep. He will recall the phone back to call back. Want to let Liang Senyu will not answer the phone, but the phone calls were not answered. It was hard to believe that the cell phone that called him that day was not Liang Senyu's. Instead, she borrowed someone else's? Waiting without any news like this makes Yuan Mai's heart even more apprehensive. Not knowing what Liang Senyu's current situation was, he was even more worried in his heart. He tried sending a few more text messages to Liang Senyu, and after the text messages were sent, they also remained stone cold. This made Yuan Nuno even more unable to sleep. So early the next morning, just as the day dawned, Yuan Nuno went out directly. Li Chubby, this was still huffing and puffing, did not even realize that Yuan Muyi left. After finding the car, Yuan Nuno got into the car, started it up, and began to head over toward the Amoy Slope. The distance of Amoy Slope from this side is about 200 to 300 kilometers. Driving straight there, it would only take about 3 or 5 hours to get there on a normal highway. But it is clearly not a normal highway now. It is broken in many places and has not been repaired for a long time and has become very bad. That's why the traveling distances and times are even longer. And now the days are short, basically only 6 to 7 hours. It was followed by a long dark night. Yuan Nuno drove for a while, and about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he found a place and began to repair it. When he parked the car, Yuan Nuno saw several unresolved calls on his cell phone. Looking at the caller ID, they were all from Chubby Li. Yuan Nuno was lost in thought for a while, but he still didn't call Li Chubby back. This operation was really dangerous, and Yuan Nuno didn't want to implicate Fatty Li. Taking a deep breath, when he rested at night, Yuan Nuno checked his eyes on his cell phone and found that there was still no news from Liang Senyu. He was a little lost in his heart, and at the same time, he was more worried. Staying at the inn, he would ask the boss this time and said, "Boss, how far is this place from Amoy Slope?" When the boss heard the words Amoy Slope, the smile that was originally carried on his face instantly froze. "Handsome, are you going to Amoy Slope? I advise you to call home." The owner's voice was grave and serious. Chapter 79. Yuan Nuno naturally knew what the boss meant, but he had prepared his mind to know what a place Amoy Slope was. Very menacing. "Boss, it's fine, just tell me how far it is." The boss's gaze fell on him, then said, "Handsome boy, I see you're not too old. Is it that you don't know what Amoy Slope is a place?" "I know," Yuan Nuno said seriously. The boss, however, suddenly laughed at this and said, "You don't know. If you knew, you would never dare to go." What do you mean?" Yuan Nuno listened to Fatty Li say something about the Amoy Slope, also on the original owner. There is actually some information in clues, but it wasn't that clear. So this time when he heard the boss say Amoy Slope, Yuan Muno also became interested. The boss must know more than he does. What do you mean? Oh, you know that the Amoy Slope is a place where the evil spirits infest the most serious. Now the Psychic Special Bureau for this place is also helpless. Do not dare to send people to go at all. To go is a death. In this place, I tell you, the third level evil spirits are the most ordinary evil spirits. The tone of the owner's voice was also somewhat intimidating. Boss, according to you, then there's no way anyone can get through this place, right? Yuan Muno also became more worried in his heart. The boss heard Yuan Muno speak. This would seriously say, that's not true. Some big merchant caravans, and big families, can still pass. How? Yuan Muno was getting more and more interested in what his boss was telling him. A few onlookers from the neighborhood came up to listen to the owner. The boss saw the situation, is also speaking of the rise, said, let's put it this way. I also passed through the sandy slopes once before. That time I was followed by a large family together. In addition to the merchant fleet, at that time, our team, the light of the talisman maker, there are no less than 10, and is still the Dao line is higher talisman maker. And in addition there are no less than 30 cultivators. Of course, the most important thing is not these. The main thing is, there is one among us. The cultivation realm is, the return of the realm of the strong. The main thing is that there is one among us, whose cultivation realm is, a strong person of the returning Yuan realm. The crowd was a little surprised when that landed. A cultivator of the return realm? How is this possible? These are phoenix-like existences. The average small merchant caravan definitely can't afford this kind of cultivator. But how could the big families not be able to afford it? It was with this one cultivator of the returning Yuan realm that we were able to pass through the sand amalgamation slope without any problems. But now when I think about that night's experience, it still gives me the creeps. The owner recalled the events of that night, and a slight look of fear still appeared on his face. Yuan Muno also frowned slightly. An uneasy feeling was spreading in his heart. At this time, the boss glanced at Yuan Muno and spoke. Handsome, I think you'd better cancel this idea. Don't go to Amoy Slope. It's very dangerous. Even if you want to go, you have to wait for the big merchant caravan to go together. I know, boss, thanks a lot. By the way, you still haven't told me how far it is from Amoy Slope. It's not too far away. You should be able to get to a clear town by traveling for a day tomorrow. And when you get here, a lot of caravans will show up. Everyone should set off together in a group. And you can follow along then. The boss said to Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno said thanks a lot and didn't continue to say anything. He walked towards the upstairs room. But at this time, a leisurely sighing voice suddenly sounded behind him. This Amoy Slope, it's simply a mass grave who still goes to this place to seek death The words landed, leaving Yuan Muno stunned for a few seconds. But nothing was said. Yuan Muno's mood to go to Amoy Slope, that is very firm. No matter what, he couldn't let Liang Senyu risk his life alone. The fact that Liang Senyu was able to come to him meant that the attachment to his heart was heavy. But at the same time, Yuan Muno also knew that Liang Senyu might not be holding onto him, but the original owner. His mood was now turning a little complicated, but he had already thought about it. When the time came, he should find a chance to talk to Liang Senyu about this matter. Although he loved beauty, he would never take advantage of someone else's feelings to occupy another's woman. This is also Yuan Muno's basic bottom line. Back to the dormitory, he fell into the middle of contemplation, briefly thought about it. He used his consciousness to enter his body system. To the system, Yuan Muno imperative were set to enhance their strength. He only had 10,000 negative emotion values right now, and these things, really to learn something else, were definitely not enough. For example, learning the Dragonfall Palm is simply not enough. However, the Cold Ice Palm that I've learned so far has reached the second level, and it feels quite useful. So if I can go up to the third level of the Cold Ice Palm, it will definitely be more useful. He saw that the price of the third unlocking of the Cold Ice Palm was also $99.99. Looking at the negativity value, it was almost just enough. So I just bought it. When the third Cold Ice Palm skill was unlocked, he felt that within his body, a cloud of breath soon trickled through, and the breath was somewhat cold, making it look like ice had formed among Yuan Muno's veins. But he soon felt an increase in his strength. When releasing the cold out, the ground quickly spread 4 or 5 squares. The power was greater than before, and the thickness of the frozen ice on the ground was almost 5 centimeters thick. With this kind of power, you should be able to kill a level 4 evil spirit, right? Yuan Muno thought so, with some certainty in his mind. There is also some certainty. He also felt the breath in his body at that moment, which had obviously become more abundant. This kind of feeling makes Yuan Mai very soothing. Closed his eyes, began to rest up. Today's goal is very clear. That is, to go to Qingzhen. Wait until the Qingzhen. It is not far from the Amoy Slope. According to Liang Senyu's previously reported position, he had already arrived at Misty City, and now this would have arrived at Liangchang. The time for both sides to meet at Amoy Slope can't be too far away. Early the next morning, Yuan Muno packed up and ran over to Amoy Slope. After buying the secret book of the third cold ice palm, Yuan Muno basically had no negative emotional value now. One could be described as a pauper, but that doesn't matter. The important thing is that he's gotten stronger. This side of the distance from Qingzhen is not far. Drive 2 hours, wait until the Qingzhen. Yuan Mai realized that this place, although called Qingzhen, but it is also a sizable city. It's very busy with traffic and there are a lot of hotels on this side. There were also a lot of caravans, and the roads were especially full of small cars and such. After Yuan Muno parked the car and arrived at an inn, he heard someone say, "We'll be able to cross the Amoy Slope tonight." Chapter 80 Departure. This Qingzhen started out as a remote town. Not a lot of people usually come, but since the world has turned upside down and gotten worse, there are cities that are basically ruined, occupied by evil spirits all the time. So this unassuming town is slowly making its way onto the important stage. Caravans and travelers who had previously passed through from elsewhere now chose to pass through here. So the Psychic Special Bureau also will be here as an important staging area to protect. Do not look at the place as small, but scattered here also live more than 100,000 people. Over 100,000 people would not even be enough for a small county by the old standards. It's usually nice to be able to send a psychic special team all the time to say. For example, the Fire City where Yuan Muno stayed before used to be a county with a population of 1 million. But in the end, there was only a psychic special squad guarding there. But there's something special about this town. There's 3 special psychic squads alone. There are also higher ranked members of the Psychic Special Bureau here. I heard there were 3 or 4 senior team members alone. Yuan Muno and Li Chubby used to be nothing more than the lowest ranking team members when they were in the Psychic Special Squad. The senior team member moves up to the 3rd level of special team member, then the 2nd level, then the 1st level, and on up to the higher level of officer. At that level, whether it was cultivation or ability, it was all first class. At this time, Yuan Muno arrived here and looked at the lively travelers around. At this time here is the evening time, and yet, it still remains prosperous, which is not likely to happen anywhere else. And yet this happens in such a small town. It made Yuan Muno, who was new to the town, more and more curious about the town as well. Finding a place to stay first, while eating, Yuan Muno heard a thin voice ringing in his ears. "I hope I can safely pass through the Amoy Slope tomorrow." "Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to pass this time. And there's someone from the Gu family traveling with us this time." "You mean that Gu family?" one asked in surprise. "How many can be called Gu family?" "Of course there's only that one." The words landed and the man understood. There was no doubt that the Gu family was powerful. Yuan Muno was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this, and a name suddenly surfaced in his mind. Gu Xiaoning? He had even traveled with Gu Xiaoning back in the day and had solved some troubles together. Gu Xiaoning had also invited him to join the Gu family, but he had refused. Anyway, whoever's in, as long as there were strong people around, it was a good thing for Yuan Muno. This way, as long as they crossed the Amoy Slope, or it would be nice to meet up with Liang Senyu at the Amoy Slope by then. When the time came to rendezvous with Liang Senyu, he planned to quickly escape from that one place and bring Liang Senyu back to Cloud City. Yuan Muno briefly calculated the calculations in his heart and ate just a few bites of something. Now in this dystopian world, in addition to ghost stones that could be exchanged for things, there was also currency, which of course was very worthless, and had been inflated by I don't know how many times, but it was barely in circulation. There is also a hard currency in circulation. Gold. There is no gold Yuan Wino, but some circulating currencies are still available. The consumption of ghost stones was basically almost the same, and counting. Yuan Muno hadn't killed any evil spirits for a long time. He returned to his room and stayed there until about 8 o'clock in the evening, when the noisy commotion outside gradually died down and quiet returned. In a typical city it might be 4 or 5 o'clock and everyone is already at home, afraid to go out. Time passed by minute by minute. Yuan Muno would close his eyes to recuperate, and now he didn't have much negative emotional value. Being completely broke and wanting to buy anything is basically impossible. It's a little inconvenient to have so little negativity right now. Looking at the time, it was 8:30 p.m. Yuan Muno thought briefly before taking out his cell phone and dialing a number to Chi Feng. Chi Feng's side didn't delay for long and quickly pressed the answer button. Maybe after having suffered a few losses before, Chi Feng already had some defenses against Yuan Mai. And this time he opened his mouth and said, "Yuan Mai, what's this grandson of yours doing calling me in the middle of the night? You this king ate eggs." Chi Feng couldn't help but hurl a volley of curses at Yuan Muno. But even so, Yuan Muno's voice continued to ring out in the center of his mind. Negative emotion value from Chi Feng plus 99. Yuan Muno couldn't help but be a bit speechless. This guy had already cursed at him, but he actually still had a negative emotional value towards him. It's really a day dog. Hold it, old Chi, what are you doing? No matter how you put it, the two of us are former co-workers. Do you have to swear at me? Yuan Muno said in a very sincere tone at this time. After Chi Feng heard Yuan Muno say this, he suddenly felt as if this guy had gone back to his old mute self, so his attitude calmed down a bit at this, and he spoke. Go ahead, what do you want with me? Can I call you if there's nothing else? Didn't you recently get a promotion and a raise? I came to congratulate you. Chi Feng. He is now found more and more unable to see Yuan Muoyi. This guy. How long has it been since the promotion and salary increase? Didn't this guy already call once before? Why are you fighting now? He was a bit elusive to Yuan Muno, and didn't want to get involved with Yuan Muno, so he opened the door and said, Scrappy too, if there's something going on, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush with me here. I don't have time for that, okay? I know, Captain Chi has a lot of things to deal with day in and day out. There must be a lot of things to deal with every day. By the way, Captain Chi, I suddenly rang back to the days we had when we were in the 7th Psychic Special Squad, when you were still peeing your pants. Asterisk 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 you. Scrappy 2. Negativity from Chi Phone plus 999. UING tell me where you are in Cloud City, and I'll make sure I get you killed right away. Chi Feng's angry growl came from across the room. Yuan Muoyi also knows to do people to the point. Cannot catch a sheep hard grip, back to others anxious, but also easy to go wrong. This will Yuan Muoyi did not delay. Directly hung up the phone. Doesn't almost 1,001 negatives count? Chi Feng's grandson used to be a bit of a pain in the ass, but now, he's still quite interesting. In a daze, Yuan Muno fell asleep. The next morning, about 10 o'clock, the day dawned, and the men below were getting organized and ready to go. Yuan Muno is only one person, but there is not much things to prepare. As long as the big troop set off, just follow a piece of it. But at this time, someone suddenly knocked on Yuan Muno's glass window. Chapter 81, Crossing the Amoy Slope. Thump, 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 immediately attracting Yuan Muno's attention. He turned his head to look and saw a person standing outside the window. This person had clear eyebrows and looked very pretty, and his dress was rather simple. All she had on her was a shoulder bag and no other luggage beyond that. Yuan Muno rolled the window down and opened his mouth to ask, What's the matter with you? Big brother, I see that your car is also alone. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Inconvenient. Yuan Muno didn't wait for the other party to finish his sentence before rejecting him outright. Negative emotional value from Yuan Zoyer plus 99. Yuan Zwire? A woman? Yuan Muno took another look at the person in front of him, and upon closer inspection, she indeed looked like a woman. Big brother, your car is empty. Let me do a little hitchhiking. I'm sorry, I'm not your big brother, so you don't want to climb up the ladder of relatives. Negative emotional value from Yuan Zoyer plus 99. Yuan Rower's face turned a little awkward at this time, skimming her mouth, thinking that this guy was completely soft and hard. Brother, then I don't do it for nothing. Is it okay if I pay you? Yuan Zoyer stared at Yuan Muno. Do you have any gold or ghost stones? When these words landed, Yuan Rower's face suddenly became a bit harder to see. Negative emotional value from Yuan Zoyer plus 99. If you don't have one, forget it. I don't take idlers in this car. You'd better find someone else. Yuan Muno said somewhat mercilessly. Negative emotions from Yuan Zoyer plus 199. Yuan Rower was furious with Yuan Mai at this moment, but she couldn't do anything about Yuan Mai. If she had any other way, she would never look for Yuan Muno. This crossing of the Amoy slope was also quite important to her. After thinking for a while, she grabbed the only grade 1 ghost stone in her pocket. She handed it to Yuan Muno and said, Big brother, this is all I have. Do you think it's okay? Yuan Muno stared at the ghostly stone, glanced at it, and said, Success, get in the car. He was actually a helpful person, and Yuan Muno was too embarrassed to refuse when others gave him something. After collecting the ghost stones, Yuan Muno let Yuan Zoyer get into the car. Since we all know that daylight hours are more valuable, it was not long after dawn that those who were to leave were ready to go. There were hundreds of cars, almost hundreds of people on this trip. The car started slowly. Yuan Muno's car was located in the center. Inside the car, the two didn't say a word. After about an hour of driving, Yuan Zoyer couldn't help but ask, Big brother, what's your name? It's fine, just call me Big brother. Negative emotional value from Yuan Zoyer plus 99. This time Yuan Muno directly increased his negative emotion value by almost 600. Together with the 1001 that he got from Chi Feng, it was now almost 1017 negative emotion values. Yuan Rower, listening to Yuan Mai, always felt that she could not suppress the flame inside her. She was at the back, making a fist-squeezing appearance towards Yuan Mai, as if she wanted to blow Yuan Mai up. Yuan Muno saw Yuan Zoyer's movements through the rearview mirror, thinking really childish. In fact, Yuan Muoyi still has some worries in his heart. Such a large fleet of cars, a piece of departure. In case there is a car in the middle of the problem, it will cause a traffic jam problem. By then, I wonder if I'll be able to get to Amoy Slope on time. Yuan Muno thought this as the car moved forward at roughly 40 yards per hour. Yuan Rower would then continue to say without words, "Big brother, I wonder where your destination is this time. Maybe we are going to the same place. I'm not in the same boat as you. Why? You look like a woman when you're looking so brownie. We're certainly not on the same page," Yuan Muno said faintly. How can you judge that we're not on the same side by our appearance? Big brother, aren't you being biased like that? Well, you're right. Actually, I just don't want to tell you where I'm going. When Yuan Muno finished speaking, the air felt as if it had frozen. The awkwardness spread quickly. Negative emotional value from Yuan Zoyer plus 99. Big brother, you can really be an interesting person. Has anyone ever told you something? Yuan Zoyer suddenly said. Yuan Muno subconsciously asked, "What is it? You're pretty beat up. You know that?" Yuan Zoyer said indignantly. Yuan Muno guffawed and said, "That's not important. What's important is that you just rode in my car and gave me a ghost stone." Negative emotions from Yuan Zoyer plus 199. After a conversation, Yuan Rower finally lost the interest and desire to continue talking with Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno's negative emotion value at this time also came to almost 2000. Yuan Rower didn't say anything. Yuan Mai naturally didn't have much heart to say anything. While driving, he felt out his cell phone and looked at the time. It would already be 12 noon. The convoy traveled relatively smoothly and there were no accidents in the middle of the journey. It was logical that Yang was at its peak at 12 noon, but that was no longer the case. By 12 noon, the Yang was still relatively weak. It's not until 2 p.m. that the Yang energy reaches a peak, but after the peak, the Yang energy does not diminish gently, but in a straight downward spiral. If the current pace is maintained, it is possible to arrive at Amoy Slope precisely at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. By the time you cross the Amoy Slope, there will be a town nearby on the opposite side as well. But even when we get to this town, it's still nighttime, so everyone is definitely going to be facing a surprise attack from the evil spirits by then. Yuan Muno this time touched out a cigarette, subconsciously ready to light up. "Can you not smoke?" A somewhat disgruntled voice rang out. Yuan Muno looked at Yuan Zoyer and said, "Yes." It was the most basic courtesy of being a human being, and he had no problem with that. Putting the cigarette he had taken out back away, Yuan Rower would not be able to help but be surprised for a few seconds, not expecting Yuan Mai to actually be so nice this time, so nice that she could not believe it. She was a little curious about Yuan Muno, wondering what kind of path this guy was on. After waiting for a while, she suddenly spoke again. "Big brother, this car of yours is empty. I have a feeling that you should go back after delivering something, right? Your hometown shouldn't be Misty City, right? No, if you are Misty City, then with me is to go to a place. My old family is Misty City. I tell you, now this chaotic world, our Misty City is still very safe." Just after Yuan Zoyer opened her words to the world, in the next second, Yuan Muno suddenly stepped on the brake heavily. Yuan Zoyer's body suddenly tilted forward without control all at once. The head hit the seat. How do you drive? Negative emotional value from Yuan Zoyer plus 99. Chapter 82, Major Dangers. "I'm sorry, something seems to have happened up ahead." Just as Yuan Zoyer was about to say something, Yuan Muno started to apologize. It made her temper press downward and she didn't continue to say anything more. Yuan Muno would then look out and see the entire convoy all stopped. Yuan Rower naturally noticed this situation as well, and she couldn't help but start to worry in her heart, her mouth constantly saying, "It can't be a traffic jam. That's going to be a big deal. If we can't cross the Amoy Slope during the day, it will be dangerous. Isn't the merchant caravan this time very powerful? There are a lot of experts around, so how can we still be in so much danger?" Yuan Muno picked up the conversation. "That place is really dangerous. I've heard that it gets dark a little faster in that place, and it's so gloomy that a lot of people have died." Yuan Rower's face paled a few points, and the tone and rhythm of her speech was messed up a few points. Yuan Muno's heart sank as he listened, but he was prepared. He looked at Yuan Rower and felt that this female was relatively simple-minded, which would lead him to say, "Wait for me, I'll go down and see what's going on." Yuan Muoyi got out of the car. At this time the front and rear car many people got out of the car, all gathered in a piece, prying into the situation. Not long after, Yuan Muno obtained the reason for the stop. The feeling is that the car in front of the flat tire. It is estimated that after changing the tire later, you can continue to drive forward. After about a quarter of an hour's wait, the car began to move forward. Yuan Roar's nervous mind would finally relax a bit. The drive forward this time was a relatively smooth one, during which there were no accidents, except that the further we went, the faster it got darker and darker. The overcast weather gave a strong sense of oppression. Yuan Zoyer would obviously be a few points more nervous this time. We should be coming up to Amoy slope up ahead. Yuan Muno noticed at this time that the nearby mountains were beginning to change. The previous mountain had some vegetation growing on it, but here, there was no vegetation to be seen. As far as the eye could see, everywhere was bare, and pockmarked with piles of ore and slag. The overall environment is terrible. The air was still filled with an irritating gas. Yuan Muno would have closed the window, knowing that he was about to arrive at Amoy slope. He clearly felt that the chi of the place had all gained some weight. This will be a voice ringing. Everyone pay attention to safety. The front immediately to the amalgamated slope. All the people to raise vigilance. Listen to the command. All the people, if there is no permission, unauthorized parking, unauthorized get off. The consequences of their own responsibility, and also have to bear a considerable responsibility. This one voice came out from among the amplified speakers. The crowd got the signal. Yuan Muno at this time carefully observed the surroundings, but also looking at the opposite lane of the situation. But the opposite lane this time but did not see any car. This made Yuan Muye's heart couldn't help but turn a little apprehensive, and he was still calculating in his heart. It's hard to believe that Liang Senyu and their convoy haven't come yet, but when the car enters the Amoy slope, Yuan Muno was shocked by the scene in front of him. Two huge mountains, on which there were piles of slag. You can't even see the end of this mountain in this gloom. Further on, the road ahead was suddenly blocked. On both sides were cars which were destroyed and a number of bodies piled up on the ground. Yuan Muno also saw these corpses, and a heart instantly tensed up a bit. The convoy all stopped. Yuan Zoyer would ask, "What's wrong, big brother?" "Something's wrong. Stay in the car." "What about you, big brother?" She was obviously a little nervous at this point, and Yuan Muno stared at her before saying, "Can you drive?" Yuan Roar nodded. "If there's any danger later, you can drive yourself away without waiting for me." There was a caravan in front of them that had an incident, and Yuan Muno was now worried about Liang Senyu. According to the established time, Liang Senyu should also arrive at this piece. Both sides should have arrived at about the same time, and now that something had happened to a convoy in front of them, then it meant that the convoy Liang Senyu was in was likely to have had an accident. Yuan Mai just got off the car, and a prompting voice sounded in the middle of his mind. "Remind the host that this place is dangerous. Dangerous. Please leave this place as soon as possible." Yuan Muno's heart suddenly tightened as he listened to the system's prompting voice. If it were in the past, Yuan Muno might have run away. But now, in this situation, there was no way he could run. "You get in the driver's seat," Yuan Muno said simply. After Yuan Roar heard this, she didn't delay and went straight to the driver's seat. "You, be careful. I'll be waiting for you," Yuan Zoyer suddenly said to Yuan Muno. "What are you waiting for me for? We're not relatives. If you're in danger, you run first," Yuan Muno said succinctly. Yuan Roar was stunned for a few seconds. Her eyes looked at Yuan Mai in surprise. She was completely confused by Yuan Mai at this moment, realizing that she really couldn't understand him as a person. Just as she was about to say something else, Yuan Muno, however, had no intention of listening to him at all, and walked towards the front with large strides. The pace of the walk was fast and some people got off in front of us, but obviously they were all escorts. "It's dark here, and the headlights all turned on don't seem to be able to dissipate the gloomy aura of the place. It's a very scary place, so scary that it makes you shiver." The people sitting in the car basically didn't have the windows open. Yuan Muno saw the car that was made somewhat broken all over the ground, and some corpses that were torn and very miserable. A heart was tense, and the heartbeat was accelerating uncontrollably. He started to get scared inside, afraid that something would happen to Liang Senyu. If something really happened to Liang Senyu, he really didn't know how to face it. Moving forward, he looked at one body after another, and after checking about 20 to 30 bodies, he didn't find Liang Senyu's body. This made Yuan Muno's heart relax a bit. Let's hope nothing happens to her. But at that moment, a man spoke up and said, "Brothers, come and lend a hand to lift this car. This car is also a car blocking the way." Yuan Muoyi heard this, but did not delay, went forward to help a piece of lift the car. It didn't take long for the car to be lifted out of the way, but there are so many cars blocking the way. It's not going to be easy to clear the place out in a moment. It could take an hour or two, or even longer. Then there's only one possibility for the efficiency of doing so, and tonight everyone can't stay away from the amalgamated slope. All of them, they could be trapped and die. The people are aware of this situation, but there is nothing that can be done about the current situation, just as everyone was working together to clear the congested cars. But at that moment, an eerie ghastly wind blew. Along with this gust of cloudy wind, a fog suddenly appeared in front of them. and in the midst of this fog, there seemed to be a dense crowd of heads gathering. Chapter 83, The Evil Ghost Comes. This strange burst of mist appeared, looking very disorienting and eerie in the night. The fog was thick and moved forward by the wind. Key could still see a lot of heads swarming in the midst of the fog. The light from the headlight shone on it and it simply wouldn't penetrate. This scene made all of them look like they were instantly petrified and stood still, because it's too treacherous. Well, at this point, someone finally reacted and shouted, "No good, the evil spirits are coming." This shout instantly broke the tranquility of the place, causing all the people to all come back to their senses. Yuan Nuno's gaze also began to become a few degrees deeper in an instant. Having just been reborn into this flesh, Yuan Nuno had never seen so many evil spirits. When he was in Fire City, he had also seen some evil ghosts sporadically, and at that moment, these evil spirits, in pieces and heaps, gave off a rather terrifying feeling. Just looking at so many evil spirits gives you a creepy feeling. Yuan Nuno was also a bit flustered at this time. At times like this, he took a few steps backwards, moved to where his car was. Yuan Rower in the car would also have a nervous gaze this time. Keeping her eyes on Yuan Mai, she slowly rolled the car glass down at this time. "You get on." Her look, especially serious. "Get in the car for what? With so many evil spirits in front of us, maybe everyone will die here. Later on, if we seize the opportunity, drive and turn around, and go straight back to Qingjin, wouldn't it be fine?" Yuan Zweier spoke out her approach. "Haven't you thought about the fact that if we head in the direction of Qingjin now, we might also run into evil spirits on the way, and we won't be dead by then?" Yuan Muno said faintly. Yuan Roar's eyes rolled around for a second, as if she was thinking about Yuan Muno's words, waited a moment before continuing. "So what do you say now? What to do? It's simple. Are you a practitioner?" "I'm not," Yuan Zweier simply said. "So do you have any more protective spells, treasures, or anything like that?" Yuan Nuno continued to ask. These words made Yuan Zoer suddenly alert for a few moments. "Why are you asking this?" "I'm just asking, just to make sure you're capable of defending yourself." I didn't," Yuan Zoyer said. Yuan Nuno no longer said any more nonsense after hearing this, just softly and then said nothing more. He redirected his gaze towards the front before signaling Yuan Zoyer to close the window. "Are you sure you don't want to get in the car? It might die faster in the car later." Yuan Mai's words immediately made Yuan Ruer tense up a few points, and she began to feel a little anxious in her heart. Looking ahead, the fog was about to fill in. She was very apprehensive inside. Yuan Nuno stared at the mist, and the evil spirits didn't take long to fight the ones in front of them. There were still experts in here. Some of them had already sacrificed their magic weapons, which were releasing all kinds of light in the middle of the deep night. The light flickered and lit up the night. Some of the Een was gradually dispersed. "Protect the convoy! Protect the convoy!" Such a sound that spreads through the place. Looks like someone is escorting important supplies this time. In fact, under such circumstances, it is not impossible for someone to fish around and snatch some supplies. As scary as the evil spirits are, the human heart is also scary. Even sometimes the human heart is worse than the evil spirit. Yuan Nuno had already drawn out his own big fish sword at this time, ready to deal with unexpected situations. These evil ghosts, randomly, are all level 1 evil ghosts, and level 2 evil ghosts as well. So there's still quite a lot of ghost stones on the ground that will fall this time. But no one had the extra heart to pick up these ghost stones, because when someone looks down to pick up a ghost stone, their life is directly lost. The situation is dire and dangerous. But at this time, an evil spirit suddenly ran towards Yuan Nuno. Yuan Muno didn't delay. He directly struck out. The breath in his body suddenly surged. He didn't delay. A sword chopped down towards the evil ghost. The evil spirit that ran close in front of him didn't carry Yuan Nuno's sword. It was directly decimated into ghostly stone. This made Yuan Nuno a bit surprised. Before, when he dealt with first-level evil spirits, it was still a bit of a struggle. But now, ordinary first-level evil spirits were simply not enough for Yuan Nuno. It was destroyed by Yuan Nuno in minutes. It seemed that his strength had grown quite a bit during this period of time. When Yuan Rower inside the car saw this scene, she couldn't help but feel some waves in her heart. She was somewhat prepared in her heart, knowing that Yuan Nuno should have some strength. But I didn't expect the strength to be so strong, and in the face of the aggressive pouncing evil spirits, I got them killed directly. She suddenly felt that she would have to follow Yuan Nuno closely later to have a chance of surviving. Yuan Nuno was actually looking for an opportunity to see how to cross this Amoy slope. In addition, it was not known whether the merchant group that had an accident in front of them was Liang Senyu's merchant group or not, so Yuan Nuno will still be quite nervous in his heart, very worried about Liang Senyu. He started back over toward the front, just not from a frontal direction, but around. He had to look for whether there was any figure of Liang Senyu here. He would take out his cell phone and continue to dial the previous phone number. However, the previous number could not be dialed at all. No one's answering. This situation actually made Yuan Muno even more uneasy. He continued to pray in his heart, hoping that nothing would happen to Liang Senyu and that he would be fine. At this point in time, people with a bit of cultivation were basically fighting evil spirits. The sound of bang, 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 bang also continued to resonate. This is obviously a specially treated firearm. Some of the gloom was constantly being broken down by the light. Like a dispersing haze, ghost stones began to fall from the ground as well. Yuan Muno was currently hiding behind a car that had been overturned, his eyes looking towards the front, observing all the movements. He would be able to sense the people here, giving off auras, both strong and weak. Of course there are some particularly strong. At this point, one person is holding down 4 or 5 evil spirits, and all 4 or 5 are no match for each other. The two sides fought fiercely. Yuan Muno seized the opportunity and picked up the slack a couple of times as well. There were several more ghost stones at once. 3 level 1 ghost stones and 2 level 2 ghost stones. He put the ghost stone away, but at this time, he was coldly and suddenly startled, and when he fixed his eyes, he saw a pair of eyes in the coffin, staring at him in death. A man had died a horrible death inside a coffin with a miserable face. Feeling a little diabolical in his mind, he changed his position, and when he was well hidden, he resumed staring at the front. Some of the cars, by now, had been overturned, and the supplies on the ground, scattered all over the place. Just as Yuan Muno was watching carefully, suddenly it felt like there were footsteps approaching behind him. Yuan Muno's heart instantly tightened a few points. Chapter 84, being followed. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the big fish sword and headed behind him, stabbing over. But before the big fish sword fell, a somewhat shrill voice rang out, "Ah, don't ah." Yuan Muno almost failed to put his sword away. Fixing his eyes, he realized that the person behind him was actually Yuan Rower. Yuan Muoyi was a bit baffled, looking at Yuan Zhuo, which could not help but say, "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to stay in the car?" Yuan Rower's face showed some timidity at this time, and said, "It's so dangerous in the car. Can't you see several cars? All of them have been overturned on the ground?" Yuan Muno listened to what Yuan Zhuo said and felt that she had a point. It really isn't considered safe to stay in the car right now. Then what are you following me for? Yuan Muno opened his mouth and asked, I don't know who to follow. Big brother, I know you a little better here. If I don't follow you, I don't know who to follow? Yuan Rower had a pitiful look on her face at this moment. Many people had already died on the scene, and the mournful screams were even more incessant. Yuan Rower looked at this scene happening and became even more scared, and couldn't help but move even closer towards Yuan Muno. Yuan Muoyi felt it and glanced at Yuan Zhuo in dissatisfaction, which would open his mouth and say, "Why are you acting like a pussy? Remember, you're a man. Don't lean so close to me." Negative emotional value from Yuan Zhuo plus 99. Yuan Rower skimmed her lips, originally wanting to retort, but the words fell out of her mouth, totally lost for words. She kept some distance from Yuan Muno. However, at this time, Yuan Muno suddenly saw a familiar figure. This person was no other than Gu Xiaoning. It had been a while since he and Gu Xiaoning parted ways last time. Unexpectedly, this time she actually appeared in such a dangerous place again. Is there no one left in the Gu family to do anything? Letting a woman charge into battle? Yuan Zhuo also realized at this time that Yuan Mai was staring at the front. In the somewhat dim light, she also realized that Yuan Muno was staring at Gu Xiaoning. She wouldn't be able to resist saying, "Big brother, that girl is quite pretty, isn't she?" Yuan Mai glanced at Yuan Zhuo with his afterglow, which would say, "If you can't speak, say less. No one will take as dumb." Negative emotional value from Yuan Zhuo plus 99. None of you men are good. Yuan Zhuo suddenly said such a sentence off the top of her head. After she finished speaking, she realized that what she said was inappropriate, and her mind turned quickly, ready to think about how to deal with Yuan Muno. But after waiting for a while, she realized that Yuan Muno didn't say anything. Instead, he stared earnestly at Gu Xiaoning. She was instantly more upset and felt even more right about what she had just said. Men really aren't any good. Right at this moment, in the middle of Yuan Muno's mind, a voice suddenly rang out again. Negative emotion value from Yuan Zhuo plus 199. Yuan Muno was suddenly a bit baffled, not expecting at all that this could even receive a negative emotion value. This Yuan Zhuo's temper was also really big enough. Gu Xiaoning was fighting a very strong evil spirit at the moment, and Yuan Muno roughly estimated the strength of this evil spirit to be at least a third-grade evil spirit. This time around, Gu Xiaoning was clearly stronger than last time as well, and there are more magic treasures than before. Against a third-degree evil spirit, it was completely enough. Just as Yuan Muno was staring, suddenly his cell phone rang. It's not easy to have a signal in this kind of hellhole. At first, Yuan Muno didn't intend to answer it, thinking it was Chubby Lee calling. but when the cell phone rang for the second time, Yuan Muno suddenly had a premonition that this call might be important, so without much thought, he just fumbled for his cell phone and pressed the answer button. An urgent voice soon came from there. "Where are you now? Your friend is in danger." As these words landed, Yuan Muno's heart hung in his throat. "I'm at Taosha Slope now. Are you with Liang Senyu?" Yuan Muno asked nervously at once. "Yes." "You hurry over. We've been surrounded by evil spirits." "Which position are you in?" "You came from the town across from Amoy Slope." After she finished, she probably felt that she had said the wrong thing, so she spoke up and said, "Can you cross the Amoy Slope?" Yuan Muno swallowed his saliva. The current situation of Amoy Slope was indeed very bad. I'm sure I'll get through, so tell Rain to hold up and tell him I'll be right there," Yuan Muno said seriously. The mood is also tight. After the phone hung up, he looked at Yuan Zhuo'er. "This will say, I want to cross the Amoy Slope. I can follow you?" Yuan Zhuo'er stared at Yuan Muno with a somewhat timid look in her eyes, as if she didn't dare to look at Yuan Muno head on. He briefly pondered. In this situation now, if Yuan Zhuo'er were to stay here by herself, it would basically be impossible to walk out alive. "Yes, but I need to make one thing clear to you. I don't always guarantee to get out of here with you alive." Yuan Muno, this is also a way to put the ugliness in front of you first. After Yuan Zhuo'er heard this, she nodded her head woodenly and said, "Okay, I know." She looked completely miserable and helpless. Yuan Muno didn't even know why Yuan Zhuo'er, alone, was traveling through this place. Somewhat confused. "Don't worry, I'll still try to get you out of here alive." Yuan Muno hid here just now, and had already observed pretty much the terrain and whatnot in this neighborhood. This would be when he handed the big fish sword to Yuan Zhuo'er. Yuan Zhuo'er was stunned for a few seconds and said, "You're giving it to me? Well, take it for defense." After giving him the great fish sword, Yuan Muno pulled out his own firearm. Yuan Zhuo'er looks at Yuan Muno's guns, blinded for a few seconds. "You want this?" Yuan Muno suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Yuan Zhuo'er shook her head. Yuan Muno softly hummed at this point, said nothing, and began to quickly run over to the front. Yuan Zhuo'er saw Yuan Mai running forward. This time she didn't dare to delay and hurriedly chased after him. She was so nervous that she didn't dare to keep too far away from Yuan Muno. "It's almost a meter." Yuan Muno ran forward in the process and was soon targeted by the evil spirits. However, it was good that the evil ghosts that were staring at him were all low-grade evil ghosts at this time, and these evil ghosts could not pose any danger to Yuan Muno. With the gun in his hand, coupled with the breath that flowed through his body, Yuan Muno repelled or killed all the evil spirits that pestered him. Ghost stones were falling on the ground at this time, and Yuan Muno didn't have any mood to pick them up. He quickly ran ahead. Yuan Zhuo'er, on the other hand, was chasing after him. The two of them, one after the other, soon traversed a hillside, far from the center of their encounter. Just at this time, Yuan Muno suddenly felt that the back of his head was stared at by a pair of eyes. Dead. Chapter 85, Late Night Noises. At first, Yuan Muno thought it was Yuan Zhuo'er, but when he turned around to look, he realized that Yuan Zhuo'er was standing beside him. This made Yuan Muno a little curious. The speed at which he himself had just run was very fast, and with him being a cultivator, an ordinary person would really not be able to catch up with him. But this Yuan Zhuo'er, she was able to follow him closely. I guess there should be some skills too. But at this time, Yuan Muno was not in the mood to care about that. The feeling he had just had was what was more important to him. "Did you just notice something behind us staring at us?" "No." Yuan Zhuo'er quickly shook her head. Just after hearing Yuan Muno say this, she suddenly became even more nervous, her hands gripping her sword and her eyes looking around warily. Yuan Muno looked back a few times and then looked ahead. The Yin-Chi in front of him had dispersed a bit by now. "It doesn't look that bad. You take the front. I'll take the back," Yuan Muno said faintly. Yuan Zhuo'er was baffled for a few seconds and said with a puzzled gaze, "Is it okay for me to walk in front?" "Good," Yuan Zhuo'er answered. Towards the front, but she didn't dare to walk too fast or too far away from Yuan Muno. With that the two moved a little slower. Yuan Muno was also worried and anxious in his heart. About 5 minutes into the walk, at which point the feeling that had just disappeared reappeared. Yuan Muno was basically certain this time that it was someone staring at him. The feeling was cold for him. The coolness was very noticeable. He paused. This time he didn't have any hesitation. Running the breath in his body, he directly blasted out with a palm. An 8 trigrams diagram spread out from among his palms. Releasing it, it crushed right past behind him. Behind the originally empty space, a figure was suddenly revealed. This one figure appeared to be still a little distorted against the night. The Bagua palm landed on the body of this shadow, and a light erupted from the shadow's body. This ray of light, which appeared black, with a strange glow in the midst of the blackness, quickly covered it. It cancelled out the Bagua palm released by Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno stared at this evil spirit, and his heart rippled a bit. This evil spirit can hide so tightly. It must be more or less capable. The two of them glanced at each other, and the evil ghost looked at Yuan Muno and suddenly licked his tongue with a longing look. Yuan Muno would say, "Be careful, I won't be able to take care of you later." Yuan Rower looked at the evil ghost in front of her and had long since turned pale with fear. She nodded and said, "I know, be safe." Yuan Muno wouldn't say any nonsense to the evil spirits this time. Although some of the evil spirits had some consciousness, they were basically beasts of burden, and saying anything to them was basically the same as saying nothing. After pulling the trigger, with a burst of fire from the muzzle approach, the bullet fell directly onto the evil spirit. The corners of the evil spirit's mouth tugged, and there was no intention of dodging at all. And Yuan Muno soon saw the bullet being sucked in by the body of the evil spirit. When Yuan Muno saw this scene, he knew that bullets were of little use to the evil spirits. The evil ghost was obviously very pleased with his move as well. This would still be looking at Yuan Muno with contempt. Yuan Muno's heart rippled a bit, but he didn't panic. Taking advantage of the evil ghost's pride, Yuan Muno didn't delay and mobilized the breath in his body, directly releasing the third level of the cold ice palm. Suddenly, the air in the surrounding area followed the drop. Before the evil spirit could come back to his senses, his body was directly frozen by the cold ice palm. Yuan Muno was not in the mood to delay anything with this evil spirit now. Yuan Rower saw Yuan Muno make a move and actually directly froze the evil ghost. The mind was a little surprised for a moment. Go! Yuan Muno also didn't see how the evil spirit would react after being frozen. This would be a direct opening to yell go. Yuan Zwire returned to her senses and ran towards the front. On the way during this period, there were a few more evil spirits that appeared, but they weren't very strong and couldn't become a roadblock for the two. And that's it, a half-hour run. Yuan Muno was feeling a bit depleted physically, but this woman beside her, she still looked like she had a lot of energy, like she hadn't been affected in the slightest. Yuan Muno looked at her in surprise, but didn't ask much. Everyone has some secrets in them, and it is not seen that the other person will tell if Yuan Muno asks. After waiting for some time, Yuan Muno took out his cell phone and continued to make calls, but this time, there was no longer an answer on the other side. This gave Yuan Muno even more of a bad feeling. The two would have already left the Amoy slope. After walking forward for another 10 minutes or so, a village suddenly appeared in front of them. The village looked a little run down, and it was obvious at first glance that it was uninhabited. Yuan Muno would be holding his breath. Is this the town? Yuan Muno asked Yuan Zwire. Yuan Zwire would shake her head this time and say, no, it's not, but this village should be deserted. Yuan Muno nodded. I wonder if they could be hiding in here. Yuan Muno entered the village, which wasn't too big, but there were still quite a few twists and turns when he entered inside. He couldn't help but make some waves in his mind this time. After waiting for a brief walk, Yuan Muno finally didn't tarry too long and started shouting at the top of his voice, Xiaoyu, are you here? His voice drifted through the night. Only he just shouted. Yuan Rower suddenly spoke up. You, don't shout. You'll definitely attract evil spirits later. Yuan Zwire's reminder was actually correct. It just wasn't a good suggestion for Yuan Muno to say at a time like this. Yuan Muno stared at her, then spoke. There are many houses here, so find a place to hide first. Yuan Rower looked at Yuan Muno, the look on her face still tense. She would feel that hiding anywhere would not be as safe as following Yuan Muno. Big brother, you might as well let me follow you. Yuan Muno would stare at him and said, it's fine for you to follow me, but I'll open my mouth and shout. So maybe I'll invite a lot of evil spirits later. Then it won't be too late for me to hide when the time comes. Big brother, just shout. I'm sure I won't cause you any trouble. Now the two still hadn't come to a safe place. A place that was now filled with danger everywhere. Okay. Yuan Muno didn't say any nonsense. He would then continue to shout. Xiaoyu, are you here? The sound continued to drift away. As his voice drifted away, there was a strange whimpering sound. There was something eerie about the sound that rang out. Yuan Rower's face gradually turned grave as she said, This, seems like the evil spirits are coming. Chapter 86, Finding Liang Senyu. Yuan Rower's voice, at this point, had become a bit hasty. In this rather oddly located village, even if an evil spirit attacked, it would not be a surprise. The sound spread out in this quiet place. Yuan Muno glanced at Yuan Rower and said, You find a place to hide. Yuan Rower was stunned for a moment, but then she shook her head and said, Big brother, I'll just follow you around. Yuan Mai blanked Yuan Rower. Yuan Mai knew clearly what she had in mind, and not much more. The whimpering sound rang out, but nothing appeared. It went on for about another minute or so before the whimpering died down. The evil ghost that Yuan Zwire had spoken of did not appear. The Yin Qi around them didn't seem to have gained weight either. This made Yuan Muyi heart couldn't help but be a little curious. Nothing happened in the betting. Then where did this burst of sound come from? He would continue to move toward the front this time. yelling at the top of his lungs, "Fishy, are you here?" But after several consecutive shouts, there was still no reply. Yuan Muno couldn't help but think on the bad side. Liang Senyu couldn't have really had an accident, right? Yuan Roer would then open her mouth and say, "Big brother, the person you're looking for, could it be that he's not here?" "It's possible," Yuan Muno said indifferently, but his gaze couldn't help but be a little gloomy. At this time he touched his cell phone out to the previous cell phone to make a call again, but the phone call over, still like a stone sinking into the sea, did not get any response. There are still a lot of houses here, and some of them Yuan Muno has never searched at all. He continued his inventory, house by house. Yuan Roer saw that Yuan Mai was so serious and persistent, and guessed in her heart, the person Yuan Muno was looking for should be extremely important to him. So this would be a time when he didn't dare to say anything more to disturb Yuan Muno. About half an hour in, Yuan Muno finally found movement in a place. It was a somewhat shaky door with traces of blood on the outside. When Yuan Muno saw this scene, he instantly tensed up a bit, holding his firearm in his hand. Yuan Roer sensed that Yuan Muno was a bit nervous, so her grip on the big fish sword tightened a bit. Yuan Muno shone the lighting tool towards the house, and the light shone in through the doorway. Just saw the house with two figures fell to the ground. Wait until close. Yuan Mai quickly saw a familiar face. This familiar face is not someone else. It is Liang Senyu. Liang Senyu's body is bloodstained, and he's badly injured. "Xiao Yu, how are you doing? Are you okay?" Liang Senyu's breath was weaker at the moment, and the blood from his wounds hadn't stopped yet. But vaguely, it also seemed that she heard someone shouting her name. It was a voice that seemed to penetrate to the depths of her soul all at once. "Kino, is that you?" Liang Senyu opened his mouth and asked. "It's me. Hold on. Xiao Yu, I'll save you." Yuan Muno spoke up. "Why don't you go see how that one is doing?" Yuan Muno said to Yuan Zuyer at this moment. Yuan Zuyer answered in agreement and quickly went to check on another person. At this time, Yuan Muno, without delay, used his consciousness to enter the system, and among the stores, purchased some medicines to heal his injuries. It cost about 2,000 negative emotional values, internal and external. Yuan Muyi first gave Liang Xinyu took the medicine, and then with anti-inflammatory drugs and so on, helped Liang Xinyu to deal with the wound. A bandage was then wrapped around the wound. "Wait for the bandage." Yuan Muno would then look at Yuan Zuyer and say, "How is she? She should just pass out and when she wakes up she should be fine." Yuan Muno would then take the water in his hand and give it to the two to drink. Spinning up, he checked the doors and windows, and saw that they were all shut tight, plus there was little movement outside. Yuan Muno's tense mood only relaxed a little. At this time Liang Senyu's state had recovered a bit. Yuan Muno would open his mouth and ask, "Xiao Yu, how do you feel now?" "I'm better." Her voice was still very weak. Yuan Muno looked at her pale face and said, "Get some rest, and tomorrow morning, we'll leave here." Liang Senyu stared at Yuan Muno and faintly answered, "The other is still in a comatose state." Yuan Muno gave Liang Senyu a hug in his arms, feeling the warmth in her body as she gradually recovered. Yuan Muno's heart, which was hanging in the air, also relaxed, probably because his body was too weak. It didn't take long for Liang Senyu to fall asleep in a daze. "You take care of the two for me here, and I'll keep an eye on the door. It's only the wee hours of the morning, when evil spirits are active. Danger lurks everywhere in such wild places." Yuan Muno was leaning behind the door at the moment, subconsciously felt out a cigarette and lit it, but just felt it out, but then silently put it in. After all, there are still patients present in this house at the moment. He leaned against the door, listening for movement outside. Outside, there was only a tiny gust of wind blowing through, nothing much rippling. Yuan Roer was staring at Yuan Mai at this moment, curiosity filling her gaze. She suddenly realized that she was somewhat unable to understand Yuan Muno as a person. "Hey, this woman is important to you, isn't she?" Yuan Roer suddenly broke the silence here and opened her mouth to ask. This made Yuan Muno couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds. To say that it was important, it was indeed quite important. But this is ultimately for the original owner. For Yuan Muno himself, actually Liang Senyu was still good to the original owner. It is a woman who is sentimental and righteous. And Yuan Muno is naturally full of respect for this kind of woman. He would subconsciously nod his head and say, "Well, sort of. How did you meet?" Yuan Zuyer looked like she had opened her words, started chatting with Yuan Muno. In the darkness, the two spoke. However, some of the questions that this Yuan Zuyer asked were all questions that Yuan Muno didn't know much about. How do you know each other? How does Yuan Muno know when he comes back from rebirth? He glanced at Yuan Zuyer at this moment, thinking that guy could have never been very on the ball. So he opened his mouth and said, "Why are you so nosy? Are you a man or not?" "You." Negative emotional value from Yuan Zuyer plus 99. Right now Yuan Muno didn't lack anything. What he lacked the most was the negative emotion value. This Yuan Zweier had quite a lot of negative emotion values. You're so timid. Don't come out and run around alone in the future. Turn around. If there's an accident, it's too late for you to regret it. You're the coward. I'm not a coward. Yuan Zweier couldn't help but retort. And it's still clearly an air of anger when it comes to retorting that. Chapter 87, Discovered by the Evil Ghost. At the same time Yuan Muno's mind in the middle of another voice rang. From Yuan Zweier's negative emotion value plus 199. You say you're so good looking, you're not a man, are you, but a woman? Yuan Muno continued to babble. As soon as Yuan Roar heard Yuan Muno say this, her gaze began to resist a bit of averting. This one surprisingly actually has no negative emotional value. Yuan Muno blindfolded look for a few seconds. This is somewhat unscientific. This actually do not even have a negative emotional value. Never mind. Just when Yuan Muno intended to attack from another direction, footsteps suddenly sounded outside. Without any delay, Yuan Muno immediately made a silencing gesture. Since Yuan Muno had become a cultivator, his hearing and strength were not a single star stronger than before. This would be outside sound could be 100 meters away. Yuan Roar saw Yuan Muno's movements and naturally didn't dare to say anything more. The minutes ticked by and the footsteps came closer and closer. At the same time, Yuan Muno sensed an evil spirit approaching, and a burst of yin qi, accompanied by a foul odor also came. What else could this be if not an evil spirit? It was probably someone who had just run out from the middle of the Amoy slope. Yuan Muno would have no intention, at this point, to go out from here. After all, it was better to do more than less, and with Yuan Muno's current strength, it wasn't enough to meddle. Miss, run! A somewhat shrill voice rang out. This voice immediately made Yuan Muno even more vigilant. Miss? Through the gap, Yuan Muno saw a heavily injured woman outside. Running forward, there were a couple of followers in the back. One look and I knew it was to protect this woman. And behind them, a number of other evil spirits were swarming over. Yuan Muno couldn't help but worry in his heart when he saw this scene. He didn't expect the people of Amoy Slope to actually bring evil spirits here, which was a very dangerous thing to do. Thinking of this, Yuan Muno's heart couldn't help but hang in his throat. Back if these evil spirits enter the house, wouldn't that be bad? Yuan Muno looked back at the two people lying on the ground. With his ability, it should not be a problem to take away Liang Senyu now, but there are still two people, which makes Yuan Moyo cannot help but mutter in his heart. In this current situation, it's better to stay put for now. Yuan Muno would then say, see if there's any place to hide in this house. Yuan Roar answered softly. She had also heard the shrill screams outside and naturally knew that the situation outside, right now, could be said to be quite grim. She responded. At this point the house they were hiding in, one with 3 rooms. At this point several people were in the middle of the outside living room. In this case now, the only way to move the person is to move them to the bedroom. Yuan Muno transferred the two to the bedroom and then closed the bedroom door. Through the door, Yuan Muno opened his mouth and said, no matter what the wind blows outside, you all should not act rashly. Yuan Muno repurchased a few ghost extermination talismans at this time and posted them on the door. He then proceeded to start looking out from among the cracks in the door. After some staring, it became clear that some evil spirits had been hanging around, obviously taking stock of the houses here. Yuan Muno was a little nervous, wondering how things were going over here. These evil spirits, apparently, were conscious and additionally knew how to search. This can be a rather scary thing. The yin qi and stench outside had gotten closer and closer among Yuan Muno's senses. This made Yuan Muno's heart tighten up. It didn't take long to wait, but suddenly another miserable scream rang out. In the next second, another voice rang out. Brothers, fight these evil spirits. The sound of such a fight didn't last long. It didn't take long to disappear. Unsurprisingly, the men should have perished. It seems that there are not a few of the previous caravan hiding here. Yuan Muno held his breath, not daring to relax. He re-entered the doorway of the bedroom and said in a suppressed voice, Yuan Zweier, later on, I'll lure the evil spirits away, and when tomorrow dawns, you'll take the two of you and hurry up to leave this place. Don't cross the Amoy slope, and just go to that town near here and wait for me. Got it? Good. Yuan Roar was also nervous this time, and her lips couldn't help but start shivering. It would be that putrid smell getting stronger and stronger. Yuan Muno then knew that the evil spirit should have already arrived close by and, not surprisingly, should be opening the door soon. Yuan Roar, on the other hand, suddenly felt that something was wrong after answering the voice. Just now Yuan Muno seemed to have called her name, and for a moment, she wondered if she had misheard. Some doubts arose in her mind at this time that should not. How could Yuan Muno know her name? Just as she was thinking about these things, there was a creaking sound, instantly pierced the tranquility of this place. Yuan Mai has long been waiting for a long time. Along with the sound of this creaking sound, Yuan Muno didn't have any hesitation this time and ran straight out. The Bagua diagram appeared in his hand, and then he slapped his palm on it, and the evil ghost that walked in front of the nearest one was directly hit by Yuan Muno's Bagua palm. The entire body flew backwards at once. The Bagua palm covered the evil ghost, and the yin chi on the evil ghost was burned and collapsed in no time, letting out a miserable scream. And then there was no movement, only a ghostly stone on the ground remains. The rest of the evil spirits couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when they saw the scene. Spinning around, they all struck out at Yuan Muno. Yuan Muoye's strike is quite sharp. These evil spirits are not quite high level. In Yuan Muoye here is not enough to look at. 3 or 5 evil spirits, directly by Yuan Muoye was destroyed. On the ground this would drop some level 2 ghost stones, and level 1 ghost stones. At the same time, the sound of some faint calls suddenly rang in his ears. Yuan Muno ran over, only to find some people with their bodies split in half. The ground was stained with blood and a foul odor, which would be spreading. For someone who had been injured to such an extent, Yuan Muno naturally had no way to save him. Looking at him, he said, "Brother, I'm sorry for your loss. Go to reincarnation while your soul is still alive." Yuan Muno said faintly. Negativity from Li Hao plus 666. Yuan Muno. The dude's resentment before he died was so great that the negative emotion value actually went straight to 666. Yuan Muno suddenly felt a little touched in his heart. The dude even gave up his life to help Yuan Muno in general before he finally died. Letting his negativity value this would go to a small thousand at once. "Brother, rest in peace. I have avenged you." Yuan Muno didn't stay at the door of this one house for long, because the evil spirits had spotted him. Chapter 88, Chi Condensation Realm. The evil spirit let out a somewhat cryptic cry at this point. It wasn't long before the evil spirits that were still searching around ran over to Yuan Muno. Almost 20 evil spirits. These evil spirits, because of their different strengths, there was a difference between heavy and light yin chi released in the night. Through these differences in yin chi, one can roughly distinguish the grade of the evil spirits. Now among these 20 evil spirits, the leader should be a level 4 evil spirit. There were also a number of 3rd-degree evil spirits, and the rest were 2nd and 1st-degree evil spirits. Yuan Muno naturally wouldn't think he had the strength to fight so many evil spirits. He didn't have any hesitation and ran towards the front. Of course when he ran, he didn't forget to look back and see if those evil spirits had caught up, waiting for confirmation that the evil spirits were catching up. Yuan Muno suddenly couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The pace of running forward became more rapid. Just after running for a while, a voice suddenly sounded in the middle of his mind. Negative emotion value from Gu Xiaoning plus 199. Yuan Muno would have swept his eyes fixedly. Right in the middle of a haystack in the village, a figure was spotted. He ran past the figure, but at this an arrow ran at him. Yuan Muno's pupils contracted when he felt the power of the arrow, and he quickly reacted and dodged. "Ms. Gu, it's me." Yuan Muno opened his mouth and shouted. Gu Xiaoning felt somewhat familiar when she heard this voice, and when she supported her body and fixed her eyes on it, she realized that the one running over was Yuan Muno. Along with Yuan Muno, there were several evil spirits coming over. Gu Xiaoning's face turned white, and her lips bit out blood. She stared at Yuan Muno, which would be nothing but speechless. Ms. Gu, don't talk more nonsense. Save your strength to save your life," Yuan Muno said succinctly. He stepped forward and assisted Gu Xiaoning. At this moment, all that surfaced on her stunningly beautiful face was a look of worry as she frowned tightly and opened her mouth to ask, "Why did you come here?" "It's a long story. I'll have a chance to talk to you about it later." Yuan Muno didn't have too much heart to explain so much to Gu Xiaoning. He would be worried about that. The two were moving too slowly now. I'll carry you on my back or we'll both die here later," Yuan Muno said anxiously. But he didn't notice that after he finished saying this, Gu Xiaoning's face suddenly couldn't help but turn a few shades of red. Male and female insemination. Before Gu Xiaoning finished speaking, Yuan Mai didn't care so much and got on his hands and directly put Gu Xiaoning on his back and ran ahead. The evil spirits behind him were in hot pursuit. Yuan Muno, who was running away, but he didn't dare to relax with half a breath. "No, running like this, the evil spirits will soon catch up." Gu Xiaoning, who was crouched on Yuan Muno's back, suddenly spoke. "What then? I can't run without carrying you on my back." Yuan Muno spoke up. "If you really can't, put me down. Do me a favor and help me bring this thing back to our Gu family. Hand it over to my dad." Yuan Muno didn't even pay attention to it and spoke directly. "What's our relationship? Why should I help you?" The words landed. Yuan Muno instantly received a negative emotional value from Gu Xiaoning. Negative emotion value from Gu Xiaoning plus 299. "You're really talking too much. You know our Gu family." Gu Xiaoning was just about to open her mouth to introduce the Gu family. Yuan Muno, however, directly interrupted him and said, "How about your Gu family? And so what? Your own strength is so poor. Otherwise you wouldn't have ended up in this situation. You'd better hurry up and shut up." Negative emotion value from Gu sounding plus 666. That's nice. This increased the negative emotion value by over 900. It made Yuan Yuno's negative emotion value go back to 2000 in one go. It just comes and spends quickly. This makes Yuan Muye's heart really bitter. They ran for a while, but these evil spirits behind them, like dogs, were dead set on the two, and were quite close. Gu Xiaoning had obviously gotten angry at what Yuan Yuno had said, and would be about to struggle off Yuan Yuno's back, but Yuan Yuno didn't give him a chance at all. Using his physical breath, he imprisoned Gu Xiaoning. "You let go of me. I don't want you to take me." Negative emotion value from Gu Xiaoning plus 199. No release. Negative emotion value from Gu Xiaoning plus 199. Not long after, Yuan Yuno entered directly inside the forest. The forest was thick, with trees reaching up to the sky. The two weaved quickly. The evil spirits are also in hot pursuit. It was basically impossible for a grade 1 or 2 evil spirit to catch up with Yuan Yuno. However, the 3rd and 4th level evil spirits have been pestering Yuan Yuno, especially the 4th level evil spirits, which were only 10 meters away from Yuan Yuno, felt like they could immediately catch up in a single body position. The 4th level evil ghost behind him let out a roar at this moment. This growl sounded like it was coming out of his throat. Listening to it makes you feel a little uneasy inside. Yuan Yuno would take a deep breath this time, and without any hesitation, he released the 3rd level of the cold ice palm directly at the evil spirits behind him. All of a sudden, 4 or 5 square feet behind him condensed. The opportunity for him to release the cold ice palm was just right. The evil ghost just happened to fall into this position, and the cold ice palm directly froze this evil ghost. Gu Xiaoning, who was lying on Yuan Yuno's back, instantly also felt the temperature around her drop a lot, and looked at the ice that had formed behind her. Her eyes suddenly brightened a bit too, and something rippled in her heart. Couldn't figure out what kind of gongfu Yuan Yuno was using here, only to see that the evil spirits behind them were directly frozen, unable to move for a moment, and Yuan Yuno could still run so fast with him. So needless to say, there was still a great improvement in strength from the last time they met. It's really progressing at a rapid pace. She couldn't help but ask, "What is your current cultivation level?" "I don't know. What was the technique you just used?" "Not telling you." Negative emotion value from Gu Xiaoning plus 999. When Yuan Yuno received this message back, he knew that Gu Xiaoning was on the verge of going berserk. After Yuan Yuno sensed this emotion, this would open his mouth and say, "Miss Gu, my current cultivation level should be at the Qi condensation realm." His words expanded the bottom, causing Gu Xiaoning's heart to ripple. "What did you say? Qi condensation realm?" Yuan Yuno actually had no idea how these realms, in the end, were divided, and I don't know how the realm is the strongest or anything like that. He didn't even know what his current strength was? Impossible. At your age, how could you have gotten to this realm? Gu Xiaoning didn't believe it at all. Chapter 89, Strange Cave. Yuan Yuno was calm when he heard Gu Xiaoning say this, and this household slowly said, "You're right, it's impossible for me to reach this realm at my age. I should have been mistaken." Arguing about these meaningless things didn't make any sense to Yuan Yuno. After running forward for a while, Yuan Yuno suddenly saw a cave appear in the forest in front of him. This run, also almost half an hour. Yuan Yuno himself is really some cannot run, so he said to Gu Xiaoning, "We can't run anymore. Let's take a rest first." Gu Xiaoning didn't have much to say about that. The two would then head over towards the cave. Yuan Yuno didn't have much delay and rushed straight in. When they got inside, they suddenly felt the temperature inside plummet a bit. It was pitch black inside. "Put me down first." Yuan Yuno hummed and set Gu Xiaoning down. When she came down, she took something out of her bag and swallowed it right in. By the time she had swallowed the stuff in, her face had obviously eased up a lot. She let out a few dry coughing sounds, and the gaze she looked at Yuan Yuno did not carry a bit of kindness. Yuan Yuno didn't care that much about it. There was still a calm demeanor. "How are you now? Does it matter to you?" Gu Xiaoning seems to have seized an opportunity to dislike Yuan Mai without being polite, and Yuan Mai, after hearing this, was blindfolded but did not care. Yuan Mai didn't ask anything more, but directly said, "We'd better walk some more distance inside. Now it's not safe outside. In case the evil spirits sense our breath, they must have directly chased us in. If this cave is a dead end, the two of us are afraid that we'll have to account for ourselves here today more than once." Yuan Yuno told the matter briefly. Gu Xiaoning had also been in charge of escorting the Gu family's goods outside over the years. It's actually been pretty strong. But now, in this situation, she naturally knew to back off. Yuan Yuno also stopped assisting Gu Xiaoning. The two began to slowly make their way in towards the inside. The evil spirits behind them now should not be catching up. because Yuan Muno did not feel any chi pressure coming from behind him, or the rotting breath crushing up, so the two should be safe for now. The cave was a little wet. The ground was a muddy place and it wasn't all that easy to move forward. It was about 100 meters ahead. The light shone in towards the front and found that it was still deep and seemed to have no end. Looking at such a cave under such a big night situation, somehow one still doesn't feel so at ease. Yuan Muno paused in his steps, then spoke. Not going. Gu Xiaoning looked at Yuan Muno and said, "What's wrong? Don't you feel that there is something wrong with this cave? After walking for so long, there's still no end to it. Turning back, I'm afraid that if we go in, we won't be able to come out in the end." Aha! Gu Xiaoning softly hummed, which would have restored some redness to her pale face. The two rested where they were. Yuan Muno took out his cell phone and looked at the time, realizing that the time had come to 1 o'clock in the morning. The way things were going, it was going to be at least 7 or 8 more hours of staying up before it got light. This was also a kind of torment. Yuan Muno now hoped that those people would not find out where Liang Senyu and the others were. The two would be quiet within this cave, neither of them speaking. Gu Xiaoning now had a rather large opinion of Yuan Muno, which would emit a light humming sound. Yuan Muno still pretended not to hear. "You say you're a big lady, why did you come out to do this kind of thing? Doesn't your Gu family have anyone left?" he asked, the curiosity in his mind. Gu Xiaoning would then say without any good humor, "Our Gu family is full of talents, you know?" "Well, I know, so why did you come out? What do you care?" Gu Xiaoning spoke all barbed in the face of Yuan Muno at this time. Yuan Muno also knew that he really couldn't communicate properly with Gu Xiaoning, and that it would be better to say nothing rather than this. The two were silent for some time longer. Around 1:30, when there was no movement outside, Yuan Muno spoke up and said, Let's go out and take a look." The air in this place was all a bit humid, and staying in the cave made Yuan Muno feel not very comfortable. Gu Xiaoning didn't raise a fight with Yuan Muno at this point, and softly hummed as the two of them began to walk outside. According to the estimation of the distance that the two had just walked inside, it was estimated to be just a couple of 100 meters. 200 meters is a matter of minutes for an adult, but the two soon realized that after walking for like 10 minutes this time, they still hadn't seen the hole they had just come in through. Yuan Muno this will suddenly feel something wrong. "Don't go," Yuan Muno said. Gu Xiaoning still asked afterward, "What's wrong?" "Nope, we might be going the wrong way or running into a ghostly wall." Yuan Muno's perception of the feeling at this point was particularly clear. "No way. Didn't we just come in along this road? Now we're just going out along this road." Gu Xiaoning didn't think much about it. "You can't get out this way," Yuan Muno continued. That said, Gu Xiaoning was a bit confused. If they encountered something like a ghostly wall, the two should be able to solve it easily. It was no big deal at all, so she cast a spell. After the spell was cast, it suddenly ran out of its sleeve a glowing object that kind of looked like a wooden horse. It's small, very small, but in this darkness, it's a bit of a sticking point. Follow it and get out. Gu Xiaoning was quite confident when she said this. Yuan Muno softly hummed and didn't say anything more. After all, for a big family like the Gu family, it wasn't strange to have some treasures. Yuan Muno also wanted to go out now, not wanting to be trapped in this kind of place. Right now, he still didn't know what the situation was like on Liang Senyu's side, and at this moment, he followed this little wooden horse and moved a little bit forward, but the little wooden horse didn't bounce around for a few moments and suddenly stopped moving. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Yuan Muno glanced at Gu Xiaoning, and the two of them exchanged glances. Yuan Muno spoke up. "What's wrong with this little wooden horse of yours? Sick? Negative emotion value from Gu Xiaoning plus 99. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't talk." On Gu Xiaoning's face, a hint of a sulky expression appeared. Yuan Muno laughed dryly a few times. Gu Xiaoning also didn't bother to pay attention to Yuan Muno, which would squat down her body and examine the small wooden horse from earlier. But after some examination, nothing was found to be wrong with the little wooden horse, so she began to cast the spell again. But surprisingly, the little wooden horse ran a couple of times, and then fell to the ground again without moving. It's a bit spooky. Gu Xiaoning couldn't help but think in her heart. Chapter 90 The Man in the Coffin. This situation was for Gu Xiaoning. It's also the first time I've seen it. She had never had this problem before when she used the pathfinding Trojan. Something really seemed off about this one. Her heart at this time could not help but rise some waves. Did not expect a small wooden horse? Actually will be out of order. She glanced at Yuan Muno at this moment, and suddenly felt that there was some truth in what Yuan Muno said. This place was really a bit evil, and she was also a bit unable to get her head around it. Her gaze suddenly fell on Yuan Muno. What now? Yuan Muno had naturally noticed that Gu Xiaoning's approach hadn't worked, so he said, "Try walking further." He didn't know what was the situation of this one cave, vaguely feeling that here, there was something odd, but what exactly is odd is not known. one can only continue to feel one's way forward. Walk again. Yuan Muno spoke up at this time. Gu Xiaoning would nod at this. The two of them walked forward for like 5 minutes, but at this point, Yuan Muno suddenly stopped in his tracks. Vaguely, I heard the sound of water falling into the water. The sound of tick, tick, is unusually clear in this quiet space. Yuan Muno heard the sound of water and started to approach towards that side. Gu Xiaoning also followed Yuan Muno closely, and after walking for about 10 minutes this time, the two of them saw a lake in front of them. The lake was somewhat treacherous, and at a glance, one could not see the end of it. What is this place? Gu Xiaoning opened his mouth to raise the doubts in his mind. Yuan Muno would this time but shook his head and remained silent, saying nothing. Now this place was becoming more and more out of place. One could even say that it was becoming more and more treacherous, making Yuan Muno somewhat unable to understand. We have to find a way out of here, Yuan Muno said faintly. In his heart, he was now worried about Liang Senya's safety. You can't stay stuck here forever, or else the trouble will grow as well. Back here, even if we don't get stuck here, we'll starve to death here. I know that too, but how are we going to get out of here being? Gu Xiaoning asked. This question also kind of asked the key place, and Yuan Muno couldn't give an answer. I'll get in the water and see. When he had finished, he approached the river, and then, without delay, prepared to go in toward the water. But when the hand touched the water, the originally calm surface of the water suddenly tumbled with a layer of waves. Waves of water were churning everywhere, and Yuan Mukino got a bit of a fright and quickly fell back. Gu Xiaoning did the same. Her gaze narrowed vainly, and not long after, she also retreated several steps. She this time opened her mouth and said, Yuan Muno, this place is very weird. Creepy has to be tried too, or you'll be stuck here forever. Thinking of this, Yuan Muno waited for the water waves to calm down before walking towards the water once again. He used to be a good swimmer, and never wimped out in that regard. When his body fell into the water, the river water instantly crushed up, squeezing Yuan Muno. The river was also incredibly cold. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been frozen by now. Yuan Muno's breath would keep surging in his body this time. Force this cold out of your body. When he resurfaced, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Come up here. There's something. Gu Xiaoning's voice rushed a few moments, and it was the same voice that caused Yuan Muno to quickly return to his senses. And in a whirlwind, he climbed up out of the water. As he fixed his eyes, he saw something floating on the surface of the water. When he got a good look, Yuan Muno couldn't help but change his face. There was actually a coffin floating on the water at this point. It's still a little scary looking at a coffin at this time of night. When did that happen? Yuan Muno suddenly asked. I don't know. After you went down there, a wave of water pressed over and this coffin appeared. Gu Xiaoning briefly explained the matter. Yuan Muno softly hummed as he listened. The coffin as a whole showed a somewhat eerie red color, and the light shining on the coffin gave the impression that there was still some reflection, and the coffin was still slowly moving towards this side under the impetus of the water waves. Both of their hearts tensed a bit as they watched the coffin get closer and closer. It can't be an evil spirit attacking, can it? Gu Xiaoning said. She was already injured, and this made her even more nervous as she watched the coffin come over, ready to strike at any moment. On the contrary, Yuan Muno was quite calm this time, because he didn't feel a very heavy qi spreading here, so the mind probably still decides that this will be supposed to be safe, just still curious about the coffin approaching this way. After waiting for about a minute, the coffin came close, and there was a pattern of 8 trigrams in the center of Yuan Muno's palm, which was slowly turning. The intention was to wait for the coffin to arrive close, and if there was anything out of the ordinary, he would simply strike. But when the coffin really arrived close, Yuan Muno couldn't help but change his face when he saw the presence in the coffin, also getting a little nervous. In the middle of this coffin lay a body, which had its eyes closed. Gu Xiaoning also saw the body in the coffin. She would say, this man is supposed to be dead? Yuan Muno hummed and didn't say much. Just by looking at it like that, the coffin was indeed a corpse lying in it, and the spirit was not attached to it, so there's no threat. The two would make a simple judgment call and relax a bit. How do you think this coffin got here? Yuan Muno opened his mouth and asked. Gu Xiaoning shook his head and said, this cave, and this body of water are treacherous and out of place. Yuan Muno hummed. He knew something was wrong here and was giving off a dangerous vibe, but trying to get out of here now should be an unlikely event. Just as the two were talking, the coffin, which was originally motionless, suddenly shook, and there was a bang. It was the same ringing sound that instantly brought the hearts of both men to their throats. Going to swindle? Yuan Muno subconsciously said it. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the body inside the coffin slowly sat up, and just climbing up the edge of the coffin was a pair of hands. 2 hands attached to the edge. Gu Xiaoning and Yuan Muno glanced at each other, both ready to strike. But at this moment a clear voice suddenly rang out. I can take you out. The voice landed, leaving both of them a bit baffled for a moment. Are you alive or dead? After a long time, Yuan Nuno opened his mouth. Of course I'm alive. You guys have been hanging around here for half a day. Haven't you been unable to get out? I can take you guys out. The crisp sound continued. It seemed to be a little girl's voice. Chapter 91. As these words landed, Yuan Nuno's gaze fell on the coffin. He would still ask the question in his mind at this point. Why are you helping us? I will help you only if you help me first. That really does sound a bit confusing at first. Both of them couldn't help but be a little confused when she finished. Not sure what I can do to help the being in the coffin. The two had also expected the presence within the coffin, which would emerge, but after waiting, she still hadn't climbed out of the coffin. This made Yuan Nuno feel that there was a little bit of something fishy hidden inside. How can we help you? Gu Xiaoning suddenly spoke. It's simple. I'm lying inside this coffin with a layer of seals. You guys break the seals for me and I'll be able to come out. How do you break it open? Gu Xiaoning then continued to ask. Your blood is needed. As I absorb your blood, I can slowly become stronger, and the seal of this coffin will naturally be broken. Once the seal is broken, I will be able to leave this coffin, and then you can leave as well. This crisp voice inside the coffin continued to ring out. Yuan Nuno looked at her hand climbing on the edge of the coffin. Judging from the skin of her hand, she should not be very old. It might give the impression of being in your late teens or early 20s. Gu Xiaoning's face was still a bit pale, and the injuries on her body hadn't recovered much yet. She spoke up and asked, what do you say? Yuan Nuno blindfolded the meeting and said, I'll go up first to see what kind of person is lying in the coffin. He said this, but without delay, he began to approach towards the coffin. Once his eyes fell inside the coffin, Yuan Nuno could see clearly that there was a girl wearing red clothes lying inside, and the girl was not too old from her appearance, probably in his early teens, but the looks were quite exquisite, born luscious and very pretty. What are you looking at? Can you help me? Her eyes were big and bright, staring at Yuan Nuno. Yuan Nuno, however, couldn't help but lose his concentration for a moment here, as he felt a little bit of oppression. It was really a bit strange that this girl could actually give him a sense of oppression with just one look. From this, it could be determined that this girl should be very strong. If we get you out of there, you can get us out? Yes, don't worry, I'm a man of my word, the girl said crisply. Who the hell are you? Why are you trapped here? Yuan Nuno then asked. I don't know what I am. I woke up in this coffin, but I can't get out of this coffin, but I know that you guys can definitely help me out. The innocence of her eyes gave her the impression that she just didn't look like a bad person. Gu Xiaoning's voice sounded from behind her at this moment, and Yuan Nuno turned his head to look and said, inside is a little girl. Gu Xiaoning listened to Yuan Nuno's voice and began to move closer towards the coffin. It didn't take long to reach the proximity of the coffin, and her gaze was directed toward it, waiting to take a look. Gu Xiaoning said, we can't save her, lest we have any accidents. Yuan Nuno looked at Gu Xiaoning in confusion. Gu Xiaoning said dryly, I can feel a dangerous aura spreading from her. She's dangerous. These words also basically spoke to Yuan Nuno's heart, because Yuan Nuno felt the same way. This girl was indeed not an ordinary person, with this dangerous aura permeating her body, making even Yuan Nuno a little uneasy. It's better to do more than less, lest you invite unnecessary trouble. Pretty sister, please help me. I really am not a bad person. I have been lying in this coffin for too long. I want to go out to sea. She revealed a pitiful look, a look that just by looking at it, one couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. It was just that neither Yuan Nuno nor Gu Xiaoning were untouched children. Yuan Nuno has been through the shopping mall in his last life, and he has not seen any people. Gu Xiaoning had been on missions outside on behalf of the clan all these years, and was also an experienced person. So listening to the girl's voice, the two didn't move too much. On the contrary, it is also very rational. We don't know your identity and origin? Letting you go just like that, in case something happens, who will bear the risk? Gu Xiaoning continued. A look of disappointment appeared on the girl's face. Yuan Nuno would then say, otherwise, like this, if you tell us how to get out first, we might come to your rescue. The girl grunted softly, seeming a bit angry, but not forgetting to speak up. There's no way you guys can get out of here without my help. She said this with a tone of utter certainty. Yuan Muyi, this will still relatively calm. Not the slightest panic. This will slowly said, out of the go. We try to say, let's go. Yuan Nuno said to Gu Xiaoning. Gu Xiaoning softly hummed. Just as the two were about to turn around and leave, a shout suddenly sounded behind them. Wait, there was some urgency in this one voice. The girl was obviously anxious as she said, so what are you going to do to help me? Yuan Nuno looked at the girl and said, unless you tell us how to get out? Negative emotional value from Chan Suer plus 99. Chan Sui? Yuan Nuno was blinded for a few seconds. It turned out that the little girl's name was Chen Suer. Okay, if I tell you guys, will you help me? It depends on the mood, Yuan Muno blurted out. This will Gu Xiaoning also can't help but look at Yuan Mai with surprised eyes, thinking that Yuan Mai dares to say anything. You're shameless. Negative emotional value from Chen Suer plus 199. Just kidding, as long as you tell us how to get out and that method is verified, we will naturally help you, Yuan Muno said quickly after getting the negative emotion value. Counting up now, Yuan Muno's negative emotion value was almost 6 or 7,000 again. Well, I hope you're good people and don't lie to me. The girl spoke thus, but then said a sentence. Let the two people some cannot accept the words to, you first to my coffin up, I will take you out. When those words landed, Yuan Muo immediately glanced at Gu Xiaoning, and both of them were looking at each other in disbelief at that moment. I thought to myself, isn't this a way for the two to throw themselves into the net? Would you stop making jokes like that? Do you think we both look like idiots? Yuan Muno said so. Chen Suer also seemed to have seen the concerns of the two, and in the next second, the water suddenly surged with a wave, only to see that the coffin, which was originally facing upwards, suddenly flipped over at once, backside up. Chapter 92, Blood Sucked. Along with this would come a voice, come on up here, you guys. The two of them looked at each other, and the doubts in their hearts would have disappeared a bit. I'll go up first, Yuan Muno said. Gu Xiaoning's complexion was a bit unsightly, which would say, if we want to go up we'll go up together. I can't let you risk it alone. It's not really that scary. I'll start by freezing this coffin. After Yuan Muno finished speaking, he used the third level of the cold ice palm. A layer of ice soon covered the coffin. This would be the girl inside the coffin making a noise. What have you done to me? Don't worry, there's nothing going on. Just take us out and we'll definitely save you. Yuan Muno said so. Negative emotions from Suerchen plus 99. After a brief conversation between the two, Yuan Muno then got on top of the coffin, even though it was frozen, but it still didn't sink down. Chen Suer also seemed to sense that Yuan Mai stood on the coffin. This time there was no delay. Maneuvering the coffin, it moved on the water surface, but not long after, a huge wave of water appeared in front of them. Waves of water rolled up in waste, toward the sky. The formation looks very intimidating. When Yuan Muno saw this scene, he was also a bit nervous, thinking that he had been fooled. Just as he was about to strike, the voice of the girl inside the coffin rang out saying, don't worry, this is the exit. Her words made Yuan Mai stunned for a few seconds, but having come to this point, Yuan Mai still chose to believe Chen Suer. With a huge wave of water passing by, Yuan Muno was swept in. Yuan Muno originally thought that he would experience something else terrible, but the terrible thing imagined did not appear. Yuan Muno came out from the middle of the water waves in not much time, and landed on another calm water surface. While beyond the water surface, there was a dark realm, but mountains and trees could be seen. This means that Yuan Muno has come out at this time. Do you believe it now? If you believe it, will you help me unseal it? Yuan Muno made sure it came out. Then he said to Chen Suer, you first get the people inside out as well. You're bad. Not good. Chen Suer suddenly lost her temper and said, didn't you say you'd bring us both out? How am I supposed to save you now that I'm out and she's not? Yuan Muno said faintly. Chen Suer would let out a light humming sound and didn't say much nonsense. It disappeared right out of the water. After waiting for a while, another voice sounded in the middle of Yuan Muno's mind. Negative emotion value from Chen Suer plus 99. With that one voice landed, Yuan Muno could not help but smile a little, thinking that these girls really do hold grudges. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Gu Xiaoning was also brought out. Only then did the two believe that Chen Suer was really trying to help them. At that moment there is no delay. The two men will come to the observation side, looked at the movement within the coffin. This time there is no delay. Directly began to drop blood into the coffin. Blood into the coffin. Above is a faint diaphragm. The diaphragm also released a faint layer of light when it touched the blood. The light quickly drew the blood in. Yeah, that's the flavor. I like it. The person dripping blood was none other than Yuan Muno. Because Gu Xiaoning was in an injured state, that was why Yuan Muno took the initiative to cut his finger and drip blood into the coffin. Is that okay? Yuan Muno asked after dropping a drop of blood. It's not enough. I need. This one voice resounded Yuan Muno's ears again. Yuan Muno was somewhat helpless, and quickly moved towards the coffin, re-dropping blood. The blood fell onto the pale diaphragm and was quickly absorbed, along with Yuan Muno's blood being absorbed. Suddenly, the entire coffin began to release a faint layer of light. There was something demonic about this burst of light. Yuan Muno was curious in his heart, but he didn't stop moving his hands. Just as quickly, Yuan Muno realized that something was wrong. The blood that had been dripping drop by drop suddenly became a line of blood. It was obvious that the presence inside the coffin was sucking Yuan Muno's blood. According to this situation, Yuan Muno couldn't last long. If the blood was sucked dry, the person would be wasted. Yuan Nuno would like to pull his hand back, but he realized that his body had been gripped by an invisible hand, and he could not move at all. Gu Xiaoning also realized that Yuan Nuno was a bit out of sorts, and without delay, she opened her mouth to inquire. Yuan Nuno, what's wrong with you? Yuan Nuno would have 10,000 Chao Nima running wild in his heart. Trying to speak, he found that he couldn't. His body felt like it was being held down. Gu Xiaoning continuously called out to Yuan Mai several times, and after seeing that Yuan Mai still hadn't made any movement, she began to feel a bit anxious in her heart and wanted to drag Yuan Mai back, but after getting on it, he realized that there was no way to yank Yuan Nuno back. His body was like a statue at this point, unable to move in the slightest. That's enough. If you keep sucking his blood, he's going to die. Gu Xiaoning couldn't care less at this point, and directly yelled at the top of her lungs. I don't know if this cry had worked. Along with her shouting this cry, Chan Suer, who was still sucking Yuan Nuno's blood, suddenly stopped moving. Yuan Nuno's face became very ugly after he got out of the trap. For a moment, the whole thing was also very wonky. Yuan Nuno couldn't help but open his mouth this time. Are you trying to take my life? Only this voice of his landed without any response. After waiting for some time, Chen Suer's voice rang out, you guys step back. Yuan Nuno would turn out to be even weaker than Gu Xiaoning. After hearing her words, Yuan Nuno tried to back up, not even moving fast enough, and in the end, it was only with Gu Xiaoning's help that the two of them were able to leave the water. Yuan Nuno would be sitting on the ground this time, running the breath in his body and repairing his weakened body a bit. Are you okay? Gu Xiaoning would then open her mouth and ask. Yuan Nuno replied, do I look like I'm good when you look at me like this? Gu Xiaoning. She would actually not know how to answer Yuan Nuno at this point. After waiting a bit, both men's eyes would this time fall on the coffin. The coffin floated on the surface of the water, and the light was so great that the night was dispersed for a few moments. Yuan Mai still did not forget the possible dangers in the neighborhood, so he reminded, be careful, there may be evil spirits nearby. Gu Xiaoning answered in agreement. What exactly do you think the little girl is from? You ask me, who do I ask? Yuan Nuno returned this way. Negative emotion value from Gu Xiaoning plus 99. Gu Xiaoning would have blanked Yuan Nuno. Chapter 93, Separation. Yuan Nuno didn't take it seriously and said, whatever, let's just get out of here. It's not for us to worry about what kind of girl this is. The two of them could be said to be not at all clear about Chen Suer's bottom line right now. There's not much point in staying on. Gu Xiaoning also felt that Yuan Nuno was right, so leave the place with Yuan Nuno. What time is it? Look. Yuan Nuno opened his mouth and asked. Gu Xiaoning looked at the time and said, it's already 4 in the morning. It was still pitch black at 4 o'clock. Yuan Nuno would then say, do you remember how we got back to the previous village? Aha. Gu Xiaoning nodded faintly. Then you lead the way. Yuan Nuno didn't say any nonsense. When the two of them had gone on for a while, the burst of light behind them flickered brightly, and I don't know what's going on. The two would move forward more slowly this time, not daring to make much of a move. After all, this place wasn't very far from Amoy Slopes. If one doesn't get it right, it might even invite some trouble. Luckily, the two of them were careful, and they didn't encounter any evil spirits along the way. It wasn't long before the two entered the village head, which was still incredibly quiet, but there were already more bodies on the ground. Looking at these corpses, Yuan Nuno couldn't help but change his face. He suddenly couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. Liang Senyu shouldn't be in trouble. He accelerated his steps and came to the previous house. Just the moment the door pushed open, Gu Xiaoning suddenly opened her mouth and shouted, be careful. After the words fell out, a sharp blade was seen stabbing straight out from among the cracks in the door. Seeing this, Yuan Nuno tried to dodge, but he was still a bit slow. After all, Yuan Nuno would still be relatively weak this time. When she saw that she was about to stab him, Gu Xiaoning suddenly pulled Yuan Nuno by the hand and carried his body, then fell backward. The sword was narrowly avoided. Who is it? Gu Xiaoning suddenly chided. Yuan Nuno would have recognized the sword by now. Wasn't it his big fish sword? It's me. Yuan Nuno would speak up this time. Only after Yuan Rower inside heard Yuan Nuno's voice did her nervousness relax a bit. With a creak, the door opened. A man with a clear-cut face appeared in the sight of the two men. Big brother, it's you. Hurry up and come in, Yuan Zweier said nervously. Yuan Nuno answered in agreement and shouted for Gu Xiaoning before entering the house. After the door was reclosed, Yuan Nuno spoke up and asked, how is she doing? She's okay, don't worry, it's fine. Entering the bedroom inside, Yuan Nuno saw Liang Senyu, who had her eyes tightly closed, as if she was in the middle of recuperation. Yuan Nuno didn't bother Liang Senyu either. At this time, Yuan Roar's gaze couldn't help but fall on Yuan Mai and Gu Xiaoning's bodies. Have you encountered evil spirits? Why are you all injured like this? Don't talk nonsense, lest you invite unnecessary trouble. Yuan Nuno spoke up. negative emotional value from Yuan Zoyer plus 99. Although Yuan Rower was a bit dissatisfied in her heart, she still answered with her mouth. Good. Gu Xiaoning would have also shot a glance at Yuan Rower this time, and then looked at Liang Senyu, who was lying on the bed. There was a thoughtful look of clothing on his face. A few people were in this house and nothing was said. Well, the latter part of the night was uneventful, until the outside of a ray of light cast in. A few people's originally tense heart, but also in this will gradually fall. Yuan Muno would go up and check on Liang Senyu's condition. He gently opened his mouth and shouted Liang Senyu's name. However, after continuously shouting several times, Liang Senyu did not have any response. This made Yuan Muno couldn't help but be a little worried. Water. A somewhat faint voice rang out. Yuan Muno this time moved his hand to touch Liang Senyu's forehead and found that it was hot. It's a fever. The reason for the fever. Yuan Muno guessed that it should be caused by the injury. Do you have any water? Yuan Muno opened his mouth and asked. No. Both men shook their heads. Yuan Muno couldn't help but sink in his heart. Said, let's get out of here now and go to town right away. It would be dawn. A good time to leave. The two men responded, and had nothing extra to say about it. The sun was still a little weak at this point, just polishing off the sky. Yuan Muno's physical condition had gotten much better after the night's recuperation, and this would carry Liang Senyu towards the town in front of him. The town is called Jade Mountain. It was about a half-hour's walk to the place. Yuan Muno just arrived at the place and got water for Liang Senyu. This town is about the size of Clearville. The population is just as large and very lively and prosperous. After finding a place to rest, Yuan Muno looked at Liang Senyu, who was lying down, and went to buy her fever-reducing medicine. This kind of medicine was also quite expensive, and Yuan Muno had spent a grade 1 ghost stone to buy it. After letting Liang Senyu drink it with the water, she was instantly in a much better state. Yuan Muno would not dare to continue to disturb Liang Senyu more this time, but could only let her continue to rest. After exiting the room, Yuan Mai then saw Yuan Rower standing in the doorway. She said to Yuan Mai, Big brother, is she better? Much better. Why? Are you leaving? Yuan Muno spoke up. Yuan Rower saw that her mind was poked by Yuan Mai. This would say, well, thanks to Big Brother's help this time, I was able to leave the Amoy-san slope safely. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. What are you talking about these useless things for? Come on, something practical is better than anything. Yuan Muno spoke up. Originally, Yuan Muno thought that he would receive some negative emotional value when these words fell, but the awaited negativity value actually didn't show up. What appeared was actually Yuan Rower's smile. Big brother, this is for you, as a token of my gratitude to you. Saying that, she handed a packet to Yuan Muno, who took it and looked at it, realizing that it was 5 or 6 ghost stones. Where did you come from? Didn't you put to death some evil ghosts when you and I broke through the Amoy slope? I took advantage of the chaos to pick up these ghost stones, Yuan Zoyer said truthfully. After she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all these things, too, were picked up by following Yuan Muno. Counting, it's still Yuan Muno's stuff. She rubbed the back of her head and said, Big brother, that said, these things are actually yours. Well, half each. Yuan Muno interrupted her. He also knew that Yuan Rower, a girl out there, would definitely need some ghost stones. Otherwise, it would be hard to survive. Yuan Rower was baffled for a few seconds when she heard this, and for a split second, she was a little surprised, not realizing that Yuan Muno would actually share the ghost stone with her. She still can't help but be a little touched by this. Chapter 94, The Liang Family's Chasers. Hurry up and take it and go. Don't be a pussy hesitating. Yuan Muno's words quickly pulled Yuan Rower out of her touched emotions. You, negative emotional value from Yuan Zoyer plus 99. Hurry up. Yuan Muno didn't say any nonsense. Yuan Rower knew that Yuan Muoyi was such a person. That is, a knife mouth and a tofu heart. Big brother, I don't know if we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. What else do we have to meet for? Do we know each other well? As these words were spoken, a pale look appeared on Yuan Zoyer's face. You, negative emotions from Yuan Zoyer plus 199. I'll go then. She turned to leave. The way it turned around was simply the way a woman looks. She turned around and walked not more than a few steps. Suddenly she rang up an important matter. She opened her mouth and asked, Big brother, how do you know my name? She had just finished speaking when she realized that there was no one in place at all. It was empty, and Yuan Muno had long since ceased to be where he was. Now Yuan Muno was very weak. He lost too much blood last night. He had to find a place to eat something to replenish the blood that was drained from his body, and replenish it back. It didn't take long to see a place to buy herbs. Yuan Muno went in and bought some wolfberries to make some water to drink. Replenish your body. When he went back again, Yuan Muno saw a letter at the door. There are 4 words written on the envelope. Yuan Muno receives it. Yuan Muoyi opened the envelope, and saw a piece of white paper on which was written, "I am leaving. Gu Xiaoning presents." Yuan Muno read it and then crumpled the paper ball into a ball and threw it away. Why leave a letter when you can just leave? What has she got to do with herself if she goes or not? Yuan Muno entered the house and stood guard over the bed, waiting for about an hour. Liang Senyu awakened. A trace of blood color appeared on her face. When she saw Yuan Mai in front of her, her emotions all of a sudden as if she couldn't control this, she directly wrapped her arms around Yuan Mai's emotions. Mai! Yuan Muno froze for a few seconds, and for a while, he was not sure if he should hug Liang Senyu or not. After all, what this woman likes is not herself, but the original owner Yuan Muno. After waiting for a while, Yuan Muno still gently reached out and patted Liang Senyu's back, which would speak soothing words. Xiao Yu, it's alright, it's safe now. Hearing this, Liang Senyu couldn't help but say, what about you? Is there anything going on? I'm more than okay. Yuan Muno would say this. In fact, he was still in the middle of something, and this would just be a case of holding on for dear life. You recuperate, and I'll go get you whatever you want to eat. He got up to go. Liang Senyu, however, suddenly grabbed his wrist and said in a somewhat weak voice, Muno, I don't want to eat anything, don't leave, okay? Liang Senyu stared at Yuan Muno. Her consciousness would still be a little fuzzy this time. She still remembers the day Yuan Muno told her to leave and return to the third capital city. Don't you leave me behind. No. Yuan Muno listened to what she said. His heart was touched greatly, and after some inner entanglement, he continued to speak. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. As these words landed, tears suddenly slipped from the corners of Liang Senyu's eyes. Yuan Muno also remembered what happened that night. In fact, what he did that day was also what Yuan Muno wanted to do. After all, letting Liang Senyu follow him to live in such a small place like that. Danger aside, even if it's food, it's still a case of having the last meal and probably not the next. It can be dangerous and not a good place to be. Just like that, Yuan Muno and Liang Senyu stayed together, and the two of them talked a lot. It is just that Yuan Muno knows nothing at all about some of the things that Liang Senyu said, and chatted for a while. Yuan Muno said, Stao Yu, I'll go get something to eat, or it will be dark. Liang Senyu this time gently answered. Yuan Muno walked out. Outside this time there are still some people. Just at this time, many luxury cars suddenly came to the town, and when the luxury cars stopped, Yuan Muno saw a familiar face. His face couldn't help but change slightly. How did Liang Senyu's second brother come here? Yuan Muno thought for a while and quickly made a judgment in his mind. It must have been Liang Senyu who ran away from the wedding, so his second brother would have chased after him this time. Along with his second brother, there was another male, who was tall and handsome, with fair skin and delicate features. From the way he was dressed, it was clear that he was not an ordinary man. Or maybe this is Liang Senyu's previous engagement? The Shangwan family. Yuan Muno hurriedly bought some food and quickly headed upstairs. When Liang Senyu saw Yuan Muno coming up, he said, What's wrong with you? She noticed that Yuan Muno looked a little flustered. Yuan Muno didn't hide anything and opened his mouth. Your brother brought another person with him. Who? After Liang Senyu asked, he immediately realized who was here. No, I don't want to go back. She made her heart clear. Yuan Muno softly hummed and said, Then let's leave this hotel now. If her second brother and the Shangwan family were to find someone in the hotel, it could be said to be a very easy task. What Yuan Muno has to do now is to quickly find a new hiding place. The best location, of course, is to find a random private house and spend some money, or a ghost stone, to live in it. With a simple disguise, the two men exited the hotel and blended into the crowd. He switched from this street to another, then casually walked into a store that sold weapons. Once inside, someone asked, What can I get you to? Boss, the hotel outside is full. Is it okay if we want to stay at your house? We're a business, not a hotel. Sorry, a first-class ghost stone. Yuan Muno opened his chips. That's a pretty big chip to play. According to the previous Yuan Muno's process of exchanging for grain, a grade 1 ghost stone could almost be exchanged for 100 pounds of grain. This is pretty high-value stuff. The boss wasn't a person who didn't know what he was talking about, and after hearing Yuan Muno say first-grade ghost stone, his eyes obviously brightened a few points, but the emotion was quickly collected again. He would say to Yuan Muno, Brother, a grade 1 ghost stone. It can only stay for one night. Is that okay? Sure. Yuan Muno would then pull out a grade 1 ghost stone and hand it to the boss. After the boss carefully checked and confirmed that there were no problems, he led Yuan Muno and Liang Senyu towards the inside. Then it came to a room with a decent environment. After the boss left, Yuan Muno said to Liang Senyu, When tomorrow dawns, we'll leave here. Liang Senyu stared at Yuan Muno, nodded heavily, and said, Good. Chapter 95, Don't be too arrogant. Liang Senyu also knew that if he left this time, their family would definitely look for him. It's an unquestionable thing. but if they still wanted to return to Cloud City, they would have to cross the Amoy slope. The dangers of the last time I crossed the Amoy slope are still fresh in my mind. It made her feel a twinge of worry from the depths of her heart. What's more, Yuan Muno's strength is not that strong? Trying to deal with the dangers of the Amoy slope is still a difficult task. It's just that she doesn't know how Yuan Muno is changed now, and her impression of Yuan Muno is still stuck in the past. But to get past that place, if you're going it alone, it's definitely not going to work. The good thing about this place, Amoy Slope, is that people cross it almost every day. Some people die there, others make it across the sandy slopes. If you're strong enough, you're sure to make it through. It's getting late now, so get some early rest. Yuan Muno suddenly said softly. Aha! Liang Senyu would be lying on the bed this time, and Yuan Muno would start hitting the ground on the floor. Liang Senyu took it all in. In fact, Yuan Muno's current physical condition is not very good. His face was as pale as paper, and he knew that Yuan Muno should have also been traversing the sandy slopes and suffered some injuries. After laying the floor, Yuan Muno slowly lay down. Although Liang Senyu was sleeping on the bed, he was still more worried about Yuan Muno inside. Tossed and turned and didn't fall asleep. Kino, are you cold sleeping on the floor? Liang Senyu's voice was as weak as a mosquito, but Yuan Muno had heard it. It's not cold, Yuan Muno said faintly. In fact, the subtext, Yuan Muoyi were do not understand. The last life in the flowers do not know how many times over. You get some sleep and don't worry about me. And tomorrow I'll go and ask around and find out what procession is going to cross the amalgamated slope. Yuan Muno said so. Good. Liang Senyu was lying on the bed, in the darkness, although she couldn't see Yuan Muno's appearance clearly, but she was still determined in her heart that this man in front of her would protect her. All night long, in this environment, Liang Senyu fell asleep. Early the next morning, the light just shone in. Yuan Muno woke up early. He said to Liang Senyu, wait for me here, I'll go out and take a look. Good. In this particular situation, Liang Senyu also knew that it was inappropriate for him to go out. The people from the Liang family and the Shangguan family, they're all here. Once discovered, then when the time comes, even Yuan Muno will suffer a great deal. Once outside, Yuan Muno quickly learned that a team was about to depart after some inquiries, and having spent the ghost stones to buy a ticket, it was fine to leave in a car with someone else when the time came. After that Yuan Muno went to buy some more food and prepared to go back. There's about a half hour before everyone has to leave. Yuan Muno called out to Liang Senyu and set off, both in disguise. This time the two were in a battered van that was only supposed to seat 7 people, but this would make almost 10. This made Yuan Muno and Liang Senyu lean in close, body to body. There were still people smoking in the car, which made Liang Senyu's face look rather unsightly. Yuan Muno looked at Liang Senyu. This would say, are you okay? Liang Senyu spoke, I'm fine. She also knew that it would be nice to have a car to sit in for this situation. The crowd in the car would be bragging about it by now. We'll definitely be able to pass this time. But this time we have the Liang and Shangguan families from the third capital city accompanying us across the Amoy slope. What? This time the Shangguan family's people and the Liang family's people have come out together? Is something big happening? I don't know exactly. I seem to have heard that Miss Liang ran away and is unwilling to marry someone from the Shangguan family. No, these two families are joined in a strong marriage, and both families are better off. This rich man doesn't know what to think? Such a good Shangguan family is actually unwilling to marry over. There was a lot of talk and discussion, without realizing that the parties in the car are here. This brother, can you not smoke? Yuan Muno said as he stared at the stout, cloud-swallowing man in front of him. As a result, the stout man will directly say, I can't, I smoke in your way. If you have money, you can buy a car. The Hanyu spoke arrogantly. The rest of them looked at Yuan Muno's thin and weak appearance and didn't put him in their eyes at all. This will hear the stout big man back to scold Yuan Mai, cannot help but let out a burst of ha-ha-ha laughter. Young man, with your thin arms and legs, I can you off with a slap, believe it or not. Before he could finish speaking, Yuan Muno directly used a cold ice palm move. The originally arrogant big man was instantly frozen. Of course Yuan Muno was still using the first weight. The originally hot and dry air in the car had turned a few points colder at this point. The practitioner. Someone made a surprised noise. All the people in the car were blinded for a few seconds. A look of surprise on their faces. Negativity from Hu Hansi plus 666. Yuan Muno was baffled for a few seconds after hearing this reminder. This will say, who is Hu Hansi? The hands of the crowd were suddenly pointed at the frozen Hanyu in unison. Yuan Muno softly hummed, then said, everyone, from now on, everyone in the car listens to me, is that okay? The people have seen Yuan Muno's strength, how dare they say anything more? There was a lot of nodding and saying yes, but this would still have a negative emotional value for the crowd. With just this one hit, Yuan Muno had collected almost 2,000 negative emotion values. add that to the previous ones, and you've got 9,000. The crowd looked at Hu Hanxi's appearance at this time, and they all worried whether Hu Hanxi would die. Someone said boldly, "Little brother, will old Hu die if he is frozen by you like this? Don't worry, it's not that easy to die. Just listen to me and I'll release him when the time comes." Yuan Muno said faintly, "I don't want to create a high-pressure atmosphere here either." Liang Senyu's eyes looked at Yuan Muno with some suspicion at this moment, wondering when Yuan Muno had learned this trick. That's when the convoy was about to get ready to leave. Suddenly the driver drove up and said, "Something's not right. It looks like someone's checking something up ahead. Inspection? What's there to check?" Liang Senyu couldn't help but tense up a few points in his expression once he heard this. Yuan Muno would then gently grab Liang Senyu's hand, then said, "It's fine." After he finished speaking, he didn't delay before unlocking the frozen layer on Hu Hanxi's body. Hu Hanxi got away, and much of his previous arrogance had disappeared. The gaze towards Yuan Muno also gradually took on a faint hint of fear. "Little brother, I was wrong before. I have eyes and don't recognize MT. Tai, please let me off." Chapter 96, Black G Attack. He rambled on and started talking endlessly. Yuan Muno, however, didn't have much heart to listen to his nonsense. "Shut up." He cut off Hu Hanxi's words. When Hu Hanxi heard this, he immediately reached out and covered his mouth, not daring to say anything more. It's just that the atmosphere in the car will still be a little strange this time. Quietly no one spoke. Seeing this, Yuan Muno continued, "You guys should talk about yourselves." Only then did the crowd begin to speak, but still not as boldly as before. Probably waited about 10 minutes like, "The people of the inventory. To this car." The driver snorted and said, "Brother, what is this in the investigation? Don't worry about what you check, just cooperate." The visitor was somewhat less than polite. "Fine, but what road you guys are on? We haven't checked this way before." "Cut the crap. This time it's our Shangwan family and Liang family crossing the Amoy slope together. Package you guys safe and sound. We want to check on people. Do you have an opinion?" The words landed on the driver's lips, who dared to say anything more. "You're right. Go ahead and check it out. There's nothing wrong with our busload of good people." "What kind of people are in your car?" The car smelled really a little bad. Besides the smoke there was the stench of these big men who probably hadn't showered in days. The people who took inventory were all from the Liang and Shangwan families, usually pampered. Where could they stand this kind of smell? A few big brothers. This are a few of our brothers, together over the Amoy slope, but also do a little business. "Oh yeah? I'll tell you what. If you find this girl, remember to keep us informed. Got it?" The two people outside took out a photo of the very same person. Liang Senyu. "Wow. MS. Liang is so pretty. Remember that, okay? Don't worry, big brother, I'm sure I know." After those two left, a few people still couldn't help but say, "This Miss Liang is really as pretty as a fairy descending to earth." Yes, so beautiful. No wonder the Shangwan family is coming to look for it. Such a beautiful woman. I just look at her. It's worth dying. When Yuan Muno heard this, he knew that if he let a few people talk on, he would definitely have to say some dirty words, so immediately the birth interrupted and said, "Okay, it's time to go." It was only when the crowd heard Yuan Muno's voice that they came back to their senses and realized what kind of situation they were in. For a moment, all shut up. "Okay, off we go." The car moved slowly. This time the convoy was no less than last time. Seeing as the last two convoys had accidents, it stands to reason that everyone will be more nervous this time around. But the imagined nervousness did not appear. On the contrary, everyone's mood was somewhat relaxed. After all, the escorting team this time had people from the Liang and Shangwan families. When everyone was just discussing Liang Senyu's beauty in the car, they didn't even notice the person in the car, which is only to say that in person, the makeup this time around covered it up pretty well. It wasn't long before the crowd left Jade Mountain Town, and the atmosphere was relatively relaxed at first, but as the sunlight, which had been somewhat harsh, would cloud over a few times, the crowd began to tense up a few times. And this will be the convoy is already going to the Amoy town. The surroundings to go is quiet. The ground can still be found on the wreckage of the car. And the human body. How many people did you say died here 2 days ago? It must be the caravan that came and went. All of which didn't make it through. And all of which died here. I really hope that we don't have any problems this time and get through it safely. His words are also the hope in everyone's heart. Yuan Muno would actually be nervous this time. Traversing through this sandy slope, he would be able to know how dangerous this place really is. The convoy has slowed down a bit here, not rushing through. Liang Senyu, on the other hand, will not be able to help but tighten his grip on Yuan Muno's hand for a few moments. "Don't worry, we'll definitely get through here," Yuan Muno whispered soothingly. In fact, Yuan Muno was also a little curious about Liang Senyu's. She was actually a golden soul talent. This golden soul talent, to put it bluntly, As long as she was willing to cultivate, she could definitely become very strong. This was what made Yuan Muno feel puzzled. It shouldn't be too difficult for the Liang family's strength to cultivate a cultivator, not to mention a golden soul talent. So could there be something fishy going on here? Did Liang Senyu look like someone who hadn't practiced at all? Is she hiding her strength? But according to the original owner's memory, there was no relevant information. Yuan Muno would then say to Liang Senyu, in case something happens later, you stay close to me, okay? Aha! Liang Senyu nodded. The eyes fell on Yuan Muno's body, full of trust. The night was so thick and dark that only the headlights pierced the place. At this time, someone in the car gave a dry cough and said, isn't the situation a bit off? There hasn't been any evil spirits for so long. Will, could it be what? Old who? Don't scare yourself. It could be that the evil spirits know that the Liang and Shangguan families are here, and this will simply not dare to make a move, and can only stare from the side. I hope so. The scene outside the car was also a bit scary. There were quite a few bodies on the ground, which no one would go down to clean up. Just drove right over it. After all, the dead are dead. Those who are alive are still trying to successfully cross over from here. Time passed by. About 10 minutes later, suddenly a whimpering sound rang out. When Yuan Muno heard this whimpering sound, he immediately felt something familiar. When I first entered the village, I had also heard such a treacherous sound, but there was no incident at the time. Yuan Muno's gaze was also vigilant as he looked outside, but then a whimpering noise grew louder and louder, and it gives the impression that it's ringing in your ears. What the hell kind of sound is that? It makes you panic to hear it. Evil spirits should be showing up. Along with a voice landing, a car that had been driving well in front of it was suddenly lifted right off the ground, and the car went over toward the heights. It fell to the ground with a heavy thud, accompanied by a miserable shriek ringing in the ears. In this case, the people in the car should have been in an accident. No surprise, the driver and the rest of the car were stunned. Getting off? The driver suddenly spoke up. I don't know whether to ask myself or Yuan Muno. The rest of the people in the car, too, did not dare to speak, and looked as if they were in a state of sixes and sevens. In the end, everyone coincidentally dropped their gazes onto Yuan Muno, waiting for him to give a final answer. After all, Yuan Muno is also a cultivator. Chapter 97. That one car was lifted off the ground and the disease didn't land on the road, so it didn't cause a traffic jam. Yuan Muo Yi, this will be an instant decision. Spoke. Continue to drive forward. Do not stop. The driver was stunned for a few seconds. In the end, I listened to Yuan Muno's words, because the convoy was still driving forward at this time, and the whole seemed to be unaffected. The people in that one car were basically left for dead, so to speak. Yuan Muno would then hand the big fish sword to Liang Senyu and said, you'll use this to protect yourself later. Liang Senyu took it, nodded and said, I know, this burst of sound is definitely not right. Something is wrong. There's no need for you to say that. Just now it was this weird sound that caused the car to be lifted right off the ground. The tense voices of the crowd rang in his ears. Yuan Muno, however, remained silent and said nothing. He was nervous inside, mainly because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to protect Liang Senyu intact. Just seconds after the whimpering sound, another car was overturned. With this one car flipped over, someone finally couldn't hold their breath and just pulled up and got right off of it. It can be a dangerous thing to remain in the car at this point. The driver in Yuan Muoye's car, this time also was dense beads of sweat on his forehead. He opened his mouth and asked, can we stop the car now? Parked. Where are you going? Yuan Muno asked. The question caught the crowd off guard and left them somewhat unresponsive. Yeah, if you park in a place like this, there's no place to run if there's an accident. But if we don't stop now, someone from the car in front of us gets out and starts to scatter and run away. The caravan would be completely ruined, and it would be difficult to move forward. After waiting for some time, Yuan Mai spoke. Find a place to pull over, ready to get off, at any time. The driver seemed to be waiting for Yuan Muno to say this, and quickly stopped the car at the side of the road before opening his mouth and asking, can we get off now? There's no hurry to wait any longer. Yuan Muno was watching the moment to see what's going on here. Several cars had now been overturned, but there had been no sign of what the enemy was. If it's an evil spirit, why hasn't it shown itself? It would be obvious that no one had noticed the presence of the evil spirit either. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Yuan Muno's heart suddenly tightened, and a whimpering sound suddenly sounded. It was accompanied by a weakening chi coming towards the vehicle where Yuan Muno was. Get out of the car. Yuan Muno pressed his voice and said with some urgency. When the people heard Yuan Mai's voice, they didn't dare to delay for half a minute and rolled and crawled out of the car. When he got out of the car that was parked in the same place was suddenly lifted up towards the high sky by a very strong breath. The force was so strong that toppling a car was akin to lifting a leaf. The car smashed into the ground, sending up a puff of black smoke. The driver and the crowd were dumbfounded. In the back of the spine, This is constantly bubbling out of the cold air. If it is even a second later, they may now have died without a burial place. The crowd all looked at Yuan Muno with blank faces, wanting to say words of thanks. Yuan Muno didn't give them a chance to talk nonsense either. This would instead speak directly. You'd better hurry up and find the Liang family's people, and the Shangguan family's people. When these words landed, the driver and the few people instantly understood Yuan Muno's meaning. Just now, they were still looking like headless flies, but after hearing Yuan Muno's words, it was like they had a backbone all of a sudden. And they all leaned towards the Liang family's people and the Shangguan family's people. Yuan Muno would be leading Liang Senyu towards the front as well. Liang Senyu's face would change slightly this time and said, "Kimono, will we be discovered if we go over there?" Yuan Muno would this time but guffawed and said, "Xiao Yu, the most dangerous place is the safest place." After hearing this, Liang Senyu probably also felt that Yuan Muno had some sense in what he said, so he began to move closer towards that side. In fact, everyone knew that the only people who could protect everyone's safety right now were the Shangguan family's people and the Liang family's people. Yuan Muno and Liang Senyu arrived close. This would see dozens of red talismans hanging in the air. These red talismans released a faint glow and hummed high in the sky. Rune maker? Yuan Muno murmured mentally. He had also been mistaken for a rune maker before, but he wasn't. He just spent his negativity value to buy some ghost extermination talismans. It didn't take long for these hanging red talismans to be maneuvered over in all directions. The runes reflected the night color in a light red. There was some commotion in the crowd, but overall it was quiet. But this time, the crowd got a good look at what the whimpering noise was coming from. It's a cloud of black gas. Yuan Muno also saw it clearly. There seemed to be something hidden amongst the black gas, causing even Yuan Muno to feel a sense of uneasiness spreading. No wonder the crowd couldn't see this black gas just now. It wasn't until this red seal that the weird black gas was illuminated to reveal its shape. These red talismans, upon discovering this mass of black chi, were manipulated to quickly run over to this mass of black chi. This talisman maker is very powerful, actually able to manipulate so many talisman seals by himself. This must be a top-grade runic artist as well. Ordinary people can't do this kind of realm. Well, that's right, but with the Liang and Shangguan families making a move, isn't this a trivial matter? As the red rune wrapped around the black aura, an entanglement soon occurred between the two sides. The red runes looked like they were trying to strangle the black breath. However, this black breath was not where it could be strangled so easily, which would emit a whimpering sound. The breath that was released also became stronger and stronger again. Just as the crowd was watching, the red talismans began to be suppressed, fearing that the light on some of the red talismans would gradually disappear, crushing up towards the ground. This black gas was constantly changing shape at this moment, seemingly trying to eat away all of this seal. The rune maker's face gradually paled at this time. His physical strength was a bit unsupportable, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Next to him, Liang Senyu's second brother, Liang Senchang, would this time open his mouth and ask, "Elder Han, are you alright? Don't worry, young master, I can still hold on. I will definitely put this evil spirit to death today." After Han Lao wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, he turned back into a hardened look. Yuan Muno, however, knew that the enemy this time was not trivial, and the runic artist in front of him should not be an opponent. "Old Han, I think you shouldn't hold on to your strength. Let me help you out." Chapter 98, still not enough. As this voice landed, a magic weapon flew straight up high into the air, which was somewhat like a drum. The drum was still somewhat large, and at this time, it released a faint blue light. This burst of blue light spread out and crushed towards the black gas. The drums were banging and banging, and they kept on banging. The black chi collided with this big drum and instantly began to collapse. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts, which were originally a bit tense, instantly relaxed a bit. This one, if I remember correctly, should be the Shangguan family's elder, Gao Yunhai, whose strength is heard to be at the returning Yuan level. Has it really reached the returned Yuan level? There aren't many experts at the returning Yuan level nowadays. Basically for each clan, there's only one or two at most. Then you're talking about ordinary families. A big family like the Shangguan family, 10 or so is not a problem. The crowd said in a chorus of voices. Liang Senyu would then say, "Muno, this elder Gao does have some skills. Within the Shangguan family elders, he can be ranked in the top 10. Well, who's in your house this time?" "Elder Han, that's our family's guest secretary, is also very strong, a commodity runic symbol maker. And the runic seals he's manipulating right now are also high-level runic seals." Liang Senyu knew these things quite well. From the side, it could also be shown that this time, both families had deployed such experts, which meant that there was a great determination to bring back Liang Senyu. Now Yuan Muno's negative emotion value hasn't reached 10,000. Want to upgrade to learn the fourth cold ice bomb is not enough. Thinking of this, Yuan Muno took out his cell phone and looked at the signal. This place signal is very poor. Very poor. Almost certainly not. Originally, I asked Chi Feng what he was doing. It seems to be inadmissible. Buying the rest of the protective treasures. Yuan Muno's negative emotional value is not a lot. In this case, Yuan Muno must go to get rid of the negative emotional value. He would then drop his gaze to Liang Senyu. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to let it go. But he's in a position where he's surrounded by a lot of people. It shouldn't be too hard to get some negativity value. Yuan Muno this time the eyes locked the tall thin man. He opened his mouth to ask, "Buddy, do you have a cigarette?" The tall thin man looked at Yuan Muno with a strange look in his eyes and opened his mouth. "No, you didn't, did you?" "I have." When Yuan Muno finished speaking, he fished out a cigarette from his pocket. When the tall thin man saw this action of Yuan Muno, his eyes burst out. "You, boy, what do you mean? Negativity from Lu Wei plus 199. I don't mean anything. Can't I smoke?" Yuan Muno continued. "Kid, I think you're looking for death? Negativity from Lu Wei plus 299. After Yuan Muno received these two negative emotion values, it was almost enough for 10,000 negative emotion values. He was also a person who took what he could get. In this situation, if he rashly used the cold ice palm, he might expose his identity after attracting the attention of the crowd at that time. After thinking for a while, Yuan Muno still restrained himself. "Dude, where are the words? You smoke." After Yuan Muno handed the cigarette to the tall and thin man, he took the cigarette, and the angry look on his face, this time disappeared a little. "Count on your kid's good sense, or else I'd have to waste you." The tall, thin man would take the cigarette, not forgetting to put in a harsh word. When Yuan Muno heard this, he just smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. Now that the negativity value was enough, Yuan Muno planned to upgrade the cold ice palm to the 4th level. It was just that this place didn't seem like a good place to try to upgrade the cold ice palm right now. Yuan Muno would think for a while and said to Liang Senyu, "You come with me, I'm going to do something." At this time Yuan Mai couldn't care less about how that black chi was. Found a car. Yuan Mai got into the car. He will say to Liang Senyu, "You and I a piece of the car. Help me keep an eye on the surrounding movements. If you want to what unexpected situation must be timely shout me." "What are you going to do?" "No." Liang Senyu asked curiously. Yuan Muno would want to explain this, but he didn't know how to speak. This matter is indeed a bit complicated to say the least. "I need to recuperate my body." After waiting for some time, Yuan Muno uttered these words. Liang Senyu heard Yuan Muno say this. "This will not delay," quickly nodded and said, "Good, you can rest and recuperate as much as you want. If there is any situation, I will protect you." Yuan Muno was stunned for a few seconds when he heard this. He had only asked Liang Senyu to wake himself up by shouting, but he hadn't expected to hear such a sentence. He couldn't help but be a little moved, which would open his mouth and say, "Okay, stow you." After saying this, Yuan Muno did not delay. This would be the black chi being entangled by Elder Han and Gao Yunhai. Stay in the car for a while and nothing unexpected should happen. After he sat down in the car, he quickly used his consciousness to enter the system and purchase the 4th level of the cold ice palm. After entering, looking at the dazzling goods inside, Yuan Mai cannot help but be a little itchy. So many good things, but the negative emotional value is not enough. If it was enough, Yuan Muno bought all of them, and now wouldn't he be invincible? After he purchased the 4th cold ice palm, he quickly began practicing it. The practice doesn't really need to be too long, about half an hour, and that's enough. From the moment Yuan Muno started practicing, Liang Senyu hadn't disturbed him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Liang Senyu sitting next to him and looking at him. "How are you doing?" "No." Liang Senyu quickly asked. "It's okay, I'm fine now." After Yuan Muno practiced the 4th level of the cold ice palm, he clearly felt that all the breath in his body had become much fuller. One could feel that one's strength this time had also increased quite a bit. After he answered, he also reacted quickly, which would directly open his mouth and ask, "What's the situation now?" Liang Senyu opened his mouth and said, "Gao Yunhai and Han Lao are both about to be unable to support themselves, and could collapse at any time. Is this black gas so strong? Could it be that what's staying inside is a high-level evil spirit?" Yuan Muno said faintly. Liang Senyu's face would be much more grave this time. The heart was obviously worried too. "Let's get off first." Yuan Muno called out to Liang Senyu. Liang Senyu answered. When he got out of the car, Yuan Muno saw the tension on the faces of the people. The red runes high in the air were basically suppressed at this point. And that big drum, this is going to be torn apart. At this rate, we shouldn't die here, should we? Are there any experts left in the Liang and Shangwan families or not? If there are, hurry up and make a move. Yeah, if you don't make a move in this situation, will you wait for death when the time comes? Such a voice rang out, actually causing Liang Xincheng's face to look a little ugly. Do these people really think that experts of this level can be found everywhere? It hadn't been easy for the Shangwan family and their Liang family to bring out one from each family this time. Liang Xinsheng, this will also be a burst of sadness in his heart. Cannot help but think, is it hard to really die here today? Chapter 99, Panic. Liang Xinyu saw that both Elder Han and Gao Yunhai were going to be unable to hold on at this time. Inside, there was also some concern, though she fled from her home. But it was her second brother after all. And she didn't want anything to happen to her second brother? Yuan Mai naturally also noticed Liang Xinyu this kind of emotion. This will he opened his mouth and said, "You don't have to worry too much. Han Lao and Gao Yunhai must still have some reserve strength. Like this kind of expert, it's impossible to start out of the full force. According to Yuan Nuno's experience, these people must still have a reserved program." Liang Xinyu would then ask, "Really?" Yuan Muno nodded and said, "Well, you trust me. How could these old foxes easily reveal their cards and give them away? That big drum, this will no longer ring." Those red talismans were also being suppressed. The people standing beside Han Lao and Gao Yunhai couldn't help but turn a little pale this time. What can we do now? After those black chi breaks their spells, we'll be the ones who die then. Let's run. Run? Where are we going to run? The range of the Amoy slope is so large. If we run later, there might be more evil spirits, and we won't even know how we'll die by then. The words landed on the ground and immediately made the crowd realize what they were in for. People thought about it, and that was indeed the case with the situation. Rather than risk leaving, I'd rather stay here and observe the situation a bit more. Liang Xinsheng couldn't help but ask this time, "Elder Han, what the hell is in the middle of this black gas?" Han Lao's face would be pale this time, and some blood was seeping out from the corners of his mouth. Manipulating dozens of talisman seals was simply a bit overwhelming for him. This will be just holding on for dear life. Second young master, I'm afraid that the old man won't be able to hold out for long. I can buy a certain amount of time for the second young master now, and later on you'll run when I tell you to. At this moment, Elder Han was speaking to Liang Xinsheng in a suppressed voice. No one around could hear it. Liang Xinsheng was not a person who was greedy and afraid of death. This would say, "Elder Han, I will definitely not leave you behind and live on. It's not living. Don't you have to go to the lady? You have to live." Han Lao would be staring at that mass of black gas, and his face was also very tense, knowing that the enemy this time was extraordinary and not that easy to deal with. The talisman seals he had released would have been broken by many channels by this time. Each time he broke one, it could hurt some of his fundamentals, so he'll be weaker still. Liang Xinsheng couldn't help but change his face at this time. This time his sister ran away from home, and now he still didn't know whether she was dead or alive. From the previous 2 times when the crowd crossed the Amoy slope there was a tragic situation. His sister is all but dead or alive. Second young master, don't hesitate. When you miss the best time, you won't be able to run even if you want to. Liang Xinsheng would have a deep expression on his face this time and did not give an immediate answer. Yuan Nuno would be staring at the mass of black gas high in the sky. There was no telling what was hidden inside, and the heart could be said to have no bottom at all. Although he had now cultivated his strength to the 4th level of the cold ice palm, but the existence inside the black gas did not come out, and this would be Yuan Mu Yi did not know how to strike. "Kino, what are we going to do later?" Liang Xinyu suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Yuan Nuno's face changed slightly and said, "There's no rush. Let's take a look first." Liang Xinyu's gaze stared at Liang Xinchun from time to time. It was obvious that she was worried about her brother. Time passes by the minute. It was finally accompanied by the last rune seal being torn apart. All the red rune seals high in the sky completely disappeared. Elder Han, who was beside Liang Xinchang, did not restrain himself this time and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood stained his clothes, and it was at this time that Elder Han suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a talismanic seal, which flew out directly from Elder Han's mouth. This rune seal, too, was blood red. It was small and tiny at first, but as the rune moved towards the side, the rune seal is starting to get bigger from smaller. It didn't take long for it to become the size of a palm and it didn't stop getting bigger. In less than a minute, the rune seal suddenly became the size of a book. After another moment, it became the size of a banana leaf. By this time the red glow had begun to light up the sky. The crowd is wrapped up in this. Yuan Muno stared at this scene, and his pupils couldn't help but contract a little, knowing that the current Han Lao should want to take out the last bottom card. It was also after this bottom card was taken out that the black gas suddenly stopped expanding and was suppressed in general. A screaming voice suddenly came out from amongst the black gas. "Second young master, run!" A sharp voice rang out. Liang Xinshang would finally make up his mind this time as well. The trunk of the car he would be riding in would suddenly open and a motorcycle that had been prepared in advance was pushed down. Liang Xinshang quickly put on his helmet, and then called out to the Shangwan family. The two of them got on the motorcycle and directly sped out. When the crowd saw this scene, they were a bit unresponsive at first. By the time he reacted, the motorcycle was already far away. The crowd saw Liang Xinchang and that man from the Shangguan family run away. All of them panicked at once. This time everyone where still cares so much. At the moment to save life is the first element. The crowd ran desperately toward the front, and the scene quickly became chaotic. Yuan Nuno would grab Liang Senyu's hand this time, and naturally he wouldn't sit still in the same place. The two began to move their feet toward the front. From time to time, Yuan Nuno was still observing the changes in the black chi. The talisman seal that Elder Han had released probably only suppressed that mass of black gas for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the red talisman seal shattered, and Elder Han spat out a mouthful of black blood, this time directly fainting and never moving again. Gao Yunhai's magic weapon. This wouldn't last too long, and it didn't take long for it to directly shatter. Gao Yunhai also looked gloomy and spat out a mouthful of blood. The black gas struggled out as if it was a black dragon, lingering lovingly in the air, and in the next second, when its stance stretched out, invisibly, it formed a huge pressure on people. Yuan Nuno stared at this scene, and a heart couldn't help but beat faster. In his heart, 10,000 tsunamis were running wild, thinking, what the hell is this place? All this? It's still much safer in that original world. The black dragon circled and swooped down, and in no time at all, it directly bit a man in its mouth, accompanied by a shrill scream. The man was directly swallowed. Even the soul was swallowed alive. The scene was very miserable. Run! It's an evil dragon. The sounds of panic and urgency were constant in the area. By this time, Yuan Nuno had already felt beads of cold sweat seeping out of Liang Senyu's hands. Chapter 100, the fourth level of the ice palm. Yuan Nuno's gaze fell onto Liang Senyu's body, which wouldn't be able to help but open his mouth and ask, "Don't worry, Xiao Yu, it'll be fine." Liang Senyu glanced at Yuan Nuno, which couldn't help but change his gaze a bit. The Yuan Nuno in front of him was indeed a bit different from before. He never seemed afraid to hold her hand before, but now, she took the initiative to hold it, and held it so tightly. This kind of emotion just flickered in the middle of Liang Senyu's mind. After she heard Yuan Nuno say this, she couldn't help but nod her head and say, "Well, I trust you, Nuno." Yuan Nuno moved towards the front with Liang Senyu, keeping his distance from those cars so as not to get hurt. After this black gas turned into an evil dragon, it stopped hiding and quickly devoured the life here. The people couldn't dodge and all of them were killed. At this point it's like it's become a hell on earth. Just as Yuan Nuno and Liang Senyu were running, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Little brother, wait for us." Yuan Nuno twisted his head to look and saw Hu Hansi and the previous driver chasing after him. Several people's faces were all ham-fisted, and their faces looked very ugly. "You guys." Yuan Nuno hadn't even opened his mouth to finish. The driver will then open his mouth and say, "Little brother, you take us to go together. You are a cultivator. We are not." "Yes, little brother. We always have a better chance of surviving by following you." Yuan Mai looked at these just right a car a few passers-by. Yuan Mai in fact this can completely refuse them. After all, by that time, everyone was crammed into one piece, and the target would become bigger, so if one didn't get it right, it might be swallowed directly by the evil spirits, or not. But at this time, Liang Senyu spoke up, "Big brothers, you can follow us." When the several big men heard this, they were moved to tears. Yuan Nuno didn't say much when he saw this, just greeted the crowd to follow him a piece forward. Yuan Mui forward speed is not fast, but it is also some method. Tonight well at one point this black mass appeared and the rest of the evil spirits did not. This is, in a way, a good thing for Yuan Nuno. Yuan Nuno took a deep breath, adjusted himself, waited, and led the group forward for like 10 minutes. Most of the rest of them were scared into a panic and a scurry. It's like a headless fly that's been drilling around. Quite a few people quickly died. Hu Hansi this will not be able to help but say, "Or little brother has a way." Until now, the evil dragon has not noticed us. According to this situation to run down, we only need to run for another half an hour. It should be able to pass the Amoy slope. Yeah. Someone else chimed in. Yuan Nuno would be in little mood to pay attention to the crowd this time. Still in a high state of mental tension. Afraid of any accidents that would not be easy to cope with when the time came. Time passed minute by minute, and it was not known how long it took, when suddenly Yuan Nuno felt a danger coming from behind him. For the rest, a few people would not have felt it by this time. Instead, a snickering look appeared on his face, thinking that he would definitely be able to escape this time. Just when they were a bit smug inside, a sharp voice suddenly sounded at this time. "Be careful." When this voice landed, the crowd all reacted at once, but these, even though they heard this one voice, could not do anything in response. The evil dragon opened its mouth and bit towards the several people. This bite went down, since it might all be swallowed. When it was too late, Yuan Nuno would quickly turn around and take a step behind them. Spreading his palms out, he didn't delay in reciting a silent incantation. The center of his palm immediately erupted already with tweed light. Along with this light erupted out, a gossip map appeared directly. Almost a meter or two in diameter appeared, dispersing some of the darkness of the night. The sudden appearance of the Manhwa soon collided with the evil dragon's massive head. This scene, in the eyes of the crowd, incomparable shock. There's actually an expert who hasn't made a move. Are we saved this time? The crowd that had originally fled in panic. This would be like seeing a savior, and their hearts gradually gained some momentum. But still, he didn't give up on escaping. Liang Senyu couldn't help but change his face this time. She stared at Yuan Muno's back. Her heart rippled. How could she have never thought that Yuan Muno's current strength would actually be so strong? In fact, Yuan Muno, this will be some curiosity in his heart. He originally held open this gossip map. He did not expect how long this gossip map can last. It even felt like the gossip map would last a second or two at best. But surprisingly, this time the Manhwa palm held out for almost a minute. Is it hard to believe that you've gotten stronger again? Yuan Muno would be so calculating. After a brief moment of disorientation, Yuan Muno also knew that he wouldn't last long in the end. This evil dragon was far too much stronger than expected. And the evil dragon let out a burst of whimpering cries towards Yuan Muno at this moment. After the whimpering cry rang out, Yuan Muno's heart went a little numb from hearing it. After waiting for a while, Yuan Mai opened his mouth and said, "Run, run, fast." The Huhansi crowd froze for a few seconds after hearing this. Yuan Muno's mind was not on them either. It all fell on Liang Senyu. Huhansi and a few others fell back to their senses and began to stagger their feet towards the front. And Liang Senyu would have never moved his feet at all. Her gaze was firm and insistent, as it had been last time. Good, let Yuan Muyi heart greatly shocked. This girl is too stupid, letting go of the life of a good young lady, but willing to follow such a poor boy to live a hard life, and was willing to give his life for such a poor boy. Actually, Yuan Muno didn't even get it. What exactly happened in the past between the original owner and Liang Senyu that would make Liang Senyu so obsessive? We're going to leave together. We're going to die together. Liang Senyu's voice drifted into Yuan Muno's ears. This will be the 8 trigrams graphic, which is already cracked. A gust of wind began to pick up around them as well. Yuan Muyi, this will be in the heart also gave birth to some doubts. Even if leaning so close, Yuan Muyi but still do not perceive this mass of black gas in the middle. In the end, hidden what things? The 8 trigrams are going to crack. This kid can't hold out much longer. Then what are you waiting for? Run! The crowd resumed spreading their feet and running as fast as they could toward the front. Yuan Muno this time but could not help but sigh in his heart. Finally, there was no continuing to hide, and the 4th weight of the cold ice palm was directly released. In an instant, the 8 trigrams that were about to break, directly condensed. Chapter 101, Dragon Slaying Warriors. A trace of ice-cold aura spread quickly and soon covered the Manhwa diagram, and it also froze that black gas. In an instant, the black gas congealed, unable to move. The power of the 4th cold ice palm was far more powerful than Yuan Muno had imagined. It was just that using the 4th cold ice palm was also a relatively large drain on the breath in Yuan Muno's body. This time he didn't have any delay, closing his hand and quickly running in the direction of Qingtown with Liang Senyu. And the people who hadn't had the chance yet were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The heart couldn't help but turn over. No one expected that Yuan Muno would actually make such a sharp move and directly move to ice this evil dragon. And the evil dragon will not be able to move this time. While this was going on, the group ran again. Yuan Muno also didn't know how long he could icicle the evil dragon this time. But then the convoy, which had stopped moving, would come back to life, start moving toward the front. But there are cars that are blocked from getting there and are basically a write-off. It's impossible to reboot. Yuan Muno ran for a while. This time a voice rang out, "Little brother, this car." When he fixed his eyes, he realized that Hu Hansi and the others had gotten a new car. Yuan Muno didn't hesitate either. Running on 2 legs alone was definitely not an option. The only way to go faster is to get in the car. Once in the car, the driver hit the gas and ran past the front. From time to time, he also looked behind him through the rearview mirror and saw that the evil dragon was still unfrozen. He couldn't help but tsk and say, "Little brother, you're really too good. I wonder what your name is, so that the brothers can remember your saving grace." That's right, little brother. You're really amazing with this skill. Hu Hansi will be patting his ass this time as well. In his heart at this time cannot help but some fear. Fortunately at first see good, did not go too far with Yuan Muyi, or else he'll die tonight without even knowing how. Yuan Muno glanced at the crowd and then said, "It doesn't matter what I'm called. I'm a low-key person. You guys just call me Dragon Slayer Warrior." Dragon Slayer? Does this guy even take a number for his name? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and quickly responded in agreement. Dragon Slayer Warrior, this time it's really thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, we all might have lost our lives. Well, cut the crap and focus on driving. Yuan Muno had also consumed a bit too much just now, and would want to close his eyes and rest for a while. In about 15 minutes, the car crossed the Amoy slope quickly. After getting out of the Amoy slope, the surroundings changed for the better. The journey was kind of smooth, and it went straight into Qingjin. After entering Qingjin, it was already late at night, so Yuan Muno took Liang Senyu and said goodbye to them. Didn't really go overboard. The crowd also knew that a dragon-slaying warrior like Yuan Muno must be different from ordinary people, so don't dare to interrupt. Hu Hongxi was still thinking of changing numbers with Yuan Muno, but Yuan Muno didn't agree. Tell him to hurry up. Those who meet in the past should not meet again in the future. Are you hungry? Stao Yu. Liang Senyu shook his head. Then let's find a place to rest first. Yuan Muno, as he did last time, found a home of a local resident and did not stay in a hotel. Avoid some unnecessary accidents. But it's natural to pay more to live in these people's homes. But usually one ghost stone is enough. Finding a place to stay, the two settled in. Since it was already a bit late, Yuan Muno didn't bother to buy anything to eat. This would look at the cell phone and see that it was turned off. Yuan Muno recharged the battery. Liang Senyu would speak up this time. Do you want to take a bath? Her gaze fell on Yuan Muno and she locked eyes with him. Yuan Muno softly hummed and said, good. After taking a bath, Yuan Muno returned to his room. Liang Senyu also went to take a shower. It would be the two of them sitting in the room, and the atmosphere seemed to be getting a little awkward for both of them. But fortunately, there wasn't a long delay, and it wasn't long before it was back to normal. Stao Yu, your brother should be fine. Well, I know, he should have run out already. The two of them were talking about each other, but at this time, Yuan Muno's cell phone's charge was almost full. Pressing the on button, Yuan Muno looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock late at night. Go to sleep. Yuan Muno spoke as he did last time. This would be a lot of unread messages, and missed calls on the phone. Especially Fatty Lee has the most. This will Yuan Muno smoothly clicked on Lee Chubby's message. He was obviously in an anxious mood, and the latest message was, Old Yuan, are you still alive? Laozi has arrived in Qingjin. After seeing this message, Yuan my spirit suddenly all better. This is not delayed. Quickly returned a message said, I am now also in Qingjin. The message just went back over, and his phone rang. Fatty Lee didn't even reply to Yuan Muno's message. Just give him a call straight away. Yuan Muoyi pressed the answer button, and Lee Chubby's voice came from over there. Old Yuan, you're still alive. Tell me where you are? Yuan Muoyi will speak this time. I am in Qingjin. Don't meet tonight. Meet tomorrow and say, okay. By the way, did you get drizzle? Aha. After Yuan Muno finished speaking, he didn't say any nonsense and just hung up the phone. This will Yuan Muno's mind in the middle of the ring a reminder. From Lee Chubby's negative emotional value plus 99. Right now Yuan Muno's negative emotion value totaled less than 200. This made Yuan Muno's mood a little complicated. It's hard to get. It's still harder to get without enough negativity values. Yuan Muno adjusted his mind, slowly closing his eyes. Yuan Muno then began to rest. I don't know how long it took, but his cell phone rang again. Only this ringing sound did not wake Yuan Muno up. Rather, accompanied by someone gently patting his shoulder and the sound of a soft call ringing in his ears, Yuan Muno gradually opened his eyes. Kino, wake up. Yuan Muno opened his eyes in a daze. Then he saw a stunningly beautiful face appear in the middle of his vision. Waking up every day and being able to see such a face is also a happy thing for Yuan Muno. What's wrong? Yuan Muno would ask. Your cell phone is ringing. It's Fatty. Yuan Muno answered in agreement, which would open his mouth and say, I'll call back now. As he spoke, and without delay, he called the phone back. It didn't take long for the person to answer. Old Yuan, what time is it? You still have the mood to sleep. When this voice landed, it inexplicably made Yuan Muno become tense for a few minutes. What's wrong? Chapter 102 Elder Han's Mind. Yuan Muno would quickly ask offhandedly. Something happened, last night out of a mysterious teenager, directly frozen that evil dragon. Now the whole Qingjin will be this piece of thing spreading, and there are videos on the net. Yuan Muno couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds when he heard these words. He originally intended to keep a low profile. I didn't expect it to catch fire all of a sudden. What's up? Yuan Muno continued. Did you do this thing? Fatty Lee suddenly asked. Isn't there a video? Yuan Muno asked rhetorically. There is a video, but it's not you in the video. Where are you now? I came over to find you. We have something to say face to face, Lee Chubby said with a sharp voice. Seeing this, Yuan Muno did not continue to hide. Just by the fact that Chubby Lee was willing to take the risk of coming to Qingjin to look for them. This is a friendship that Yuan Muno should also keep in mind. After saying the address, Chubby Lee arrived at the place not much later. Following him around was another man. Yuan Muno was still a bit surprised to see this person. Ji Wang. The two of them glanced at each other. Yuan Muno this time opened his mouth and asked, "Why are you here?" He is dead set on following me along. Old Yuan, I say this guy has nothing to offer and is a liability. Fat brother, it's unkind of you to say that. Who struck the evil spirits along the way? Stop. Fatty Li didn't give Wang Ji a chance to speak, which would make him just shut his mouth. His gaze then fell on Yuan Muno and Liang Senyu. It would be nice to see both of them looking not quite so good. In fact, he probably already knew that the two should have encountered something very sinister on this journey back, especially after Chubby Li arrived in Qingzhen. He heard about the two previous times when the caravan crossed the Amoy slope. There were accidents, when not many people came out alive. Their hearts were still worried about Yuan Muno. Seeing Yuan Muno and the others make it out alive this time made his heart thrilled. Are you two okay now? It's good. Don't worry. It's not something you need to worry about. Who's worrying about you? I just need to be worrying about Xiaoyu. After saying that, Li Chubby looked at this room, which couldn't help but ask again. You guys last night? It wouldn't be sleeping in a house, right? The awkwardness suddenly surged as those words landed. Liang Senyu was obviously a bit embarrassed. His face this time appeared the color of the evening sun. Yuan Muno, on the other hand, couldn't help but say, "Fat brother, you're the one who talks too much. Hurry up and plan. We'll go to Cloud City now." Good, Chubby Li responded. Wang Ji will find a chance to talk, but did not delay, opened his mouth and said, "Brother Yuan, you can rest assured that my car has been found. We can now set off. Dry food and what the car has. Okay, thanks a lot, Brother Yuan. There's no need to say these polite words between us. Yes, and sister-in-law is so beautiful." Wang Ji would directly praise Liang Senyu this time. Liang Senyu is indeed a rare beauty. Liang Senyu was a bit embarrassed after being complimented, but still said, "Thank you, Yuan Muno." On the other hand, couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds. By answering like this, was Liang Senyu tacitly acknowledging her relationship with herself? Or was it an acquiescence to her relationship with the original owner? Thinking of this, Yuan Muno would actually feel some bad feelings in his heart. After all, the current self is not the original owner. This sincere affection of Liang Senyu is actually for the original owner. To be clear, he's just a stand-in now. But even so, Yuan Muno had absolutely no idea what to say. Simply pack up to look at some. Yuan Mai opened his mouth and said, "Let's set off. Now." Good. Wang Ji answered in agreement. Chubby Li, on the other hand, leaned forward and said, "Old Yuan, look at this video. Who is it?" After he clicked on the video, Yuan Muno came up to look at it, and although it was a little blurry in the middle of the dark night, he could still see Yuan Muno striking out. Only at that time Yuan Muno was disguised, so Li Chubby could not recognize Yuan Muno as also a very normal thing. "Old Yuan, this guy doesn't seem to be you, but yet he has the same gong method as you. You say this guy." Yuan Muoyi blanked Li Chubby and said, "This is my. How can this be you?" He started to break the pot at Yuan Muno, but Yuan Muno didn't have too much heart to waste with him, so he spoke up, "There's no point in that question. Let's just get in the car and get out of here." Chubby Li thought about it. Right now, Liang Senyu's condition was not very good, so it was better to return to Cloud City first. The car restarts. Commerce was more developed on this road, so there are more convoys. The group left in a car straight from here, and in this town, inside a luxury suite, both Liang Xinchang and that man from the Shangwan family appeared in the house. In addition, Elder Han was also brought back, but his injuries were more serious and he still needed to recuperate. Han Lao would then say to Liang Xinchang, "Second young master, last night, if it wasn't for that man's hand, old man might not have made it out alive." Liang Xinchang also watched the video last night, and his heart was also a bit shocked. The person who made a move last night was indeed a bit strong, and gives the impression that the strong is a bit surprising. "Elder Han, do you recognize this number one? Are you familiar with the feats he makes?" Elder Han shook his head and said, "I don't know, but he should at least be at the strength of the returning Yuan, or else he wouldn't be able to fight with that mass of black gas. But looking at his facial contours, he should be very young. At such a young age, has he reached the strength of returning Yuan?" Liang Xinchang asked with some disbelief. Han Lao, however, nodded non-committally, but at this time, the one from the Shangwan family suddenly received a phone call. "Just walk away from the suite, inside the house for a while. Only Elder Han and the Liang family were left. Get out, all of you." Elder Han would say this to the rest of the Liang family. When the crowd heard his words, they naturally didn't dare to delay, and they all walked out. "Elder Han, what do you mean by that?" "Second young master, to be honest with you, the current world is changing and very bad. Although our Liang family is relatively strong in the third capital city, but in the younger generation, there are no leaders, and the follow-up is weak." Elder Han was actually a bit tired as he spoke. Liang Xinchang was also a smart person, and when he heard this, he immediately reacted. Elder Han meant nothing more than for him to pull in the young man who struck last night. This will also help the Liang family a lot. Elder Han, I understand what you mean. When I find my little sister, I will definitely send someone to invite this person to join our Liang family. Chapter 103, Inviting Qifeng. Liang Xinchang watched the video of Yuan Muno's attack and fell into deep thought. Last night, if Yuan Muno in the middle of the video screen hadn't made a move, they might have all died in Amoy Slope. On the other hand, Li Chubby and Wang Ji would have prepared the car long ago. After leaving the sandy slopes, the way down is also a bit dangerous, but largely safe. In the car, Li Chubby this will open his mouth and said, Old Yuan, this time over, I also said a lot of good words with Brother Lu, otherwise we want to continue to work in the company, are not an easy thing. This time Yuan Muno left the company directly and indeed did not take leave or anything. If you follow the rules and regulations of the company, it is expected to be somewhat difficult to continue to work in the company. It's a good thing that Chubby Li acted smart and took a leave of absence from the company. Xiao Yu, Old Yuan and I are now the company's key cultivation targets. You will stay in Cloud City in the future. You can completely follow us to eat and drink without any pressure. Chubby Li was in a pretty good mood. Liang Senyu would nod this time and said, Brother Fatty, thanks for coming to pick me up this time. Xiao Yu sister Paper, if you say these words, don't you make us seem rusty? You are Lao Yuan's person. You are my younger sibling. I am happy that you can be together again. And in the future, if Lao Yuan, this kid, dares to bully you, tell me, I will definitely take revenge for you. Chubby Li talked endlessly in the car. Yuan Muno watched from the side, and the corners of his mouth were tinged with a smile, seeing Liang Senyu come back again. In fact, Yuan Muno was relatively happy in his heart. It's just that when she comes back, she's sure to bring a few more columns with her. The first to bear the brunt was naturally facing the Liang and Shangwan families. With Yuan Muno's current strength, he was definitely no match. There might be a lot of trouble to face next, but Yuan Muno was also prepared and had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Brother Yuan, you should be careful when you go back this time. Wang Ji suddenly spoke. Yuan Muno couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds after hearing this, which would open his mouth and ask, What's wrong? Wang Zhangyang might come after you recently. As soon as Chubby Li heard this, he couldn't help but be excited for a few moments and immediately said, Did you receive the news? Well, I got some news. Wang Zhangyang was the first enemy Yuan Mai got into trouble with when he went to the beverage company. This guy even sent someone to rob Yuan Muno's escorted goods later. Thinking of this, Yuan Mai frowned slightly. This could not help but ask, by the way, let me ask you, what kind of person is this Wang Zhangyang? Is this guy still able to manipulate evil spirits? As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. Since Wang Zhangyang wasn't going to let him go, Yuan Muno naturally had to give him a little color. When Wang Ji heard this, he was first stunned for a moment, then he nodded his head and said, Well, he did learn some evil spells that can control some evil spirits, but none of them are too strong. When Chubby Li heard this, he couldn't help but curse angrily at once. This kind of scum. Simply everyone has to be put to death. Little Wang, fortunately you abandoned your darkness early. Otherwise, by the time we see you are going to directly destroy you. Wang Ji couldn't help but wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead when he heard this. Smiling awkwardly, he said, Actually, I have long been displeased with Wang Zhangyang's behavior. I haven't been able to find the opportunity, but now that I've run into Brother Yuan and Brother Fatty, I've been able to find the opportunity. Wang Ji drove while talking. About dark, the car drove to the middle school rest stop. It was a county town, not too big, but a little bit bigger than the fire city where Yuan Muno stayed at the beginning. A few people find a place to stay. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Yuan Muno suddenly received a phone call. Fixing his eyes, he realized that it was Qifeng's. Yuan Muno was blinded for a few seconds, somewhat unresponsive. How could he not expect Qifeng to actually call him? After waiting some time, Yuan Muno pressed the answer button. There then came Qifeng's voice. Scrappy 2. First of all, for the record with you, I'm not here to argue with you today. Qifeng opened his mouth and said this first. Yuan Muno answered softly and said, Qifeng, I never wanted to quarrel with you either. The two of us, haven't we always been on good terms? Negativity from Qifeng plus 99. Qifeng I know all about your performance in Cloud City these days. You didn't lose the face of our 7th Psychic Special Squad. Next time, big deal, I'll help you hide your secret of being scared to pee. Negativity from Qifeng plus 299. How could Yuan Muno let go of the opportunity for Qifeng to call him? And seizing the opportunity, Yuan Muno was a spitting image. Just as Yuan Muno was still preparing to speak down, Qifeng's voice, however, suddenly couldn't help but chill a few points and opened his mouth. Have you finished? Finished? Can you listen to me? Yuan Muno stared blankly for a few seconds, which would say, okay, Go ahead. I came to you about our captain. Our captain? After Yuan Muno finished speaking, he thought that it was Gu Shinhai. The original cheeky smile on his face would gradually solidify and become serious for a few moments as he said, "Go ahead." "Good, then I'll make it short. Our captain has been buried in our Psychic Special Squad's exclusive mausoleum. In addition to the captain being posthumously recognized as a special hero once again, will have a lifetime of honor, and his family will be permanently subsidized." "Okay, I'm done." Chi Feng's voice rang out from over there. "Well, it's for the best. Then there's nothing else to do, so I'll hang up." "Wait, if there's still a chance, Chi Feng, would you be willing to join our 7th Psychic Specialized Squad?" Yuan Muno suddenly asked. This time he didn't mean any jokes. When he finished, there was a lengthy silence on the other side. After waiting for a long time, Chi Feng's voice rang out from the receiver. "Yuan Muno, the 7th Psychic Special Squad has been disbanded." After saying that, Chi Feng hung up the phone. Yuan Muno's hand, which was holding the cell phone, was hesitant to put it down. At first, Yuan Muno had promised Gu Shinhai that he would keep the number of the 7th Psychic Specialized Squad for all time. It's just that up until now, Yuan Muno hasn't done it. After waiting for some time, Yuan Muno's cell phone suddenly rang again, and there's that drop sound. When Yuan Muno saw this, he knew that the ringing sound was the sound of a text message. Picked up his cell phone and tapped on the text message. It was found to be from Chi Feng, and the content of the short message was simple. "If there is a chance, I am willing to try." These words, looking at Yuan Mai stunned for a few seconds, suddenly felt some heat in his heart. Something seemed to be spreading. Chapter 104, Being Honored by the Company. He didn't reply either, putting his phone in his pocket. It didn't take long before he went to Fatty Lee's room and told him the news that Chi Feng had just said. After hearing this, Fatty Lee was also very happy as he spoke. "Our captain actually deserves more honor." Yeah, actually, we should take the time to visit the captain." Yuan Muno would say this. Fatty Lee responded, "Well, we'll go over there when we find the opportunity." The two talked about a few things. It went on until 10 o'clock at night. It was only then that Yuan Muno came out of his room and returned to his own. Right now, Yuan Muno's negative emotion value was only like 600 or 700. With that much negativity value, seriously, nothing can be done. Gotta get a couple people to get some negativity values. Chi Feng had behaved well tonight, counting that this guy still had a bit of a conscience. Wouldn't it be a bit unseemly to continue to get negative emotion values from this guy? If Chi Feng couldn't do it, then he could only get some from Lu Chuanjin and Zhao Tian. Thinking of this, Yuan Muno tossed and turned and fell asleep. Early the next morning, the car continued on its way. This time it was still safe and sound to Cloud City, and when he first arrived at Cloud City, it happened to be in the evening. The group returned to the company, and Yuan Muno first settled Liang Senyu inside the dormitory. But after thinking about it, it's not quite as convenient to live this way. It seems like it's still necessary to rent a house in Cloud City. It's definitely not going to work tonight, so we'll have to make do with what we've got. Early the next morning, not long after Yuan Muno went to work at the company, he was called to the office by Yu Haijing. Yu Haijing's hands were in a high and cold manner, and when she saw Yuan Mai come in, she didn't open her mouth to speak first. It had been looking through the documents there, and Yuan Muno hadn't said anything. But after waiting for 5 minutes, Yu Haijing still didn't open her mouth to speak. Yuan Mai was a bit unable to wait, which said, "Mr. Yu, what arrangements do you have?" "Just order. Negativity from Haijing plus 99. Yuan Muno. He was a bit speechless at this point. This could make Yu Haijing have a negative emotion value? Yuan Muno, do you think you can leave your post without authorization and act arbitrarily just because you've made some achievements to the company? The feeling Yu Haijing's voice gave off carried a faint sense of oppression. Yuan Muno heard her talking and knew what she was about. Yuan Muno used to be the boss of the company, so he naturally knew what was in his boss's heart. So this will say, "You total, if I have what do not do the right place, you despite the punishment in addition I came to the company, also intends to contribute to the company, their own modest efforts, but also please you total to give me a chance." Yuan Muno's words were considered thoughtful. "Well, I know, Yuan Muno, I hope you can do a good job in the company. Now I'll give you a chance. Our escort team lacks a team leader. Are you willing to serve?" Yu Haijing suddenly turned his words around. This emotion is to give Yuan Muno a chance to be promoted. Yuan Muno briefly pondered, then said, "Promotion even if I want to do my own job." That landed. A voice then sounded in the middle of Yuan Muno's mind. Negative emotion value from Haijing plus 199. You don't want to be offered a promotion? Yu Haijing stared at Yuan Muno with a cold face. Yuan Mai smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Yu, haven't I only been in the company for a short while? If I get promoted now, there will definitely be a lot of people who are unconvinced and dissatisfied with me, and I feel like I still have to work out more at the grassroots level. Actually, Yuan Nuno's thoughts were relatively simple. Come to this beverage company and just make a temporary access. If he found the right opportunity at that time, Yuan Nuno was still going to go and rebuild the 7th Psychic Specialized Squad with his own hands. Definitely can't live up to Gu Shanhai's dying wish. These words really made the originally somewhat angry Yu Haijing's mood become a bit calmer. This way you don't compete and have to work on your own staff. Exactly the kind of employee the company is missing. Good, then we'll do as you say. Yu Haijing would say this. Yuan Mai was relieved in his heart after hearing this, which would continue. By the way, Mr. Yu, I still have an unkind request. I don't know if I can say it. Say, Yu Haijing frowned slightly and directly let Yuan Nuno say just that. I'd like to take another day off today. I have some urgent things to do. Yuan Nuno finished. Immediately felt the negative emotional value plus 666 from Haijing. Yuan Nuno was blinded for a few seconds. I didn't think that taking a vacation would actually make Yu Haijing so angry, but such an old boss, even if he was angry, he shouldn't show it too obviously. Okay, I agree. Thank you Mr. Yu, then if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Just as Yuan Nuno wanted to leave, he was suddenly called out again. Wait, there's something else I need to talk to you about. Okay, Mr. Yu, go ahead. Didn't you offend Wang Zhanyang before? I've made an appointment with him tomorrow at noon, so you guys can have a meal together and see if you can put things on ice. Yu Haijing said seriously. Yuan Nuno nodded after hearing this and said, Good, thank you Mr. Yu, no need to thank you. This would have been the same thing you did for the company before you offended Wang Zhanyang. Aha! Yuan Nuno didn't say any more nonsense. Straight away, he retreated from Yu Haijing's office. After going out, Chubby Li seemed to be waiting for Yuan Nuno in general, and immediately gathered around when he saw the situation. Old Yuan, what did Mr. Yu say to you? Yuan Nuno looked at Fatty Li and said, Fatty, come over here, I'll talk to you alone. Chubby Li saw Yuan Mai look serious, couldn't hold down the curiosity in his heart, and followed Yuan Mai to the side. He was already anxious in his heart, and this time he asked, What's the matter so secretive? You are quick to say Yuan Muoyi this time also did not delay, directly opened his mouth and said, Good, I said, Mr. You said that he appreciates me very much, and asked me to have dinner alone at noon tomorrow. When these words landed, Chubby Li's eyes changed when he looked at Yuan Nuno. Negativity from Chubby Li plus 299. Who are you kidding? Old Yuan, just like you. If Mr. You can invite you to dinner alone. It's just that Xiaoyu's sister paper is blind enough to look at you. Who else can look at you? Fat brother, don't you still don't believe me? Mr. You just said that he thinks highly of me and wants to promote me. Negativity from Chubby Li plus 299. Before Yuan Muoyi could finish, he was interrupted by Fatty Li. Old Yuan, even if you are sorry for me, you can't be sorry for Xiaoyu's sister paper. Otherwise I'm not finished with you. After such a toss, Yuan Nuno's negative emotion value came back to over 2000. But it's still not enough. Chapter 105, Death of a 4th Grade Evil Ghost. Don't worry, I won't. I'll bring you to dinner tomorrow. Li Chubby heard Yuan Nuno's words, originally still a little tense face. This time the mood is finally relaxed a little. His gaze landed on Yuan Mai and he opened his mouth. Old Yuan, count on you having a bit of a conscience. In fact, I can't look at Mr. Yu. Negativity from Chubby Li plus 666. After receiving so many negative emotional values, Yuan Nuno now realized how much Chubby Li liked Yu Haijing. This would also not wait for Fatty Li to answer, and directly spoke. Fatty, I'll leave it for now. I still have some things to do. Without waiting for Li Chubby to return to his senses, Yuan Nuno ran straight over to the dormitory. Waiting for the dormitory, Yuan Mai saw the dormitory environment completely new, was cleaned up neatly, cannot help but be stunned for a few seconds, for a moment cannot help but doubt, they are not in the wrong place. After waiting for some time, Yuan Nuno slowly opened his mouth and said, You, why are you doing these things again? Oh, no, I was just looking at the house as a bit of a mess, so I cleaned it up. There's no need to pack up, we'll go out and look for a house now, and when the time comes, we'll just rent a place to live. Otherwise it's inconvenient to live here. Yuan Nuno said so. Liang Senyu was stunned for a few seconds and answered in agreement. The two of them went to get something to eat before they started looking for a house in Cloud City. The first thing to do is to find a house that is close to the place where Yuan Mai works, and so on, and find a nice house that is 3 rooms and 1 hall. Yuan Nuno has little money and no gold, so he directly used a 3rd grade ghost stone to offset the house for half a year. The house is also in a good location and the amenities around it are quite convenient. Currently, this kind of living environment could only be found in a place like Cloud City. The two of them stayed in the house for a while, and when it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yuan Muno and her went to buy some more things. Then it moved inside. The supplies on this side of Cloud City were relatively abundant. It's not a total rationing system like in Fire City. There's a free market where you can buy supplies. After the two of them familiarized themselves with the environment, Yuan Muno went to the market to buy some food. Back in the room, the two enjoyed the warmth of the setting sun coming in from outside. It was a serenity the two had never enjoyed before. At this time, her gaze suddenly fell on Yuan Muno. She looked at Yuan Muno and felt that the man in front of her had changed. Yet it's hard to know how to describe the change. Yuan Mai also saw a bit of her mind at this time, and couldn't help but speak up. Xiao Yu, whatever doubts you have in your mind, you can ask. Yuan Moyo actually had something in his heart that he wanted to say. It's just been tucked away and unsaid. If Liang Senyu intends to be open and honest with Yuan Muno today and talk about this matter properly, Yuan Muno didn't run away either. The intention was to tell Liang Senyu everything. Yuan Muno felt that this true love of Liang Senyu should not be desecrated. After waiting for some time, Liang Senyu but suddenly said, Muno, if my brother and the others find me this time, when the time comes, you mustn't come to a hard fight with them. Liang Senyu was worried that Yuan Muno would fight her brother and them when the time came. This time, the Shangguan family is also here. If the two sides were to meet, there would definitely be a disparity in strength. Yuan Muno is no match for. Yuan Muno was actually ready to confess something to Liang Senyu. However, I didn't expect that Liang Senyu was talking about this matter. Don't worry, I'm not the same as before. I become stronger than before. Even if I face your brother and the others coming, I have nothing to fear. Yuan Muno said so. After saying that, he felt that it was a bit inappropriate. After all, Liang Xinchang was Liang Senyu's own brother no matter what. He would not delay, quickly changed his words and said, Don't worry, I will definitely try to avoid conflict with your brother and them, and will definitely not be forceful and hostile if I can take it wisely. It was only after Yuan Muno said this that Liang Senyu's face eased a bit. If she could, she certainly hoped that, between the two sides, there would be no need to meet in arms. Don't worry about it, I've got it covered. Yuan Muno continued to pacify Liang Senyu. Well, I know. I'll need you to take care of me more in the future days of my life in Cloud City. Liang Senyu suddenly showed her face and smiled. She was originally the kind of very good-looking and durable beauty, so a smile let her look even better and beautiful up. Well, I'll take care of you, and I'll risk my life for you. Just before Yuan Muno could finish, his mouth was suddenly blocked. Muno, we all need to live well. There's no need to say these demoralizing words. Good. Yuan Muno then didn't say any nonsense, briefly answered. Then the two talked about a few more things. Night is gradually falling. About 6 o'clock in the evening it was completely dark. However, at this time, in the middle of Yuan Muno's mind, a prompting voice suddenly rang out. Remind the host that the 4th level evil ghost has been put to death. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. This one voice caused Yuan Muno's entire body to be blinded for a few seconds. Spinning around, he remembered the incident when he had put down the evil spirits in Jiangcheng that day. He didn't get it. It took so long for the 4th level evil spirits to be put to death. But the good thing was that the credit for the execution went to his head, making him feel like he hadn't worked for nothing. Host, there are now 2 rewards for the host to choose from. One is the body armor, which can ensure that the host will not be infested by 2nd level evil spirits, and 3rd level evil spirits can be barely resisted. I'll take the body armor. Yuan Muno didn't even wait for the other party to finish speaking before directly choosing the body armor, which was also more important to Yuan Muno at the moment. The system was also baffled for a few seconds after hearing this choice from Yuan Muno, and then asked, Host, are you sure you don't want to listen to the second choice? When Yuan Muno heard the system say this, he thought in his heart, what is the second choice? So he asked curiously, what is it? This time it's a set of feats, Lingbo Weibu, which can help the host escape. Crap. Yuan Muno was baffled for a few seconds, not realizing that there was any reward for Lingbo Weibu. This made Yuan Muno a little surprised, thinking, can this be done? But host, you no longer have the right to regret. You can only choose the first one. Yuan Muno heard this, but he didn't think much about it, and his choice remained firm. Although the technique of Lingbo Weibu was good, the temptation was still smaller compared to the body armor. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and give me body armor. Yuan Muno would directly say to the system this time. After Yuan Mai finished speaking, the system was all baffled, but without delay, it gave Yuan Mai the body armor. Chapter 106, Shun Tianang's Invitation. The body armor doesn't look like it's too much of a problem. It's about the same as unusual clothes, but the whole thing is yellow, kind of like a yellow lab coat. This thing Yuan Muoyi intended to give to Liang Xinyu for defense. After all, Cloud City was also full of dangers now. It just made Yuan Muno curious as to why the current level 4 evil spirits were only being put to death now. It's been a while since the last takedown of the driver's evil spirit. No matter, it's just a matter of getting the level 4 evil ghost dead now anyway. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the thought. At this time, he walked to the door of Liang Senyu's room with his body armor in hand, and he raised his hand and knocked on the door. With the sound of thump, 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 Liang Senyu's voice came from inside. Wait, I'll come and open the door right away. After waiting for a while, Yuan Muno saw Liang Senyu with wet hair walking over to open the door. She was wearing a nightgown. Even so, she still couldn't hide her figure. This dress is for you. Yuan Muno waited for a moment and said seriously. This, Liang Senyu suddenly spoke. This is body armor. You can wear it to protect yourself from evil spirits when the time comes. What about you? Liang Senyu suddenly said with concern, worry showing in her eyes. Don't worry, I already have. It was only after Yuan Muno said this that Liang Senyu's worries were allayed. Well, it's getting late, so get an early night. After Yuan Muno finished speaking, he turned around and returned to his room. But at this time, Liang Senyu called out to Yuan Muno again and spoke. Wait, I also have a gift for you. A small smile blossomed on her face, a moment that made her beautiful. After waiting for about 3 minutes, Liang Senyu took out the gift to be given to Yuan Muno. It was a pure white, flawless jade pendant. You take it. She handed the jade pendant to Yuan Muno. Yuan Mai looked at the material of this jade pendant and knew that this jade pendant was not cheap. This would open his mouth and say, Xiao Yu, I can't take such an expensive gift. Qi no, this is my gift to you. You must accept it, okay? Liang Senyu said seriously. Yuan Muno looked at Liang Senyu's serious appearance, but without delay, he accepted the gift. I hope this jade pendant brings you good luck. Well, get some early rest then. Yuan Muno held the jade pendant and felt a comforting coolness on it, and when he felt it carefully, he seemed to find that among the jade pendant, there was a breath flowing. At first, Yuan Muno didn't feel it very truly. This would suddenly cause him to inject a trace of true qi into it, and along with the true qi filling the room, the jade pendant suddenly released a faint glow. The light appeared crystal clear. It makes you feel good. Only then did Yuan Muno confirm that the jade pendant wasn't anything mortal either. But think about it, the gift from the Liang family lady. How could it be something ordinary? Yuan Muno briefly mulled it over, but at this time, his cell phone suddenly rang again. Yuan Muno didn't even think about anything, so he guessed that, not surprisingly, the call should be from Fatty Lee. But when I looked at the caller ID, I realized it was an unfamiliar number. Yuan Muno waited for a while, but still pressed the answer button. A slight dry cough came from over there. Which one of you? Yuan Muno asked directly. Little brother, do you remember me? I'm Chen Tianang, Jiangqing's director Chen. His words made Yuan Muno think. He had just received the reminder of the 4th level evil spirits being put to death in the front foot, but he didn't expect this to receive a call from Chen Tianang again. Oh, I remember. Why? Is there something wrong? Director Chen, little brother, I think you're very strong and very suitable to join our psychic special police station. I wonder if you're willing. Chen Tianang's voice continued to ring out. What if I want to? Can I join? Of course you can, little brother, as long as you are willing. We welcome you. After all, we can also make you the captain. It just so happens that our 5th psychic special squad had a little incident last time. If you are willing to join, I can make you the captain of the 5th psychic special squad, and re-establish the team. No need. I don't want to be the leader of the 5th psychic squad. I want to rebuild the 7th psychic special squad. My name is Yuan Mai. You can check our information in the psychic special squad's information base. Director Chen, we'll talk again when you've checked it out tomorrow. Yuan Muno said so. Chen Tianang wouldn't be able to help but be stunned for a few seconds. Good. Chen Tianang hung up the phone and his face became a few points heavier. Yuan Muno? The name was unfamiliar to him, almost unheard of. But if the Psychic Special Bureau had such a talent, how could he not have heard of it? He wore a suspicious look on his face. This time he did not delay, and instructed one of his men, saying, you go to the information base to check for a person called Yuan Muno, and see if there is any individual. The men around him heard it, and without delay, they quickly checked it out. About 20 minutes later, a piece of information was then handed in front of Chen Tianang's desk. Chen Tianang saw this information and was lost in thought for a moment, his brows frowning slightly as a skeptical look appeared in his eyes. Yuan Muno, Fire City's 7th Specialized Psychic Squad, low-level member, and the 7th Psychic Special Squad, all disbanded now. There is no longer this squad. But how could an expert like Yuan Muno be a low-level player? Looking down, he realized that Yuan Muno was still a wasted soul. How did someone with a wasted soul join the Psychic Specialties Bureau? Chen Tianang's mind was filled with doubts at this time. But in this bizarre world, It's not really too surprising that whatever happens, it doesn't. That night, the image of Yuan Muno striking out. He remembered it clearly. The eyes are the teachers. The ears are the ears. He judged that Yuan Muno was also at least a chi condensation level expert, or even higher. After thinking for a while, Chen Tian'ing said, "Tomorrow, we'll make a trip to Cloud City. Director Chen, tomorrow the division chief will come over for an inspection. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to leave now?" His subordinates this would remind him. When he heard this, his eyes sank and a faint sense of oppression was released from his body. "I need you to teach me how to do things?" This sentence tons let the subordinate's face color changed quite ugly. This will rush to say, dare not, then go set me up." "Yes," the subordinate answered in agreement. Chen Tian'an's eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking at this moment. On the other hand, Yuan Muno hung up the phone and his face was a bit gloomy. He looked up at the sky outside. It was pitch black and nothing was moving. But underneath the serenity, there was panic. Almost everyone lives in an unsettled environment. What the hell is going on here? Yuan Muno also wanted to know what the reason for the world becoming like this was. Chapter 107, Jealous Fatty Lee. According to the system's prompts, when the time comes to upgrade to the next level, you can contact the hell. Now Yuan Muno is nothing more than a senior landlord. Right now he doesn't know the next level, what level it is. But upgrading to the next level is obviously no easy task. From the beginning of the landlord to the senior landlord, it's a lot of things in between. And even though he has now reached the level of senior landmaster, Yuan Muno has yet to feel the actual changes brought about by this level. In fact, according to Yuan Muno's idea, when people die, they are going to enter hell. But now the evil spirits of this world are not going to hell. On the contrary, when people die, they become evil spirits. Others died and had their souls directly swallowed, becoming food for others to become stronger. Yuan Muno couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he thought of this. At the moment, Yuan Muno had no answers to any of these things. I wonder if the Psychic Specialty Bureau would have some secrets related to this. Early the next morning, around 10 o'clock, Yuan Muno went to work at the company. Chubby Lee waited for Yuan Mai a long time ago. After seeing him, he immediately came up and hooked a hand on Yuan Mai's shoulder, which would open his mouth and said, "Old Yuan, say, last night, where did you and Xiaoyu's sister Paper go? You would not have done anything worse than beastly things to others last night." Yuan Muno blanked Lee Chubby, who hadn't told Lee Chubby about renting the room yesterday. So taking advantage of this time, Yuan Muno briefly explained the matter. After Fatty Lee heard Yuan Muno say this, he came to his senses and said, "So that's how it is, but you guys are doing the right thing. In fact, you should be nicer to Xiaoyu. She's paid a lot for you." Yuan Muno would nod his head at this and say, "I know." Yuan Muno naturally has a number on this matter. "Well, since you guys are having a two-person world, I can't be bothered, but you must take me to the meal at noon." Fatty Lee suddenly mentioned the point. He could dream of Yu Haijing every night now. It's just that an imperial lady like Yu Haijing's may not be something he can get his hands on. But Yuan Muno also did not hit Lee Chubby's self-confidence. This will say, "Good, when the time comes you and I go together is around 12 o'clock in the morning." Yu Haijing, who was dressed in a professional outfit, walked out, releasing a rather powerful aura on her entire body. When she came out, she said to Yuan Muno, "You come with me." Before Yuan Muno could get up, Fatty Lee stood up. "Mr. Yu, I'll go along." As this voice fell, Chubby Lee immediately felt an icy chill that spread across his body. He laughed awkwardly, trying to break up the awkwardness, but the effect doesn't seem to be very strong. Seeing this, Chubby Lee quickly made a wink towards Yuan Muno, which meant very clearly that Yuan Muno should hurry out to solve the problem. Yuan Mai did not delay, opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Yu, in fact, the matter with Wang Zhengyang, Fatty also had a hand in it. This matter you have to let Fatty go piece by piece, otherwise you can't account for it." When Chubby Lee heard Yuan Muno talk about his importance so heavily, he was instantly satisfied in his heart. All of them couldn't help but give a thumbs up towards Yuan Muno. Yuan Muno would have a faint smile on his lips this time. He would wait for Yu Haijing's reaction. Yu Haijing didn't let these two wait too long, and after sweeping her gaze over the two of them, she nodded and said, "All right, let's set off now." The three headed outside. The eyes of the crowd fell on the three. After all, Yu Haijing, as the center of attention of the company, would attract attention wherever she went. Huang Jiqing would cast a hateful gaze towards Yuan Muno. Yuan Mai looked at Huang Jiqing and said lightly, "Old Huang, Mr. Yu is now very important to me, and is now taking me to see your master." These words, at once, felt like they had stimulated Huang Jiqing's sensitive and fragile nerves. Huang Jiqing suddenly became angry, pointing at Yuan Mai and said, "Yuan Mai, you are less likely to spit blood here." Negativity from Huang Jiqing plus 999. Yuan Nuno's heart was very happy when he received this message feedback. In this way, Yuan Nuno's negative emotion value directly came to 3000. Huang Jiqing can be a real treasure. What? Old Huang. You're actually jealous of me. Ah, even if you're jealous of me, you actually scolded General Manager Yu for having no vision. Yuan Nuno said this a little too loudly. It instantly made all eyes fall on Huang Jiqing's body. The crowd began to point at Huang Jiqing. All of them have been talking about Huang Jiqing. Huang Jiqing blushing. Negativity from Huang Jiqing plus 999. If eyes could kill, then Huang Jiqing's eyes would have killed Yuan Nuno 1,000 times by now. 4,000 negative emotional values. Yuan Nuno began to count in his mind. Yuan Nuno, what kind of thing are you? I didn't say anything at all. Mr. You have to listen to my explanation. Me. Enough. Yu Haijing's single voice made the originally somewhat unsettled atmosphere here instantly quiet. This powerful aura of hers made Li Chubby very impressed. Huang Jiqing would bury his head this time and didn't dare to say anything more. Just hate to get Yuan Nuno killed. Yuan Muoyi was in quite a good mood. This will also look like a smiling and laughing and said, Mr. You must not be angry. It is not worth it to be angry for this kind of villain. Negativity from Huang Jiqing plus 699. Yu Haijing cut Yuan Nuno with her eyes. I thought to myself that this man has thick skin. Negativity from Haijing plus 199. Yuan Nuno was stunned for a few seconds. It's been a really productive day. It earned almost 3,000 negativity values in one go. The harvest can be really quite a bit at all. Come on, you lead the way. Yuan Haijing said faintly. A frosty face that made people feel not good to approach at all. When they got outside, there was a limousine parked in front of the entrance, and from the outside, it appeared to be a Lincoln. It's a nice car. Yuan Nuno, however, doesn't like this kind of sedan very much. He likes off-road vehicles that are more aggressive. Which one of you two can drive? Yu Haijing suddenly opened her mouth and asked. When Chubby Li heard this, he was immediately excited. After waiting for so long, he finally welcomed an opportunity to let himself perform. Where will he let go? He immediately stepped forward and said, I'll. Immediately, like a lapdog, he stepped forward and pulled open the car door. Yu Haijing glanced at Li Chubby, and without any politeness, she went to the back seat. Yuan Nuno, on the other hand, went over towards the co-pilot's seat. After all, the back seat is where the boss sits. But yet at this time, Yu Haijing suddenly said, You sit in the back with me. Chapter 108, Meeting Wang Zhenyang. Yuan Nuno was baffled for a few seconds when he heard this, somewhat unresponsive. It took some waiting to gradually come back to his senses. Mr. This isn't appropriate, is it? Yuan Nuno said faintly. Li Chubby this will also hurriedly said. That's right, Mr. The back is your kind of status and position of people to sit. Our kind of small people. Sit in the front can be. I willingly give you as a chauffeur. Will certainly give you the best experience. Chubby Li began to ramble on and on. However, Yu Haijing didn't pay any attention to Chubby Li at all, but said directly, Yuan Mai, if I tell you to sit in the back, then sit in the back and come. She spoke, her body releasing the aura of a queen. Yuan Nuno would be a little embarrassed and looked at Fatty Li. Negativity from Chubby Li plus 99. Yuan Nuno felt quite innocent. This wasn't something he was going to do. This was something his boss told him to do. There's nothing he can do about it. Don't worry, Fatty. I'll keep an eye on the size. You better watch out. Fatty Li said to Yuan Nuno with a suppressed voice. Yuan Nuno answered awkwardly and went to the back seat. Sitting down, Chubby Li, on the other hand, acted as the driver and started driving. He kept watching the two men's reactions through the rearview mirror. Coffin had a look around and felt a bit more relieved when he saw that the two were not doing anything extra. Mr. Where are we going? Dingtian Hotel. Yu Haijing said slowly. Fatty Li immediately answered in agreement. The car drove toward the front. Li Chubby drove flat and stable, during which the car did not feel a little bumpy. It was a completely different feeling from when Yuan Muoyi first sat in Fatty Li's car, or even two feelings altogether. Mr. Do you have any orders? Yuan Nuno thought about meeting Wang Zhenyang for dinner later. Yu Haijing should have said something relevant to make him pay attention. However, when he finished, Yu Haijing didn't even mention this, but said to Yuan Nuno, your personal ability is very strong. As soon as Yuan Nuno heard this, he immediately said, General, not very strong, but what you commanded. Mr. I will still try my best to do it, and won't let you down. Shameless. Li Chubby saw that Yuan Nuno answered so dryly and quickly. There was a moment of discontent in his heart. It felt like Yuan Nuno was simply being courteous. Yu Haijing heard Yuan Muoye's words. This will also cannot help but frown. Did not have the good taste to say, I'm talking about your ability to cause trouble. As soon as Yuan Nuno heard this, He made the atmosphere here a little more awkward. Mr. You, I don't know how to answer you after what you said. I hope your ability to get things done is as strong as your ability to cause trouble. We at Bongsin Group never keep idle hands. Yu Haijing's voice suddenly went down a few notches. It still gave a faint sense of oppression among the invisible. Don't worry, Mr. You, I definitely won't fail our company's cultivation and will definitely shine for the company. Li Chubby would be afraid of missing the opportunity to express himself, so he hurriedly followed Yuan Mai's words and said, "That's right, Mr. You, we, the two brothers, will definitely not let you down and will definitely perform well." Yu Haijing would respond softly. In his heart, he probably knew that these two were simply a pair of living treasures. The car didn't take long to drive to the Dingtian Hotel. This restaurant is still bigger and more luxurious. It's just that under this current dystopian society, there shouldn't be many people who can come to this kind of place to eat. Yuan Nuno thought so. However, when they went in, the environment inside simply made Yuan Nuno unable to help but somewhat subvert his three views. There were quite a few people eating inside, all of them in brocade clothing. Yuan Nuno suddenly realized that no matter what kind of environment, there would be a group of rich people living in the top stream of society. Others, on the other hand, have always struggled at the bottom of the social ladder. The waiter quickly came up and inquired, saying, "Hello, do several VIPs have reservations?" The waitress glanced at Yuan Nuno and Li Chubby. One look at the two men's dresses showed that the two were attendants, and the tall, stunningly beautiful should-be owner in front of her. Box 5. Okay, VIP this way. When the waiter heard the fifth box, he didn't dare to be slow at all. Leading the three people, they walked towards the upper floor. Not long after passing through a compartment, they entered a rather quiet environment. Waiting to enter box 5, 2 or 3 people were already sitting inside. Yuan Nuno's gaze swept over and he spotted a familiar face, Kai Zhao. Next to Zhao Kai sat a man wearing a high-class customized uniform. The man had decent features, a country face, long eyebrows, and a pair of narrow eyes. It looked like it had a faintly English air about it. This person must be Wang Zhengyang. And next to Wang Zhengyang, there was also an older man. The old man was dry and thin, his eyes were shrewd, and the furrows on his face piled up. It gives a rather somber feeling. A threatening aura was released among the invisible. Yuan Mai swept through the crowd. This would be towards Zhao Kai and he walked over. Mr. Wang. Hearing 100 times is better than seeing. The temperament on Mr. Wang is really unmatched. Zhao Kai's face was originally wearing a confident smile. However, after hearing Yuan Nuno say this, the expression on his face was instantly worse than eating. Negativity from Zhao Kai plus 399. Mr. Wang, this time we really can't do right by you. We came late and made you wait for a long time. I'm really sorry. Negativity from Zhao Kai plus 699. Negative emotion value from Wang Zhengyang plus 299. Zhao Kai felt at this moment that he had been put on an iron plate and roasted by Yuan Nuno. He's really going to get himself killed. You, me, what you, I, Mr. Wang, today are late. I punish myself with 3 cups to make amends to Mr. Wang. I hope that Mr. Wang will not be angry. Negativity from Zhao Kai plus 999. Negative emotional value from Wang Zhengyang plus 666. Yu Haijing couldn't help but be blinded for a few seconds when she saw this scene. She raised her hand to hold her forehead. This would really want to say that she didn't know Yuan Nuno. After waiting for a while, she still stood out and said, "Yuan Nuno, you've got the wrong person. This is Mr. Wang, you know?" Yuan Mai this will hear what Yu Haijing said. Only a look of hindsight. Said, recognize the wrong person. Really sorry, Mr. Wang. I just look at this guy. Looks like a man not a man. A ghost not a ghost in Mr. Wang. Your temperament difference of 100,000 80,000 li. Kai Zhao. Zhao Kai's heart was bitter at this time. I didn't expect to run into someone like Yuan Nuno at all. Negativity from Zhao Kai plus 999.